Chapter 1. Shall Yozi, you must survive and return. Your 3 sisters-in-law shall be entrusted to you. If suitable, you may take them as wives. In the Southern Dynasty, within a death row prison, bound to the torture apparatus, Li Chen slowly regained consciousness, surveying his surroundings with a gaze filled with incredulity. A sudden, throbbing pain pierced through his head, merging with disparate memories, leaving Li Chen with an expression of disbelief. Have I truly traversed through time and into the body of the 6th prince, Li Chen of the Southern Dynasty? What was that voice I just heard? What sisters-in-law? What do you mean entrusted to me? What does it mean to take them as wives? As the memories continued to unfold, Li Chen gradually came to a realization. Earlier this year, 200,000 ancient Qing invaders breached the borders, inciting the emperor's wrath. He mobilized an elite force of 120,000 to repel the ancient Qing and reclaim lost territory, appointing the eldest prince as the commander, with the remaining 3 princes accompanying the campaign. This battle encapsulated the hopes of the entire nation, aiming to expel the ancient Qing in one fell swoop. Yet, who could have anticipated that upon arriving on the battlefield, they fell into an ambush laid by the ancient Qing? All 3 princes perished, and the entire force of 120,000 soldiers was obliterated. The words echoing in his mind were precisely the dying words of his 3 elder brothers. To prevent their father from doubting him, the eldest prince had even entrusted his personal jade pendant to Li Chen. Having survived, Li Chen managed to return to the court, eager to convey the news to the emperor. Little did he know, an even greater conspiracy awaited him. The unseen hand behind the scenes had shifted all blame onto his shoulders. In the span of a single night, he had become the scapegoat responsible for the deaths of the 3 princes, the demise of 120,000 soldiers, the loss of 20 cities, and charges of treason. His father refused to see him. The common folk loathed him to the core. Even his sisters-in-law wished they could personally flay him alive. Now he found himself imprisoned in a death row cell, awaiting execution at noon the following day. After sifting through his thoughts, Li Chen could only manage a bitter smile and shake his head. This was a beginning destined to bring about his demise. Having just crossed over, Li Chen naturally wished to live, yet it seemed he had been driven into a corner. As he pondered his next move, the sound of clanking chains echoed from beyond the prison door. Turning his head, he beheld a figure cloaked in black robes entering. The figure swiftly approached the cell, and as the black robe was lifted, Li Chen recognized the face before him. "Sixth brother, I have come to see you." It was none other than the 9th prince, Li Mo. Li Mo, the 2nd son of the favored concubine, was known for his profound thoughts and treacherous cunning. Given the 9th prince's usual behavior, he should have avoided Li Chen's predicament at all costs. He certainly should not be here now. Knowing the inherent danger, yet still coming here was not typical of the 9th prince, prompting Li Chen's suspicion. "What brings you here?" Li Mo looked at Li Chen with an expression of palpable urgency. "Sixth brother, because you are accused of treason, the entire court is clamoring for your punishment. Moreover, the 3 elder brothers perished because of you, and the sisters-in-law are plotting against you. Sixth brother, I am here to assist you." Li Chen furrowed his brow and shook his head in response to Li Mo, hastily defending himself. "I did not betray the nation, nor did I cause my brothers' deaths." Li Mo gazed at Li Chen in the cell, his urgency intensifying. "What evidence do you have? If you claim innocence, you must present proof. If you possess any means to prove your innocence, hand it over to your younger brother. At once it may yet save your life. Delay, and it may be too late." Seeing Li Chen seeking evidence, Li Chen instinctively moved his finger, but halted. At this moment, he dared not trust anyone. It was entirely possible that this seemingly loyal 9th prince was an agent of the ancient Qing. Noticing Li Chen's silence, Li Mo's expression darkened, and he spoke again, his tone heavy. "Do you not trust me, elder brother? But you have no more chances left. Father has decreed your execution at noon tomorrow. Furthermore, the eldest sister-in-law has already written to demand that your remains be ground to feed the dogs." Upon hearing this, Li Chen's expression tightened. "Ground to feed the dogs? What a ruthless woman. Wait, the eldest sister-in-law?" Upon hearing this name, Li Chen's eyes sparkled, akin to a drowning man finally grasping a lifeline. Though he was wary of everyone, the three sisters-in-law were an exception, with the three elder brothers slain in battle. Their sisters-in-law had become widows. They were undoubtedly the ones most eager to avenge their husbands. If he could win over the three sisters-in-law, would he not have forged an alliance with them? Immediately, Li Chen looked up at Li Mo with sincerity. Ninth brother, I do not possess the evidence to prove my innocence. Had I any, I would not have been imprisoned in this death row upon my return. However, I do have one request of you, and I hope you can assist me. Upon hearing this, the ninth prince regarded Li Chen with confusion. What is it, elder brother? If it lies within my capabilities, I shall certainly do it. Li Chen nodded, meeting Li Mo's earnest gaze. With the defeat of the ancient Qing, it is only fitting that as a prince, I should die to atone for my sins. I may not have betrayed the nation, but my three elder brothers perished in their attempts to save me, and I am burdened with guilt. Could you implore our father to allow me to personally visit the sister-in-law's residence to express my apologies? At this moment, Li Mo's expression shifted. Elder brother, the sisters-in-law harbor a deep-seated hatred for you should you seek them out. You are as good as dead. Li Chen shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his face. I'm already doomed. What difference does it make whether I die sooner or later? Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Li Mo's eyes flickered as he regarded him, finally letting out a soft sigh. Since you have made your choice, I shall do my utmost to assist. With the departure of the ninth prince, Li Mo, news soon returned. The Southern Emperor had granted Li Chen's request. Upon hearing this response, Li Chen shook his head once more, a bitter smile forming on his lips. It seemed that his imperial father was indeed rather benevolent towards him, despite knowing that seeking out the sisters-in-law would be akin to courting death. Before long, a guard escorted Li Chen from the death row, leading him towards the sisters-in-law's residence. The imperial guards moved swiftly, soon arriving at the residence of the Duke of Jing'er. Within the palace, the guards formed two lines, each face stern with respect. For the Duke of Jing'er, there was only reverence. The Duke of Jing'er's family had produced heroes, with generations of their bloodline sacrificing themselves for the country. Li Chen recalled the time when the eldest prince was sent to war, and the Southern Emperor personally arranged the marriage between the eldest prince and Ying'er. They awaited the grand wedding to be held upon the eldest prince's victorious return. Yet, who could have imagined that within merely a month, they would be separated by death? Even more tragically, the young master of the Duke of Jing'er, the family's sole heir, had perished alongside the eldest prince in this campaign. The once prosperous Duke of Jing'er's family had lost all its legitimate male heirs. Now, gazing upon the four characters Duke of Jing'er written by the emperor himself, Li Chen felt a wave of solemnity wash over him. He patted away the remnants of his disheveled appearance and composed himself before stepping forward alongside the chief eunuch, Feng Bao. As the gates swung open, the servants of the Duke of Jing'er stood to either side, their eyes filled with uncontainable hatred for Li Chen. Li Chen raised his gaze and found several rows of memorial tablets in the courtyard, each one representing the fallen generals of the Duke of Jing'er's family. Among them, the tablet of the young master, who had only just turned 16, stood out prominently. Today, as Li Chen came to plead for forgiveness, they had deliberately summoned all the ancestors of the Duke of Jing'er to witness how the villain responsible for their family's extinction would meet his demise before their very eyes. At this moment, a young female, general clad in armor, draped in a red cloak and wielding a long spear, stood at the center of the courtyard, gazing intently at the memorial tablets. Her presence exuded an aura as sharp as a drawn sword. Li Chen recognized her immediately as the sister-in-law he sought, Ying'er. Though he could not clearly see her face from behind, her imposing silhouette alone was enough to convey her fierce spirit. Dressed in battle attire, Ying'er wore a red cloak, wielding a long spear, her expression cold and fierce. The air around her was thick with the scent of bloodshed, rivaling that of any man, especially her icy gaze, filled with overwhelming hatred and a palpable aura of death. It sent shivers down one's spine. Ying'er suddenly let out a furious roar. With swift strides, she moved, and the long spear in her hand danced like a silver snake. In the span of merely 20 paces, the assailant had already lunged forth with lethal intent. With a swift leap, the spear in hand descended with a force that seemed capable of cleaving mountains, aimed directly at Li Chun. Witnessing Mu Ying'er's rapid and fierce assault, Li Chun instinctively sought to evade. As Mu Ying'er's spear missed its mark, it struck the ground, causing dozens of stone slabs beneath to shatter into dust under the sheer power of her blow. Li Chun was taken aback, realizing that this was merely an ordinary spear, yet it unleashed a force comparable to that of a small weapon. In his previous life, as a king of special forces, the skills of life and death combat were etched into his very bones. However, in his current frail body, he found himself utterly incapable of unleashing his full potential, rendering him no match for the formidable royal sister-in-law before him. Glancing at the large trees behind him, Li Chun resolved to retreat behind one, seeking temporary refuge from her onslaught. Yet, Mu Ying'er wielded her spear with the speed of lightning, denying him any opportunity to escape as she advanced once more. Fortunately, Li Chun had anticipated her strike. He deftly sidestepped, causing her spear to strike the heart of the tree instead. He initially thought the spear would get stuck, delaying her as she attempted to retrieve it. Li Chun sought to seize this moment to speak. But to his astonishment, Mu Ying'er let out another furious cry. "Break it!" Instead of withdrawing, she thrust the spear forward with such vigor that the stout tree, as thick as a man's waist, was cleaved in two by her single strike. Oh, that was astonishingly fierce. In that instant, Li Chun's worldview was irrevocably altered. He could hardly fathom that his royal sister-in-law possessed such overwhelming strength. After narrowly dodging two attacks, Li Chun was left breathless, his body on the verge of collapse. As Mu Ying'er raised her spear once more, charging towards him, Li Chun wasted no time. He drew a jade pendant from his chest and held it before her. This was the jade pendant carried by the crown prince, his sole token of identity. "Sister-in-law, may I speak a few words in private?" At that moment, Mu Ying'er's spear was already poised against Li Chun's throat. Her gaze hardened, revealing no intention of allowing him a private audience. After all, the enmity between Mu Ying'er and Li Chun was one that could not be reconciled. Li Chun hastily continued, "This concerns the true cause of the crown prince's demise. If you wish to kill me, you may do so at any time, but the words conveyed by my brother must be heeded." Mu Ying'er's brow furrowed, and in her moment of hesitation, Li Chun suddenly struck her spear aside, darting swiftly into the inner chamber. Mu Ying'er's eyes flashed as she hurriedly pursued him, spear in hand. With a resounding crash, the door was slammed shut by Mu Ying'er's spear. "Speak, what do you wish to convey?" Mu Ying'er's spear remained aimed at Li Chun. Should his words fail to satisfy her, she would show no mercy in taking his life. "I bear a message from the crown prince. It is intended for the emperor, but contains matters regarding you, sister-in-law, so please listen closely." Confronted by Li Chun, Mu Ying'er tightened her grip on the spear, her heart racing with trepidation. "Your Majesty, I, your unworthy son, bow in supplication to the north. The ancient Chang's defeat in battle has led our forces into peril, and as their commander, I bear the responsibility. I am deeply ashamed before our ancestors. The state of our army has deteriorated due to a leak of confidential information. I suspect there are ancient Chang spies within the court, holding high positions and aware of our every strategy, leading to this calamity. I implore your Majesty to discern this truth. Furthermore, my younger brother, Li Chun, was determined to fight to the death alongside me. However, I could not permit it. Such news must be conveyed by him, and I beseech your Majesty not to punish him. This time, I cannot return, for I have yet to marry Mu Ying'er. Therefore, I request that your Majesty arrange another marriage. If possible, I recommend my younger brother to take my place in caring for Mu Ying'er. I humbly ask for your Majesty's approval." The first two sentences were rather mundane, but upon hearing the final line, Mu Ying'er was engulfed in fury. Li Chun had the audacity to concoct such schemes against her even now. As Mu Ying'er readied her spear to strike, Li Chun interjected, "Only when mountains are devoid of peaks and seas lack boundaries can one dare to sever ties with you." Sister-in-law, this is not my sentiment, but rather the exact words of my brother. Upon hearing this ancient verse, Ying'er momentarily lost her composure, her tears cascading down in torrents. I long to know you and wish for an eternal bond, yet alas, I shall never wait for him again. This line of poetry was a promise shared between her and the crown prince, a secret unknown to others. Grasping the jade pendant in Li Chen's hand, Ying'er's shoulders trembled as tears streamed down her face. When the news of the crown prince's death reached her, she did not weep. When the tidings of her younger brother's death arrived, she remained stoic. She had always feigned strength, upholding the backbone of the Duke of the State. But now, gazing at the jade pendant in her hand, Ying'er could no longer maintain her facade. Seeing her sister-in-law in such profound sorrow, Li Chen felt a pang of sympathy, yet was at a loss for words of comfort. After a lengthy silence, Ying'er finally restrained her tears and faced Li Chen. "What is your intention in seeking me?" Li Chen stood before Ying'er. "I wish to request the cooperation of the imperial sister-in-law to stage a grand play, to uncover the true culprit behind the deaths of my 3 elder brothers." Upon hearing this, Ying'er was momentarily taken aback. Me, what could I possibly do to assist the 6th prince? Yet Li Chen had no intention of keeping her in suspense any longer. He spoke directly. "I wish to ask the imperial sister-in-law to implore the emperor to annul the betrothal to the crown prince and to grant me a marriage instead." At this moment, Ying'er was filled with rage upon hearing Li Chen's words. Gripping her long spear tightly, she swiftly thrust it towards Li Chen's neck. "You scoundrel! Your royal brother's corpse is barely cold, and yet you dare to harbor such treacherous ambitions towards me, a grieving widow." The spear pierced Li Chen's neck, blood dripping down the sharp blade. Li Chen fixed his gaze on Ying'er, urgently speaking, "Imperial sister-in-law, do not act impulsively. The reason I resort to such a desperate measure is that it is the only way to uncover the true villain behind this. One must risk something to gain something. By exposing the hidden instigator, we can avenge my royal brothers." Hearing Li Chen's words, Ying'er's eyes flickered with uncertainty, yet she remained indecisive. After all, this matter was of great significance. The entire realm knew of her prior betrothal to the crown prince. He had just perished in battle, and if she were to request the emperor to annul their engagement and seek another marriage, how would the world perceive her? How could the esteemed residents of the Duke of the State bear such disgrace? Li Chen understood Ying'er's concerns and spoke again. "The crown prince is my most respected royal brother, and I harbor no ill intentions towards the imperial sister-in-law. What I propose is merely a temporary measure, solely to identify the true traitor. I pledge that if we uncover the treachery, I shall eradicate the ancient Qing people and reclaim our lands, avenging my 3 brothers and all the valiant soldiers who sacrificed their lives in this battle." At this moment, looking at Li Chen before her, Ying'er dispelled her doubts, her expression gradually solidifying with determination. Indeed, there was no better course of action at present. Uncover the traitor and avenge the crown prince along with the 12,000 fallen soldiers was also her desire. Thus, she resolved to take the gamble. She nodded to Li Chen. "Very well. I shall agree to your proposal." Upon receiving Ying'er's consent, Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief and was about to express his gratitude, only to notice that Ying'er's gaze had become increasingly unsettling. "Is there something else, imperial sister-in-law?" Ying'er faced Li Chen. "Now everyone believes you to be a traitor to the state, since you have come to the Mu residence to plead for mercy. You must accept your punishment. Otherwise, it would be untenable." That a sudden alarm surged within Li Chen's heart, and he exclaimed, "Imperial sister-in-law, what are you planning to do?" Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Ying'er brandishing her silver spear, sweeping it horizontally towards him. Li Chen had no time to evade and was sent flying backward. This imperial sister-in-law is ruthless. Soon, the night passed swiftly in the Golden Throne Hall, the Emperor of Nanzhao sat upon the dragon throne, his face haggard and spirit dim, clearly having suffered from sleepless nights for quite some time. The officials stood in 2 rows before him, their eyes all fixated on the emperor. "If any official has matters to present, please do so. If not, you may leave." With Feng Bao's voice echoing through the hall, A minister stepped forward, bowing deeply to the emperor. "Your Majesty, this old minister has a matter to report." "Speak," the emperor granted. "The defeat against the ancient Qing has resulted in the loss of 12,000 valiant soldiers, 20 cities laid waste, and the deaths of 3 princes in battle. All of this is due to the 6th prince's treason and cowardice, which sowed discord among the troops, that I humbly implore your Majesty to decree the immediate execution of the 6th prince to pacify the people and honor the fallen." As this minister spoke, several others quickly stood in support of his proposal, echoing calls for the execution of the 6th prince throughout the hall. The emperor, seated upon the throne, regarded the ministers with a flicker of his eyes, a cold snort escaping his nostrils. This was clearly a frame-up. Everyone knew that the 6th prince was greedy and lascivious. How could he possess the capability to betray the state? Furthermore, he was neither a general nor a commander. At most, he was merely an ordinary soldier. If the leader had fled, it might indeed shake the morale of the troops. The 6th prince was nothing more than a debauched youth, even if he ran away. How could he disturb the military spirit? It was evident that someone sought to exploit this situation to frame the 6th prince. However, the Emperor of Nanzhao had no intention of defending the 6th prince at this moment. According to the reports from Feng Bao, the 6th prince had suffered greatly in the Duke of State's residence and was likely already dead. On the other hand, someone had to take responsibility for this defeat. With 12,000 soldiers dead and 20 cities lost, countless civilians injured or killed, as the emperor, he had to provide an explanation to his ministers, to the fallen soldiers, and even to the people of the realm. Thus, the burden of this responsibility could only fall upon the 6th prince. There was no other choice. If one were to blame, they could only fault him for being born into the royal family. In an instant, the majority of officials, led by the prime minister, knelt on the ground, all beseeching the emperor to issue a decree for the execution of the 6th prince. Yet a few officials did plead for Li Chun, but their voices were scarcely heard. The emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, surveyed the ministers with a stern gaze. Although he had already made up his mind, the feeling of being coerced by his officials left him deeply unsettled. Particularly, the prime minister, his arrogant demeanor before the officials was quite displeasing to the emperor. Just as he was about to speak, a voice from outside the hall interrupted. "Your Majesty, the daughter of the Duke of State, Mu Ying'er, requests an audience." The emperor furrowed his brow, uncertain of Mu Ying'er's intentions. After all, he had already entrusted the 6th prince to her. However, he waved his hand. "Allow her to enter," soon, clad in military attire. Mu Ying'er entered the hall and bowed to the emperor. Mu Ying'er, preferring armor over finery, had previously formed a formidable cavalry force of 3,000 black riders during her father's lifetime. After the duke's death, the emperor, recognizing the loyalty of the duke's family, did not strip them of their military power, appointing Mu Ying'er as the deputy commander of the black riders, now standing in the court dressed in her military garb. She was both beautiful and formidable, exuding an aura of heroism that was strikingly captivating. This humble officer, Mu Ying'er, pays her respects to your Majesty. Long live the emperor, rise, the emperor commanded. After Mu Ying'er stood, she expressed her intentions. Your Majesty, yesterday you entrusted the 6th prince to my handling. The Mu family owes an insurmountable debt of gratitude to your Majesty. The emperor nodded, not rushing to speak, but waiting for Mu Ying'er's next words. Today, besides expressing my gratitude, I have another matter to request. I implore your Majesty to grant it. The emperor's expression softened, and he nodded again. Speak. Facing the emperor, Mu Ying'er continued, previously, your Majesty, in recognition of the Mu family's loyalty, had arranged a betrothal to the crown prince. However, it is now widely known that the crown prince has perished for the nation. I dare to request your Majesty to annul the engagement between myself and the crown prince. If possible, I humbly request your Majesty to grant me another marriage. As these words left her lips, the hall fell into a profound silence, the sound of a pin dropping audible. This was tantamount to courting death. The officials' expressions changed dramatically. None had expected Mu Ying'er to make such a demand. The crown prince had only recently passed, and yet Mu Ying'er was so impatiently seeking to annul their engagement. How could such a thing be done? Everyone knew that the betrothal was meant to honor the loyalty of the duke's family, and although they had not yet formally wed, was it necessary to act so swiftly after the crown prince's death? Meanwhile, the emperor of Nanzhao, seated on the dragon throne, clenched his fingers tightly under his flowing robe, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Mu Ying'er, his expression dark and foreboding. Mu Ying'er's public renouncement of the engagement was a direct affront to him as the father of the crown prince. To do so in front of everyone was equivalent to trampling the royal family's dignity into the dust. Furthermore, Mu Ying'er audaciously requested him to arrange another marriage for her. She possessed such audacity. You wish to annul the crown prince's engagement? Very well. You may request a new marriage as well. But which worthy individual does your Mu family have in mind? Feel free to share your thoughts with me. The emperor's voice resonated with an ominous tone. The officials in the hall held their breath, not daring to raise their heads. The residence of the Duke of the State is home to three heroic figures. Revered and emblematic within the military, Mu Ying'er is both stunningly beautiful and exceptionally graceful, her allure undeniable. Under ordinary circumstances, many suitors would undoubtedly vie for her favor. However, at present, Mu Ying'er has incurred the wrath of His Majesty. Who would dare to challenge the emperor's authority at such a time? At this moment, the ninth prince has suddenly raised his head, his gaze fixated upon Mu Ying'er, a spark of brilliance igniting in his eyes. He abruptly stepped forward, bowing deeply to the Southern Zhao Emperor. Your Majesty, if it pleases you, I humbly request your permission to wed Mu Ying'er. As soon as these words escaped his lips, the court erupted in astonishment. The ministers were left utterly shocked, unable to fathom that the usually composed ninth prince would make such a bold declaration. Was he not courting his own demise? The prime minister, observing the ninth prince, wore an expression of disbelief. Meanwhile, the Southern Zhao Emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, regarded the ninth prince with a piercing gaze. Why? He inquired coldly. Do you not realize she is your future sister-in-law? The emperor's voice was frigid, his words a stark reminder and a veiled warning. Yet the ninth prince stood resolute. He bowed once more, addressing the Southern Zhao Emperor. Your Majesty, I am willing to unite with the Mu family for 3 reasons. First, your imperial decree of marriage signifies the royal acknowledgement and endorsement of the Duke of the State. Even though my elder brother has perished in loyalty, royal grace cannot be severed. Thus, I am prepared to fulfill my elder brother's union with the Mu family. Second, the Mu family has long been a paragon within the military. Despite their tragic fate, my representation of the crown in this union is also a means to reassure the hearts of the generals. Lastly, as the Duke of the State is without male heirs, I am committed to supporting the Mu family. Should I and Mu Ying'er bear children, they shall be adopted into the Mu lineage, ensuring the enduring legacy of the Duke of the State as a perennial exemplar of the Southern Zhao. Throughout this exchange, Mu Ying'er regarded the ninth prince with a cold, scrutinizing gaze. The fox's tail has finally been revealed. Li Chen had foretold that those most eager to propose a marriage would undoubtedly be the architects of this scheme, or at the very least, closely connected to it. It was evident that the ninth prince was complicit in this affair. As the ninth prince concluded his statement, the entire assembly of ministers nodded in agreement. His words reflected a keen awareness of the broader implications, demonstrating commendable foresight. Even the Southern Zhao Emperor's expression softened, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes as he recognized the qualities of his younger self in the ninth prince: responsibility, perspective, and the courage to lead. Just as the Southern Zhao Emperor was about to speak, Mu Ying'er preemptively interjected. I must apologize, ninth prince, for I have already found mutual affection with the sixth prince, and thus cannot accept your kind offer. In an instant, the ninth prince was left speechless. Taken aback by the revelation of her connection with the sixth prince, he had been outshone by a mere wastrel. The ninth prince's face flushed crimson, as though he had been dealt a stinging slap. The court was equally astonished. Even the Southern Zhao Emperor's countenance shifted dramatically. He could hardly believe it. Anger surged within him as he recalled his earlier decision to betroth Mu Ying'er to the crown prince, only to learn that she was now enamored with the sixth prince. What a scandal this was for the royal family. When had this affair begun? When did you and the sixth prince develop such feelings? The Southern Zhao Emperor pressed Mu Ying'er, while the gazes of the ministers bore down upon her. Feeling the weight of the emperor's piercing scrutiny, Ying'er sensed the impending ruin of the Mu family's reputation. Yet if capturing the traitor who colluded with the enemy could be achieved, enduring some temporary shame would be worthwhile. Resolutely, she bowed once more to the Southern Zhao Emperor. Your Majesty, prior to your decree of marriage, I had already established a connection with the sixth prince that it was only due to the sudden engagement to the crown prince that I was forced to sever ties with him. However, now that the Mu family has lost its support, I dare to request your Majesty to grant my marriage. Upon hearing this, the Southern Zhao Emperor furrowed his brow, secretly relieved, at least it was not a continuous conspiracy. Otherwise, the royal family's reputation would be utterly tarnished. Yet, this was hardly a matter of honor. The Southern Zhao Emperor could not bring himself to issue another marriage decree. Addressing the ministers, he inquired, "Do any of you have objections to Mu Ying'er's request?" At this moment, the Prime Minister glanced at the Southern Zhao Emperor, his eyes flickering with cunning. He had always been at odds with the Duke of the State. Now that the Duke's family was clearly on the brink of collapse, their request to wed the sixth prince was a blatant attempt to secure temporary protection for their dignity. However, the sixth prince was embroiled in treason, and his own safety was precarious. Should the Mu family align themselves with the sixth prince, they risked plummeting into the abyss. A sardonic smile crept across the Prime Minister's face. He then turned to the Southern Zhao Emperor. Your Majesty, I support this marriage proposal, with the Prime Minister's endorsement. The other ministers quickly followed suit. We all concur. At this juncture, the ninth prince cast a sidelong glance at Mu Ying'er and spoke ominously. Since Mu Ying'er is already infatuated with sixth brother, I wish them both a lifetime of happiness and many prosperous offspring. After this public humiliation, the ninth prince had resolved that the sixth prince must perish, and the Duke of the State would meet the same fate. The Southern Zhao Emperor, seeing no dissent among the ministers, nodded at Mu Ying'er. Very well, I shall grant you the sixth prince, Li Chun, in marriage. As for how the sixth prince treats your family thereafter, I shall not interfere. With the emperor's decree, Mu Ying'er immediately knelt in gratitude. That I am deeply grateful, your Majesty. With the Southern Zhao Emperor's marriage decree issued, the court session concluded, and Mu Ying'er hastily returned, eager to confer with Li Chun regarding their strategic plans. Meanwhile, at the Duke of the State's residence, Li Chun sat in his study, poring over books. As a modern individual who had traversed time, he understood that the best way to comprehend a dynasty was through reading. Fortunately, the Duke of the State's library was extensive, predominantly filled with military texts, likely owing to the martial lineage, which was precisely what Li Chun needed. After a half-day's study, Li Chun had gained a general understanding of this dynasty. The Southern Zhao had indeed never existed in authentic historical records, with a lineage lasting barely a century. The territory comprised approximately 30 counties, roughly equivalent to a province in his former era. The social environment mirrored that of the Song dynasty, with commendable economic and cultural development. However, productivity and military prowess were significantly lacking. Consulting the geographical maps, Li Chun took a particular interest in the sites of recent conflicts, lamenting the loss of the 20 cities seized by the ancient Qing, which served as a crucial shield for the Southern Zhao. With the ancient Qing in control, they could strike southward at any moment, leaving the Southern Zhao defenseless. As Li Chun scrutinized the map, his attention ultimately settled upon a region known as Mingyue, which governed 7 subordinate territories and bordered the 20 cities. To counter the ancient Qing, Mingyue was the only viable option. However, a major concern loomed. Mingyue was rife with venomous creatures and miasma, and the indigenous populace was fierce and unruly, posing challenges to subjugation. Just as Li Chun pondered these matters, a peculiar fragrance wafted under his nose, sweet yet cloying. Where did this scent originate? No, this was not an ordinary fragrance. An alarm bell rang in Li Chun's mind, and he hastily covered his nose, but the potency of the drug overwhelmed him. As he stood, a wave of dizziness swept over him. In the next moment, he was horrified to find his body slipping from his control. Puff, puff, puff. A series of crashing sounds echoed as several silver needles were hurled in his direction. Li Chun attempted to evade, but his body no longer obeyed his commands, leaving him helpless as the needles pierced his acupuncture points. Moments later, a figure entered the room. Clad in a flowing pink gown, Her exquisite features radiated animosity toward Li Chun that a flicker of despair ignited in Li Chun's eyes. The intruder was none other than his second sister-in-law, Rong Xian. Hailing from the Valley of the Apothecary, she was the daughter of the Apothecary King, Rong's son, possessing unparalleled medical skills capable of reviving the dead. Yet what is even more terrifying is her mastery of poison. Once targeted by her, one is inevitably ensnared in a fate worse than death. Rong Xian, dismissive of any dialogue with Li Chun, reached out and seized him by the neck, dragging him away with unyielding force. Meanwhile, Ying'er had returned to the Duke of Zhangguo's residence, only to find no trace of Li Chun upon opening the door. In a state of urgency, she scoured every corner of the estate, yet still found no sign of him. Currently, Li Chun was inextricably linked to the Duke's household. Any subsequent actions relied heavily on him. Should anything befall Li Chun, the Duke's reputation would undoubtedly be tarnished beyond repair. Was it possible that he had fled? No, he had nowhere to run, nor any reason to escape. Had he been captured? A heaviness settled in Ying'er's heart. She hurriedly sought out the housekeeper to inquire about Li Chun's whereabouts. At that moment, the housekeeper, gritting his teeth, bore a look of malice. Just half an hour prior, that scoundrel had been seized by Miss Morong, who claimed it was to exact revenge for the second prince. Upon hearing this news, Ying'er's countenance shifted dramatically, her heart plummeting into despair, silently cursing her misfortune. Given the gravity of the situation, she had refrained from informing anyone about Li Chun's predicament. Rong Xian, ignorant of the truth and possessing extreme methods, could pose a grave threat to Li Chun's life. Did the housekeeper know where Rong Xian had taken the sixth prince? Although he was puzzled by Ying'er's sudden change in demeanor, he quickly divulged, Miss Morong has dragged Li Chun away, seemingly heading towards Yaowang Valley. Upon receiving this information, Ying'er wasted no time, swiftly mounting her horse and galloping away. What would typically require an hour's journey was now cut in half by her urgency. Upon reaching Yaowang Valley and inquiring about Rong Xian's location, she hastened towards the back mountain. The rear of the mountains served as the valley's poison refining ground, a place strictly off-limits to outsiders. However, Ying'er was no stranger. Her long-standing friendship with Rong Xian granted her passage without obstruction. Upon reaching the summit, she soon spotted Rong Xian, who stood atop a large stone, adorned in pink garments. Brandishing a vertical flute, her expression was fierce, her gaze as sharp as a drawn sword. As she played an unknown melody, below, in the depths of the pit, the ragged Li Chun lay immobile on the ground. Compounding the dire situation, countless centipedes, venomous snakes, scorpions, geckos, and toads, driven by Rong Xian's flute, surged toward Li Chun with crimson eyes, their tongues flickering hungrily, having already marked him as their next meal. The torturous method known as the 5 poisons devouring the body, an excruciating punishment that involved infusing the most potent toxins into one's flesh. Allowing the poisons to gnaw away until nothing remained but bones was not a method employed lightly. It was evident that Rong Xian's hatred for Li Chun ran deep as the poisons prepared strike. Ying'er shouted, "Stop!" Without time for extensive explanation, she thrust her hand forward, sending streaks of silver light racing toward the venomous creatures, swiftly eliminating those that approached Li Chun. Yet, given the overwhelming number of poisonous insects, they continued to swarm. With a leap, Ying'er reached Li Chun's side, wielding her spear to eradicate the remaining threats. Seeing her poisons being destroyed, Rong Xian's face darkened, and she lashed out at Ying'er. "You dare to destroy my 5 poisons." Ying'er positioned herself protectively in front of Li Chun and urgently called out, "Sister Xian, please hear my explanation. There is a misunderstanding." Rong Xian's eyes were icy. "Step aside. I must kill him today." With that, she emitted a sharp whistle, causing the poisons to become even more agitated, leaping about and emitting terrifying hisses, awaiting her command. The number of toxins here exceeded 10,000, and having been cultivated in Yaowang Valley, they were exceptionally vicious. Even she, faced with this tide of poison, would struggle to protect herself, let alone Li Chun. "Sister Xian, Li Chun is not the true culprit behind the deaths of the 3 princes. Someone has orchestrated this scheme, and I, Ying'er, would stake my life on it. At this declaration, Rong Xian narrowed her eyes, her movements momentarily faltering. Seizing the opportunity, Ying'er grasped Li Chen's collar and leaped, pulling him from the pit. The situation was not as it appeared. The battle at the Guchang battlefield had been manipulated by certain individuals, as Ying'er explained, and upon hearing the words left by the eldest prince, Rong Xian's murderous intent began to dissipate. After a prolonged silence, Rong Xian turned to face Li Chun, her expression complex. Did he not leave any words for me? Li Chun, his acupuncture points sealed, could only move his eyes, which now reflected a myriad of emotions that, in truth, the second prince and the third prince, like the eldest prince, had each given him instructions before their departure. Upon returning, if possible, he must take good care of their royal consort and protect her well. If he could take their place, it would fulfill their wishes, as none of the three had formally married her. Yet in the current situation, Li Chun found it impossible to voice those sentiments, mistaking his averted gaze for a lack of words. Rong Xian felt a pang of sorrow, tears spilling down her cheeks. Ying'er, witnessing Rong Xian's emotional turmoil, empathized deeply. However, this was not the time for grief. The priority was to unearth the mastermind behind the scheme and avenge the wronged, to redirect Rong Xian's focus. Ying'er recounted Li Chun's plan and the events that transpired that day in court. Rong Xian was left momentarily speechless, as the audacity of publicly requesting the emperor to annul the engagement and then asking him to betroth Li Chun was utterly shocking. She could only imagine the immense pressure the Mu family must bear. If anything went awry, the Duke of Ying'er's illustrious name would be irrevocably tarnished. Yet, Ying'er wore a bittersweet smile, recognizing it as a necessary stratagem to draw out the hidden hand, and fortunately, that person had finally revealed themselves. Who is it? The ninth prince, Li Mo, upon hearing that the mastermind was the ninth prince. Rong Xian's expression turned frigid, her aura radiating a chilling malice. Whoever it may be, I shall exact revenge. Rong Xian's hatred for the ninth prince burned intensely, leaving no room for his existence in this world. As she prepared to take extreme measures, Li Chun, struggling to make a sound, emitted muffled cries, drawing the attention of both women. Regaining her composure, Rong Xian swiftly removed the silver needles from Li Chun. Lifting the restrictions placed upon him, he, in turn, urged her, royal sister, do not act impulsively. For now, the ninth Prince Li Mo is merely a suspect. We lack any evidence to confirm his involvement, that if you strike at him recklessly, it could alert the enemy and bring calamity upon Yaowang Valley. As Li Chen spoke, Rong Xian's gaze sharpened. She understood the reasoning, but was unwilling to remain idle. She must avenge the second prince. What then was to be done? They could not simply wait idly. Ying'er, unable to contain herself, turned to Li Chun with a question. Looking at both women, Li Chun's eyes sparkled with determination. The best approach is to obtain evidence of his collusion with the Guchang people. Such a grand scheme must have left traces. If we keep a close watch on the ninth prince, we will surely uncover clues. As soon as he finished speaking, Rong Xian responded resolutely, I will go. I will keep an eye on the ninth prince. Li Chun and Ying'er exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. Whether it was Li Chun or Ying'er, their ambitions were grand. Only Rong Xian, who had seldom made an appearance in the capital and possessed certain skills, was the most suitable candidate to keep an eye on the ninth prince. Once the plan was established, they prepared to take action as they were about to part ways. Li Chen looked at Rong Xian's silhouette and made a special reminder. Second imperial sister-in-law. If no clues are found, it may be acceptable. However, if you obtain evidence of the ninth prince colluding with the ancient Chang people, do not hesitate to take appropriate actions. It is imperative to instill in him a sense of urgency, as if his schemes are on the verge of exposure. Additionally, remember, under no circumstances should you directly confront the ninth prince. Rong Xian furrowed her brow, and though she did not vocalize a response, she nodded in agreement. Ying'er escorted Li Chun back to the Duke of Zhengguo's residence to await further news, while Rong Xian concealed herself around the ninth prince's manor, closely observing his movements. As night fell, there was no sign of activity from the ninth prince's residence. He remained in his study. However, as midnight approached, Rong Xian noticed an anomaly. The side door of the ninth prince's manor silently swung open. Disguised in plain clothes, the ninth prince, shielded by two guards, evaded the city patrols and made his way to an ordinary courtyard on the outskirts of the city, due to the wall obstructing her view. Rong Xian could not discern what transpired inside. After the ninth prince had been inside for approximately half an hour, he finally departed with satisfaction. Rong Xian's brow furrowed in contemplation. Moments after the ninth prince's departure, she stealthily entered the dwelling. Knock, knock, knock. Upon opening the door, she encountered a man and a woman, both around 30 years old, dressed as farmers, appearing no different from ordinary folk. The farmer's wife slightly bowed to Rong Xian and inquired, "What brings you to our humble abode at this late hour? I noticed the lights were still on, and I thought you might be in need of water." Upon hearing this, the farmer shot a cold glance, seemingly ready to dismiss Rong Xian. However, the farmer's wife gestured subtly to him. With a warm smile directed at Rong Xian, she said, "Since you've come all this way, please come in and sit. I will fetch you a bowl of water." As she entered, Rong Xian noticed that both had thick calluses on their hands, and their temples bulged, their eyes gleaming with an unusual sharpness, indicating they were martial artists. Moreover, against one side of the wall in the room stood a storage cabinet filled with everyday supplies that a quick glance at the cabinet's base revealed signs of frequent movement. If her suspicions were correct, there was likely a hidden chamber behind it. The farmer's wife turned to ladle a bowl of clear water from a vat, but in the act of turning, she discreetly sprinkled some powder into the bowl, masking it with her body. Then, with a beaming smile, she presented the bowl to Rong Xian. "You must be weary from your journey. Please drink some water and rest." Rong Xian accepted without hesitation and drained the bowl in one gulp. As the couple observed her unguarded consumption of the water, a sinister smile crept across their faces, their pretense completely dropped. "You walk the path of heaven, but refuse to tread it. You seek to breach the gates of hell. Speak truthfully. Who sent you?" the farmer's wife asked menacingly. Rong Xian, however, remained silent, her gaze fixed on the farmer's wife, displaying a look of confusion. "Humph. You refuse to heed my warning. I shall tell you plainly. What you just drank was the 3 sounds deadly powder. After 3 counts, you will bleed from all 7 orifices and perish. 1, 2, 3, 4. The farmer's wife's voice echoed, yet Rong Xian remained unfazed, sitting calmly. They exchanged puzzled glances, both bewildered. The potency of that poison could fell a bull. So why did the woman before them show no signs of reaction? Trouble. Their scheme had been too blatant. The farmer's wife suddenly realized, hastily reaching for the knife at her waist. Yet, just as her hand grazed the hilt, a flash of silver from Rong Xian's hand revealed a small blade already embedded in the farmer's wife's neck. Clutching her throat, the farmer's wife stared wide-eyed, her body collapsing in defeat. The entire event transpired in the blink of an eye. The farmer, his complexion paling, smashed a nearby table with his palm and kicked up a long knife. However, just as he grasped the weapon, Rong Xian's sword was already poised against his throat. The farmer's face blanched in horror, frozen in place. Yet, the next moment, Rong Xian's shoulders shifted slightly, and he found his head descending closer to the ground, until he ultimately lost consciousness. Rong Xian then approached the cabinet, sword in hand, and with a swift motion, unleashed a sharp wave of sword energy that shattered the cabinet with a resounding crash. As the cabinet crumbled, it revealed a darkened chamber within, obscured by impenetrable shadows. Rong Xian stood silently at the entrance, making no immediate move, but in the next instant, a whooshing sound pierced the air as a long knife suddenly swung toward her face. Rong Xian shifted her stance, raising her sword to block, elegantly evading the blade's trajectory. Before long, a robust figure lunged at her. In mere moments, the assailant had unleashed over 10 strikes, yet none managed to touch Rong Xian. During the skirmish, she discerned the assailant's features. Although clad in the garb of the Southern Dynasty, the contours of their nose and eyes bore subtle differences. Furthermore, their knife techniques were distinctly not those of the Southern Dynasty, instead exuding a raw ferocity. After a flurry of 10 attacks, Rong Xian recognized the style. This was indeed the blade technique of the ancient Qing. A glint of resolve ignited in her eyes. The second prince had been slain by the ancient Qing. And today, she would ensure the demise of this ancient Qing warrior. Gripping the sword hilt tightly, she inhaled deeply and charged at the ancient Qing before her. In the blink of an eye, Rong Xian unleashed dozens of sword strikes, each aimed at the vital points of her opponent, forcing them to retreat in desperation. She pressed forward relentlessly, pouring forth her pent-up fury upon the ancient Qing. Within a single breath, her adversary was bloodied and battered, clearly unable to withstand her assault. With another swift strike, blood spurted from the ancient Qing's neck, and he fell to the ground in defeat. Rong Xian advanced, searching the chest of the ancient Qing, and indeed, she discovered a letter tucked within. The envelope, sealed with chicken blood, bore the inscription to my dear Wanyan. Rong Xian tucked it into her sleeve. Gazing at the lifeless bodies around her, she recalled Li Qin's words. Igniting a fire starter, the dwelling was soon engulfed in flames. Within moments, the sound of sirens echoed in the distance. Shortly thereafter, Rong Xian arrived at the Duke of Zhengguo's residence. Li Chun, Ying'er, and Rong Xian gathered together, their gazes fixated on the letter. Li Chun cautiously opened the envelope, revealing the ninth prince's handwritten correspondence inside. The contents expressed gratitude to the ancient Qing for their assistance, with the mention that the 20 cities were merely a token of thanks. Furthermore, he outlined a grand plan he intended to execute. Should it succeed, he was willing to divide the southern dynasty into northern and southern territories, governing them amicably across the river, forging an everlasting bond of friendship. This was not only a letter of appreciation, but also a letter of sycophancy, groveling before the ancient Qing, as they stared at the letter. The three were momentarily struck dumb, unable to comprehend the gravity of what they had just read. Although they had long harbored suspicions regarding the ninth prince, witnessing the very evidence of his treachery in his own handwriting was a bitter pill to swallow. He was a prince of the southern dynasty, yet he had become a traitor to the ancient Qing. Because of him, 3 princes had met their demise, over 120,000 soldiers had perished. 20 cities had fallen, and countless civilians had been reduced to a life of slavery, suffering unimaginable horrors. This vile creature, how could he possibly do such a thing? Ying'er exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Her fury barely contained as she clenched her fists and struck the table with force. If the ninth prince were present, she would undoubtedly take immediate action against him. Meanwhile, Rong Xian, with her eyes narrowed, remained silent, but the chilling aura emanating from her was palpable to all that Li Chun beside them. Furrowed his brow, deep in thought about the vast scheme mentioned in the ninth prince's secret letter. What could his plan entail? He has already caused the demise of 3 princes. It can only lead to rebellion. We must quickly take this letter to His Majesty. He will surely deal with the ninth prince. Ying'er's eyes burned with suppressed anger. However, Li Chun shook his head. It's futile. The letter merely suggests intentions without explicitly stating that the ninth prince intends to revolt. If confronted directly, the ninth prince could easily assert that the letter is a forgery. Moreover, Li Chun had lost faith in the southern Zhao emperor. Upon his return, he was immediately imprisoned without inquiry, despite knowing that Li Chun might perish at the hands of the Mu family. The southern Zhao emperor had nonetheless consented to his request for an apology to the Duke of National Stability. All the blame for the ancient Qing battlefield had been laid squarely upon Li Chun's shoulders. Thus, he did not believe that simply presenting this letter would prompt the southern Zhao emperor to vindicate him or punish the ninth prince. The best course of action would be to compel the ninth prince to reveal himself. He must execute his plan and initiate rebellion. Only then, with irrefutable evidence, could he be prevented from ever rising again. Futile? How could it be futile? Ying'er asked, bewildered. After a brief explanation from Li Chun, she began to comprehend, yet anxiety still lingered in her heart. What should they do now? They couldn't simply stand idly by. Could they? Ying'er anxiously questioned Li Chun once more. Li Chun met her gaze, a mischievous smile creeping upon his lips. In truth, upon reading the letter, a well-formed plan had already taken shape in his mind. We certainly won't do nothing. At the very least, we could disband the Black Cavalry to lend a hand to the ninth prince. At Li Chun's words, both women gasped in shock, exclaiming in unison, "What? Disband the Black Cavalry? Are you out of your mind? A glimmer of brilliance ignited in Li Chen's eyes as he gazed steadily at Ying'er and spoke slowly. Having burned down the civilian dwellings and acquired the secret letter, the ninth prince must already be aware that the conspiracy with the ancient Qing has been exposed. He has no way out but to proceed down this dark path. Thus, he must hasten his rebellion. Currently, aside from the 20,000 imperial guards stationed in the capital, the only formidable force left is the 3,000 black cavalry of the Duke of National Stability. These two military contingents pose a significant threat to his plans, and he will undoubtedly spare no effort to neutralize this danger, instead of waiting for him to act against the black cavalry. We should feign disbandment, sending him a false signal. When he truly rises in revolt and attempts to seize the palace, we can strike him down with the black cavalry. Listening to Li Chen, Ying'er suddenly understood, yet trepidation still filled her heart. The black cavalry was her father's lifelong dedication. He must not meet with any misfortune, if it were to fall into ruin under her watch. Her father would never forgive her, even in the afterlife. For a moment, she hesitated and gazed at Li Chen. "What do you intend to do?" Li Chen shook his head, wearing a wry smile that my reputation is already tarnished. "I am viewed as a traitor, and I have a natural conflict with the soldiers of the black cavalry." Ying'er's brow furrowed with concern. "Should we inform the black cavalry in advance?" she asked, filled with anxiety. Li Chen shook his head. "No need. If we notify them beforehand, the entire process will appear contrived, and we will not achieve the desired effect. We must ensure that the ninth prince cannot find any flaws. We only need to guarantee one thing: to be able to recall the black cavalry at a critical moment." Meanwhile, on the other side, rumors regarding Li Chen and Ying'er had begun to circulate wildly within the black cavalry, reaching a point that demanded resolution. Everyone knew that the sixth prince, Li Chen, had colluded with the enemy, leading to the defeat against the ancient Qing, the deaths of 3 princes, and the annihilation of 120,000 soldiers, resulting in the fall of 20 cities at the border. The Duke of National Stability, once a beacon of hope for countless soldiers, had instead sought personal gain by requesting the Southern Zhao Emperor to annul the engagement with the first prince in favor of Li Chen. The actions of Ying'er were both incomprehensible and unacceptable to the 3,000 black cavalry. Just then, they received word that the deputy commander Ying'er would be inspecting the black cavalry today, accompanied by Li Chen, inciting even greater outrage among the ranks. What is Li Chen? How dare he step foot in the black cavalry training camp? Allowing him to enter is a disgrace. Boom, boom, boom. The urgent sound of drums echoed, signaling assembly. After 3 beats, those who did not respond would face execution. Soon, all soldiers donned their armor, and within mere moments, the 3,000 black cavalry were mounted and ready on the battlefield. Each soldier stood a meter apart, arranged in rows and columns, fully equipped with long spears, exuding a formidable aura. Merely standing there, they exuded an overwhelming pressure. Shortly after, Ying'er, clad in military attire, along with Li Chen, arrived at the training grounds of the black cavalry on their steeds. As a long shout rang out, "Deputy Commander arrives." Upon entering the military camp, Li Chen's gaze remained fixed on the black cavalry. The combat effectiveness of an army could be discerned from their demeanor. Having once been a special forces commander, he possessed a keen intuition for assessing military capability. Observing the black cavalry before him, he couldn't help but silently commend them. These 3,000 black cavalry were well trained, clearly elite among the elite. Given their current individual capabilities, they could easily take on 10 foes. Under the conditions of the Southern Zhao, such combat effectiveness was commendable. Before long, Li Chen and Ying'er also mounted their horses and slowly approached the front of the black cavalry. Where 2 officers stepped forward to greet them, one officer halted 10 meters away from Ying'er and bowed respectfully. Reporting to the deputy commander, the 3,000 black cavalry have assembled. I am Zhang Weigewa, and I ask for your inspection. Excellent, Ying'er replied, her expression stern as she urged her horse forward to prepare for the inspection of the black cavalry. Li Chen followed closely behind, but after taking only 3 steps, Zhang Weigewa, who had reported to Ying'er, suddenly stepped forward and seized the bridle of Li Chen's horse. He glared at Li Chen, shouting, "Impudent! Who are you to enter the black cavalry training camp?" Abruptly halted, Li Chun frowned as he regarded the imposing Zhang Weigua, a faint smile playing on his lips. This general is accompanying Deputy Commander Mu. Zhang Weigua's cold stare met Li Chen's, a disdainful snort escaping his nostrils. Clearly, he held Li Chun in utter contempt. I don't care who you came with. This is the Black Cavalry training ground. Only those within the Black Cavalry ranks may enter. Li Chen's smile faded as he raised his whip, pointing towards Mu Ying'er. Then asked Deputy Commander Mu if I am permitted entry. Zhang Weigua, with a stern expression, retorted, Deputy Commander Mu hails from a military family. She knows the rules of the army well and would never allow someone like you to enter. However, before Zhang Weigua could finish a sentence, Mu Ying'er, with a composed expression, issued a direct command. Let him come over. Upon hearing Mu Ying'er's words, all the Black Cavalry soldiers were taken aback, unable to believe that she would give such an order. Especially Zhang Weigua, who still held the bridle of Li Chen's horse, stood frozen in disbelief. That it was well known that this was the Black Cavalry, the elite of the southern Zhao. Even if Li Chun and Mu Ying'er shared a close relationship, was it truly appropriate to allow such a scoundrel into the training grounds of the Black Cavalry? At that moment, a triumphant smile returned to Li Chen's face as he looked down at Zhang Weigua with a sense of satisfaction. Did you hear that? Zhang Zhihui, the associate commander, this is the order issued by Mu Zhihui. Now, please step aside, or else my whip shall fall. Zhang Weigua, left with no choice, reluctantly loosened his grip on the horse. At that moment, Li Chun deliberately urged his steed to slowly pass by Zhang Weigua, his eyes brimming with a triumphant provocation. Zhang Weigua's face flushed with anger, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Li Chun, wishing he could drag him down and beat him immediately. Another associate commander, noticing Zhang Weigua's unsettling demeanor, hurriedly stepped forward and tugged at his sleeve to prevent any rash actions. Mu Ying'er cast a glance at the reactions of the Black Cavalry, lowered her head, and feigned ignorance. I-Chen swiftly rode alongside Mu Ying'er, his head held high, strutting boldly at the forefront of the ranks. Arriving at the center of the battlefield, the designated spot for the commander's address. Mu Ying'er had yet to speak, while Li Chun, facing the soldiers, brazenly took the lead. Fellow Black Cavalry soldiers, I trust you are all aware of my identity. And for those who are not, allow me to introduce myself. I am your Vice Commander Mu Ying'er's husband, and you are all under my wife's command. Henceforth, we shall be comrades, soldiers who considered obeying orders their sacred duty, naturally would heed Mu Zhihui's words, but henceforth they would also be obliged to listen to me. Otherwise, they would face military discipline. As Li Chen's words resonated, a wave of unrest surged among the Black Cavalry. Setting aside Li Chen's identity, how audacious was it for him to address them so? What did it mean that they were to heed his commands? Who was Li Chun to command them? Zhang Weigua could no longer contain his frustration, stepping forward to confront Mu Ying'er, pointing at Li Chun with fervent agitation. Vice Commander, what is the meaning of this? As far as I know, he holds no position within the Black Cavalry. What right does he have to issue orders here? In an instant, all eyes turned towards Mu. Yet, she remained silent. Li Chun, however, turned his steed around, casting a mocking glance at the indignant Zhang Weigua. As the sixth prince of the Southern Dynasty and Mu Ying'er's husband, do I not have the right to join this humble Black Cavalry? Is there an issue with my commanding you? Zhang Weigua glared at the arrogant Li Chun, unyielding, and retorted with a furious shout. I am addressing the commander, not you. Li Chun shook his head. The response from your commander aligns with mine. Zhang Weigua, unconvinced, fixed his burning gaze upon Mu Ying'er, awaiting her confirmation. What he says is true. I petitioned the Ministry of War to allow Li Chun to join the Black Cavalry. Boom! This revelation exploded like thunder above the crowd. The 3,000 Black Cavalry soldiers stood dumbfounded. This was Li Chun, the first traitor to conspire against the nation, the one responsible for the death of 120,000 soldiers, a man with a tarnished reputation known to all. How could such a person be permitted to join the Black Cavalry? Zhang Weigua, facing Mu Ying'er, was momentarily rendered speechless. Vice Commander, this cannot be. Li Chun must not be allowed into the Black Cavalry. Zhang Weigua earnestly implored Mu Ying'er, desperate to sway her decision. The Black Cavalry was founded by the Duke of the State, a lifetime's endeavor, and he could not bear to see it tarnished by Li Chun. Yet, before he could finish, Li Chen's furious voice erupted. Zhang Weiguo, how dare you, a mere associate commander, question the vice commander's decision? If you wish to remain in the Black Cavalry, return to your ranks. If not, you may leave at your leisure. Zhang Weiguo was a seasoned veteran of the Black Cavalry, always charging to the forefront in battle. His contributions were remarkable. He had never endured such humiliation, especially in front of so many witnesses. Observing Ying'er's prolonged silence, he understood the truth. Turning to Li Chun, he seethed with rage. To associate with scum like you is a disgrace that I shall bear for 8 lifetimes. I quit. The Black Cavalry can perish under your command. Saying this, Zhang Weiguo forcefully tore the token from his waist and hurled it to the ground. Without a backward glance, he strode away, while another associate commander rushed to persuade him. But Zhang Weiguo paid no heed. Watching Zhang Weiguo's retreating figure, Li Chun smiled faintly. Then, turning to the remaining Black Cavalry, a sinister smile crept across his face. Zhang Weiguo has voluntarily resigned. What about you? Who else feels ashamed to serve alongside this prince? Depart quickly. Li Chun had been present for merely a quarter of an hour, yet his arrogance and disregard left many struggling to accept the reality. To hell with it. I quit. I quit too. Who wants to endure this indignity? Subsequently, numerous soldiers unbuckled their armor, casting it to the ground, striding out of the military camp. These Black Cavalrymen were the elite of the army. Each possessing their own pride and convictions, they would charge into battle without flinching, but they would not betray their innermost beliefs. With the departure of these soldiers, Li Chun cast a glance at Ying'er. At that moment, she trembled, her eyes reddened, tears threatening to spill over, yet she remained silent, fiercely suppressing her impulses. Ultimately, of the 3,000 Black Cavalry, fewer than 300 remained. Upon returning to the Duke of the State, Ying'er was engulfed in melancholy. Although she knew the dissolution of the Black Cavalry was merely a ruse, her heart ached nonetheless. Li Chun, however, smiled at Ying'er. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures are necessary. After we capture the 9th prince, the Black Cavalry will return to its former glory. Everyone will understand. Ying'er's expression was frosty as she glared at Li Chun. "I better turn out, as you say. Otherwise, I shall not let you off easily." After a moment, Li Chun seemed to contemplate a crucial question. Addressing Ying'er, "If an emergency arises, you should be able to summon them back, right?" Ying'er looked at Li Chun, exasperated, and coldly responded with 2 words. "Humph. No." Li Chun was taken aback, momentarily at a loss. After a while, Ying'er tossed a black iron token into Li Chun's hands. "This is my father's token." Regardless of their location or circumstances, upon seeing this token, they will return to the camp immediately. Meanwhile, at the 9th prince's residence, Li Mo paced anxiously in the courtyard. Shortly after his departure last night, news had arrived of a fire at a certain residence. Sensing trouble, Li Mo hastily dispatched someone to investigate. Indeed, amidst the ruins, 3 bodies were discovered. One had been struck by a hidden weapon, while the other 2 bore sword wounds. Upon hearing this news, Li Mo was thrown into a panic. These 3 were his spies in the capital, liaising with the ancient Qing people. Their deaths signified that his correspondence with the prince of the ancient Qing had also been seized. If this were made public or presented to Emperor Zhao of the South, he would be doomed to eternal damnation. Who could be behind this? Who sought to harm me? Could it be the 6th prince? Just as Li Mo was consumed by restless agitation, a cloaked figure rushed before him, kneeling on one knee. "Your Highness, the 9th prince, I bring urgent news. There have been significant changes with the Black Cavalry." Hearing this, Li Mo's attention shifted. "What changes?" The cloaked figure replied. "Today, Ying'er brought the 6th Prince Li Chun to the Black Cavalry's encampment. It seems the 6th Prince intends to take control of the Black Cavalry." However, a conflict arose with Associate Commander Zhang Weiguo, who, in a fit of rage, has withdrawn from the Black Cavalry. Other soldiers, discontent with the 6th Prince's demeanor, are also leaving in droves. This news struck Li Mo like a bolt of lightning, leaving him incredulous, questioning whether he was dreaming. This information verified. The man in black nodded repeatedly, affirming, "Indeed, According to our investigation, after Zhang Weiwei departed from the Black Riders' encampment, he returned home directly, shutting his doors to all visitors. The other Black Riders likewise followed suit. They either reunited with their families or sought alternative livelihoods, showing no signs of deceit whatsoever. The Ninth Prince's facial features contorted as he suddenly erupted into a wild laughter. He had long sought a way to deal with the Black Riders, yet had never found success. Unexpectedly, this useless sixth brother had inadvertently rendered him a great service. Ha ha ha, truly, the heavens are aiding me. With the Black Riders disbanded, he perhaps still harbored fears and concerns. However, now that they had dissolved, only the 2,000 Imperial Guards remained. Yet he had already meticulously arranged the deployment of the Imperial Army within the royal city. At this moment, his final reservations had all dissipated, allowing him to proceed without hesitation. He would seize the Emperor's throne. Immediately, the Ninth Prince's eyes gleamed with intensity as he issued commands to the man in black. Relay this prince's orders. The 30,000 bandits stationed in the outskirts of the capital shall launch an assault upon the city without delay. The greater the commotion, the better, as it is imperative to draw out the palace guards. Simultaneously, he commanded his personal guards and the 3,000 death warriors to prepare for an incursion into the palace at dawn. The man in black hesitated, glancing at the Ninth Prince. Should we not inform the other lords? It would be prudent to coordinate efforts. The Ninth Prince turned his head, his expression dripping with disdain. Those feckless fools are always second-guessing. What use are they? Tomorrow, upon the ancient Changwandian, I shall deliver them a most astonishing surprise. Upon hearing the Ninth Prince refer to himself as I, the man in black dared not speak further and promptly departed. Just as he stepped out, the Ninth Prince seemed to recall something. Wait, send word to Wang Fong, instructing him to bring his troops into the capital tomorrow. The officials in court need not be notified, but the garrison commander Wang Fong controls 10,000 troops and can serve to mitigate future troubles. Understood. The man in black accepted the order and hurried away. Meanwhile, the Ninth Prince clasped his hands behind his back, gazing at one side of his estate, a sinister smile creeping across his face. There, hanging, was a dragon robe, specifically tailored for him. Tomorrow, he would finally don it with pride. Soon, following the Ninth Prince's orders, within mere hours, a shocking piece of news swiftly spread throughout the streets of the capital. Reports emerged of a band of audacious bandits suddenly rising in the hills near the city, brazenly storming into town to plunder shops, slaughtering thousands of innocent civilians, and abducting countless women with brutal methods. The local authorities dispatched soldiers to apprehend them, yet these bandits showed no fear of capture, engaging the soldiers in a bloody street battle. They gruesomely displayed the severed heads of the soldiers, piling them up in the market square. This incident sent shockwaves throughout the realm. The audacity of entering the city to rob, pillage the populace, and even brazenly slaughter the imperial soldiers, culminating in such a vile display, was utterly intolerable. In no time, not only did the common folk petition for action, but high-ranking officials also submitted memorials, demanding the court employ severe measures to eradicate the bandits and restore public order. Faced with the pressing situation, the southern Zhao emperor hesitated but ultimately dispatched the 2,000 imperial guards stationed in the royal city. However, it was puzzling that by the time the imperial guards were fully prepared to depart, it was already afternoon. The citizens, witnessing the imperial guards marching out, erupted in jubilant cheers, proclaiming the emperor's benevolence. It seemed as though the mere presence of the imperial guards would spell the end for the bandits. And victory was within reach. Meanwhile, within the Duke of State's residence, Ying'er, clad in battle attire, exuded a fierce determination, gripping a red-tasseled spear. Her body trembled with rage, were it not for Li Qian's intervention. She would have dashed into the prince's estate to slay the Ninth Prince on the spot. Beside her, Rong Xian, dressed in a flowing white gown, leaned against a stone pillar, her arms crossed, her gaze radiating an icy disdain. For some time, she had been conducting a covert investigation into the Ninth Prince. The more she uncovered, the deeper her resentment grew towards the heavens for their injustice. How could the heavens allow such a wretched being as the Ninth Prince to remain alive? He had already caused the demise of 3 princes and the slaughter of 120,000 soldiers. Now, He resorted to using bandits to butcher innocent civilians and lure the imperial guards away, all to obliterate the last vestige of military strength in the royal city. If her suspicions were correct, the 2,000 imperial guards dispatched to eliminate the bandits today would surely meet their end. What could drive a person to become so ruthless, so utterly deranged? Meanwhile, Li Chun sat at table, his expression equally somber. He acknowledged that he had underestimated the Ninth Prince and the darkness of human nature. He never anticipated that the Ninth Prince could be so malicious to draw out the imperial guards. He had colluded with bandits to slaughter innocent civilians. Thousands of innocent lives have been lost in this horrific manner. Was the Ninth Prince truly this wicked? All for a mere throne. Could it truly hold such significance? To sacrifice so many lives for selfish desires? Was there no divine retribution for such actions? Likewise, Li Chun felt an intense fury towards the Southern Zhao Emperor's apathy. Did the Emperor truly remain oblivious to the Ninth Prince's clandestine manipulations after more than a decade on the throne? Didn't he possess even a shred of political sensitivity? Or had he not received any reports? Yet, why did the Southern Zhao Emperor refrain from taking any action? This was his own flesh and blood. These were soldiers who had shed blood for the nation. These were subjects who regarded him as their sovereign. How could they suffer such an inexplicable fate? Was he truly that indifferent? Was he genuinely so unmoved? The following day, as dawn broke, the courtiers gathered within the royal city. With the sound of 3 whip cracks, they filed in, entering the Golden Lawn Hall. Civil and military officials stood in 2 neat rows, awaiting the emperor's arrival. Like tea that moment, the Ninth Prince, Li Mo, stood at the forefront, staring at the dragon throne before him, his eyes ablaze with fervor and greed. The dragon throne was now merely 10 steps away. He had traversed this distance for so long. Across the vast realm, all lands belong to the king. All subjects by the shores are his ministers. That I am the law. I am the son of heaven. In a fit of rage, 100,000 may perish. With a single move, nations shall come to pay homage. What grandeur, what exhilarating fervor! Today he would ascend this throne, and no one could thwart him. The emperor has arrived. The courtiers knelt in reverence. Soon, a prolonged chant of greeting echoed throughout the hall. Moments later, the Southern Zhao Emperor, clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe and attended by several eunuchs, entered the grand hall and took his seat upon the dragon throne. All officials bowed in deference. Long live the emperor! Long live! Long live! Long live! Rise! With a wave of his hand, the Southern Zhao Emperor signaled for the courtiers to stand, and a nearby eunuch stepped forward, addressing the officials. If any have matters to present, speak now. If not, you may retire. Just as the eunuch finished speaking, a loud voice resonated from outside the hall. Criminal Li Chun requests an audience with your majesty. Upon hearing this voice, the courtiers were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances, questioning if they had misheard. The 6th prince? What business did he have here? Shouldn't he be languishing under Ying'er's torment by now? Meanwhile, the 9th prince, Li Mo, turned to gaze at the palace gates, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. His 6th brother had indeed come. The purpose of his visit to the hall today was to report on him. Undoubtedly, it was to intercept the confidential letter he had penned to Prince Wang Yan, seeking to absolve himself of blame. But was that truly of any use? In the face of overwhelming circumstances, everything was akin to dust. Today, his aim was to seize control of the world. How could he concern himself with such a trivial letter? Nevertheless, he held a modicum of respect for this elder brother. He had gone to great lengths to curry favor with Ying'er, all in a bid to gain control over the Black Riders. Yet it was ironic that he had ultimately bungled the operation. From 3,000 Black Riders, only 300 remained. What could 300 Black Riders accomplish? Did he truly believe they could topple him? With 1,000 personal guards and 3,000 death warriors already hidden within the royal city, he awaited the signal to strike. The 6th brother's arrival today was merely a path to his own demise. However, he was in a good mood today and was curious to see what amusement the 6th brother might conjure. Meanwhile, within the hall, upon hearing Li Chen's voice, the Southern Zhao Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly and waved his hand. I have entrusted Li Chun to the Mu family for their discretion. There is no need to meet with him today. The guards were about to turn away to relay the message when the 9th prince, seeing the southern Zhao emperor's refusal, stepped forward. "Father, since sixth brother has come, perhaps he bears important news to convey. I suggest granting him an opportunity," perhaps sensing the unusual tone of the ninth prince. He gazed at the prince before him, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. "If that is the case, then let him enter soon." The guards ushered Li Chun into the chamber. However, at that moment, a stunned silence fell over all present. Li Chun appeared clad in tattered armor, severely damaged, riddled with punctures and cuts, and stained with dark crimson blood, an evident remnant from the battlefield. The southern Zhao emperor regarded Li Chun's appearance with increasing gravity. What is the meaning of this, appearing before the court in armor? Li Chun first bowed respectfully upon entering the court. Then, addressing the southern Zhao emperor, he declared, "Your Majesty, I have come today to bring charges against two individuals." The court officials gasped in astonishment. Li Chun had come to lodge a complaint. Even the southern Zhao emperor furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. "Whom do you wish to accuse?" Li Chun raised his eyes to meet the southern Zhao emperor's gaze. "I accuse the current emperor, Li Zhaonan, and the ninth prince, Li Mo." The proclamation sent shockwaves through the court. None could have anticipated that Li Chun would dare to accuse the reigning emperor. Was he truly courting death? Bang! The southern Zhao emperor slammed his palm upon the table, his voice booming with fury. "You audacious wretch! You dare to accuse me! Tell me, what have I done to wrong you?" Li Chun, unfazed by the southern Zhao emperor's wrath, stood resolute. "Your Majesty, it is not I who have been wronged, but rather the three royal brothers who met untimely ends, along with the 12,000 soldiers who perished on the battlefield of Guchong. Following the defeat at Guchong, Your Majesty has neither investigated nor reflected, instead imprisoning the loyal minister who risked his life to return with news. This is the first transgression, allowing treachery to flourish. Colluding with the Guchong people, resulting in the leakage of state secrets, constitutes the second transgression, while seated in the capital with bandits rampant, leading to the suffering of the common folk. This is the third transgression." As Li Chun spoke, the courtiers turned pale, their faces etched with terror. How audacious was Li Chun's boldness! The emperor, as the sovereign, could scarcely be at fault. The blame lay solely with the ministers and the common people. Even if the emperor were at fault, the courtiers would only dare to hint at it subtly. None would dare, as Li Chun had, to openly enumerate the emperor's transgressions before all present. It was tantamount to courting death. At this moment, hearing Li Chun enumerate the emperor's 3 grave errors, the ninth prince could not help but smirk. It must be said, his sixth brother was indeed bold. He had been seeking an opportunity to force the old emperor to abdicate. And now the sixth brother had unwittingly provided him with the perfect pretext. The ninth prince felt increasingly certain that allowing the sixth brother to enter the court was the right decision. Meanwhile, the southern Zhao emperor's expression twisted with rage, his eyes flashing with fury. After ruling for so many years, it was the first time anyone had dared to openly accuse him in the court. He was the emperor, the sovereign. Did this rebellious son truly wish to challenge his authority? Immediately, the southern Zhao emperor commanded, "Guards, where are you?" A few guards, responding to the command, rushed in from the entrance. "Seize this madman." Just as the southern Zhao emperor issued the order, Li Chun interjected, "Father, the laws of the southern Zhao state that those who dare to speak in court shall not be punished, and those who dare to offer counsel shall not be punished. Does father not permit the guilty minister to finish his words?" The southern Zhao emperor seethed with anger, astonished that the sixth brother, this wayward son, would invoke the laws of the southern Zhao. The late emperor had indeed expressed a desire for the court to be lenient, proclaiming that he would govern alongside the ministers of state, and had issued edicts stating that those who spoke openly in court would not face punishment. However, such proclamations had merely been inscribed in law. No one had ever dared to truly test them. Yet here stood the obstinate Li Chun, the first to do so. At this moment, the southern Zhao emperor's expression contorted, his eyes ablaze. "What more do you wish to say, rebellious son?" Li Chun faced the southern Zhao emperor. "I have just stated that I wish to accuse 2 individuals. I have only accused one thus far. And the second individual I wish to accuse is the ninth prince, Li Mo. It is because of Li Mo's treachery and betrayal that we suffered defeat at Guchang, leading to the deaths of 3 royal brothers and the souls of 12,000 soldiers lost. Li Mo's collusion with the Guchang people, plotting against the throne, is an unforgivable crime. I implore your majesty to punish him severely. With this declaration, a profound silence enveloped the court, and one had anticipated that Li Chun would shift the blame for the defeat at Guchang onto the 9th prince. Who was the 9th prince? A figure of great vision, a prince esteemed for his dedication to the nation, even praised by the Southern Zhao emperor himself. And who was Li Chun? Merely a dissolute prince who had squandered his time in the capital before joining the campaign. How dare he attribute such a grave accusation to the 9th prince? At this moment, the 9th princely M.O. remained composed, his hands resting in his sleeves, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. 6th brother, do you truly believe anyone will believe your words? As a powerless prince with no authority, do I possess the capability to collude with the Guchang? Look around. Can you find a single official who would lend credence to your claims? It matters not whether they believe or not, for I possess tangible evidence. Li Chun, confronting Li Mo, produced an envelope from his bosom. Before his untimely demise, the elder brother instructed me to return and inform father that there are traitors in the court, who must be eradicated. For several days, I have had people surveilling you, and, at last, I have obtained a significant discovery. This letter in my possession is the proof of your treachery, a secret missive addressed to the Guchang Prince Wanyan. What do you have to say now? Then, Li Chun opened the envelope, displaying the contents for all to see. Those who have seen the 9th prince's handwriting may compare and ascertain whether this is indeed his own. As Li Chun spoke, the crowd leaned in to scrutinize the letter, whispering among themselves, "It resembles his handwriting perfectly. The details are eerily accurate." At that moment, the Southern Zhao emperor's expression darkened, and he gestured for the chief eunuch to approach. The eunuch hurried down the steps, taking the letter from Li Chun's hands and presenting it to the Southern Zhao emperor. The Southern Zhao emperor examined the letter multiple times, his expression growing increasingly grim. After a prolonged silence, he shifted his gaze from the paper to the 9th Prince Li Mo. The 6th Prince claims this is correspondence between you and the Guchang. What do you have to say for yourself? In response to the Southern Zhao emperor's inquiry, the 9th Prince showed no sign of panic, his hands remaining folded within his sleeves. He then addressed the Southern Zhao emperor. Father, who do you choose to believe? Him or me? If I were to claim I have never penned such a letter, would you believe me? In the capital, there are dozens, if not hundreds, of skilled forgers. Accuse me based solely on a letter that anyone could forge is an overly juvenile tactic. With the 9th Prince's nonchalant words, doubts began to dissipate among the crowd. Initially, some had harbored suspicions regarding Li Chun, but now, with the 9th Prince's rebuttal, they increasingly believe that Li Chun sought merely to absolve himself of blame, fabricating evidence to frame the 9th Prince. As the 9th Prince spoke, the Southern Zhao Emperor appeared to share this sentiment, regarding Li Chun with a degree of irritation. A mere letter proves nothing. Do you have any other evidence to substantiate your claim against the 9th Prince? Upon hearing the Southern Zhao Emperor's words, Li Chun realized that his father remained unconvinced, despite presenting the elder brother's jade pendant and the 9th Prince's own correspondence. They still did not believe him. Li Chun was at a loss, pondering whether it was their folly or his own misfortune. 6th brother, do you possess any evidence? If not, you ought to return promptly and avoid further embarrassment here. Li Mo, standing nearby, mocked him with a sardonic expression. In an instant, all eyes were once again fixed upon Li Chun, anticipating that he would fall utterly silent. Even the Emperor of Nanzhao shook his head at Li Chun, wishing to have him removed from the scene. However, at that moment, Li Chun suddenly raised his head, his eyes ablaze as he confronted the Emperor. With a thunderous roar, he declared, "Evidence? I have it." Li Chun swiftly turned and approached the 9th Prince, seizing the fabric of his garments and yanking it forcefully. With a resounding rip, the outer layer of clothing was torn away, revealing the regal attire beneath. Li Chun then turned to face the Emperor of Nanzhao. "Father, do you see this? Do you still believe I am merely causing a ruckus?" The crowd was rendered speechless, utterly astonished to discover that the 9th Prince was clad in a dragon robe, identical in style and grandeur to that of the Emperor himself. The yellow robe, woven from ancient Qing silk, was adorned with 9 five-clawed dragons and the coiling dragon on the chest, symbolizing the eternal stability of the realm. Was particularly resplendent in that moment. Everyone stood frozen, their minds completely paralyzed, especially the emperor, who gazed at the ninth prince with a look of disbelief, his expression vacuous. Old Nine, you possess extraordinary audacity, draped in a dragon robe. Do you truly intend to usurp the throne? Panic swept through the courtiers, particularly the chancellor, who stood beside the ninth prince, shocked beyond measure. Yet at that moment, the ninth prince, Li Mo, revealed no hint of trepidation despite being exposed. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings with a hint of languor, slowly speaking. Initially, I meant to toy with you all a bit longer. I did not anticipate my scheme would be unveiled so swiftly. How dull. Truly dull. Upon hearing the ninth prince refer to himself as I, the courtiers' expressions shifted dramatically. It must be noted that this term could only be used by the emperor to refer to himself. And now the ninth prince had employed it without hesitation. The intentions of usurpation were laid bare. While the crowd remained in a stupor, Li Mo strolled over to Li Chun and shook his head. Sixth brother, oh sixth brother, I cannot decide whether to commend your cleverness or chastise your foolishness. Would it not be better to live quietly in the Duke of State's residence rather than create such an uproar in court? Tell me, should I kill you or spare you? At that moment, Li Chun glared at Li Mo with icy disdain. Do you truly believe that donning the dragon robe grants you the right to ascend the throne? You are hopelessly deluded. Li Mo regarded Li Chun with a mocking glint in his eye. And who, pray tell, do you think can thwart my ambitions? I will tell you plainly, the imperial city has been surrounded by my people. Now that everyone is present, it is only fitting that we bear witness together. With that, Li Mo produced a wine cup that had been concealed within his sleeve. With a forceful slam, he shattered it upon the ground, the sound echoing sharply. Instantly, a cacophony of footsteps filled the air from outside the hall. The palace gates swung open, revealing a throng of armored soldiers converging from all directions, followed closely by numerous cloaked assassins, all armed and advancing towards the central square. The two factions coalesced in the square outside the grand hall, blades raised, and they shouted in unison. The glint of their weapons dazzled the eye, while their thunderous voices reverberated throughout the square. The courtiers, witnessing the spectacle, were struck with horror, some even trembling uncontrollably. They had never anticipated that the usually unassuming ninth prince would truly conspire against the throne. Moreover, they were aware that the palace guards had been redeployed, leaving no one to counter the rebellion. Could it be that a change of dynasty was imminent? Seeing his own troops and assassins fully assembled, the ninth prince was filled with unrestrained elation, having finally torn the veil of pretense. Pointing at the courtiers, he proclaimed, "Now, I offer you a chance. If you submit to me, I shall elevate your ranks and double your stipends, ensuring your descendants enjoy everlasting prosperity. However, should you refuse to align with me, I will personally send you to your demise. You have 1/4 of an hour to contemplate your choice," as the ninth prince spoke. The faces of the courtiers turned ashen, their eyes brimming with terror. Having instilled fear among them, the ninth prince then turned his gaze towards the emperor of Nanzhao. "I extend to you a similar opportunity. If you are wise, write a decree abdicating the throne to me, and I shall honor you as the grand emperor." Glaring at Li Mo, the emperor's expression darkened, his body trembling with rage. "What if I refuse to abdicate?" Hearing the emperor's words, the ninth prince erupted into laughter. "Refuse to abdicate? If you do, I shall have no choice but to send you on your way as well. The outcome will not change. I shall still issue a decree in your name, proclaiming my ascension to the imperial throne. After all, history is written by the victors." As the ninth prince stood before him, the emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, felt a chilling murderous intent arise within him. His voice dripped with an icy undertone. "Old Nine, do you truly believe that your rebellion will succeed? Do you think I possess no means to counter you?" The ninth prince, either oblivious to the emperor's murderous intent or indifferent to it, was resolute. Today, he would ascend the throne. "Father, since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." At that moment, the ninth prince turned to face the 1,000 palace guards and 3,000 assassins in the square, bellowing, "Come forth! Let the emperor meet his end!" With the ninth prince's command, the palace guards and assassins surged forward towards the hall. Yet, at that instant, Li Chun raised his hand, and a concealed arrow was swiftly released. Whoosh! The shrill whistle of the arrow cut through the air, echoing throughout the square. Simultaneously, the thunderous sound of iron cavalry charging approached. In the midst of the chaos, boom! Kill them! The gates surrounding the square burst open, and amidst the rising dust, a multitude of black-clad riders charged into the square. Leading them was Ying'er, clad in white armor. At that moment, Ying'er wielded a spear, riding a warhorse, while 3,000 black riders advanced from various gates to encircle the assassins in the square. With a swift motion, Ying'er drove her spear through the throat of a palace guard, who had not yet managed to bring his weapon down. His blade fell from his grasp as he crumpled lifelessly to the ground. With a single sweep of her spear, surrounding assassins were gravely wounded. The black riders behind her launched a fierce assault on the palace guards and assassins. Though only 3,000 strong, they were the elite of the elite. Fully armed, they dominated the vast square, rendering even a force of 10,000 unable to withstand their might. The courtiers, witnessing the arrival of the black riders as reinforcements, collectively sighed in relief. The black riders, sixth brother. So this was your scheme all along. At that moment, the ninth prince stared at the black riders, his expression dark and foreboding. It dawned on him that he had been outmaneuvered by Li Chun. The black riders had not been disbanded. They had been lying in wait, anticipating his act of rebellion. As the black riders executed their relentless charge, the palace guards and assassins under the ninth prince's command were utterly outmatched, as the traitors began to crumble under the onslaught. The ninth prince let out a derisive laugh. Ha ha! At that moment, the ninth prince suddenly threw his head back and let out a prolonged laugh. His demeanor bordering on madness, he extended his hand. Pointing at Li Chun before him, "Oh, you truly believe that your black riders alone could determine the outcome?" He exclaimed. "You are gravely mistaken. Even if the black riders were to slay every last soldier of the estate and the 3,000 death warriors, it would amount to naught. I still possess a trump card." As Li Chun regarded the deranged ninth prince, an alarming intuition struck him, making him realize that he might have overlooked certain details. Just then, the ninth prince bellowed once more at the throne, directing his ire at the emperor of Nanzhao, who had been seated there all along. "Guards," he commanded, "seize him at once," with the sound of Li Mo's voice echoing through the hall. The palace guards, who had been standing by, sprang into action. Even the eunuchs who had been attending the emperor dropped their trays in an instant, drawing their blades as they advanced on the emperor. The swiftness of their actions left the court members no time to react, and within mere breaths, the emperor of Nanzhao found himself restrained by the eunuchs on either side, a knife pressed against his throat. Witnessing this, Li Chun's expression shifted dramatically. Though the black riders were formidable, the situation had unfolded too abruptly, rendering any attempt to rescue the emperor futile. "Old Six, do you see? What does your black riders matter now? As long as the emperor is in my grasp, I can still control the situation." With the ninth prince's taunts ringing in his ears, Li Chun's countenance grew increasingly grim. He had considered all possibilities. Yet he had not foreseen that even those closest to the emperor would be swayed by Li Mo. Even the guards in the hall were under Li Mo's influence. But did the emperor truly have no preparations in place? Had he been so easily captured? While he had not anticipated the betrayal of the emperor's attendants, it did not mean that Li Chun was unprepared. Currently, his eldest sister-in-law led the black riders to control Li Mo's estate soldiers and death warriors in the square, while he engaged Li Mo in the hall. However, his sister-in-law, renowned for her medical expertise and mastery of poison, had not yet appeared, precisely to deal with such unforeseen circumstances. Li Chun subtly lifted his gaze to where his sister-in-law had long been lying in wait within the hall. She had already signaled him, as soon as he gave the order, she would swiftly intervene to regain control of the situation. While it might prove challenging to subdue so many guards, rescuing the emperor posed no difficulty at all. Just as Li Chun was about to signal his sister-in-law, the emperor, with the blade at his throat, suddenly sighed, fixing his gaze on the ninth prince. "Old Nine, must we truly descend to this between father and son?" Yet the ninth prince, looking at the emperor, became even more unhinged. "Silence, you old fool. Were it not for your indulgence, were it not for your covert support, I would not have reached such a state. It is you who have always sought to play the game of checks and balances, you who have been the true villain." Upon hearing Li Mo's words, the emperor's expression darkened. He glared at the ninth prince, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Just then, the emperor's voice thundered. "Where are the tiger guards? Execute these traitors on the spot." With the emperor's command, the situation took a sudden turn. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh from the shadows surrounding the palace. Numerous hidden arrows were unleashed, striking true at the treacherous eunuchs and palace guards. In the blink of an eye, those who had participated in the rebellion collapsed to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Following that, a fully armed contingent clad in golden armor surged into the hall, positioning themselves firmly before the emperor, providing him with steadfast protection. These tiger guards numbered around 500, robust in stature, wielding sharp blades, exuding an aura of lethal intent. It was clear that they had undergone rigorous trials of life and death. For their presence alone commanded respect and instilled fear. The overall strength of these tiger guards was even slightly superior to that of the Black Riders, as everyone beheld the formidable assembly. Expressions of shock and disbelief swept across their faces, and one had anticipated that the Emperor of Nanzhao possessed such an ace up his sleeve. When had he quietly assembled such a force? The ninth prince's face turned ashen. Not only did the court officials remain oblivious to the emperor's secret creation of the tiger guards, but even he, as a prince frequently traversing the palace, had been unaware of their existence. Had he known, he surely would have taken precautions. In Li Mo's mind, the emperor was merely a foolish monarch obsessed with balance. Yet now, he realized he had underestimated the emperor's cunning. He had not anticipated the depth of his strategy. The sudden appearance of the tiger guards left Li Chun momentarily dazed. However, he soon recollected that a ruler who had commanded the court for over a decade could not be easily manipulated by a mere prince. As he observed the court falling under control, the emperor of Nanzhao turned his wrath upon Li Mo. "You ungrateful wretch, why do you not kneel before me?" Li Mo shook his head defiantly in response to the emperor. He had been driven into a corner. Even if he begged for mercy now, the emperor would not spare him. His entire being was consumed by madness and rage. "Ha! You dog of an emperor. You may have your hidden cards, but I too have my own. I can bribe the palace guards, I can sway the eunuchs. Do you think I cannot influence the guards of Jingzhou? Let me be frank with you. Commander Wang Fong of the Jingzhou Guards is approaching the capital with 10,000 men. What do your 3,000 Black Riders matter? What do your 500 Tiger Guards matter? They shall all perish." At that moment, the Emperor of Nanzhao, seated upon the dragon throne, regarded the ninth prince with a hint of mockery. "You may have bribed the Jingzhou Guards, but have you considered where my imperial guards were yesterday when they left the city?" As the emperor's words fell, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Especially Li Mo, who staggered slightly, nearly losing his footing. He had clearly seen the imperial guards depart the city last night. Had he not? Were they not heading toward the mountain bandits? Were they instead targeting the Jingzhou Guards? Even Li Chen's eyes widened in realization that he finally understood why the imperial guards had only exited the royal city in the late afternoon, near dusk. Their objective had not been the mountain bandits in the outskirts, but rather to confront the Jingzhou Guards. The cover of night was the perfect disguise. Indeed, this was the Emperor of Nanzhao. In response to the rebellion of the Ninth Prince, he had not been unprepared. Rather, he had been meticulously planning all along. But if he had been prepared all along, did he truly remain unaware of the events that transpired on the ancient Chang battlefield? Why had he imprisoned Li Chun upon his return? If he had been ready, why had he allowed his 3 elder brothers to perish and 100,000 soldiers to be buried in the sands of war? Was it merely for the sake of balance? To eliminate the threats posed by the other princes to the throne? If this were the case, the implications were truly terrifying. In that instant, a chilling dread surged within Li Chun. The emperor's mind was far too intricate, far too profound, evoking an overwhelming sense of fear. At that moment, a voice rang out from outside the hall. The commander of the imperial guards, Zhao Rui, requests an audience. The emperor nodded in acknowledgement. "Admit him." Soon after, a fully armored general strode into the hall. it was none other than Zhao Rui, the commander of the imperial guards. He entered with a bloodied head in his grasp, kneeling before the emperor. "Your Majesty, the traitors have been completely suppressed. The head of the traitor Wang Fong has been severed. Please inspect it." With that, Zhao Rui raised the head high before his chest, allowing all to see Wang Fong's severed head. However, the emperor of Nanzhao waved his hand with a look of disdain. "What an ill omen! Dispose of it, chop it into pieces and feed it to the dogs. Furthermore, issue a decree. Exterminate Wang Fong's entire clan. Effective immediately." Zhao Rui's expression remained impassive as he knelt to receive the orders. The emperor's gaze ultimately settled upon the ninth prince in the hall, his eyes filled with a chilling, murderous intent. "Old Nine, do you have anything left to say?" At this moment, the ninth prince's complexion was ashen, his countenance betraying an unsettling mixture of fear and trepidation. His legs trembled violently, seemingly unable to support his own frame. And ultimately he stumbled, collapsing onto the ground. Observing the ninth prince curled up on the floor like a wretched dog, Emperor Nanzhao let out a cold snort from his nostrils. He then turned his gaze towards Li Chun. "I did not anticipate that this wretched ninth prince would secretly conspire with the ancient Qing people, leading to the demise of your 3 royal brothers and the deaths of 120,000 soldiers. And now, he dares to audaciously plot for the throne. It is indeed a heinous crime. I am aware of your enmity towards the ninth prince, and now I bestow upon you the authority to decide his fate. How do you wish to deal with him?" At this moment, upon hearing Emperor Nanzhao's words, Li Chun felt a jolt of surprise. The emperor was exceedingly cunning. He had swiftly shifted the blame for the defeat against the ancient Qing onto the ninth prince's shoulders. Then, under the guise of his own vendetta, he had granted Li Chun the power to determine the ninth prince's fate. Was this truly an attempt to allow him to vent his frustrations? Clearly not. Whether for colluding with the ancient Qing or for treason, the ninth prince's guilt was beyond reproach. Yet why did Emperor Nanzhao deliberately transfer this power to Li Chun? His true intention was to shift the negative repercussions of executing the ninth prince entirely onto Li Chun. After all, the ninth prince's biological mother was Consort Rong, whose brother was the prime minister, the highest-ranking official in the court. Moreover, the ninth prince had an elder brother, the fourth prince Li Rui, who was known for his ruthless disposition. Emperor Nanzhao spoke. All eyes in the hall turned to Li Chun, as if he were the one who held the power to decide the ninth prince's fate. That moment, a sudden commotion erupted from outside the hall, followed by the entrance of a disheveled lady. Her clothes in disarray, she had rushed in so hastily that she had left her shoes behind. Everyone's astonishment. It was none other than Consort Rong. Behind her, a figure hurriedly followed, revealing the fourth prince Li Rui. Upon entering the hall, Consort Rong quickly knelt before Emperor Nanzhao. "Your Majesty, please forgive my son. Ying'er is but a child who does not understand, having committed such a grave mistake. I implore your Majesty to grant him another chance. He has always been a dutiful child." As Consort Rong spoke, Li Rui hastily knelt before Emperor Nanzhao as well. "Father, please forgive him. It is entirely my fault for not disciplining him properly, which has led to this grievous error. I beseech you, Father, to show mercy and grant my younger brother a chance at life." Following the kneeling of Consort Rong and the fourth prince, Prime Minister Rong furrowed his brow, glanced at the prostrate ninth prince, shook his head, and eventually knelt as well. "Your Majesty, please show mercy. The ninth prince may have been incited by treacherous individuals to commit such an unthinkable act. I implore you to consider familial bonds and grant him another opportunity." As the Prime Minister knelt, many civil and military officials exchanged glances and followed suit, kneeling in unison, although a few remained standing. They were but a minority. The majority of ministers knelt in silence, their presence weighing heavily in the air. Beneath the expansive sleeves of Emperor Nanzhao, his hand gripped the dragon throne tightly. Preoccupied with other affairs, he had largely delegated the management of state matters to the Prime Minister. At this moment, he felt the weight of the Prime Minister's power more acutely than ever. To dare plead for a traitor's life, did this not indicate that they held him in contempt? Or was the Prime Minister deliberately demonstrating his authority? Such audacity was intolerable. More infuriating still were these ministers, who had clearly aligned themselves with the prime minister in this matter. If they could plead for a traitor today, would they not attempt to pressure him tomorrow? Emperor Nanzhao's icy gaze lingered upon the prime minister for an extended moment. Yet he ultimately swallowed his indignation. For now, he could not afford to sever ties with the prime minister, as he still wielded a dagger of his own, one he could use to eliminate his enemies. Maintaining a facade of composure, he feigned nonchalance. You have sought the wrong person for this matter. As you have all heard, I have entrusted the handling of this situation to my sixth prince. Li Chun, whatever Ying'er decides, I shall abide by. He then turned his attention back to Li Chun, as if to ensure he understood the gravity of his words. Ying'er, do you comprehend my intentions? With the emperor's declaration, all eyes once again fixated on Li Chun, who felt an acute sense of discomfort. The ploy of using another as a scapegoat was exceedingly transparent, yet Li Chun understood that should he truly petition for the execution of Li Mo, the wrath of consort Rong, the fourth prince, and the prime minister would undoubtedly descend upon him. Lacking power and influence, and without any backing, how would he navigate the storm of their combined enmity? However, Li Chun also recognized that in the depths of his father's heart, the death of the ninth prince was a foregone conclusion. After all, in his eyes, familial bonds and father-son relationships paled in comparison to the supremacy of imperial authority. The ninth prince dared to covet the throne. His fate was sealed. Death awaited him. Moreover, for Li Chun, if the ninth prince were not eliminated, how could he avenge his three brothers? How could he seek retribution for the 120,000 soldiers lost in battle? How could he reclaim the 20 cities lost and the citizens enslaved by the ancient Qing? And what of the thousands of innocent lives recently slaughtered by bandits? How could he avenge such a blood-soaked grievance? Despite the overwhelming pressure, certain principles must be upheld. The ninth prince must die today. Without hesitation, Li Chun knelt on one knee before Emperor Nanzhao. Your Majesty, Li Mo, for his selfish interests, colluded with the ancient Qing, leaking military intelligence, resulting in catastrophic losses for the southern dynasty. Furthermore, he now plots rebellion, defying the sovereign. If Li Mo is not executed, it would fail to uphold the law of the land. If Li Mo is not executed, it would not quell the public outrage. I humbly request, execute Li Mo. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Emperor Nanzhao sighed in relief. Consort Rong fainted, her eyes rolling back in shock. The fourth prince Li Rue glared at Li Chun, his eyes glinting with malice. The prime minister remained silent, yet a palpable chill radiated from him towards Li Chun. Gazing at Li Chun, Emperor Nanzhao feigned sorrow and waved his hand dismissively. Very well, since you were so resolute, I shall strip the ninth prince, Li Mo, of his royal status and have him executed publicly outside the Wu Gate. What does it mean for the sixth prince to be resolute? Is this not merely a matter of adhering to the law? Just as Li Chun stepped forward to argue, several tiger guards advanced, seizing Li Mo and dragging him away. Soon after, a piercing scream echoed through the hall. And moments later, a tiger guard returned, holding the bloody head of Li Mo aloft. In that instant, Li Chun felt the weight of numerous cold, piercing gazes fixate upon him, lingering for what felt like an eternity. Without needing to look or ponder, he knew those gazes belonged to the fourth prince and the prime minister's faction. Now that Li Mo had met his end, it was time for him to leave the capital and gather strength. Just as Li Chun prepared to voice his request for an official title from Emperor Nanzhao, the emperor turned his gaze towards him, revealing a glimmer of appreciation. Ying'er, you have endured humiliation in prison without complaint, and today you have brought the Black Riders into the palace to save me, thereby achieving a great feat. You have done well. I shall reward you handsomely. I intend to appoint you to a position in the court, to further hone your skills, and in the future, you may shoulder even greater responsibilities. What do you think? As Emperor Nanzhao spoke, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly of ministers. This was clearly an indication that he valued Li Chun and intended to cultivate him for future prominence. The current emperor had not established a crown prince, and among the many princes, only the first prince had held a military position. The others held no real office. Yet now, Emperor Nanzhao spoke of placing Li Chun in a prominent position within the court for training. What was the purpose of such cultivation? It might very well be that he wished for Li Chun to ascend to greatness in the future. Currently a prince, he could potentially become the crown prince of the Southern Dynasty, the future heir to the throne. Indeed, upon hearing the words of Emperor Nanzhao, the fourth prince's eyes darkened with a chilling intensity. Even Minister Rong, gazing at him, emanated a palpable aura of lethal intent. At that moment, Li Chun lifted his gaze to meet the emperor's, his brow furrowed, as a bone-chilling coldness enveloped him. Had it been earlier, he might have felt gratitude towards Emperor Nanzhao. However, after witnessing the emperor's methods, Li Chun's awareness had deepened that he no longer believed that Emperor Nanzhao would genuinely nurture him, nor did he trust that the emperor would allow him to ascend to the position of crown prince. In his eyes, the emperor's statements were merely a guise to elevate him as a pawn against the minister. Over the years, the minister's power had grown increasingly formidable. The ninth prince had committed numerous deeds, and it was inconceivable that the minister remained unaware. Thus, it was evident that the emperor had thrust him into the limelight to counterbalance the minister's influence. The minister had been entrenched in the court for over a decade, his connections woven intricately. How could one man contend against such a force? Was it merely through sheer bravado? Perhaps with a stroke of luck, he might achieve victory once or twice. But should fortune turn against him, he would find himself teetering on the brink of an abyss. Li Chun held no expectations for his father. He was certain that upon his failure, Emperor Nanzhao would readily cast him aside. After all, in the emperor's eyes, only power and the throne mattered. Any paternal affection was but a mere fraction. Moreover, the emperor's proclamation had effectively painted a target on his back for a prince to vie for the throne. He must first eliminate the competition. This would inevitably lead to factions rallying their forces, while Emperor Nanzhao could remain in the shadows, orchestrating a delicate balance, leveraging each side against the other. Truly, this old emperor was profoundly cunning, deeply scheming, and utterly ruthless. Li Chun resolved that he must not fall into this trap. He needed to distance himself from courtly affairs and cultivate his strength in silence. When he was finally capable, he would return to the capital, at which point he would no longer be beholden to anyone, nor would he have to heed the whims of others, nor be subject to the emperor's manipulations. Thus, Li Chun knelt before Emperor Nanzhao and offered a respectful bow. That I am deeply grateful for the emperor's kindness. In truth, I have come to the court today to present a matter of great importance. I humbly seek the emperor's permission. Hearing Li Chun's words, Emperor Nanzhao did not dwell on them too much. Believing that Li Chun was already within his grasp, he regarded Li Chun with a hint of benevolence. What is it? Speak freely. Li Chun, with utmost respect, bowed once more. I humbly request, Father Emperor, that as I have now reached adulthood, in accordance with ancestral customs, it is time for me to receive a fief. I have come to implore the emperor to bestow upon me a territory. This. Emperor Nanzhao's expression shifted dramatically, a glint of sharpness igniting in his gaze. He had never anticipated that Li Chun would audaciously refuse him. In the emperor's view, if he meant to cultivate Li Chun, should he not express immediate gratitude? Now, instead, he sought to request a fief. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that he harbored some hidden support? Otherwise, given Li Chun's capabilities, he could not possibly have orchestrated such a meticulously calculated request. The suddenness of the plea was too remarkable to be without guidance. Instantly, the tone of the emperor grew chillingly cold. Who taught you to speak thus? Do you not wish to serve the nation? Do you not wish to alleviate my burdens? Facing the emperor's suspicion, Li Chun prostrated himself once more. That I assure you. Father Emperor, this is my sincere desire. Free from the influence of others, I merely wish for the emperor to grant me the fief of Ying'er. Upon receiving this land, I shall earnestly strive to serve, safeguarding the borders in gratitude for the emperor's nurturing. Upon hearing this, the officials were astounded, their expressions shifting. Even Emperor Nanzhao was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Li Chun's request for such a desolate region. He had anticipated that Li Chun would seek a prosperous territory, at the very least a moderate one, yet none had expected Ying'er. What kind of place is Ying'er? It is inhabited primarily by barbaric tribes. A land unrefined, often populated by convicts. That is a tumultuous area, one the court is reluctant to engage with. The officials assigned to govern, there are frequently mere figureheads, unable to exert any real control. The notion that Li Qian would seek to govern Mingyue was perplexing at this moment. Emperor Nanzhao's surprise was evident as he fixed his penetrating gaze on Li Qian. "Tell me, why have you chosen Mingyue?" Li Qian once again bowed before Emperor Nanzhao. "Father Emperor, my desire to venture to Mingyue stems from a wish to guard the borders of our southern dynasty. Currently, due to treachery, we have lost 20 cities, and the Guchong people could invade at any moment through these cities, which are contiguous with Mingyue. If developed, Mingyue could effectively exert control over these cities. Moreover, Mingyue stands as the southern dynasty's strongest ally against the Guchong. Therefore, I firmly insist on my desire to go to Mingyue, and I humbly request the Emperor's approval." Emperor Nanzhao regarded Li Qian with unwavering intensity, evidently not fully convinced by his response. Compared to Li Qian's previous frivolous demeanor, his current earnestness was strikingly different. The Emperor suspected that Li Qian was withholding the complete truth. "I ask that all. Are there no other motivations?" Li Qian understood the Emperor's lingering mistrust and spoke candidly. "Father Emperor, my yearning for Mingyue is indeed driven by personal motives. The traitors within the court have been exposed. Yet my mission remains unfinished. My 3 elder brothers rescued me from the jaws of death. How could I simply bask in comfort in the capital? I shall never forget the sight of my eldest brother being slaughtered while escorting me to safety. I will always remember my second brother, riddled with arrows as he helped me escape. I can never forget my third brother, who fell before me, lifeblood spilled, eyes wide in death. My life was spared by them, and I vow to avenge them." Li Qian's heartfelt proclamation resonated throughout the Grand Hall, stirring a wave of emotion among the courtiers. Many elder officials watched him, their eyes glistening with tears. Even Emperor Nanzhao, seated upon the dragon throne, regarded Li Qian with a complex mix of emotions. After a moment of reflection, Emperor Nanzhao gazed at Li Qian. "Are you aware that Mingyue is rife with venomous creatures? Plagued by miasma, its land barren, bordering the sea, beset by the 7 factions within and rampant pirates without, it is hardly an auspicious destination. Moreover, the situation is different now. You know that a month ago, when 120,000 troops were dispatched, the court was already overwhelmed. Grant a fief now would leave us without military resources or financial support." Li Qian immediately responded, "I am aware of the court's difficulties, and thus do not seek financial aid. Only the Emperor's permission to establish a base and governance." Observing Li Qian, Emperor Nanzhao's expression was intricate. Him granting Mingyue was feasible. It was merely a wretched piece of land. The authority to establish a base could also be granted, as it posed no threat from afar. However, Emperor Nanzhao desired to hear the opinions of his ministers. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to his advisors and asked, "What are your thoughts on the 6 princes' request for a fief?" At the Emperor's words, the surrounding ministers began to whisper among themselves. Soon, it was the minister Rong who stepped forward, bowing before the Emperor. This old minister believes that the 6th prince's request for Mingyue is indeed commendable. As is well known, Mingyue is a remote land, its people unrefined, that if a prince were to go there, personally educating and developing the region, the populace would surely acknowledge the benevolence of our southern dynasty. Furthermore, the 6th prince's presence in Mingyue would serve as a testament that we have not forgotten the soldiers who sacrificed their lives in the battle against the Guchong. Safeguarding the borders, this act would greatly inspire our soldiers, demonstrating our resolve to reclaim lost territories. Truly, it is a noble endeavor. Therefore, I support the 6th prince's journey to Mingyue and implore your majesty to grant your approval." Hearing Minister Rong's endorsement, a cold smirk crept across Li Qian's lips. It seemed that Minister Rong harbored a profound animosity towards him, wishing for nothing more than to see him eliminated. "If I were in Kyoto, the Prime Minister might hesitate before taking action against me. However, once I leave the capital, should he wish to strike, it would be a matter of mere simplicity. My proposal to depart the capital from Mingyue plays directly into his hands." It is evident that Emperor Nanzhao has discerned the Prime Minister's intentions, and a glint of sharp awareness flickers within his gaze. As the foremost among the officials, the Prime Minister commands the loyalty of many courtiers who are his former students. Once he expresses his stance, the surrounding ministers naturally echo his sentiments. Although some officials harbor doubts, they remain silent, as Li Chun bears no connection to them, observing that all the ministers have voiced their positions. Coupled with Li Chun's initiative to request a title, which does not encroach upon my core interests, this becomes a mere matter of facilitating his ambitions. Ultimately, Emperor Nanzhao nods in agreement. Very well. Since you wish to journey to Mingyue, I shall bestow upon you the title of King of Mingyue, granting you the authority to establish a residence, appoint officials within your domain, and manage financial matters without interference from a court. With the first goal achieved, Li Chun immediately expresses his gratitude to Emperor Nanzhao that I humbly thank my father, the emperor. Yet, I have one more humble request. I beseech your gracious approval. The emperor casts a glance at Li Chun, his expression softening slightly. Speak your mind. Li Chun addresses Emperor Nanzhao. Father, as I possess neither funds, provisions, nor troops, and given the long journey to Mingyue fraught with potential troubles, I seek your permission to be granted the Black Riders. Upon hearing Li Chun's desire for the Black Riders, Emperor Nanzhao's countenance suddenly hardens. His previously placid eyes become sharp and piercing. The command of troops has always been a forbidden topic for him, especially the Black Riders, the elite among the elite. He had intended to reclaim the command of the Black Riders after this matter. Yet unexpectedly, Li Chun now seeks their authority. Gazing at Li Chun, who kneels before him, Emperor Nanzhao's eyes blaze as they scrutinize him intently. Meanwhile, Li Chun remains composed, betraying no sign of unease. Emperor Nanzhao surveys the ministers and suddenly notices the historian beside him diligently recording notes. A thought strikes him that if his son were to embark on this mission without funds or troops, how would the world perceive him? How would history record this? Furthermore, he already has the Tiger Guards at his disposal, rendering the Black Riders somewhat redundant. Moreover, Li Chun speaks the truth. The journey is riddled with unpredictable risks. Particularly, given Emperor Nanzhao's understanding of the Prime Minister, there is a possibility that Li Chun might encounter danger along the way. After all, he is my son, and whether out of imperial authority or a father's compassion, Emperor Nanzhao cannot bear the thought of Li Chun suffering a tragic end on this journey. Yet, if he were to grant the Black Riders to Li Chun, the Emperor is filled with trepidation. What if Li Chun, armed with the Black Riders, were to stage a coup amidst chaos? After a long deliberation, he finally inquires, when do you plan to set forth? Li Chun bows his head. I intend to depart 3 days hence. Emperor Nanzhao's gaze sharpens as he regards Li Chun, shaking his head. 3 days is indeed a brief span. Even with the best intentions, success is not guaranteed. After a pause, he gestures towards Li Chun. Very well, I shall allocate the Black Riders to your command, permitting your journey to Mingyue. However, the Black Riders have always esteemed strength above all. Should you fail to command them, I can offer no assistance. Upon hearing Emperor Nanzhao's words, Li Chun's heart leaps with joy. The Emperor has indeed entrusted him with the Black Riders. In this tumultuous era, possessing the Black Riders is tantamount to securing a foundation for his future. Li Chun immediately bows deeply to Emperor Nanzhao. I shall undoubtedly uphold your reputation. Father, soon. With this matter resolved, the court session concludes, and Li Chun makes his way towards the Duke of Zhengguo's residence. With only 3 days left before leaving the capital, time is of the essence. He is devoid of funds and provisions, and the Black Riders have yet to be fully subdued. There remains much to accomplish. As he pushes open the door and enters the Duke of Zhengguo's residence, a sudden sense of alarm courses through him. Out of the corner of his eye, he catches a glint of silver rapidly approaching his face. Li Chun hastily retreats a few steps, steadying himself to see that it is none other than the Empress Dowager. Her face a mask of fury, wielding a spear aimed directly at him. In the courtyard, the second Empress Dowager, Rong Xian, stands on the platform with an equally frosty expression, her gaze fixed coldly upon him. As he retreats, Li Chun hurriedly calls out, Your Highnesses, is there a misunderstanding? Ying'er, her face flushed with anger, relentlessly advances with her spear, showing no mercy. You scoundrel, we were truly blind to trust your deceitful words. To unconditionally believe and cooperate with you. You may have cleared your name and been granted the title of prince, but you cannot deceive me. Mingyue and the ancient Qing kingdom are not aligned. Your so-called national defense, is but a ruse. Moreover, Minuet is sparsely populated and barren. How can one expect to raise an army there? In the capital, one can easily recruit troops and resources that, if vengeance is your aim. Why not utilize the resources available here? You are clearly using the pretext of revenge to secure your own prosperous life. Furthermore, why should the Black Riders, painstakingly established by the Duke of Jinghua, be taken away by you? Faced with Mu'er's incandescent fury, Li Chun suddenly realizes her misunderstanding. Seeing her thrust the spear towards him, he does not flinch as her spear nears his throat. It ultimately halts just in time that Li Chun addresses Ying'er. Will your highness permit me to explain? Ying'er, still fuming, keeps her spear poised, but does not advance. What more do you have to say? Li Chun shakes his head, looking at both Ying'er and Rong Xian, that I have not deceived either of you. I must insist on going to Minuet, if you wish to know the reason. Please accompany me to my study. Without waiting for their reactions, he strides towards his study. Ying'er and Rong Xian exchange glances before following him. Upon reaching the study, Li Chun lays a topographical map on the table, pointing to the location of the ancient Qing capital, then to the 20 captured cities, and finally to the position of Minuet. Your highnesses, observe here, this is the location of the ancient Qing people. Here is Minuet, and these are the 20 fallen cities. These 3 locations form a triangle. The reason I seek the title of Minuet is that it is pivotal in controlling the ancient Qing's southward advance. If the ancient Qing were to launch an attack on the southern dynasty, the 20 cities would be a crucial passage. We could effectively launch a counterattack from Minuet against them. However, due to the marshy terrain and miasma in Minuet, we need not fear a counterstrike from the ancient Qing, which presents a significant geographical advantage. Upon hearing this, Ying'er lets out a cold snort, her gaze still fixed on Li Chun. What does this have to do with your vendetta? This is merely a pretext to curry favor with Emperor Nanzhao. Li Chun shakes his head, pointing again at the location of Minuet. Your Highness, you are mistaken. If Minuet can send troops to the 20 cities, it can also deploy against the ancient Qing. Our forces from Minuet can maximize both time and space. More importantly, Minuet possesses the potential for sustainable development, allowing it to be self-sufficient and resilient, independent of external influences. Hearing this, Ying'er turns her head to glance at the map, following Li Chun's reasoning. Soon, a gleam of understanding brightens her eyes. After all, she is a daughter of a military family. Familiar with strategic geography, with just a few hints, she grasps the concept rapidly. However, her doubts remain unassuaged. The issues of personnel, resources, and materials have not been thoroughly addressed. Minuet is still a desolate land, and Li Chun's earlier assertions seem like castles in the air. At this moment, Li Chun appears to sense Ying'er as concerns, and speaks again that in fact, during this time, I have thoroughly reviewed extensive materials regarding Minuet at the Duke of Jingua's residence. While outsiders may perceive Minuet as barren, devoid of vegetation and grain, I believe this condition indicates that beneath its surface lie abundant mineral resources, iron, ore, silver, gold, all of which are the foundation of our ambitions. Moreover, even if the lands beneath our feet are devoid of minerals, it matters not, for Minuet lies by the sea, blessed with bountiful marine resources and extensive trade routes, which can undoubtedly furnish ample support for our ascendants. The 2 imperial sisters should ponder, if we were to amass a substantial fortune, would we still fret over a lack of allies? Furthermore, although the lands of Minuet are veiled with venomous insects and miasma, once we expel the pests and cleanse the atmosphere, what remains is nothing short of fertile territory. At this moment, as they listened to Li Chun's words, the 2 women stood rooted in place. Utterly astonished, they had not anticipated Li Chun's foresight to be so comprehensive. Minerals and the ocean, an inexhaustible source. If what Li Chun states is true, then Minuet is far from a barren expanse. Rather, it is a genuine treasure trove of fortune. The envisioned transformation of Minuet is truly captivating. Gazing at Ying'er and Rong Xian before him, Li Chun let out a sigh. The 2 imperial sisters ought to comprehend that discovering the traitors within the capital is merely the first step toward vengeance. The second step is to develop Minuet and establish our own dominion, thereby laying the groundwork for retribution. Only upon solidifying this foundation can we embark on the third step. utterly vanquishing the ancient Qing people. My 3 imperial brothers risked their lives to send me away from the battlefield. This second chance at life is a gift from them, while they rest eternally upon the ancient Qing battleground. How could I revel in luxury within the capital? Thus, this vendetta must be avenged. The political landscape in the capital is intricate. My father would never permit us to amass power, Limo, and the 4th prince. Li Rue, along with Prime Minister Rong, are all in cahoots, conniving with the ancient Qing people, and they are undoubtedly implicated in this matter. Mingyue is sufficiently distant, rendering the court's influence ineffectual there. Hence, if we wish to achieve true vengeance, we must venture to Mingyue. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Ying'er and Rong Xian were visibly moved, a touch of shame washing over them as well. Before Li Chen's explanation, they had indeed not contemplated such depths. Reflecting on it now, Li Chen is a prince. He could bask in the wealth and glory of the capital. His sudden proposal to journey to Mingyue is solely for the purpose of avenging his 3 imperial brothers. Yet they had the audacity to harbor doubts about him. Ying'er gazed at Li Chen, her expression somewhat awkward. Her pride rendered her at a loss for words of apology. Li Chen smiled at the 2 women and waved his hand. There is no need for concern. It is my fault for not clarifying earlier. Just as Li Chen's voice faded, Ying'er suddenly faced him. What if I accompany you to Mingyue? Li Chen furrowed his brow. Regarding Ying'er, it would be ideal for you to accompany me. But what then becomes of the Duke of the State's residence? Ying'er shook her head, letting out a long sigh. Team matters not anymore. I'm the last remaining member of the Duke's household. Even if I stay in the capital, I would struggle to uphold the grandeur of the Duke's estate. However, should I accompany you to Mingyue and vanquish our foes, perhaps I could restore the glory of the Duke's household. Moreover, as the deputy commander of the Black Riders, my presence in Mingyue would be entirely justified. After hearing Ying'er's words, Li Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, her assistance would alleviate many burdens. At that moment, Rong Xian, observing the 2, also spoke up that I too can accompany you to Mingyue. Upon hearing Rong Xian's declaration, both Li Chen and Ying'er were taken aback. After all, Mingyue lies 1,000 miles away, and Rong Xian is but a woman. Would it not be too arduous for her to accompany them? Furthermore, despite her reputation as a healer, her own health is not particularly robust. At this moment, Rong Xian faced the 2, gently shaking her head and letting out a soft sigh. He lies in eternal rest upon the battlefield, in that cold earth. I must bring him back. Moreover, with Mingyue's abundance of miasma and venomous insects, my assistance would be invaluable in cleansing the land. Hearing Rong Xian's words, Li Chen's expression brightened immediately. Previously, he had pondered requesting method from the 2 imperial sisters to eradicate the pests and miasma. And now that one of them intends to accompany him, it could not be more fortuitous. Li Chen, not one to be overly sentimental, promptly rose and bowed to the 2 imperial sisters for this endeavor. I extend my heartfelt gratitude. The 2 women waved their hands, signaling that he need not be so formal. With Ying'er and Rong Xian now resolved to accompany Li Chen to Mingyue. His burdens had significantly lessened. However, numerous challenges still loomed ahead. Although the Southern Zhao Emperor had granted Li Chen the authority to establish a foothold in Mingyue, this was akin to drawing an enticing prospect that could not be realized. The most pressing issue now was how to survive the journey to Mingyue. What do you plan to do now? Ying'er straightforwardly inquired of Li Chen. Li Chen furrowed his brow in contemplation, remaining silent for a moment. There are 2 matters of utmost importance before we depart. First, I must secure the allegiance of the Black Riders. Their combat prowess is crucial both on the journey and upon our arrival in Mingyue. And I require an utterly loyal force. The second matter is that I wish to pay a visit to the 3rd imperial sister. After all, I owe her an explanation regarding this endeavor. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, both Ying'er and Rong Xian's expressions turned solemn. Her greatest concern was indeed the matter of the Black Riders, as Li Chen had previously disbanded them, leaving a rather unfavorable impression among the soldiers. Moreover, the Black Riders place great emphasis on strength. If Li Chen cannot present some means of authority, discussions of loyalty become futile, especially now, with the need to take the Black Riders to Mingyue, a place so far from home. The soldiers may not be so willing. As for the third imperial sister, it is indeed necessary to visit her. Chun's third imperial sister originally hailed from a noble family, hoping to rise to prominence through union with the third prince, only to have her prospects dashed by his untimely death. The noble family subsequently altered their attitude toward her, and it is said that she is not faring well now. After a moment of silence, Ying'er addressed Li Chun. I cannot intervene on your behalf with your third imperial sister, but regarding the Black Riders, I can seek out Zhang Wei with that on one hand. It aligns with the emperor's decree. On the other, I believe they will understand once I clarify the situation. Li Chun shook his head in response. That would be futile. Coercion is but one aspect. If their hearts are unwilling, the desired effect may not be achieved. Moreover, the Black Riders are martial by nature. To compel their complete submission, I must demonstrate true prowess. What do you intend to do? Ying'er could not help but inquire. The Black Riders revere martial strength. I must subdue them through absolute power. I will require a night to prepare, and I believe that with this preparation, securing the Black Riders should pose no significant challenge. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Ying'er hesitated, but ultimately chose to place her trust in him. That I have some matters to attend to and plan to head to the military camp tomorrow morning to secure the Black Riders. You two imperial sisters can attend to your own affairs for now. Hearing Li Chen's words, the two women nodded in agreement. With 3 days until departure, time is indeed of the essence, since they have resolved to journey to Mingyue. Both women must also make their own preparations. Just as Rong Xian was about to step out, Li Chun suddenly called out to her. Second imperial sister, please wait. I have another request. Rong Xian furrowed her brow, surprised by Li Chen's sudden appeal, yet she nodded in acquiescence. What is it? Li Chun faced Rong Xian. Before leaving the capital, I wish to make a trip to the outskirts. I would like to ask you to draw a detailed map of the outskirts of the capital. Upon hearing this, Rong Xian frowned once more. The outskirts? Is that not where the bandits descended just days ago to plunder the common folk? Li Chen nodded affirmatively. Very well. Upon receiving Li Chen's confirmation, Rong Xian did not press further and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Ying'er, having emerged from the study, felt a wave of concern wash over her, as she had not heard Li Chen's arrangements regarding funds and provisions. The expenses for over 3,000 people's sustenance on the journey would be considerable, and given that the Southern Zhao Emperor had shown no intention of allocating funds, she would have to rely on her own means to gather military expenses. The Duke of the State's household has always been comprised of military generals, and thus, wealth has not been a primary concern, leaving little in terms of financial reserves. Aside from this grand estate, there are only a few remaining fields and shops, which Ying'er plans to liquidate entirely. A rough calculation suggests that this would suffice for over 20 days of military expenses, as for the remaining costs for the 10+ days of travel. She would have to devise another plan. The following morning, as the sun rose in the east, casting its brilliant rays upon the land, the weather was exceptionally fine. Li Chun and Ying'er emerged simultaneously from their respective chambers. A glance at Li Chun revealed Ying'er's pallid complexion, her eyes sunken and hair slightly disheveled, clearly a testament to a sleepless night. Yet the excitement in her gaze was unmistakable. Li Chun waved a bow-like object in his hand toward her. Inquiring, "Is it ready?" Ying'er returned his gaze, echoing his question. With a nod, he urged, "I would be honored if the royal sister-in-law would accompany me to the Black Cavalry camp." Observing Li Chen's fervor, Ying'er stifled the counsel she had nearly voiced. After pondering throughout the night, she had been unable to devise a foolproof method for Li Chun to win over the Black Cavalry. Now, all that remained was to assess the situation on site. She promptly ordered her attendants to bring forth 2 horses, and together they set off towards the camp of the Black Cavalry. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the Black Cavalry, the news of Ying'er's liquidation of the Duke of the State's estate to fund military expenses had already stirred a considerable uproar. The Duke's residence was now left with but a solitary woman desperately holding the fort. Yet, the whispers of the royal sister-in-law resorting to the sale of property to support Li Chun's expedition to Mingyue had ignited a veritable tempest. Was Li Chun not a prince? Had he not been granted the title of King of Mingyue? Had he not boasted before the emperor that he would not require a single grain from the court, thus preserving his dignity? Yet now he found himself relying on a duke's estate, reduced to a mere woman, for military funding. Such audacity from the king of Minuet was truly remarkable. Giddy up! Soon enough, Li Chun and Mu Ying'er arrived at the Black Cavalry camp. Having already received orders, they encountered no obstacles and smoothly entered the main encampment. However, the officer Zhang Weigua, who came to greet them, regarded Li Chun with a distinctly unfriendly demeanor, although the previous misunderstanding had been resolved. The recent incident involving Li Chun deceiving the Duke's estate into selling off its assets only deepened Zhang Weigua's disdain. "I salute the deputy commander." Zhang Weigua addressed Mu Ying'er with a bow, entirely omitting any gesture of respect towards Li Chun. "Deputy commander, have you yet to pay your respects to the king of Minuet?" Mu Ying'er, wishing to prevent any further deterioration in relations, interjected with an admonition. Zhang Weigua merely scoffed, offering a perfunctory wave of his hand towards Li Chun, dismissing him with a semblance of acknowledgement. Li Chun regarded Zhang Weigua with a faint smile. "That it seems, deputy commander, that you harbor some discontent towards me?" Zhang Weigua shrugged, his response laced with indifference. "Not at all. His Majesty has commanded us to escort the king of Minuet to his destination, and we shall, of course, comply. However, we are merely fulfilling our duty of escorting. As for other matters, I trust the king of Minuet will handle them himself." Upon hearing Zhang Weigua's words, Mu Ying'er's expression shifted, and she opened her mouth to chastise him, but Li Chun gestured for her to remain silent. "I have heard that in the military, strength commands respect. That it appears the deputy commander is dissatisfied with my presence. Why not engage in a contest to settle this?" Zhang Weigua's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of sarcasm evident in his gaze. "A contest? What if you win? What if you lose?" Li Chun replied with a calm smile. "Should the deputy commander prevail, the Black Cavalry shall not proceed to Minuet. Should I win, then all of the Black Cavalry must heed my command." Upon hearing this, Zhang Weigua's eyes narrowed, a flash of intrigue crossing his face. To be honest, had it not been for the orders of the Southern Zhao Emperor, he would have no desire to venture to Minuet, especially not under the command of notorious wastrel prince. The thought alone was somewhat vexing. "Is that truly your word?" "Indeed, it is. And how shall we compete?" "We shall play 3 rounds, the best of 2 wins. The first round will be close combat, the second will be marksmanship, and the third will be tactical command." A smirk appeared on Zhang Weigua's face. He had initially anticipated that Li Chun would challenge him in other disciplines, yet he was taken aback by these 3 choices as a deputy commander within the Black Cavalry. These were precisely the areas in which he excelled. "King of Minuet, as a noble, you possess delicate skin. Should you be injured during our contest, it would not reflect well. How about I allow you to win 2 rounds? If you manage to defeat me in one, I shall concede you the victory. What say you?" Li Chun shook his head in refusal. "There is no need for such concessions. I have no intention of settling for a mere 2 out of 3. I demand 3 out of 3. Upon hearing this declaration, Zhang Weigua's expression darkened. The king of Minuet was indeed rather arrogant. As the terms of their contest were established, Mu Ying'er's anxiety grew palpable. She had initially believed that after a night of preparation, perhaps Li Chun would present an ingenious strategy to win over the Black Cavalry. However, she was taken aback to see him proposing a contest against Zhang Weigua. In her estimation, whether in close combat, marksmanship, or tactical command, the wastrel Prince Li Chun stood no chance against Zhang Weigua. Who was Zhang Weigua, after all? A seasoned warrior with countless accolades, a formidable expert forged in the fires of battle. To put it bluntly, Zhang Weigua alone could easily overpower 10 men like Li Chun. Mu Ying'er wanted to intervene, but it was too late. Both parties had already ascended to the platform. "How shall we conduct this close combat? Are weapons permitted, or does the king of Minuet wish to set some boundaries?" Zhang Weigua inquired, shedding his armor as he faced Li Chun. Li Chun, looking directly at Zhang Weigua, responded, "As this is close combat, akin to real combat, weapons are indeed permissible. However, you must understand that I lack internal energy." Zhang Weigua shook his head. "I too shall refrain from employing internal energy." At Zhang Weigua's words, a smile crept upon Li Chun's face. In a genuine clash, he would undoubtedly fall short against the 7th grade expert Zhang Weigua. However, if the contest was limited to close combat, the outcome was decidedly in Li Chun's favor as a former Special Forces commander. Li Chun had engaged in life-and-death battles countless times, with each encounter honing his reflexes into instinctual responses. Moreover, the grappling techniques he had mastered were an amalgamation of the most effective and lethal moves from various martial arts over 5 millennia. To put it bluntly, in terms of combat skills and battlefield experience, Li Chun had no fear of any opponent. The only significant drawback he faced was the absence of internal energy, which was a considerable limitation. He had sought counsel from Rong Xian, who had informed him that his meridians were blocked, and given his age, the prospect of reopening them was exceedingly difficult. Before long, both men had stripped down to their undergarments, each wielding a short blade, carefully wrapped in cloth to prevent accidental injury. King of Mingyue, do take care. After all, blades and guns are indiscriminate. Zhang Weiguo mocked with a smirk, immediately lunging towards Li Chun with his short blade. Zhang Weiguo's strikes were fierce and unyielding, quick as lightning and thunderous in their execution, each blow landing with devastating force. Initially, Li Chun found himself on the defensive, retreating under the relentless onslaught. At first, he was indeed somewhat sluggish, but as he gradually acclimated to Zhang Weiguo's movements, Li Chun began to mount a counterattack, wielding his short blade and charging toward Zhang Weiguo in the blink of an eye. Over 20 exchanges had transpired as their duel deepened. Zhang Weiguo grew increasingly alarmed, realizing that he had underestimated this wastrel prince. Li Chun's strikes were ruthless and direct, often anticipating Zhang Weiguo's next move and responding accordingly. Before Li Chun, Zhang Weiguo found himself at a disadvantage, as if he were a rookie soldier newly thrust into battle, while Li Chun embodied the essence of a battlefield monarch, simple, direct, efficient, and ruthlessly lethal, targeting vital points with precision. Meanwhile, Ying'er stood by, utterly transfixed by the unfolding spectacle. She had initially presumed that Li Chun would be defeated within 3 moves at the hands of Zhang Weiguo. However, the reality was far from her expectations. How had Li Chun become so formidable? She recalled their previous encounters, where Li Chun had voluntarily ceased fighting, thus preventing her from grasping his true potential. This was utterly astonishing. Observing the current state of the battle, Ying'er couldn't resist shaking her head. It was evident that Zhang Weiguo would likely be defeated within 3 moves, indeed in the span of a single breath. With a deft twist of his wrist, Li Chun pressed the blade against Zhang Weiguo's throat. The air around them became thick with tension, enveloped in an eerie silence. The 3,000 black cavalry soldiers stared in disbelief at the outcome before them. "You have lost." Li Chun slowly sheathed the dagger in his hand. That moment, Zhang Weiguo gazed at Li Chun, his face flushed with embarrassment and shame. Initially, Zhang Weiguo had intended to subdue Li Chun within 10 moves, hoping to teach this presumptuous king of Mingyue a harsh lesson. However, to his astonishment, the outcome was quite the opposite. Instead of delivering a reprimand, he found himself on the receiving end of one. Particularly in front of many brothers, being chastised by a supposedly worthless prince was truly humiliating. Nevertheless, Zhang Weiguo was also curious about the origins of Li Chun's combat techniques. They were swift, precise, and ruthless, with Li Chun seemingly anticipating and countering his every reaction. "Are you convinced?" Li Chun inquired of Zhang Weiguo. In response, Zhang Weiguo shook his head. Losing was losing. There was no question of being convinced or not. There were still 2 more rounds to go, and he wondered if the king of Mingyue would display such remarkable prowess again. The preparation for the second match commenced. Shooting was a daily training requirement for the Black Riders. As a commanding officer, Zhang Weiguo excelled in the art of archery. Within his area of expertise, he feared no one. This time, he pondered whether the contest would be based on distance or accuracy, and he requested the king of Mingyue to clarify the rules. That moment, Li Chun pointed toward a grove of birch trees adjacent to the Black Riders' training camp. Shooting at fixed targets lacked excitement. The battlefield was ever-changing, and the enemy would not simply stand still for one to take aim. "I see a grove of birch trees. There must be birds within. Let us flush them out, and whoever shoots more accurately shall be declared the winner." Upon hearing Li Chun's proposal, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Weiguo's mouth. Very well, the king of Mingyue could dictate the terms. Zhang Weiguo gestured for 2 sets of bows and 50 arrows to be brought forth, placing them beside each contestant. That a squad of black riders was dispatched, their tails tied with branches, and no need for bows. "I have my own," Li Qin declared, retrieving the bow he had prepared earlier from the saddle. Last night, he had meticulously modified the existing bows of the Southern Dynasty. The enhanced bow exhibited a significant increase in shooting accuracy, not to mention a tripling of arrow speed. As Zhang Weiguo observed the somewhat peculiar bow in Li Qin's hands, he squinted slightly, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. Li Qin's actions were clearly an affront to the bows of his army. That a prince acting so flamboyantly with a mere bow, he would likely never comprehend that bows were meant for killing. Soon as both were ready, Zhang Weiguo issued the command that a squad of black riders surged towards the birch grove, raising clouds of dust with their speed, startling the birds within. In no time, flocks of sparrows took flight. Moving targets were far more challenging to hit than stationary ones. Besides being quick-eyed and nimble-fingered, one also had to predict their trajectories, especially with sparrows, which were small and agile, capable of altering their flight patterns at any moment. As the sparrows erupted into the air, Zhang Weiguo was already prepared. He drew his bow, took aim briefly, and released an arrow that struck a bird mid-flight, causing it to plummet to the ground. Excellent. Following Zhang Weiguo's successful shot, the black riders erupted into applause. He quickly knocked another arrow and shot again, bringing down another sparrow. Cheers erupted once more as he continued to shoot, nearly every arrow finding its mark. Remarkably, he seemed to hit every target. Zhang Weiguo truly lived up to his title of sharpshooter. Impressive. Li Qin couldn't help but applaud, offering his admiration. Upon hearing Li Qin's voice, Zhang Weiguo realized that Li Qin had yet to shoot. Frowning slightly, he regarded Li Qin with curiosity. Was the king of Mingyue not going to draw his bow? Li Qin smiled and shook his head. "No worries, I shall allow you to shoot 10 arrows first." Zhang Weiguo's brow furrowed. In over a decade of experience, he had never been so underestimated. He snorted derisively at Li Qin. "Then I shall graciously accept your offer." Before long, Zhang Weiguo completed his 10 shots, bringing down 9 sparrows. This outcome was undeniably impressive. He glanced back at Li Qin, a hint of sarcasm in his gaze. "King of Mingyue, does my archery meet your standards?" Li Qin merely nodded slightly. "Quite acceptable." Upon hearing these 3 words from Li Qin, Zhang Weiguo scoffed. Since his archery was deemed acceptable, he looked forward to witnessing the king of Mingyue's prowess. Li Qin regarded Zhang Weiguo for a moment before slowly withdrawing his gaze. He picked up his bow and knocked 5 arrows, observing Li Qin load 5 arrows at once. The nearby black riders shook their heads in disbelief. Who loads 5 arrows on a bowstring at once? The king of Mingyue clearly lacked understanding of archery. Moreover, he had the audacity to boast about allowing Zhang Weiguo 10 shots. Li Qin was the first to display such arrogance. Meanwhile, Ying'er watched Li Qin's actions with a furrowed brow. Even she found his technique hard to comprehend. She considered stepping forward to advise him, but recalled Li Qin's remarkable performance in combat and realized he had initiated the archery challenge. He must have his reasons for such a method. Ultimately, she restrained her impulse. Zhang Weiguo, witnessing Li Qin's peculiar approach, felt an increasing sense of disdain and couldn't help but voice his thoughts. King of Mingyue. Arrows are best shot one at a time. Greed will lead to failure. Just then, Li Qin had finished loading his arrows. He held the bow before him, took aim, and swiftly pulled the trigger. The arrows shot forth with astonishing speed, striking their target in the blink of an eye. The first arrow hit its mark, and the gathered crowd was left in awe. They hadn't expected Li Qin's initial shot to succeed. Without pausing, Li Qin deftly manipulated his bow, releasing another arrow within a breath's time, hitting yet again. Before the spectators could fully comprehend the spectacle, he flicked his finger and loosed another arrow, which also found its target. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a mere 5 breaths, Li Qin had released all 5 arrows, each striking its mark. Even Zhang Weiguo paused, astonished by Li Qin's effortless display. Li Qin then knocked 5 more arrows, and with another rapid sequence of shots, all 5 arrows once again struck the sparrows. How could this be possible? Zhang Weiguo stared at Li Qin, who continued to shoot with such ease, his emotions swirling in complexity. initially believing Li Chun to be inexplicably arrogant. He now recognized the prince's genuine skill. It dawned on him that Li Chen's earlier claims of allowing him to shoot 10 arrows were not empty words. However, Zhang Weiguo was also intrigued by the peculiar device in Li Chen's hands. The speed and accuracy of his shots were astonishing. As Li Chen knocked yet another arrow, Zhang Weiguo felt the urgency to act and quickly drew his bow to shoot. After about a quarter of an hour, Li Chun released his final arrow. He gazed at the sparrows still fluttering about in the sky, a tinge of regret passing through him as he lowered his bow. It was not that he wished to stop shooting, but rather that he had run out of arrows. In contrast, Zhang Weiguo, after a flurry of shots, still had a dozen arrows remaining in his quiver. Zhang Weiguo noticed Li Chen's predicament out of the corner of his eye, and his already dark complexion deepened further. Nevertheless, he did not give up, maintaining his composure as he continued to shoot the remaining arrows. Li Chun observed Zhang Weiguo's performance, which was commendable, with nearly every shot hitting its target. Count the scores. As Zhang Weiguo completed his archery, several of the black cavalry hastily approached to tally the number of sparrows. Soon, those tasked with collecting Zhang Weiguo's arrows returned with a report. The commanding officer had shot 50 arrows, hitting 46 sparrows. Upon hearing the outcome of his shooting, Zhang Weiguo felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, they were sparrows. For an ordinary person, hitting 10 out of 50 arrows would be commendable, and he had managed to hit 46, thus setting a new personal record. Now it was time to see the results of Li Chen's shooting. Yet one couldn't help but wonder if the final result would be as formidable as Li Chen's reputation suggested. Before long, the black cavalry responsible for counting Li Chen's arrows rushed back, their expressions betraying disbelief. What was going on? Why the delay? Zhang Weiguo barked an order at the black cavalry soldier. The soldier glanced at Zhang Weiguo, his expression somewhat complex. Reporting to you, my lord, the Prince of Minuet shot 50 arrows and hit 50 sparrows. At that moment, as the soldiers reported, a profound silence enveloped the scene. No one had anticipated that Li Chun would strike true with every single arrow. Not a single miss. Did this not imply that Li Chen's archery skills surpassed even those of Zhang Weiguo? It was well known that Zhang Weiguo's archery was already regarded as top tier among the black cavalry, ranking within the top 10 nationwide, and yet Li Chun had evidently outdone him. How could this be possible? Beside them, Ying'er gazed at Li Chun, her beautiful eyes shimmering with admiration. She had not expected Li Chun to be so formidable, hitting every target with precision. Moreover, the most astonishing aspect was that Li Chun had accomplished this feat in less than half the time Zhang Weiguo took. It was common knowledge that Zhang Weiguo practiced daily, while Li Chun had merely been a pampered prince. How had he managed such excellence? In these past few days, Ying'er felt as though Li Chun had been reshaping her understanding of the world. At that moment, Zhang Weiguo could hardly believe the results. Archery was his pride and joy, a skill he had honed over time. He could not accept that this flamboyant prince could possibly surpass him. I refuse to believe it. I demand to see the targets. Zhang Weiguo strode purposefully towards the sparrows Li Chun had shot. Several other black cavalry members, likewise skeptical of the results, followed suit. The pile of sparrows had been neatly arranged, and as the crowd counted once more, they confirmed that there were indeed 50, perfectly aligned in a row. The evidence was irrefutable. Zhang Weiguo stood frozen, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Li Chun had stepped into the center of the crowd. Regarding Zhang Weiguo with a faint smile, so, what do you think? Are you convinced? Zhang Weiguo opened his mouth to speak, yet the words of submission remained trapped within him. His life had been characterized by pride. His record of victories was tangible. To concede would mean to admit defeat. It would mean bowing to this debauched prince. The proud Zhang Weiguo was not yet ready to yield to Li Chun. Observing Zhang Weiguo's struggle, Li Chun shook his head. There's no need to rush. Perhaps you should examine the positions where each arrow struck. At that moment, as Li Chun spoke, Zhang Weiguo's gaze shifted back to the pile of sparrows. In an instant, a thunderous realization struck him, leaving him as if struck by lightning. Had Li Chun not mentioned it, they might not have noticed. All the sparrows laid out in a row had been struck precisely in the heart, without exception. In contrast, Zhang Weiguo's arrows had struck the heads, bodies, and even the posteriors of his targets, each hit varying wildly in placement, resulting in utter chaos. Li Qian's targets bore the same wound, and even the dimensions of the penetrations were identical. How is this possible? Zhang Weiguo was utterly astonished. Achieving such precision was an extraordinary feat. The demands placed on the archer were exceedingly high, requiring not only accuracy but also strength. He had never imagined someone could control their shots with such finesse. Likewise, the surrounding black cavalry members gazed in awe, unable to believe their eyes. Li Qian's archery skills could no longer simply be described as surpassing Zhang Weiguo's. It was a complete domination of the art. Such prowess would surely astonish the entire southern dynasty. Outmatched in combat, and now in archery as well, Zhang Weiguo felt as though he would gladly vanish into the earth if a chasm were to open beneath him. Turning to Li Qian, Zhang Weiguo stammered, I admit defeat. Li Qian, witnessing Zhang Weiguo's defeated demeanor, chuckled lightly. Don't be too quick to concede. Between us, there remains a third contest. The prince declared, I have stated that we shall engage in a best-of-3 series. Are your black cavalry not the elite warriors of the southern dynasty? I challenge you to bring 200 black cavalry, fully armed, while I shall command 200 infantry. Let us see if your black cavalry truly possesses invincible might. What say you? Are you willing to compete, to battle? The black cavalry, brandishing their long spears, stomped them into the ground, issuing a challenge. Zhang Weiguo glanced at the black cavalry, his eyes ablaze with the fire of war. Compete! Why not? Li Qian had once again ignited his warrior spirit. He had lost, but the black cavalry represented his final honor. During the lifetime of the Duke of the State, the black cavalry had fought countless battles without a single defeat. Though they had gradually faded from the battlefield since the Duke's passing, it did not mean they had become toothless tigers. Now, Li Qian sought to pit himself against the black cavalry, adopting such a dismissive attitude. It was intolerable. The valor of the black cavalry would not permit any doubt. I may have lost, but the black cavalry has not. Since Prince Minuel wishes to witness our true strength, then Zhang shall lead the black cavalry into battle. When shall we commence? What shall be the specific rules of engagement? I implore you to clarify, Prince Minuel. Li Qian responded to Zhang Weiguo. We shall each command 200 troops and engage in battle as per your preferred method, treating it as a real combat scenario. At this proclamation, Zhang Weiguo's eyes ignited with fervor. The black cavalry were primarily heavily armored knights, with both soldiers and steeds clad in armor weighing at least 100 pounds. They were invincible on the plains, a force to be reckoned with. Zhang Weiguo promptly agreed. Very well. Li Qian nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and then turned to address the black cavalry behind him. I have no troops to spare. I can only draw from among you. Whoever wishes to follow me in a battle against the black cavalry may step forward. However, as Li Qian spoke, the black cavalry remained motionless. Showing no intention of joining him, and no one was willing to step forward. After a prolonged silence, Li Qian awkwardly rubbed his nose. Observing this, Zhang Weiguo, perhaps eager to swiftly regain his honor, personally descended to the field and pointed at a burly man with a beard. Zhang Ergu, take your men and join the prince. Zhang Ergu puffed out his chest defiantly. I refuse. Zhang Weiguo immediately raised his whip. Stop your insolence. Seeing Zhang Weiguo genuinely raise his whip, Zhang Ergu begrudgingly complied. And you rascal, he barked. Zhao Dao, Zhou Bapi, bring your men and join the prince. Following Zhang Weiguo's orders, the men reluctantly positioned themselves behind Li Qian. Li Qian cast a glance at these soldiers and discerned that Zhang Weiguo had not chosen weaklings. Yet, each of them regarded him with hostility, their gazes brimming with arrogance. Thus, Li Qian's first task would be to thoroughly dismantle their pride. Gentlemen, I understand your sentiments. Being part of the Black Cavalry is a source of pride for you, having won many victories. However, those victories are merely in the past. No army is eternally invincible. Just like your Black Cavalry, I perceive numerous vulnerabilities. I could easily identify dozens of strategies to counteract the Black Cavalry's might. As Li Qian concluded his statement, murmurs of disbelief rippled through the ranks of soldiers. They considered his assertions to be exceedingly arrogant, to claim that there were dozens of methods to counter the Black Cavalry. How could this be possible? All those who had faced the Black Cavalry had met their end. This fact alone attested to the Black Cavalry's strength. Li Chun noted the expressions of skepticism among the soldiers and merely chuckled derisively. Shaking his head, I am aware that you do not believe me, and I recognize your reluctance to accept my words. However, from this moment forth, I require each and every one of you to heed my command. Should I fail, it shall serve as evidence of my misjudgment, and I will personally extend my apologies to you all. Conversely, if we succeed, the Black Knights shall glean valuable lessons and experience, allowing them to grow and break through once more. Yet I demand that in the spirit of a soldier, we treat this contest as a true battle, and everyone must give their utmost effort. At this juncture, Ying'er, listening to the novel terminology flowing from Li Chun's lips, displayed a flicker of intrigue in her eyes. The spirit of a soldier? How fascinating it seems. Soon after, Li Chun led this contingent to a secluded area to counter the Black Knights. The paramount objective lies in halting their advance, preventing them from charging onto the battlefield. Thus, the formation I shall teach you is termed the Golden Light Square Formation with long spears. The so-called Golden Light Formation consists of 50 individuals per row, each wielding a shield, one side resembling a standard shield, while the other is crafted from brass, forming a mirrored surface. As the cavalry begins their charge, and the distance shrinks to around 20 meters. We will suddenly shift the formation, presenting the brass side to reflect light, dazzling both horse and rider, thereby maximizing our efforts to halt the Black Knight's advance. Upon the conclusion of Li Chun's explanation, a discordant murmur arose among the crowd that a glance revealed it to be Ying'er, who interjected, Your Majesty, I do not wish to oppose you, but this Golden Light Formation may prove effective against others. However, it will be utterly futile against the Black Knights. We are, after all, the Black Knights ourselves, and we are well aware that once we charge, nothing can impede us. What good will dazzling light do? Even with their eyes closed, we can still come barreling through. Frankly, our 200 men are woefully insufficient against their charge. Ying'er anticipated a furious response from Li Chun, yet the latter merely smiled faintly. You are correct, but it will compel them to hesitate before charging with their eyes shut. I have also prepared another weapon, known as the hooked spear. With that, Li Chun brandished a spear of approximately 10 feet in length. One end was a sharp spear tip, while the other was equipped with a hooked implement, a weapon he had crafted the previous night specifically to counter the Black Knights. This hooked spear, once prevalent during the spring and autumn and warring states periods, serves a dual purpose. It can pierce the enemy while also effectively severing the legs of horses. Despite the full armor donned by the Black Knights, their steeds remain unprotected at the legs for ease of movement. As Li Chun unveiled this hooked spear, a wave of discussion erupted among the onlookers. Even Ying'er fell silent, contemplating the weapon. Yet he remained skeptical that such a tool could truly counter the Black Knights. At this moment, Li Chun approached Ying'er, stating, At the onset of our confrontation, we can intersperse this hooked spear within the gaps of the Golden Light Formation. Positioned at a slight angle, the enemy will undoubtedly see this spear array, instilling a sense of caution in them, preventing them from advancing too closely. Of course, the spear array's primary purpose is intimidation. Therefore, our focus remains at the back. When the enemy cavalry commences their charge, the Golden Light Formation will primarily serve to disrupt their advance. Once they falter, our rear soldiers will swiftly surge forward, using these hooked spears to target the horse's legs. You can surely envision the outcome. Ying'er hefted the hooked spear, estimating its weight at around 20 pounds, its spearhead and hook both razor-sharp. His expression turned grave. This hooked spear indeed possesses the potential to counter cavalry. Not only can it injure the enemy, but it is also remarkably effective at ensnaring horse legs. He fully grasped the strategy, vividly imagining the scenario depicted by Li Chun. When the Black Knights charge, our men will unite, leading the Black Knights to believe they face a standard formation. Yet, as they draw near, the Golden Light Formation will suddenly reflect light, startling the horses. In that moment of surprise, the soldiers behind the formation will strike forth with the hooked spears, catching the Black Knights unawares. Stopped cavalry on the battlefield becomes nothing more than target practice for the enemy. If they execute Li Chun's strategy against the Black Knights, victory is all but assured. Ying'er regarded Li Chun with newfound respect, astonished by his depth of knowledge. having expected him to be merely a dandy. Moreover, while the golden light formation may seem a clever ruse, the true lethal weapon lies in the hooked spear. This individual evidently possesses considerable skill, far beyond the superficiality of a mere playboy. Consequently, Li Ergo nodded in agreement to Li Chun. The other Black Knights, observing Li Chun, also appeared contemplative, having initially dismissed his intentions as mere bluster. However, with the introduction of these weapons, their previous perceptions were undeniably challenged. Ultimately, the truth would only reveal itself through genuine combat. Seeing the soldiers before him, Li Chun recognized their acceptance of his plan that, in warfare, the endorsement of the soldiers towards their commander is of paramount importance. He then turned to Li Ergo. While I have urged you all to treat this confrontation as an actual battle, we are comrades at the end of the day. Prevent any unfortunate injuries. The hook spears will be crafted from wood, and the brass mirrors will require additional preparations. 2 hours should suffice. Do you believe that feasible? Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Li Ergo promptly nodded in agreement. Crafting these items should take approximately 2 hours, leaving an hour for practice. This should pose no problem. Li Chun fixed a stern gaze upon Li Ergo. What I require is not mere feasibility. Immediately, Li Ergo straightened, standing at attention before Li Chun. I assure you, I will complete the task. Meanwhile, Zhang Weiguo had readied his forces for the impending confrontation with Li Chun. However, witnessing Li Chun seclude 200 soldiers, equipping them with weapons, and observing Li Ergo saluting Li Chun with an expression of complete faith, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. What is happening? Has Li Ergo defected? Wasn't he the one who held the least regard for the king of Minyu? Then Zhang Weiguo noticed other soldiers hastily retreating towards the woods, displaying no immediate intent to engage in combat. Unable to contain himself, he rode over to Li Chun. Your Majesty, are we not to engage in battle? Are they off to chop wood instead? Li Chun shook his head. Avoid harming our fellow Black Knights. I have instructed them to craft wooden swords. 3 hours should suffice. Do you have any objections? Upon hearing this, Zhang Weiguo's face broke into a derisive laugh. Concern for our fellow Black Knights? Your Majesty, that statement is a tad exaggerated. 3 hours is merely 3 hours. Good things are worth waiting for, and I can certainly bide my time. With that, Zhang Weiguo rode back to his troops. Once there, he observed Li Ergo and his men bustling about in the woods. Eventually, he could no longer hold back, directing a young soldier to inquire about their activities. However, upon approaching Li Ergo, the young soldier was met with a mischievous grin. Cannot say. You will find out shortly. Upon relaying this to Zhang Weiguo, he was infuriated. Li Ergo had indeed defected. He had to remind himself that apart from being his superior, he was also his brother-in-law. How dare this scoundrel treat him this way? 2 hours swiftly elapsed. Li Ergo did not disappoint Li Chun. Everything was prepared meticulously, and even the formation drills were executed with remarkable proficiency. Soon after, Zhang Weiguo approached Li Chun once more. Your Majesty, the time has come. We should commence the battle. Li Chun nodded, replying succinctly, Indeed. Hearing Li Chun's affirmation, Zhang Weiguo immediately rode back to rally his Black Knights for the final motivation. Meanwhile, Li Chun positioned himself at the forefront of his own troops. After such extensive preparation, the time had come to test their combat prowess. Whether they could triumph over the Black Knights would ultimately be determined by the outcome. Now, everyone, heed my command. Form ranks. At once, with Li Chun's command, the 200 warriors stood resolutely before him, weapons in hand, observing the spirited soldiers before him, their eyes ablaze with determination. Li Chun nodded in satisfaction. Charge! Kill! Kill! As Li Chun issued another command, the soldiers brandished their weapons and shouted as they advanced towards the battlefield. However, a cold smile crept across Zhang Weiguo's face as he beheld the scene before him. In his mind, the Black Knights were an invincible force. With a loud roar, Zhang Weiguo commanded, Prepare yourselves! Charge! At his command, the entire contingent of Black Knights surged forward. Truly, they were heavily armored knights. Once they began their advance, they swept across the battlefield like miniature tanks, exuding an unstoppable momentum that ravaged the earth. On the opposite side, Li Chun also issued his orders. Form ranks. Kill. The moment Li Chun's command was given, An enraged shout erupted from all the soldiers in formation. The front line gripped their shields tightly, while the second line aimed their hooked spears at the charging warhorses. The third line clutched their long spears. Prepared to charge, the soldiers in the rear bent low, wielding their sabers, ready to spring into action at any moment. 200 warriors coalesced into a single entity, unleashing a formidable killing intent. Quickly, the distance between the two sides began to close. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, just as they neared each other. With only 10 meters remaining, Li Chun issued another command. Change formation. Simultaneously, the front line swiftly adjusted their shields, reflecting a dazzling light that turned golden across the entire field. The blinding brilliance startled both men and horses, causing the latter to instinctively panic and halt in their tracks. While the soldiers could shield their eyes with their hands, the horses, struck by the intense golden light, froze in terror. The cavalry behind them, unprepared for such a sudden stop, collided into the halted steeds, creating chaos in an instant. The cavalry's offensive was swiftly dismantled. At that moment, Li Chun commanded again, "Prepare yourselves. Charge!" As Li Chun's order rang out once more, the front two rows of soldiers wielding hooked spears swung their weapons towards the vulnerable legs of the warhorses. The horses' legs were the only unprotected parts of the Black Knights. Injured, a horse could no longer stand, collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, the soldiers with sabers charged forward, delivering a fierce blow to the fallen Black Knights. The Black Knights ceased their charge, trapped in place, like a tiger stripped of its teeth, losing all semblance of menace. Ha ha! Witnessing the unfolding battle, which aligned perfectly with his expectations, Li Ergu erupted into hearty laughter. He had long harbored disdain for his brother-in-law, Zhang Weiguo, and this splendid opportunity was perfect for diminishing his prestige. "Brothers, charge!" Li Ergu brandished his saber and charged towards Zhang Weiguo. Chaos continued to reign among the Black Knights, but this was an anticipated outcome. The soldiers wielded their hooked spears and sabers, darting across the battlefield. Within moments, they had already dispatched a significant portion of the Black Knights. At this juncture, the commander on horseback was struck with astonishment. He had initially expected to defeat Li Chun in a mere quarter of an hour. However, he was taken aback by Li Chun's unforeseen tactics, which had ensnared him instead. Now, surrounded by fallen Black Knights, he found himself powerless to fight back. Just then, Li Ergu approached Zhang Weiguo with a sinister smile. Raising his saber, he struck down Zhang Weiguo's horse, causing him to tumble to the ground. The moment Zhang Weiguo attempted to rise, Li Ergu, along with a few others, swiftly pinned him down, rendering him immobile. They then maliciously bound him with a rope. Zhang Weiguo, now tightly bound, felt a surge of humiliation and rage. Upon seeing Li Ergu's smug grin, he could not help but unleash a torrent of curses. "Li Ergu, you scoundrel, what do you intend to do? Release me at once." Smack. Li Ergu delivered a resounding slap to Zhang Weiguo's face. "You, a defeated general, have no right to boast. Hurry and follow me to meet the prince." With that, he tugged at the rope binding Zhang Weiguo and scampered towards Li Chun. Upon reaching Li Chun, Li Ergu, like a sycophant, eagerly announced, my lord, I have captured the scoundrel Zhang Weiguo." "Scoundrel? Is he referring to me?" Zhang Weiguo gaped in disbelief. With Zhang Weiguo captured, the remaining Black Knights recognized the futility of continuing to fight. After all, they could not resist, trapped as they were, and with one swing of the saber, their horses would collapse, rendering them mere lambs for slaughter. As Zhang Weiguo's faction faced defeat, a profound silence descended upon the battlefield. The remaining 2,600 Black Knights, who had been spectating the clash, were left dumbfounded, unable to accept the reality before them. Zhang Weiguo had not lacked effort. The tactics employed were their most esteemed strategies, yet they had still been utterly vanquished. At that moment, Li Chun approached Zhang Weiguo with a smile, loosening the ropes that bound him. "3 battles, 3 defeats. Are you convinced now?" As Zhang Weiguo turned to see the disarrayed Black Knights behind him, a wave of complex emotions washed over him, accompanied by a hint of sorrow in his gaze. He had never anticipated that the Black Knights could truly be defeated. Had anyone claimed before that they would conquer the Black Knights, he would have spat in their face. Yet, now, in this face-off, Li Chun had triumphed without resorting to any underhanded tactics. He had won fair and square. In their first close combat, he lost. In their second archery contest, he lost again. And now, in this third confrontation of command, he faced yet another defeat. 3 matches, 3 losses. He had nothing to say. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Wei knelt before Li Chun and him. "Why, Lord, I concede, wholeheartedly." Li Chun then helped him to his feet, addressing all the Black Knights. His eyes sparkled with fervor. He declared, "A temporary setback is inconsequential. As long as we learn from our experiences and grow through battle, we shall eventually forge an invincible army. The Black Knights may be considered elite in the Southern Dynasty, but that is merely within our own realm. That in this vast expanse of land, countless formidable foes await us. Follow me to Mingyue, where we can engage with the barbarians, confront pirates, battle the ancient Qing people, and perhaps even contend with other nations simultaneously. The potential for growth is limitless, the future boundless. You are currently mere ordinary soldiers. Without significant conflict in the next 3 to 5 years, you shall remain soldiers. But if you go to Mingyue, you will find yourselves in constant combat. With merit, even the least among you could rise to command within a year. You are now leaders, yet without conflict and without merit. You may remain stagnant as leaders for a lifetime. But in Mingyue, with countless opportunities to earn merit, you may find yourselves becoming generals in a mere 6 months. Brave men, go to Mingyue, though it may be arduous. It brims with infinite possibilities. Will you choose to stay here, enduring endless internal strife, or will you join me in conquering the world and establishing everlasting glory?" As Li Chun spoke, the crowd of Black Knights erupted in fervor. An army is a collective that venerates strength and martial prowess. They revere power, idolize the strong, and most importantly, they idolize invincibility. With 3 victories under his belt, Li Chun had unequivocally demonstrated his unparalleled strength. His impassioned speech ignited the fervor of all the Black Knights. Brave men, go to Mingyue, conquer the world, and establish everlasting glory. Li Chun had indelibly etched his mark upon their hearts. All the Black Knight warriors gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes gleaming with determination. At the forefront, Zhang Wei's eyes shone with resolve. "We are willing to follow the prince to Mingyue, to establish everlasting glory." Upon his declaration, all the Black Knights echoed in unison. Meanwhile, Ying'er, observing the scene, could not help but shed tears of joy. Since the passing of her father, the Duke of the State, she had never witnessed the Black Knights unite with such fervor. Though they remained the Black Knights, they had lost their former invincible aura. Yet now, that very aura reemerged before Li Chun. The atmosphere was electric. Ying'er suddenly realized that bringing Li Chun before the Black Knights was indeed the wisest choice she could have made. Gazing at the fervent Black Knights, Li Chun contentedly waved his hand. Then, addressing the assembled warriors once more, he cautioned, "Remember, do not speak of today as contest outside these walls. Especially the final competition involves the secrets of the Black Knights. So everyone must keep it confidential. Moreover, as you all should know, His Highness will be departing in 2 days. Therefore, I have decided to set off the night after tomorrow. Everyone prepare yourselves." At this moment, with Li Chun's declaration, all the soldiers harbored no doubts about why he would be departing at night. They stood tall, chests out, and responded with solemnity. "Yes." Hearing the soldiers' synchronized response, Li Chun nodded in satisfaction. This also signified that the Black Knights had been completely subdued under his command. Subsequently, he brandished his bow and crossbow before Zhang Wei. This weapon can shoot 3 arrows in a single breath, and its accuracy exceeds that of ordinary bows by more than 3 times. My recent precise shooting was largely due to this bow. Do you wish to have it? At this moment, upon hearing Li Chun's words, Zhang Wei gazed at the bow in his hands, his eyes filled with eagerness. He had not expected Li Chun to part with such a bow, indicating that he regarded them as his own. Zhang Wei had already witnessed the prowess of this weapon, if fully equipped. The combat power of the Black Knights would increase significantly. "I want it." Li Chun nodded. He then retrieved a blueprint from his chest and handed the bow to Zhang Wei. "We shall secretly craft 3,000 of these. Fully equipped with arrows. On the night after tomorrow, I will lead you to accomplish something grand." Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Zhang Weiguo's eyes instantly brightened. He nodded vigorously. Li Qian returned from the Black Knight's camp. Evening had set in. Given the late hour, Li Qian and Ying'er directly returned to the Duke of Zhen's residence. He also planned to visit the third princess consort tomorrow. After all, the third prince had died saving him. And before embarking on his journey, Li Qian needed to provide an explanation to the third princess consort. With nothing pressing at the moment, Li Qian took out the military route map once again. Carefully examining each city to identify potential dangers they might encounter along the way. Ultimately, he circled the cities of Pingwu and Yangwan. After all, these two major cities were essential to his route and lay within the territory controlled by the fourth prince. Li Rue. If Li Rue intended to act against him, he would undoubtedly leverage these two cities to strike. Thus, how he should respond became a pressing question. Meanwhile, deep within the palace, Emperor Nanzhao was perusing confidential reports regarding the officials. With Chief Eunuch Feng Bao standing attentively by his side. Following the recent rebellion of the Ninth Prince, Emperor Nanzhao had come to recognize his insufficient control over the officials. Consequently, he had secretly commissioned the formation of a covert team to gather intelligence on the officials, ensuring that any disturbances would promptly land on his desk. Soon, a figure clad in black hurriedly approached and knelt before Emperor Nanzhao. Reporting to your majesty, there has been an unusual development with the Black Knights. At the mention of the Black Knights, Emperor Nanzhao's gaze sharpened, his penetrating eyes locking onto the black-clad figure. What unusual development? Speak. As Emperor Nanzhao's intense stare bore down on him, the black-clad figure felt an unsettling chill. Reporting to your majesty, today the king of Ying'er spent nearly 4 hours with the Black Knights. Initially, the Black Knights held significant animosity towards him, but by the time he departed, they were collectively calling out their willingness to follow the king of Ying'er to establish great achievements. Upon hearing this, Emperor Nanzhao's expression darkened, his brows furrowing tightly, his eyes shadowy. He had originally thought that Li Qian would face considerable difficulties in subduing the Black Knights, yet to his surprise, he had managed to do so in mere hours. Emperor Nanzhao increasingly believed that his sixth prince was far from simple. Moreover, observing Emperor Nanzhao deep in thought, the black-clad figure hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. Moreover, what? Emperor Nanzhao's voice was laced with formidable pressure as he faced the black-clad figure. Moreover, after the king of Ying'er's departure, I discovered that someone from the Black Knights went out to procure deer tendons, silk, chisels, and plumb bobs, materials used for crafting bows and arrows. Upon hearing this, Emperor Nanzhao's expression transformed dramatically, his demeanor darkening ominously. The weapons used by the Black Knights had always been exclusively supplied by the Ministry of Works. And based on their existing armaments, they were undoubtedly sufficient for their current needs. If they had enough, why were they purchasing materials for crafting bows and arrows? Did they intend to rebel? Why? What exactly transpired during the Sixth Prince's time in the Black Knight's camp? The black-clad figure turned pale, prostrating himself on the ground. Reporting to your majesty, I have instructed people to investigate, but all the Black Knights remained tight-lipped. I could not uncover any information regarding the procurement of these materials. Upon hearing this, Emperor Nanzhao erupted with fury. Incompetent. You can't even uncover such a trivial matter. What use are you? Get out. Within the hour, I want to know everything that transpired among the Black Knights today. After the black-clad figure scurried away, Emperor Nanzhao paced back and forth in his study, his expression particularly fraught with anxiety. Seemingly addressing Feng Bao nonchalantly beside him, he lamented, "What should I do? I regret handing the Black Knights over to the king of Ying'er. What do you think I should do?" Feng Bao's body trembled slightly. A wrong answer to such matters could lead to death. Yet when the emperor sought his counsel, he could not remain silent. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "The Black Knights originally belonged to your majesty. You can reclaim them at any time. However, your majesty has already publicly granted them to the king of Ying'er. Retracting this now may invite further criticism. Furthermore, the Black Knights purchasing materials for crafting bows and arrows may not necessarily indicate rebellious intent. It could be a precaution against potential risks encountered during the journey." Given the distance to Ying'er, hearing Feng Bao's words, Emperor Nanzhao's gaze sharpened. his sinister eyes lingering on Feng Bao for a long, while it was only when he saw the cold sweat trickling down Feng Bao's forehead that he finally withdrew his gaze and nodded slowly. Isn't Li Fei still in the cold palace? The sixth prince will be departing soon. He should go see his mother. You shall handle this matter personally. As the night swiftly passed, the following day, Li Chun rose early, heading to the treasure pavilion to purchase some valuable gifts in hopes of comforting the third princess consort. The third princess consort, surnamed Yu and named Qing Shuang, hailed from a prominent family. During the lifetime of the third prince, Li Chun had met her. She was exceptionally beautiful and had remarkable management skills, primarily overseeing the 208 shops of the Yu family. Under her stewardship, the Yu family's previously struggling business had flourished vibrantly. At this moment, in the Yu family's main hall, Yu Qing Shuang knelt, her eyes swollen and red, tears blurring her vision, exuding an aura of resistance. The hall was lined with 2 rows of grandmaster chairs, all occupied by the elders of the Yu family. Especially the matriarch, who was leaning on her cane, was glaring angrily at Yu Qing Shuang from her central position. Let me tell you, today you will marry whether you like it or not. This matter is not up to you. Yu Qing Shuang, tears streaming down her face, shook her head repeatedly. Grandmother, the third prince has only been dead for less than a month, and I was already betrothed to him. Even if I were to marry, I must observe mourning for 3 years, right? Today was supposed to be an ordinary day. After grooming, Yu Qing Shuang had planned to go to the shops to check the accounts. However, she did not expect a servant to come and inform her that the matriarch wished to see her and requested her presence in the hall immediately. Sensing the impending situation, Yu Qing Shuang had deliberately concealed a dagger on her person before leaving. Upon arriving at the Yu family's main hall, the matriarch bluntly informed her that the third prince was dead and that they had secretly met with the fourth prince, Li Rue, who, disregarding Yu Qing Shuang's status, agreed to allow her to marry into the royal family as a concubine. That why Yu Qing Shuang understood clearly that her family valued the third prince's royal status, hoping to ascend the social ladder through this connection. However, she had not anticipated that mere days after the tragic news of the third prince's death, her family had already begun arranging for her to be wed to the fourth prince, demanding that the marriage take place swiftly, both emotionally and rationally. Yu Qing Shuang could not accept this. At this moment, the matriarch, leaning on her cane, scoffed. You entered as a bride, but lost your husband before crossing the threshold. You are indeed an ill-fated person. Fortunately, the fourth prince is magnanimous and does not hold your status as a widow against you. What is there for you to hesitate about? I shall speak frankly. If today you refuse to accept the proposal of the fourth prince, you shall be disowned by the Yu family, expelled from our ancestral records, and shall never return. The words of the matriarch of the Yu family pierced Yu Qing Shuang's heart with every syllable. Beneath the platform, tears streamed down her face as she knelt before the matriarch, clutching her legs, her voice laced with a humble plea. Grandmother, I am a person, not an object. Cannot you consider my feelings? Moreover, the family business requires management. The matriarch let out a cold snort and disdainfully kicked Yu Qing Shuang aside. The family business can easily be handed over to others. You need not concern yourself with it. A woman from a noble family cannot dictate her own marriage. Even a royal princess can be sent off in marriage. Cannot you make sacrifices for the family? This is my final ultimatum. At the fourth prince's behest, I shall send you to his residence tonight for an engagement trial. Hearing this, Yu Qing Shuang shook her head vigorously. Meanwhile, those present began to console her. Qing Shuang, grandmother truly has your best interests at heart. Marrying the fourth prince means you would still be a princess. Indeed, Qing Shuang, with the support of the chancellor, you might even become a royal consort in the future. This would bring glory to our family. Qing Shuang, you have grown. After losing your parents at a young age, the family has raised you for so long. It is time for you to contribute. As Yu Qing Shuang listened to her relative's insincere support, she coldly laughed, her eyes filled with despair. Greed, devouring greed. For their own interests, they can disregard everything and sacrifice all. I have worked tirelessly since childhood, striving to elevate the family's business, all to avoid being looked down upon and to escape scorn. Yet, I never anticipated that I would still be unable to alter my fate. With a decisive motion, Qing Shuang drew a dagger concealed in her sleeve and pressed it against her neck. Her gaze filled with despair as she faced the matriarch. "Grandmother, must it truly come to this? Do you really have to force me?" Seeing her in such a state, the onlookers turned pale, hastily attempting to dissuade her. Even the matriarch, after a moment of initial panic, quickly regained her composure, her eyes turning cold. "Even if you die today, it will not change the outcome." Upon hearing the matriarch's words, Qing Shuang's heart sank completely. She slowly closed her eyes and pressed the dagger against her throat. Yet, just then, a loud crash echoed from the entrance. Everyone turned to see the door of the Yu residence violently kicked open, and a young man strode in, hands clasped behind his back. This was Li Chun. "How dare you? It has barely been a month since the third prince's sacrifice, and you already plot against his widow." As Li Chun's voice boomed, all present rose to their feet. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they understood that this was the sixth prince, recently granted the title of King of Mingyue, who had been making waves in the court. Li Chun approached Qing Shuang and helped her to her feet. "Sister-in-law, rise. Kneeling before them is beneath you." Qing Shuang stood, her expression complex, as she gazed at Li Chun. "As long as you do not wish to marry. No one in this world can force you to. I, Li Chun, vow that if anyone dares to mistreat you again, I shall repay them 100-fold." Upon hearing Li Chun's declaration, Qing Shuang stared wide-eyed, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the expressions of the entire Yu family shifted dramatically. It was clear that Li Chun was standing up for Qing Shuang. By all rights, as a prince and a newly appointed king, the Yu family had no standing to converse with him. However, circumstances had changed. The fourth prince, Li Rue, had already set his sights on Qing Shuang and instructed the Yu family to send her to his residence that very night. The Yu family could not afford to offend Li Chun, nor could they afford to offend the fourth prince. The entire capital knew that the fourth prince had the backing of the favored consort Rong and the powerful chancellor Rong, while Li Chun was merely a provincial king without soldiers or power. The Yu family understood the weight of their choices. After a moment of contemplation, the matriarch addressed Li Chun. "King of Mingyue, I respect you as a lord, but you must understand that Qing Shuang is a member of the Yu family. This is a private family matter, and even as a lord, you cannot interfere." Li Chun responded to the matriarch with a cold laugh. "That is no longer the case." He then turned to Qing Shuang. "The Yu family has wronged you, treating you with contempt, only thinking of their own interests. If you so desire, I will have the capital's office issue a certificate, severing all ties between you and the Yu family. Should you choose, you may accompany me to Mingyue, where I promise no one shall dare to disrespect you. What do you say? Will you join me?" At this declaration, the Yu family members were left in shock. Historically, being cast out of one's family was considered a great humiliation. If Qing Shuang were to be disowned, she would have nowhere to go. The Yu family believed they could manipulate her. However, if Li Chun personally sought an official document from the capital's office, it would be granted, and any leverage the Yu family held over her would evaporate. All eyes turned to Qing Shuang. Her decision was crucial. Few in this world treated her kindly, and Li Chun was one of them. Especially in this moment, with Li Chun firmly standing by her side, tears suddenly welled in her eyes. Turning to her relatives in the Yu family hall, she saw a multitude of expressions, warnings, interests, and exchanges. The choice was clear in Qing Shuang's heart. Kneeling on the ground, she bowed deeply to the matriarch. Then she produced the dagger once more, severing a lock of her hair with a swift motion. "From this day forth, I sever all ties with the Yu family." As her declaration echoed, the faces of the Yu family turned ashen. Without Qing Shuang, they would lose their connection to the royal family. Just as they were on the cusp of greatness, everything seemed to slip away, an unbearable reality for the Yu family. Watching as Li Chun helped Qing Shuang to her feet, preparing to take her away, the matriarch's eyes darkened with determination. "Hold on. You are still a member of the Yu family. You cannot simply sever ties as you wish. The family has raised you for over 20 years. Even if you cut your hair, it will not change the fact that you are you." With a sudden motion, the matriarch smashed a teacup to the ground. "Bring them here." In an instant, over a dozen family servants appeared in the courtyard, surrounding the two with hostile glares. Li Chun quickly turned, his eyes blazing with warning. Do you intend to forcefully detain me? Even I cannot be held here against my will. The matriarch's gaze was fierce as she pointed at Qing Shuang, her voice resolute. If I had not agreed to the fourth prince, it would be one thing. But having already consented, how could I possibly let her go? The Lord may leave at any time, but he cannot take Qing Shuang with him. As Li Chun faced the menacing servants, his expression was as cold as steel. Is the Yu family truly intent on this? The matriarch stood firm. Qing Shuang must remain. Li Chun shook his head. You will be sorely disappointed. I must take Qing Shuang with me. At that moment, as Li Chen's words fell, a group of armored soldiers wielding weapons rushed in from outside the Yu residence. These were the Black Riders. With an air of hostility, they swiftly encircled the Yu family, swords drawn, ready for conflict at the slightest provocation. The previously arrogant servants of the Yu family shrank back in fear, like dogs with their tails between their legs, not daring to utter a sound. Soon after, another armored figure entered, saluting Li Chun and I. Zhang Weiguo, have arrived late to your aid. Please forgive me, my lord. Zhang Weiguo was the deputy commander of the Black Riders. And the Yu family, being a noble house in the capital, understood the weight of the Black Riders' presence. Although they were aware that His Majesty had bestowed the Black Knights upon Li Chun, they were utterly unprepared for the astonishing speed with which he had managed to subdue them. Furthermore, they were astonished that they had arrived at this very moment to pledge their allegiance to Li Chun. The expressions on the faces of the Yu family members turned particularly grim in an instant, especially that of the matriarch, who opened her mouth several times, yet ultimately found herself unable to utter a single word. The presence of the Black Knights rendered any attempt to retain Qing Shuang nothing short of ludicrous. They could only report to the fourth prince afterward and devise a new plan. After all, given the current circumstances, the fourth prince would surely empathize with the Yu family's plight. However, allowing Li Chun to depart without a word was a humiliation that the matriarch could not bear to endure. After a prolonged silence, she resigned herself to the fact that if the king of Mingyue insisted on this course of action, she had no further retorts, merely hoping that the sixth prince would maintain his composure before the fourth prince. At that moment, upon hearing the matriarch's words, a cold smile crept across Li Chen's lips. Initially, he had intended to leave with his royal sister-in-law without further ado. However, since the Yu family had shown such a lack of respect, he found himself with nothing better to do than to engage in a bit of banter. You previously stated that the Yu family had nurtured the royal sister-in-law for over 20 years, implying that their bond could not simply be severed. Yet, this reminded me of something quite pertinent, that I recollect that the royal sister-in-law has managed your family shop for nearly 5 years. During this time, I dare say the Yu family has never compensated her for her labor. Since I have some time today, perhaps it is fitting to settle this outstanding debt. At this moment, upon hearing Li Chen's words, the matriarch's brow furrowed instantly, and her gaze towards him ignited with fury. King of Mingyue, have you not taken enough? Li Chen responded to the matriarch with a chilling smile. Clearly, it is not enough. For those without boundaries, I prefer to resolve matters in one fell swoop. A commoner's annual living expenses amount to roughly 5 taels of silver, and considering the royal sister-in-law's status in a noble family, it could be as high as 50 taels. Now, at 21 years of age, that totals 1,050 taels. The royal sister-in-law has managed 208 shops for your family. And based on the ordinary market rate for shop managers, she should have received no less than 3 taels a month, resulting in an annual total of 7,488 taels. Over 5 years, this amounts to 37,444 taels, and after deducting her living expenses for 21 years, we are left with 36,390 taels. This sum must be paid today. At this juncture, upon hearing Li Chen's declaration, the expressions of the Yu family members underwent a dramatic shift, even though the Yu family belonged to the gentry. Producing such a sum of over 30,000 taels was no trivial matter. Moreover, this amount was never meant to be paid. Qing Shuang is a member of the Yu family. She is naturally expected to serve without compensation. Immediately, the matriarch pointed an accusatory finger at Li Chun. King of Mingyue, do not take your arrogance too far. Li Chun shook his head with a smile. The phrase taking arrogance too far should indeed be directed at you. For the past 5 years, Your family has profited greatly, yet you have not provided the royal sister-in-law with a single coin in wages or dividends. To manage shops without compensation is utterly unconscionable. Should you find my words lacking in persuasion, I could summon the officials from Jingzhou Prefecture to assess the matter. However, how much they will determine the monthly payments to be remains uncertain, as some managers earn as much as 10 taels a month, and I would consider that a modest estimate. At this moment, upon hearing Li Chen's words, the matriarch's expression shifted once more. How the Jingzhou Prefecture calculates this is a mystery known only to the heavens. However, given that Li Chen is the king of Mingyue, the Jingzhou officials would likely lean in his favor. If they truly come to investigate, the amount might exceed this sum. Looking at Li Chen before her, the matriarch felt an overwhelming urge to devour him whole. Yet, at this moment, she had no choice but to swallow her indignation. Although 30,000 taels was a daunting sum, the Yu family could still manage to produce it. Servants, bring money for the king of Mingyue. Li Chen regarded the matriarch. You are mistaken. This is not money for me, but merely the wages owed to the royal sister-in-law for her 5 years of hard work. The matriarch's eyes blazed with intensity as her cane struck the ground with force. Bring the money. The Yu family members, who had initially intended to comfort the matriarch, realized the gravity of the situation and dared not speak further. Allowing the accountant to fetch the funds, soon, a thick bundle of banknotes was placed into Qing Shuang's hands, accompanied by several boxes of silver coins. Chan turned to Qing Shuang. Royal sister-in-law, do check if there is anything else you might have overlooked or any personal belongings you wish to take with you. Qing Shuang glanced back, casting a profound gaze upon the Yu family and their grand estate, the place that once filled her with nostalgia and reluctance. The bonds of kinship in her eyes gradually faded, transforming into estrangement. From this moment onward, once she stepped through this door, she would have no further ties to the Yu family. Upon returning to the Duke of State's residence, Ying'er happened to be home. Upon seeing Li Chen return with Qing Shuang, she quickly deduced the general circumstances and, being astute, refrained from asking too many questions. She warmly grasped Qing Shuang's hand, inquiring after her well-being and striving to prevent her from dwelling on troubling thoughts. From now on, we are all family, and we can support one another in times of need. Under Ying'er's enthusiastic hospitality, Qing Shuang gradually began to acclimate to her new surroundings. Li Chen looked at Qing Shuang and nodded. Royal sister-in-law, if you have other plans, you need not go to Mingyue. What I mentioned earlier at the Yu residence was merely a pretext, not to be taken seriously. Qing Shuang met Li Chen's gaze and shook her head. I certainly intend to go to Mingyue. After all, it is closer to him. He is alone in the wilderness, and I must see him at least once. Furthermore, if the king of Mingyue does not mind, I possess some experience in managing shops. If I were to go, I could assist in overseeing some of your assets. This moment, upon hearing Qing Shuang's words, a glimmer of brightness appeared in Li Chen's eyes, and he nodded in agreement. Yes, I prepare to leave the capital. My mind is filled with myriad concerns. Once I reach Mingyue, I will need to be hands-on with everything. What I lack is someone like the third royal sister-in-law, who excels in management, that if she truly wishes to join in, I would be most grateful. Thus, Li Chen bowed respectfully to Qing Shuang. Your words are too kind. If you are willing to assist your younger brother, I shall be eternally grateful. Qing Shuang waved her hand, signaling for Li Chen to dispense with formalities. Just as they were conversing, the housekeeper hastily entered the room, addressing the group. Someone from the palace has arrived, reportedly bearing the emperor's decree, requesting the king of Mingyue to receive it. At this announcement, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, exchanging glances of confusion. According to protocol, with Li Chen about to depart, it seemed improbable for the palace to issue a decree. The sudden summons, what could it possibly entail? Was there yet another unforeseen development? What is meant to come will not be avoided. Let us go and see. Stepping outside, they arrived in the main hall, where they beheld a high-ranking eunuch clad in purple robes, Feng Bao, standing at the center with a whisk in hand. Feng Bao was none other than the trusted chief eunuch of Emperor Nanzhao. The personal delivery of the decree by Feng Bao signified the gravity of the matter. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, Feng Bao turned to face Li Chen. King of Mingyue, I have come at the behest of the emperor's express command. Li Chen nodded and, adhering to decorum, knelt before the hall. By the emperor's command, the king of Mingyue shall soon embark on a journey, and as this departure is uncertain in its duration, his majesty, considering familial bonds, has graciously permitted you to visit the palace and reunite with your mother. Thus decreed. This proclamation, Li Chen found himself momentarily frozen in place. What? The emperor of Nanzhao has granted me permission to see my mother. Yet why, in my recollections, do I possess so little memory of her? Li Chen could only recall being raised by the palace's wet nurses. He vaguely remembered a figure who had once been present in his life, but had swiftly faded from it. He recalled asking the wet nurses about his mother during his childhood, inquiring what she was like and where she had gone. Yet the wet nurses had always evaded the topic, urging him to refrain from asking further. Over time, as the years passed, Li Chen gradually lost any lingering thoughts of his mother. And now, why has the emperor of Nanzhao suddenly summoned me to meet her? Given the emperor's character, it was inconceivable that he would act without purpose or speak idle words. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Li Chen's mind, akin to needles jabbing and swirling within. He could not help but clutch his head in distress. What is happening? Are you all right? Observing Li Chen's complexion pale abruptly, beads of sweat cascading down his face, Mu Ying'er and Qing Shuang rushed to his side. Filled with concern, Li Chen steadied himself and shook his head at the two women. He then raised his gaze to face the chief eunuch, Feng Bao. Your Majesty, is there anything further you wish to convey? Feng Bao gazed at Li Chen, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions as he shook his head. When shall I enter the palace at an appropriate time? Feng Bao glanced at the darkening sky. It is quite late now, and the palace will soon close its gates, which would be rather inconvenient. If the king of Mingyue wishes to visit, it would be best to do so tomorrow. The night felt interminably long to Li Chen, who found himself lost in a myriad of dreams. He dreamt of his mother, her visage blurred, rendering him unable to discern her features. Yet, he recalled how she sang gentle melodies to soothe him as he grew up. The following morning, Li Chen awoke, tidied himself, and made his way to the palace. The palace gates. An old matron awaited him, having been his caretaker since childhood. The prospect of reuniting with his mother filled Li Chen with trepidation. In his previous life, he had always been an orphan, devoid of the warmth of parental love. Now, in this life, he was uncertain of how to confront his mother. The two walked in silence, navigating the winding path to the cold palace, eventually stopping before its entrance. Just as the matron was about to leave, Li Chen abruptly halted her. Matron, could you tell me what kind of person my mother truly is? The matron regarded him with a complex expression, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Your Highness, remember this. The lady is an exceptionally good person who endured much for your sake. If you have the chance in the future, be sure to repay her kindness. After imparting her words, the matron seemed to hesitate, then swiftly turned away. Gazing at the rusted and weathered doors before him, Li Chen inhaled deeply and pushed open the entrance to the cold palace. Inside, the conditions were deplorable. The dilapidated structure had not been maintained, and a musty odor permeated the as he looked around. He noticed approximately 20 individuals confined within, most of whom were concubines from the imperial harem, some of whom he recognized. Yet, without exception, they appeared emaciated, their hair disheveled, faces grimy, and their eyes hollow and vacant. As Li Chen stepped further inside, he found that none acknowledged his presence. They sat on the ground, indifferent to their appearance, lost in their own worlds. Finally, beneath a parasol tree, he spotted a woman. She was unkempt, gaunt, and her appearance was scarcely distinguishable from that of a beggar on the street. She sat there, entranced by the fluttering leaves of the parasol tree, humming an unfamiliar tune. Yet, that very melody caused Li Chen to freeze in place. It was hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of the lullabies that had accompanied him to sleep in his childhood. As he gazed at the woman, she seemed to sense his presence and turned her head. In that instant, their eyes met, and a flood of emotions surged within her gaze. From initial numbness, her expression transformed into one of surprise, joy, concern, and even a hint of panic. In that fleeting moment, Li Chen was utterly convinced that the woman before him was his mother. That instant, a cacophony of memories exploded within his mind. Long-buried recollections resurfacing, he recalled that his mother was the daughter of the former general of the Southern dynasty. To secure the military's allegiance, the Southern emperor had sought her hand in marriage. Afterward, the emperor ascended to the throne, but within 2 years, the general perished in battle, leading to a growing estrangement between the emperor and his mother. Subsequently, the emperor married the prime minister's sister, the favored consort Rong, who was cunning and began a power struggle within the harem, leading to the imprisonment of several concubines. When Li Chun was 3 years old, a calamity struck the palace involving sorcery, and the prime minister personally led a raid. The Imperial Guard discovered numerous figurines inscribed with the emperor's birth date within the quarters of Consort Li. Both Consort Li and young Li Chun were seized by the guards, and only through Consort Li's desperate pleas was the young boy spared. From that moment onward, Consort Li vanished from Li Chun's life, and his memories of her gradually faded. Now he understood that his mother had been confined here all along, reduced from her once resplendent glory to the wretched state before him. A wave of emotion washed over Li Chun, his nose tinged with a bittersweet ache, and his eyes felt parched as though dust had invaded them. "Mother!" Unable to contain himself, he rushed toward her. But upon seeing him approach, Consort Li hurriedly lowered her head, desperate to escape. Just as Li Chun prepared to reach for her, a raucous shout broke through the air. "Food is here! Food is here!" The gates of the cold palace swung open, and 2 eunuchs entered, carrying a large water bucket. They expertly poured its contents into a trough against the wall. The residents of the cold palace instinctively knelt before the trough, eagerly scooping the slop into their mouths. In the chaos, Consort Li, seemingly fearful of being recognized, melded into the throng, trying to avoid detection. Witnessing this, Li Chun felt a profound sorrow that he understood that she feared their recognition would bring him trouble, not realizing that he was already aware of the truth behind their predicament. His heart swelled with guilt for his mother's sacrifices, which allowed him to live outside the cold palace. Li Chun glanced at the trough, filled to the brim with foul remnants of meals, emitting a rancid odor. Over 20 individuals grasped the slop, desperately shoving it into their mouths, having long since acclimated to such a life. Isn't this the 6th prince? One eunuch exclaimed, seemingly recognizing Li Chun. "What brings you here?" Suppressing his rising fury, Li Chun retorted, "Isn't this fit only for pigs? Why are they given such scraps?" The eunuch turned to observe the concubines scrambling for food, a smirk creeping onto his face. "What do you expect? They are no better than swine. They should consider themselves fortunate to be fed." As he looked in the eunuch's eyes, Li Chun felt a surge of anger boiling within him. The eunuch, oblivious to the tension, continued to smile at Li Chun. "I hear the 6th prince enjoys music. Would you like to hear someone sing? There happens to be someone here who can." He gestured toward Consort Li, who was trying to remain inconspicuous among the crowd. "Hey, you there? Yes, you. Get up and sing for the 6th prince." Consort Li, too afraid to confront Li Chun, pretended not to hear and continued to shove the slop in her mouth. How ungrateful. Not even a hint of respect. The eunuch, incensed by her lack of response, stormed over to her, ready to deliver a kick. Just then, a resounding crash echoed through the air as the eunuch was sent flying into the corner. Li Chun's eyes blazed with fury as he seized the eunuch by the collar, his grip tightening around the man's throat. "Do you not know that Consort Li is my mother? How dare you humiliate her in my presence? Who are you trying to impress with your actions?" The eunuch struggled desperately, attempting to free himself from Li Chun's grasp. However, at that moment, Li Chun had no intention of releasing him. With a forceful twist of his hand, a sharp crack echoed as the eunuch's neck was snapped, resulting in his immediate demise. The eunuch collapsed onto the ground, inciting a cacophony of screams from those surrounding them. Everyone scattered in terror, casting fearful glances at Li Chun. Facing the remaining eunuch, Li Chun's gaze was piercing, radiating an aura of menace. "In 15 minutes, summon your chief eunuch to come here. Otherwise, I shall ensure that everyone present pays the ultimate price." The young eunuch fled in a panic. The concubines nearby were visibly shaken, retreating at a distance from Li Chun, except for the remaining Li Fei, who rushed towards him with urgency. "Child, you must leave at once." "Allow me to explain." The warmth of his mother's concern enveloped Li Chun, stirring emotions within him. It had been long since he had felt such genuine love. He embraced his mother tightly. After 2 decades. Mother and son were finally reunited. Sure, listen to me. This is not the time for recklessness. We are in the depths of the palace, and you have taken a life. You must leave quickly. This matter must not implicate you. His mother pushed him away, urging him to depart. Yet Li Chun gazed intently at Li Fei. Mother, I have been bestowed the title of King of Mingyue. Come with me. Let us go to Mingyue, and you need not suffer here any longer. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of pride lit up in Li Fei's eyes as she looked at her son, nodding gravely. However, a moment later, realization seemed to dawn upon her, and she shook her head, gently caressing Li Chen's face. She said, Child, the journey to Mingyue is long. I shall not accompany you. I will wait here for your return. Li Chun, upon hearing her words, furrowed his brows. After a moment of calm reflection, he comprehended his mother's predicament. He also finally grasped the true intentions behind the Southern Zhao Emperor's decision to allow him to visit his mother. It was precisely because Li Fei remained in the capital that the Southern Zhao Emperor felt secure in granting Li Chun the title of king and permitting him to leave the city. Li Fei's presence here served as a hostage. With her here, Li Chun would not dare to rebel. The emperor's act of allowing Li Chun to see his mother was not an act of sudden compassion, but rather a warning. Do not act impulsively or entertain foolish thoughts. His mother was still in his grasp. Suddenly, a wave of desolation washed over Li Chun. The world of emperors is indeed fraught with cruelty. Qing'er, you must go quickly. It will be too late if you delay. Li Fei urged him. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed ominously. The middle-aged eunuch clad in a purple uniform, exuding an intimidating presence, arrived at the entrance of the cold palace, accompanied by numerous young eunuchs. This purple-clad eunuch was the chief eunuch of the palace, a fourth-rank official. Above him were the chief eunuchs close to the Southern Zhao Emperor, holding a third-rank position. The chief eunuch surveyed the lifeless bodies in the courtyard, a sinister glint appearing in his eyes as he addressed Li Chun with a chilling tone. Sixth Prince, we are aware that you have recently been granted the title of King of Mingyue. However, there are rules within the palace. You have taken the life of one of our own, and this matter necessitates an explanation. Li Chun regarded the chief eunuch with an icy stare, knowing he had been conferred the title of king. The audacity of this eunuch to demand an explanation was either a sign of backing or an invitation to his own demise. As Li Fei was about to kneel in plea for Li Chun, he gently assisted her up. He patted her shoulder, signaling her to remain calm, before striding towards the chief eunuch. He did not care who orchestrated this charade in the cold palace. However, his mother had endured years of humiliation here. He had to seek justice for her. Standing before the chief eunuch, he demanded, What explanation do you seek? The chief eunuch's face curled into a sinister smirk. The sixth prince has killed one of ours. At the very least, an explanation is warranted. Otherwise, others may think us easy prey. With a resounding slap, Li Chun struck the chief eunuch across the face. Is this explanation sufficient? The chief eunuch's eyes flared with fury. Sixth prince, do you dare strike me? I am a fourth-rank chief eunuch. With a swift kick, Li Chun sent the chief eunuch flying a distance of 10 feet. He advanced, placing his foot on the chief eunuch's chest. You, a dog, dare to act with such arrogance before this king. You have deprived the cold palace of its dignity and oppressed the royal consorts. Do you believe that I won't dare to kill you? The chief eunuch, humiliated and enraged, realized he was on his own turf and had never endured such indignity before. King of Mingyue, do you dare to treat me so? Have you not considered the consequences? You may go to your fief, but your mother remains in this cold palace. Can you protect her for a lifetime? Hearing these words, Li Chen's eyes turned cold. This eunuch had ignited a murderous intent within him. Indeed, he could leave, but his mother would still be here. If she were to be bullied in the future, what then? Thus, let death befall you. Just as the chief eunuch believed he had intimidated Li Chun, Li Chun lifted his foot and stomped down heavily on his chest. The sound of cracking ribs echoed ominously. That single blow shattered the chief eunuch's ribs. Looking at Li Chun, the chief eunuch's eyes widened in horror. He could hardly believe that Li Chun truly dared to kill him. Just as he was about to plead for mercy, Li Chun declared, In your next life, be a good dog, with another forceful stomp. The chief eunuch's chest caved in completely. His eyes bulged in disbelief, unable to fathom that he would perish at the hands of Li Chun in an instant, as Li Chun dispatched the chief eunuch. The surrounding young eunuchs were left utterly dumbfounded. They had initially thought that the chief eunuch's arrival would humiliate Li Chun, yet they never anticipated that this sixth prince could be so ruthless, directly killing the chief eunuch. At this moment, Li Chun turned to face the remaining eunuchs, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Bring Feng Bao to me. Inform him that I am here, awaiting a satisfactory answer." Upon hearing Li Chen's furious command, all the eunuchs shuddered. They had never realized how ruthless this sixth prince could be. The young eunuchs, in fear, hastily turned and fled. Meanwhile, Li Fei gazed at Li Chun with growing anxiety. "Child, they are all powerful eunuchs in the palace. The struggles within the palace often involve bloodshed without visible wounds, especially these eunuchs, known for their treachery and cruelty. If the Southern Zhao Emperor learns of your slaying 2 eunuchs, who knows what punishment awaits you?" Li Chun shook his head in response to Li Fei. "Mother, rest assured, they dare not act against us. The stronger I become, the more they will fear me. They will not dare to harm you. Submitting to their whims and enduring their insults will only invite further bullying." Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Li Fei nodded in agreement, a glimmer of approval in her eyes that Li Chen was right. The more powerful he became, the more they would be wary of him. The more they feared him, the less likely they would resort to any means against her. Initially, she regretted her kindness for not being able to protect herself and her son. However, it seemed that her son had grown remarkably. Approximately 15 minutes later, Feng Bao arrived at the cold palace. After glancing at the 2 lifeless bodies on the ground, he merely redirected his gaze before bowing to Li Chun. "This servant pays respects to the king of my..." Li Chun nodded, awaiting Feng Bao's response. Feng Bao could not possibly be unaware of the events in the cold palace. The Southern Zhao Emperor would certainly have been informed. The fact that it took Feng Bao over 15 minutes to arrive indicated that the emperor had given instructions. Today, as confrontation appeared to be a clash with the palace eunuchs. Ultimately, it would boil down to Li Chen's confrontation with the Southern Zhao Emperor. However, Li Chen was eager to hear how the emperor would proceed. In his heart, he was prepared for the worst. If need be, they would both perish together. With a forceful sweep of the table, Feng Bao declared, "No one shall play anymore." Facing Li Chun, he continued, "Your Highness, the matter of the cold palace was indeed my oversight. I have already ordered the eunuchs responsible for the cold palace to be executed, and arrangements have been made for dedicated personnel to manage it henceforth. Furthermore, all provisions within the cold palace will be administered according to the established standards, ensuring that no further instances of misappropriation occur. As for Lady Li, she will also receive specialized care moving forward. So please rest assured, Your Highness." Upon hearing Feng Bao's words, Li Chun narrowed his eyes, a sense of clarity dawning upon him. Ultimately, the Emperor of Nanzhao conceded, allowing Feng Bao to bear the brunt of the responsibility, although the Emperor did not remove his mother from the cold palace. He had arranged for dedicated caretakers, a far cry from her previous circumstances. This also indicated that the Emperor had begun to regard him with caution. Nevertheless, this was a positive development. At the very least, no one would dare to easily insult his mother again. "Your Highness, it is nearly time. It is ill-advised to linger in the depths of the palace." After a moment, Feng Bao reminded Li Chun. Li Chun furrowed his brow slightly. So much had transpired that day, and time seemed to slip away far too quickly. The reunion between mother and son was hard won, yet they had scarcely exchanged a few words. At that moment, Lady Li turned to Li Chun, saying, "Sure, what Feng Gong says is true. You should return now. I'm quite well here." Gazing at his mother, Li Chun opened his mouth, struggling to find the words. In the end, all the myriad sentiments coalesced into a single phrase. "Mother, please take care." Lady Li nodded, but tears could not be restrained from cascading down her cheeks. Observing his mother, Li Chun felt a profound ache in his heart. "Mother, you must wait for me. 3 years, at most 3 years, I will surely bring you out." Ultimately, Li Chun was escorted away by Feng Bao, watching as the gates of the cold palace slowly closed behind him. The sight of his mother's reluctant gaze, coupled with the barrier separating them, pierced his heart like a knife. Emerging from the palace gates, A pall of gloom settled over Li Chun. He instructed the carriage to return first while he ambled through the bustling streets. Initially, the thoroughfare was alive with noise, but as he wandered deeper, he suddenly realized that the clamor had vanished entirely. When he snapped back to reality and turned his head, he discovered that, unbeknownst to him, the area had been cleared, leaving no passers-by in sight. Li Chun furrowed his brow, spotting a carriage halted directly before him. Beside it stood a man clad in a dragon-patterned robe, his countenance dark and foreboding. It was none other than the fourth prince, Li Rue. Has the sixth brother emerged from the cold palace? I presume you have encountered that madwoman. How did it go? Did she sing for you? Li Rue's voice dripped with malice, igniting a fierce glint in Li Chen's eyes, as if he were ready to devour his adversary. You would do well to cleanse your tongue, should you fail to do so. I can assist you in sealing it. Li Rue merely shook his head. The sixth brother has grown rather arrogant of late, as if transformed into an entirely different person. Had I known it would come to this, I should have allowed Mother to take action, imprisoning both you and her in the cold palace. At this statement, Li Chen's gaze darkened instantly. He discerned the crucial implication within Li Rue's words. In those days, to be locked away together, the calamity of witchcraft was your design. Suddenly, a chill swept through Li Chen's eyes that, the events of that year were orchestrated by you. Li Rue shook his head, an even more pronounced sneer curling his lips as he addressed Li Chun. What purpose does knowing serve now? We succeeded in confining that woman to the cold palace, and we can just as easily extinguish your life. Do you truly believe that by securing the title of King of Mingyue you can escape? Allow your elder brother to send you to the netherworld to fulfill your role as King of Mingyue. With that, Li Rue clapped his hands, summoning the carriage. The sound of iron chains rattled as the door curtain was lifted, revealing a burly man emerging from within, towering at 9 feet, robust as a bull. His unkempt hair framed a fearsome visage, clad in the garb of a condemned prisoner, chains clinking around his limbs. Li Rue pointed towards Li Chun, commanding, "Kill him, and I shall grant you a chance at life." Upon hearing this, the hulking man fixed his blood-red gaze upon Li Chun, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Nodding, he let out a bone-chilling roar as Li Chun regarded the brute before him. He furrowed his brow. The man appeared to possess the strength of a fifth-tier expert, albeit slightly weaker than Zhang Weiguo. However, Zhang Weiguo had refrained from utilizing his inner strength during their duel. Given Li Chen's current capabilities, facing this fifth-tier expert alone would prove to be an overwhelming challenge. Li Chun confronted Li Rue, declaring, "Are you not afraid of the Emperor discovering your plot to harm a prince in broad daylight?" Li Rue merely shook his head, a sinister smile gracing his lips. "But didn't I already clear this area? Rest assured, all here are my people. Your death will raise no suspicions if the Emperor inquires. We will simply inform him that a dangerous criminal escaped from prison and assassinated the King of Mingyue in the streets. How's that for a compelling rationale? Indeed, a most convincing excuse. The Jingzhou prefecture won't even need to investigate," Li Rue remarked, stepping forward to unshackle the chains from the hulking man before retreating to a corner of the street. "This is now your domain. Kill him." In his eyes, Li Chun was nothing more than a worthless fool. A fifth-tier expert was more than sufficient to see him off. As the chains fell away from the brutish man, he flexed his limbs, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds. Then, locking his gaze upon Li Chun, a predatory grin emerged on his face. Just as Li Chun furrowed his brow, the hulking man charged forward, launching a powerful punch aimed squarely at Li Chen's chest. At that moment, Li Chun distinctly heard the sound of explosive force accompanying the man's strike. Li Chun, eager to gauge the true prowess of this fifth-tier expert, raised his arms defensively, bracing himself to absorb the blow. The impact sent him staggering back 10 paces, his arms tingling and his entire being engulfed in a tumult of blood and energy. The sensation was akin to being struck by a full-speed charging bull. The might of a fifth-tier expert was indeed terrifying. In his current state, without inner strength, he could not afford to confront this foe head-on. The optimal strategy would be to leverage his combat experience to engage in close-quarters grappling. Meanwhile, from the corner of the street, Li Rue observed Li Chen's plight with a sinister grin, casually snacking on seeds as he relished the unfolding drama. The hulking man, having sent Li Chun reeling, wasted no time in pursuing him again. Arriving before Li Chun, the brute aimed to seize him by the chest. However, Li Chun deftly sidestepped, evading the grasp. The man retaliated with another attempt. Yet Li Chun eluded him once more, not even allowing a single thread of his garment to be touched. Seeing Li Chun slip away like a fish, the hulking man let out another furious roar. Dancing around the brute, Li Chun refrained from engaging directly, and after a series of exchanges, he discerned the man's weaknesses. Although the hulking man was a fifth-tier expert, he seemed to lack mental acuity. Perhaps dulled from his time in prison, relying solely on brute strength without any discernible techniques or strategies. Realizing this, Li Chun understood that as long as he did not engage head-on with the brute, he had a significant chance to turn the tables. Seizing an opportunity, Li Chun unleashed a powerful punch to the man's chest. The brute staggered slightly, but suffered no significant damage. In retaliation, he unleashed another furious roar, lunging at Li Chun with outstretched arms. Ultimately, the disparity in their strengths proved too great. As Li Chun continued to evade, he was eventually caught by the brute's grasp on his chest. With a sudden surge of momentum, the hulking man hoisted Li Chun into the air, spinning him around before slamming him down with tremendous force. With a resounding thud, Li Chun hit the ground. Dazed and disoriented, blood escaping his lips. Meanwhile, Li Rue, casually munching on seeds, regarded Li Chun with a look of satisfaction, clearly reveling in his distress. As the hulking man charged toward him, the ground trembled underfoot. The weight of his approach foreboding to ensure Li Chun's demise. The brute leapt into the air, his full weight descending upon Li Chun with deadly intent. This is clearly an attempt to crush Li Chun beneath the weight of a mountain. Gazing at the burly man, Li Chun's expression turned grave. Should he be pinned down by the giant, he would undoubtedly be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh as the formidable figure bore down upon him. Li Chun summoned all his strength, executed a sudden roll, and narrowly evaded the man's lethal strike. Boom! The giant crashed to the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chun sprang to his feet and seized a rolling pin from the stall. With a fierce swing, he brought it crashing down upon the giant's head. Thud! The blow landed with a resounding impact on the man's skull, causing him to clutch his head, his vision swirling, eyes rolling back. Before he ultimately collapsed to the ground that moment, Li Chun approached the fallen giant, who was still convulsing, and struck him again with the rolling pin. He continued this until the giant lay completely still. Only then did Li Chun turn around, casting a cold gaze at the fourth Prince Li Rue, who was lurking at the corner snack stall. "You! Come here at once!" Li Chun bellowed, brandishing the rolling pin. Under the weight of Li Chun's imposing presence, Li Rue, almost as if compelled by an unseen force, walked toward him. Bang! Li Chun swung the rolling pin with great force, striking Li Rue's body. The prince, taken aback by the sudden assault, let out a cry of pain, bending over and kneeling as he frantically rubbed the area where he had been struck. "How dare you hit me?" Li Chun pointed the rolling pin accusingly at Li Rue's nose. "Do you believe I wouldn't hesitate to kill you?" At that moment, witnessing Li Rue being struck, the guards who had previously been dispatched to disperse the crowd approached with menacing expressions, weapons drawn. Surrounding Li Chun, they were bound by Li Rue's command. At his slightest order, they would surely attack Li Chun. However, Li Rue had yet to summon his guard for help. Li Chun's chilling voice cut through the air. "If you believe you can escape from me, then call for help. Otherwise, tell them to leave." Li Rue looked up at Li Chun, who was merely 3 steps away, while his guard stood about 20 steps back. He feared that before the guards could reach him, Li Chun would have him firmly in his grasp. Reluctantly, Li Rue issued the command to his guards. "Leave, all of you," as the guards retreated to their previous positions. Li Chun swung the rolling pin again, delivering another fierce blow to Li Rue. The prince's shoulder was struck, eliciting another cry of pain as he attempted to evade Li Chun. Yet, Li Chun showed no signs of stopping, relentlessly swinging the rolling pin at Li Rue's body. The guards looked on, torn between the desire to intervene and their fear of Li Chun, as Li Rue knelt, trying to dodge the blows. He cried out, "Li Chun, I am still a prince. Are you not afraid of our father's wrath?" Li Chen responded with a cold smile, dripping with sarcasm. You weren't afraid when you sent people to kill me. So why should I fear anything? Besides, didn't you provide me with the perfect justification? A criminal escaped from prison, killing the fourth prince in the street. Fortunately, the sixth prince arrived in time to slay the criminal. But alas, the fourth prince succumbed to his injuries. The justification Li Rue had crafted for Li Chen was now being wielded against him. Fear washed over Li Rue's face as he realized the dire situation he was in. Sixth brother, I beg you, spare me. If you let me go, I will agree to anything. Li Chen shook his head, his expression growing even colder. Did you ever consider this moment when you plotted against me? It is too late to beg for mercy now. With that, Li Chen continued to swing the rolling pin, raining down blows upon Li Rue like a relentless storm. The prince's cries of anguish persisted for a full quarter of an hour, a deliberate act of Li Chen's design. Only when Li Rue lay on the ground, utterly unable to struggle or defend himself, his body limp and only his lips able to twitch, did Li Chen cease his assault. Li Chen stood over Li Rue, placing his foot upon the prince's face. Remember this. Today is merely the retrieval of a small interest for the calamity of witchcraft from years past. The vengeance of that time shall be repaid in full. For now, I will spare your life, allowing you to wait until my next return, at which point I shall send your entire family to the afterlife. With that, Li Chen discarded the now broken rolling pin and faced the guards of the fourth prince. Carry your master away. Get lost. At the sound of Li Chen's command, the guards dared to approach. Hurriedly lifting the nearly unconscious Li Rue and fleeing in disarray, as for seeking revenge against Li Chen. With the fourth prince in a state of near death, not a single guard possessed the courage to entertain such thoughts. Li Chen harbored no fears of retaliation. After all, he had the Black Riders firmly under his control. Who would dare provoke such misfortune? As for the Emperor of Nanzhao, Li Chen had no concerns whatsoever. He firmly believed that, given the Emperor's cunning, the truth of today's events would soon come to light. After all, it was the fourth prince who had orchestrated the scheme against him. Now, with Li Chen poised to depart with the Black Riders, the Emperor had no reason to seek trouble with him over a prince who had acted with malice. Furthermore, given the Emperor's nature, he would undoubtedly prefer the princes to fight fiercely amongst themselves, allowing him to consolidate all resources into his grasp more effectively and swiftly. Upon returning to the residence of the Duke of State, Li Chen was met by Ying'er and Qing Shuang, who were busy managing the estate. They quickly noticed something amiss about him. With concern etched on their faces, they approached him. What happened? Did you get into a fight? Are you all right? Li Chen discerned the worry in his sister-in-law's eyes and smiled, shaking his head to indicate he was unscathed. It's nothing, just handled a minor inconvenience. Seeing that Li Chen was unwilling to elaborate and appeared to be fine, Ying'er and Qing Shuang refrained from pressing further. Glancing at the time, they noted that it was already nearing the hour of the dog, and Li Chen's planned departure was fast approaching. He turned to his sisters-in-law. How are the preparations coming along? Has Zhang Weiguo sent any news? Ying'er nodded in response to Li Chen. Zhang Weiguo just came by. They are nearly ready. Thanks to the tireless efforts of the soldiers, they have modified 3,000 crossbows and produced nearly 50,000 arrows. Upon hearing this, Li Chen nodded, a glimmer of joy lighting up his eyes. Excellent. The Black Riders truly possess remarkable execution and operational capability. I initially thought that producing 2,000 crossbows would be impressive. I never expected they would complete 3,000, just enough for each person. 50,000 arrows, combined with the existing stock, is more than sufficient. However, Ying'er gazed at Li Chen, a hint of embarrassment crossing her features as she hesitated to continue. Li Chen, curious, inquired, "What is it?" Ying'er's mood turned slightly somber as she replied, "The land deeds from the Duke of State's estate only sold for 38,000 taels, and with the 36,000 taels from Sister Qing Shuang, we have only managed to gather a total of 74,000 taels. After discussing with Qing Shuang, we estimate that the journey to Minuet will take about a month, even without accounting for military salaries. Simply the expenses for over 3,000 men will amount to at least 110,000 taels, leaving us with a shortfall of 36,000 taels." Listening to Ying'er's words, Li Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked between her and Qing Shuang. So, These past few days, the Duke of State's residence has been bustling with the sale of land to raise military funds. Ying'er met Li Qin's gaze, her eyes momentarily evasive. Worried that the financial matters might hurt Li Qin's pride, she quickly added, "We are about to set off for Mingyue, and who knows when we will return. The lands and shops of the Duke of State's residence will remain unmanaged, so it is better to sell them." Qing Shuang cautiously chimed in, "That silver was earned by you. As a woman, I have no use for such a large sum. It is simply sitting idle, and we can temporarily use it for military expenses." The two women then spoke in unison, "Rest assured, we are doing this willingly." At that moment, looking at the two royal sisters-in-law before him, Li Chun stood transfixed, overwhelmed by a mix of emotions. In a moment of turmoil, I found myself at a loss for words to articulate the tumult of emotions swirling within my heart: gratitude, appreciation, and a profound sense of being moved intertwined in a complex tapestry of feeling. During these past few days, he had taken residence in the residence of the Duke of Xian, fully aware that the household was devoid of surplus funds. The lands and shops they owned were the last bastion of their security. Should they choose to sell these assets, how would the Duke's household sustain itself thereafter? Furthermore, the wealth belonging to the Yu family was, in essence, Qing Shuang's own, her final refuge as a woman. Now, she was prepared to relinquish it all. Should her venture to Mingyue prove unfavorable, what then would become of Qing Shuang? In that moment, Li Chun faced the two imperial sisters and shook his head resolutely. "Esteemed sisters, I absolutely cannot accept your monetary assistance. You have already done more than enough for me, that if I were to take this money, what would that make me? Moreover, I have devised a plan regarding the military funds." "You have a plan?" The two women gazed at Li Chun with puzzled expressions. Just as they began to suspect that this was merely a ruse on his part, a figure clad in a flowing pink gown approached from outside the courtyard. It was the second imperial sister, Rong Xian. She appeared somewhat disheveled, her delicate cheeks glistening with perspiration. Upon seeing Li Chun, she produced a folded piece of paper from her bosom and handed it to him. "Here, the item you requested." After speaking, she casually poured herself a glass of water and drank heartily. Li Chen's heart soared with joy upon receiving the paper from Rong Xian. Everything was now in place. Only this envelope awaited him. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude to the second imperial sister. "Thank you, esteemed sister." Rong Xian merely waved her hand dismissively. "It's a trivial matter." Li Chun then held up the letter before the two women. "Indeed, this is my plan." The two women looked at him, still perplexed, unable to grasp the significance of what he was revealing. As Li Chun unfolded the paper, a detailed map of the outskirts of the capital came into view, marked with not only forested areas and hidden caves, but also various encampments of personnel. "Is this a map of the bandit strongholds in the outskirts of the capital? Do you intend to target them?" Ying'er exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. Li Chun regarded Ying'er with a serious expression. "Precisely. The bandits in the outskirts have colluded with the imperial princes, wreaking havoc for several years now. They have been robbing merchants and plundering the common folk, causing immense suffering. The authorities dare not engage them, and even the garrison troops have chosen to avoid confrontation. Therefore, I shall confront the bandits that the government fears to challenge, and I intend to eradicate this threat on the eve of our departure from the capital. Additionally, it will serve to replenish our food supplies." At this moment, Ying'er stood frozen, taken aback by Li Chen's audacious plan. She had never imagined that he would set his sights on the bandits in the outskirts. After a brief silence, she spoke up. "But they number 50,000, while we have only 3,000. Moreover, we are at a disadvantage in mountainous terrain, where the advantages of the Black Riders cannot be fully realized." Li Chun, however, wore a smile at her concerns. "Indeed, that is how you perceive it, and it is a sentiment shared by many. Particularly from the perspective of the bandits, they believe that their position in the outskirts is so secure that no force would dare challenge them. Consequently, both their defenses and countermeasures are likely to be exceedingly lax. With this map in hand, we can stealthily infiltrate their stronghold and deliver a decisive blow. Furthermore, I have instructed the Black Riders to craft crossbow bolts that can fire 3 arrows with a single breath. This will significantly enhance our combat capabilities in terms of both speed and precision. Although we face disadvantages, they will not be as pronounced as one might think. More importantly, we will strike under the cover of night. When the bandits, comprised mostly of disorganized rabble, will be unaccustomed to nighttime engagements. Once the conflict begins, in their panic, they will scatter like headless flies, leaving themselves vulnerable to our decisive strikes. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Ying'er inhaled deeply. With extensive preparation aimed at catching the mountain bandits off guard, the odds seemed to favor their success. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with newfound admiration for Li Chen. She never anticipated that he would orchestrate such a grand scheme without her awareness. His courage, intellect, and sense of responsibility were indeed increasingly impressive. Just as Ying'er was lost in thought, gazing at Li Chen in awe, he suddenly turned to her. "Please, esteemed sister, have someone summon Zhang Weiguo to come here. Although we have made extensive preparations, we must meticulously delineate our roles to ensure that chaos does not ensue during the battle. Additionally, communicate to the Black Riders that all soldiers should take advantage of this time to rest. Tonight is of utmost importance." Feeling the intensity of Li Chen's gaze, Ying'er hastily averted her eyes. Unable to meet his gaze, a blush creeping on her cheeks. "Oh, very well." She discreetly glanced at her sisters, ensuring they were oblivious to her flustered state, then stuck out her tongue playfully and hurriedly left. Li Chen noticed her slight actions, but chose not to dwell on it. Instead, he focused intently on the map before him, his mind racing as he analyzed the optimal strategy for their deployment that night. After approximately 15 minutes, Zhang Weiguo, clad in armor, arrived at Li Chen's study. Upon hearing that a confrontation with the bandits was imminent, every fiber of his being ignited with uncontainable battle fervor. Since the passing of the Duke of Zhen, the Black Riders have been dormant in the capital, deprived of combat missions and opportunities for glory, leaving each soldier yearning for action. Now, with a chance to engage in battle, how could Zhang Weiguo not feel exhilarated? Upon seeing Li Chen, Zhang Weiguo immediately knelt before him. This humble soldier, Zhang Weiguo, pays his respects to the prince. Li Chen lifted his gaze from the desk and nodded in acknowledgement. "Rise." After Zhang Weiguo stood, Li Chen addressed him directly. "That I trust that the deputy commander has briefed you on tonight's operational plans. Therefore, I shall refrain from reiterating the objectives and significance of our mission. Our primary focus now is to arrange tonight's tactics and assign roles to our personnel. That I implore everyone to remember their responsibilities and refrain from making arbitrary changes." At this moment, Li Chen's self-reference had shifted from "I" to "this prince," signifying a change in his identity. That I in their everyday interactions, Li Chen and the three women were akin to family, bickering and bantering freely. However, during wartime, especially in matters of strategy, such informality could not be tolerated. Li Chen's gaze swept over the assembly with an air of authority. In that instant, everyone felt an undeniable pressure emanating from him. The amiable Li Chen they had known had vanished, replaced by a cold, commanding presence reminiscent of a seasoned general. This shift was particularly palpable for Ying'er, who hailed from a military family. Instantly, all present adopted solemn expressions, standing straighter as they fixated their eyes intently on Li Chen. "I have thoroughly analyzed the map. The bandits are entrenched in the Tsongshan Mountains, which stretch for 10 miles, characterized by steep terrain that is difficult to breach. Notably, the majority of the bandits are concentrated at the highest point, Tiansong Peak, where their numbers approximate 30,000, posing a significant challenge for us. However, I have identified 4 neglected paths leading to the peak. Therefore, tonight, we shall forsake the main road and ascend via these lesser-known routes. I plan to divide our forces into 4 groups, each approaching the central point from different directions. The Black Riders' deputy commander will lead 800 riders from the eastern route toward Tiansong Peak. The Black Riders' commanding officer will take 800 riders from the northern route toward Tiansong Peak. Rong Xian will lead 800 riders from the western route toward Tiansong Peak, and I shall lead 500 riders from the southern route toward Tiansong Peak. At last, Qing Shuang led 100 Black Riders behind me, primarily tasked with the assessment and clearing of the supplies hoarded by the bandits, which would subsequently be repurposed for military use. Does anyone have any objections to this arrangement? Is there any dissent from the commanding deputy? Li Chen inquired, directing his question towards Zhang Weiguo at that moment. Zhang Weiguo furrowed his brow, intently studying the map before him, which detailed Li Qin's battle plan. From any perspective, it appeared remarkably sound and beyond reproach. These four obscure paths were difficult to traverse, leading directly to the mountain summit, an approach that the bandits would undoubtedly not anticipate. It was akin to a person being struck fatally while in a deep slumber, completely unaware of the impending danger. However, with years of combat experience behind him, he discerned a minor concern. The route designated for him, Ying'er and Rong Xian by the king of Mingyue, was relatively easy. In contrast, the path chosen by the king himself was closer to the main road, where, according to the markings on the map, the bandits had stationed the majority of their forces. Moreover, the king had assigned himself a rather small contingent, raising the question of whether this posed a risk. My lord, I have no objections to the arrangement, but might there be a shortage of personnel on your end? Li Qin shook his head. Not at all. I've already devised a plan. Zhang Weiguo nodded in agreement, recognizing that with the king of Mingyue's myriad strategies, he had surely anticipated this as well. Aside from that, I have no objections. Li Qin acknowledged him with a nod, and then turned to Ying'er. Does the deputy commander have any dissent? Ying'er, her gaze drawn back from the map, shook her head in response. I too have no objections. Next, Li Qin directed his attention to Rong Xian. Do you have any objections? Rong Xian narrowed her brow, her long eyelashes fluttering as she regarded Li Qin thoughtfully. Though I am not well-versed in strategy, I can see that your plan is quite comprehensive. However, I believe that the route I am responsible for does not require such a large number of people. You must understand that I am adept at beast taming, and I have observed that the area around Diansong Mountain harbors numerous wild creatures, most of which prefer to be active at night. Therefore, I can effectively utilize them as my allies. The personnel I command could be reassigned to your group or theirs. Hearing Rong Xian's suggestion, Li Qin's eyes sparkled with realization, conjuring an image in his mind being trapped by tens of thousands of poisonous foes. He had no doubt about Rong Xian's beast-taming abilities. In the current circumstances, every additional Black Rider was a crucial asset to the fight. Excellent, Li Qin declared to the group. In that case, let us adjust the personnel deployment. Rong Xian, I will allocate an additional 200 men to you for contingencies. Furthermore, the total number of personnel under Ying'er will be adjusted to 1,000, while Zhang Weiguo's total will be set at 900, and I shall lead 800 men. The number for you Qing Shuang remains unchanged at 100. The objective of the plan remains the same. All personnel will mount a full assault on the mountain, concentrating our forces to directly confront Tiansong Peak. Do you all understand? The response from everyone was unanimous. Understood. Once the plan was finalized, preparations commenced. It was now just past the hour of you, and the capital had been under curfew, prohibiting anyone from leaving the city after the hour of sure. Per Li Qin's orders, the Black Riders were to exit the city and establish camp 20 li away from the bandit stronghold on the outskirts of the capital. This would prevent alerting the bandits while allowing for a light and swift operation. Thus, the group had only 1 hour to prepare. Soon, the hour of sure arrived, and in accordance with the planned schedule, the Black Riders successfully passed through the city gates. After an hour of marching, they reached their destination. By this time, the sky had grown completely dark, and the area was devoid of human presence for 10 miles, the surroundings desolate and silent, save for the croaking of frogs and the chirping of insects. Tonight, the heavens seemed to favor Li Qin. The moon hung bright and sparse among the stars, casting a silvery glow over the earth, as if draping it in a delicate veil. The light was just right, concealing their movements while ensuring visibility was not compromised. Standing in the wilderness, Li Qin gazed back toward the direction of the capital, his expression imbued with a complex mix of emotions. Ultimately, he had successfully departed from the capital. From this moment forth, the sky was vast enough for birds to fly freely, and the sea wide enough for fish to leap. Li Qin was filled with grand aspirations for the future. He would surely return to the capital. What nonsense of imperial authority, what farcical father-son bonds. No one would ever limit him again. As Li Qin pondered, Ying'er approached him. Everything is ready. Li Qin nodded slightly. Moments later, he arrived at the battlefield and stood at the forefront of the troops. The 3,000 Black Riders had assembled in their designated formation, fully prepared. The steeds were unbridled, the soldiers clad in soft armor. With curved blades at their waists, bows and crossbows in hand, and quivers filled with arrows on their backs. Each soldier equipped with 50 arrows, awaiting Li Chen's final command. I could see that moment. Li Chen, riding forward to face the 3,000 Black Riders, spoke passionately. Brothers, for years, the bandits have lurked in the mountains, robbing merchants, plundering the common folk, and oppressing the innocent, their crimes innumerable. Especially in recent days, they have descended from the mountains to wreak havoc, slaughtering over 3,000 of our people and abducting countless wives and daughters, committing heinous atrocities against our citizens. This is intolerable. As a valiant warrior, how can we allow treachery to prevail while bandits wreak havoc? Today marks the first battle for the Black Riders in many years. Though the enemy vastly outnumbers us, the people need us, the common folk need us. In turbulent times, true heroes emerge. Even against 1,000,000 foes, I shall forge ahead. Today, we act in the name of righteousness, to eradicate these vile brigands and annihilate the bandits on the outskirts of the capital, establishing a formidable stance against the scourge of banditry. The Black Riders shall prevail, as Li Chen suddenly drew his curved blade and shouted to the assembled troops. The soldiers, stirred by his fervor, raised their blades in unison and cried out, "The Black Riders shall prevail! Onward!" With Li Chen's command, the 3,000 Black Riders swiftly set forth toward Diansong Mountain. Upon nearing the mountain, all personnel dismounted, gripping their curved blades, crouching low as they stealthily ascended. The narrow paths were indeed treacherous, many places thick with thorns, and some depressions were piled high with fallen leaves, with certain areas requiring climbing. Ying'er led the way, taking the lead to scout the route, guiding the Black Riders upward. Just as Li Chen had anticipated, the bandits had never suspected an assault upon them. Their defenses were exceedingly lax. Mainly focused on the main road, they had made no arrangements to guard these obscure paths as Ying'er advanced. Encountering solitary bandits, the Black Riders unleashed their crossbows. When confronted by groups of 100 or more, Ying'er commanded the Black Riders to encircle them. When the distance closed, she would order a volley of crossbow fire. Often before the enemy could even emit a cry, they would be pierced like hedgehogs. Li Chen was correct. These mountain bandits were largely a disorganized rabble. Particularly at night, their combat effectiveness was lamentably low. After half an hour, Ying'er had made it to the halfway point of the mountain. Meanwhile, the situation on Zhang Weigua's side mirrored Ying'er's progress, both advancing at a consistent pace. However, Li Chen's group was moving slightly slower, not due to any flaw in his strategy, but rather because he deliberately reserved the most formidable challenges for himself. While a direct ascent would have posed no issues, Li Chen's objective was the complete eradication of all bandits. Thus, he chose a path closer to the main road, where the bandits had stationed the majority of their personnel. Moreover, to relay information, these bandits often set up lookout posts at intervals to monitor the situation below. This added a measure of delay to Li Chen's advance. Nonetheless, nightfall provided excellent cover, and with the bandits' defenses relaxed, coupled with Li Chen's considerable experience in mountain warfare from his previous life and the elite nature of the Black Riders, their movements were rapid and decisive. Consequently, they encountered minimal delays from Rong Xian. Her situation appeared even simpler. Upon arriving at the base of the mountain, a peculiar sound emerged from her lips, swiftly followed by the sight of dozens of black mountain leopards converging upon them. Each of these leopards stood a full man's height, their claws sharp and menacing. Especially under the moonlight, the gaze of the crowd revealed a ghastly green glow, rendering the scene particularly terrifying. Amidst the tension as everyone held their bows poised for action, Rong Xian instructed them to lower their weapons. Subsequently, Rong Xian stepped forward and emitted several low growls towards the dozens of mountain leopards, which quickly appeared to comprehend his words, nodding in an almost human-like manner before vanishing swiftly into the darkness, leaving one leopard to guide Rong Xian, observing the leisurely gait of the leopard ahead. The onlookers were filled with astonishment. These leopards, fierce beasts by nature, were now obediently following Rong Xian's commands, behaving as docile as kittens. Soon, the group heard several piercing screams emanating from the front. They hurried to investigate, only to discover that dozens of bandits had been decapitated by the mountain leopards. These leopards seemed to possess a remarkable intelligence. when encountering small groups of bandits, they dealt with them directly. While against larger contingents, they returned to Rong Xian to emit a series of howls. Upon receiving these signals, Rong Xian would then issue commands to encircle the enemy, and after a flurry of arrows, the bandits were utterly vanquished. After each successful engagement, the leopards would approach Rong Xian, wagging their tails and rolling on the ground to expose their bellies, as if seeking his approval. In response, Rong Xian would gently stroke their heads. And each time he did, the leopards seemed to bask in the reward, nuzzling against him affectionately and mewing a couple of times before bounding ahead to continue their duties. Comparatively, Rong Xian's unit appeared to have the simplest and most effortless tasks among the 4 teams. The leopards would handle matters, and only if they could not, would the soldiers step in. Approximately an hour later, the 4 teams convened at the mountainside. Along the way, they had eliminated all scattered bandits, with the 3,000 black cavalry suffering minimal losses. Now, only the final peak, Tiansong Peak, remained. This peak was home to roughly 30,000 bandits, including their leaders and elite members. Furthermore, there were no more hidden paths available for discreet advancement. To ascend the mountain, a direct assault was the only option. Meanwhile, at the summit of Tiansong Peak, a vast cavern capable of accommodating 1,000 people echoed with raucous merriment, as 1,000 bandits reveled in their libations. At the center of the cave, a stone platform hosted dozens of women dancing, while a few others played the pipa. Yet, without exception, their expressions betrayed fear and anxiety. These women were all virtuous ladies abducted by the bandits. The beautiful ones were claimed by the bandit leaders, while the less attractive endured the torment of the lower ranks. Their daily existence was a living hell, perpetually yearning for a savior to rescue them. The last time they heard rumors of an impending military expedition against the bandits by the court, they felt a flicker of hope, believing their plight might finally come to an end. However, they later learned that the court's actions were merely a fade, with no genuine intention of aiding them. Their hearts, once filled with joy, were now steeped in despair, if the court showed no concern for their fates. Who would? Subsequently, they also heard that the king of Ying'er had taken command of the Black Cavalry and was preparing to march into Ying'er territory. They harbored hopes that the king of Ying'er would eradicate the bandits and deliver them from this inferno. Yet, they soon learned that the Black Cavalry numbered only 3,000, while the bandits boasted 50,000. Even if the king of Ying'er had the will, he lacked the strength, the greater their hopes, the deeper their despair. At this moment, their best option seemed to be to end their lives. Meanwhile, the bandits drinking below leered lasciviously at the women on the platform. One audacious fellow boldly approached and seized the woman playing the pipa, tearing her clothing in front of the crowd, intent on committing unspeakable acts. The woman screamed in terror, struggling desperately to escape. Yet, as she attempted to rise, the bandit seized her and several others joined to restrain her, facilitating his vile intentions. Ultimately, the bandit lunged towards her, with raucous laughter and catcalls from the surrounding bandits echoing in the air. Before long, the bandit sensed something amiss. Blood erupted from the woman's mouth as she bit her tongue in a desperate act of self-destruction. The bandit, taken aback, cursed loudly and stood, carelessly pushing the lifeless body aside before resuming his revelry with the others. Such occurrences unfolded daily, with women perishing without anyone caring to in the eyes of the bandits. They were not human, merely tools for their depravity. Atop a high platform made of massive stones, a man of about 40, bare-chested and adorned with a bushy beard, raised his goblet in a toast to several bandit leaders beside him. "Come, brothers, let us drink to this," he exclaimed, downing the contents of his cup with bravado. Seeing their leader finish his drink, the other bandit leaders followed suit, though their expressions remained clouded with concern. "What troubles you, brothers? Is life here not joyous? Is it not indulgent?" At this moment, the leader laughed heartily, addressing his comrades. They glanced at their triumphant leader, unable to contain their thoughts. "Brother, we are indeed enjoying ourselves here, but we are more concerned about our future. With the 9th prince deceased, our support is gone. What will we do if one day the court sends 100,000 troops to besiege us?" The leader, hearing his subordinate's words, laughed heartily, regarding him as a fool. "Who told you that our support was the 9th prince? Allow me to enlighten you. Our true ally has never been the ninth prince, but rather his brother, the fourth prince Li Rue. The ninth prince was merely a pawn pushed forward by the fourth prince to test the emperor's limits. Upon hearing this revelation, the bandit leaders were astonished. They had never imagined that the high and mighty ninth prince, who had nearly succeeded in rebellion, was merely a puppet thrust into the spotlight by another. What exactly was going on? How did their leader know so much? Did he maintain contact with the fourth prince? Observing the shock on the faces of his subordinates, the bearded leader smirked with disdain. You remain unaware of much, but as long as you follow me, you shall reap the rewards that I'll tell you the truth. I have always been an ally of the fourth prince. He deliberately introduced me to the ninth prince and then orchestrated the transmission of intelligence regarding the southern barbarians through that fool. Not only did that fool fail to grasp the situation, but he also believed himself to be exceptional. In truth, neither the fourth prince nor Prime Minister Rong ever regarded that fool with any respect. Now that he is dead, it does not affect us. Rather, it is a significant boon for us. Henceforth, if we expand our reach, the opportunity to attain nobility and titles shall be within our grasp. In that moment, the bandits were once again taken aback. Before they could fully process the previous revelations, their leader unveiled yet another bombshell. Though they were mere bandits, they had always dreamed of achieving nobility and glory. After all, who wouldn't he want to bring honor to their family? Being a bandit was ultimately a path devoid of prospects. In an instant, the surrounding bandit leaders felt their hearts quicken, their eyes gleaming with desire as they eagerly set down their cups and gravitated toward their leader. Meanwhile, the bandit leader, clearly intoxicated, noticed the admiration in the eyes of his subordinates and spoke without restraint. In truth, you could use your brains to ponder this. The old emperor's trump card has been entirely revealed. Currently, his reliance lies either on that so-called Tiger Guard or the 20,000 Imperial Guards, and of course the Black Cavalry. But now, the Black Cavalry is about to be taken away by the King of Ying'er, leaving the Emperor with only 20,000 Imperial Guards and 500 Tiger Guards. To put it bluntly, those 20,000 Imperial Guards and 500 Tiger Guards are inconsequential. We outnumber them 2-1. A clear advantage. If the fourth prince desires to initiate a rebellion, he will undoubtedly rely on us. Once we overthrow the old emperor and the fourth prince ascends to the throne, we shall be his loyal subjects. The bestowal of titles and the elevation of ranks is far from a trivial matter, is it not? In due course, you shall be conferred the title of general. He shall be granted the rank of prince. By heavens, the splendor shall be unparalleled. Therefore, what do you have to fear? Come now, let us drink heartily. At this moment, the bandit leader raised his cup once more, and the surrounding bandits gazed at him with gleaming eyes, each eagerly lifting their cups to clink with the leaders in a toast. Brother, from now on, we shall follow your lead. If you say east, we shall not venture west. Brother, when the time comes for titles and ranks, do ensure our elevation. My request is modest. A mere title of Grand General will suffice. Brother, do I not have the demeanor of a prince? Should you bestow upon me the title of prince, it would bring honor to my ancestors. At this moment, all the younger brothers flattered and praised their elder brother, each indulging in dreams of grandeur. However, just then, a tremendous sound echoed from outside the stone gate. Immediately, they witnessed a shadow swiftly dart overhead and crash heavily to the ground. Upon looking down, they recognized it was the guard stationed at the cave's entrance. As the crowd stood in astonishment, several figures entered the cave, led by none other than Li Chun. Behind him loomed an ominous throng of dark riders who had encircled the cave's exit. Your grand dreams may soon find you in the depths of the underworld. At this moment, the bandit leader sensed the gravity of the situation and bellowed at Li Chun. Who are you? Li Chun coldly replied, Prince of Ying'er, Li Chun. Upon hearing these words, the bandit leader's countenance shifted dramatically. The arrival of the Prince of Ying'er with his dark riders at the cave entrance could only imply that his bandit forces outside had been completely annihilated. It is known that there are over 40,000 men outside. How could Li Chun, with merely 3,000 dark riders, have achieved this? Just as the bandit leader contemplated ordering his men to take up arms and fight to the last breath, Li Chun turned to the dark riders who had already aimed their crossbows at the bandits within the cave and commanded, Leave none alive. Send them to the underworld. At once, a torrential rain of arrows flew into the cave, striking the bandits. Unprepared for such a sudden night raid, the bandits scrambled to flee, seeking cover amidst the chaos. Yet, the Dark Riders provided them no opportunity for escape. Another volley of indiscriminate arrows rained down upon them, and the cries of the wounded filled the cavern. Another wave of arrows was unleashed, and at this juncture, scarcely 100 bandits remained standing. Even the bandit leader, in a moment of desperation, seized a subordinate to shield himself, narrowly avoiding injury. After 3 rounds of arrows, the Dark Riders ceased fire. These bandits, having committed numerous crimes, deserved no less than a swift death. All Dark Riders, charge with me. At this moment, Ying'er brandished her spear and charged towards the bandits, while the other Dark Riders unsheathed their curved blades and surged forward to engage in battle. Those who were merely wounded by arrows were swiftly dispatched, while others attempting to flee found their legs severed before their heads were taken. The Dark Riders, entering the cave, transformed into harbingers of death, mercilessly reaping the lives of the bandits before them. At this point, most of the bandits' subordinates had been slain, and the Dark Riders were closing in upon the bandit leader, with a glimmer of despair and indignation in his eyes. The leader realized the tide had turned against him. Behind him lay a concealed passage leading to the mountain's base, a contingency plan he had prepared for himself, seizing the moment when attention was diverted. The bandit leader dashed towards the secret entrance. However, just as he activated the mechanism to enter, a crimson-tasseled spear was suddenly pressed against his throat. Turning his head, he beheld a female warrior gazing coldly at him. Escape was evidently no longer feasible. The bandit leader promptly discarded his weapon. I could see this moment. Li Chun approached the bandit leader. The bandit, in a panic, begged for mercy. I am the bandit leader. Spare me, and I shall offer you a fortune in gold and jewels. Li Chun regarded the bandit with a cold smile. Even if I were to slay you, those treasures would rightfully belong to me. Seeing that his offer had failed to sway Li Chun, the bandit knelt before him, exclaiming, "My lord, I possess invaluable secrets. I am an agent of the Fourth Prince. I can divulge all the secrets of the Fourth Prince, including how he acquired intelligence from the southern barbarians." Upon hearing this, Li Chun's brow furrowed in surprise. He had initially believed these bandits to be aligned with the Ninth Prince, only to discover they were, in fact, under the Fourth Prince's command. Li Chun had long harbored suspicions about the Fourth Prince. Knowing that while the Ninth Prince had ambition, he lacked the requisite strategy and resources to uncover military secrets or establish contact with the ancient Qing people. The successful execution of both these feats could only indicate that the Fourth Prince had been orchestrating events from behind the scenes, incrementally pushing the Ninth Prince to prominence while cornering him. The bandit leader, seeing Li Chun lost in thought, presumed that the intelligence he offered had piqued their interest and sought to negotiate further. "If you agree to spare me, I will reveal everything I know." Li Chun, regaining his composure, regarded the bandit leader with a sardonic smile. "What you wish to reveal is simply that the Fourth Prince is the true puppeteer behind all these events, while the Ninth Prince is but a mere decoy." At this, the bandit leader's expression changed drastically, his face filled with horror. "How do you know this?" Li Chun shook his head, his expression one of derision. "Is it so difficult to deduce? It is quite evident. Furthermore, you are merely a lowly bandit. What could you possibly know of true secrets?" Turning to Ying'er, he commanded, "No need for further discussion. Send him on his way." Ying'er nodded and, with a swift thrust of her spear, pierced his chest. Blood flowed forth, and the bandit collapsed, resigned to his fate. As Li Chun looked back, he saw that the remaining bandits had been entirely eradicated by the Dark Riders. At this moment, Zhang Weigua, bloodied yet exuberant, approached Li Chun, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement. "Your Highness, the 50,000 bandits in the outskirts have been utterly annihilated, with not a single one spared. The Dark Riders await your orders outside the cave." Zhang Weigua's voice rang out loudly, brimming with pride. After all, 3,000 had vanquished 50,000. This remarkable victory was unparalleled in the Southern Dynasty and indeed rare throughout history. This was the first battle of the Dark Riders since their emergence, and it was a resounding triumph. Li Chun nodded in approval. "Very well. Instruct the Dark Riders to rest in place. At dawn, We shall sever the heads of all the bandits and construct a viewing platform from them to strike awe into the world. As you command, Zhang Weiguo replied, performing a fist salute before departing to arrange the subsequent tasks. It was now the hour of the tiger, with only 2 hours remaining until dawn. There was much to be done, and the heads of over 50,000 men would likely form a small mountain. When presented to the world, the impact would be monumental, a testament to the military achievements of the Dark Riders that would surely capture eternal attention. At this moment, the third princess consort, Qing Shuang, approached Li Chun. While tallying the spoils, they had discovered a stone prison on the opposite side of the cave, housing hundreds of women. Uncertain of how to proceed with these captives, they required Li Chun's guidance for a decisive resolution. As Li Chun approached the stone prison, he noticed that it was divided into 3 distinct areas, each housing different groups of women. The first chamber contained nearly 300 women, tightly packed together. The second chamber held over 50 women, while the innermost chamber confined around 10 women. Li Chun was perplexed by the bandits' classification of these women. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he began to comprehend the reasoning behind it. The women in the first chamber appeared quite ordinary in their attire and demeanor, likely representing the common populace. The second chamber exhibited women of decent appearance and bearing, presumably from modest households that in stark contrast. The third chamber clearly housed the wives and daughters of affluent families or high-ranking officials. Their segregation likely served either to extort ransom or, as it seemed, to fulfill directives to present these women as offerings to the fourth prince. The mere thought ignited a flame of fury within Li Chun. How could the fourth prince, that scoundrel, commit such heinous acts in secret? He deserved nothing less than to be struck down by divine retribution. Li Chun regretted not having dealt with him decisively in the past. Nevertheless, even if he refrained from taking matters into his own hands, fate would surely catch up with such a villain. At that moment, the women imprisoned within the stone prison recoiled in terror upon seeing Li Chun and his men approach. Yet, Li Chun addressed them with reassurance. "Fear not, everyone. The bandits have been entirely eradicated, and you are all safe now. Today, I shall release you all. Once you return home, live peacefully and do not speak of the events on the mountain." After speaking, Li Chun gestured for the locks of the prison doors to be opened. However, when the doors were finally unlatched, the women remained huddled in the corners, too frightened to step outside. "Are you truly going to set us free?" After a moment's hesitation, one woman gathered her courage to inquire. Li Chun nodded and instructed all the Black Knights to step aside. Observing this, the woman tentatively emerged, only to be met with the sight of the slain bandits strewn across the ground. Rather than fear, a flicker of joy spread across her face. "Sisters, come quickly. He speaks the truth. Those vile bandits are indeed all dead." Upon hearing her words, the women inside the prison cautiously ventured out. As they reached the entrance and beheld the lifeless bodies of the bandits, their spirits soared, and they erupted into joyous leaps, embracing one another tightly. From the depths of despair to the euphoria of newfound freedom, Li Chun stood before them as if he had bestowed upon them a second chance at life. "Benefactor, we are eternally grateful. How may we express our gratitude? Might we know your name, so we can pay homage to you upon our return?" At that moment, one woman knelt before Li Chun. He smiled and waved his hand dismissively. He required no gratitude, nor did he seek offerings. His only desire was for these women to return home and lead fulfilling lives. Furthermore, his motivation for vanquishing the bandits was twofold: to fulfill military needs and to uphold righteousness. When heaven appears unjust, Li Chun shall act against its tyranny. When the court acts immorally, Li Chun shall confront it. Only when justice prevails can the common folk harbor hope. Suddenly, one woman gazed at Li Chun with recognition. "The king of Mingyue. Could it be you are indeed the king of Mingyue? I have heard the bandits speak of how the court has conferred upon the sixth prince the title of king of Mingyue, granting him 3,000 Black Knights, and it is the Black Knights who have come to our rescue." At her proclamation, the atmosphere erupted in excitement as the women's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Though they had long anticipated the arrival of the king of Mingyue, never had they imagined he would come personally to their aid, while the court's 20,000 imperial guards dared not mobilize. Here was the king of Mingyue, with only 3,000 men, displaying such valor. This act of kindness would be forever etched in their memories. Instantly, every woman knelt before Li Chun, expressing their gratitude for his immense benevolence, vowing to repay him should the opportunity arise. Li Chun, observing the scene, waved his hand again. There is no need for such formalities. You may all return, as the crowd rose and exited the stone cave. A few elegantly poised women lingered, casting lingering glances at Li Chun, as if wishing to engrave his visage in their memory. Given their status, they found it inappropriate to approach him at that moment. They resolved to seek a chance to repay their savior's kindness in the future. Time passed swiftly, and the eastern sky began to brighten with the dawn. The sun ascended slowly, heralding new hope. After relentless searching, Qing Shuang successfully located the bandits' hidden treasure cave. After her inspection, it was revealed that the mountain bandits had amassed a staggering sum of 300,000 taels in silver, including an assortment of jade and other precious items. This sizable fortune was exhilarating news, as it not only covered the expenses incurred during their journey, but also left ample funds for Li Chun to pursue numerous endeavors. However, Li Chun had already devised plans for this wealth. Please calculate the annual military expenditure for the Black Knights, he instructed. Zhang Weigua furrowed his brow, uncertain of Li Chen's intentions, yet complied with the request. The Black Knights, being elite forces, received a higher remuneration compared to other soldiers than on average. Each soldier earned about 1 tael of silver per month, amounting to approximately 36,000 taels annually. Zhang Weigua reported this to Li Chun. Li Chun nodded thoughtfully and addressed Zhang Weigua. I intend to triple the Black Knight's pay and disburse a year's salary in one lump sum. What are your thoughts? At this declaration, Zhang Weigua stood in stunned silence. Over the years, corruption had run rampant within the court, and delayed military salaries had become the norm. Some unscrupulous commanders coveted the military funds, begrudgingly allowing soldiers even a single coin. Yet here was Li Chun, with newfound wealth, determined to raise the soldiers' pay threefold and distribute a year's salary all at once. This was utterly astonishing. Overwhelmed with emotion, Zhang Weigua found himself at a loss for words to express his gratitude. Meanwhile, Qing Shuang instinctively began to speak. Having managed accounts for years, she had already formulated a clear budget in her mind upon receiving the funds. After all, the cost for provisions during the journey alone amounted to 11,000 taels. And once they reached Ying'er, additional expenses would arise, with Li Chun's proposed military expenditure alone exceeding 100,000 taels and accounting for the journey's costs. Only 82,000 taels would remain. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, this remaining sum might prove insufficient. At that moment, Li Chun addressed the group. Most of the Black Knights' families reside in the capital, but if they depart from Ying'er, they may not return for a year or more. If we disburse their salaries now, their families will be financially secure while they are away. Upon hearing this, Qing Shuang's eyes sparkled with understanding, and she ultimately nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Ying'er regarded Li Chun with admiration, her gaze shimmering with renewed respect. His decision to allocate funds to the soldiers was truly unexpected. It was clear that if Li Chun proceeded with this plan, the 3,000 Black Knights would undoubtedly feel immense gratitude, pledging their lives in return. Such generosity towards his men would surely bring peace to his father's spirit in the afterlife. At that moment, Zhang Weigua gazed at Li Chun with tears in his eyes, overwhelmed with emotion, and knelt before him on behalf of the 3,000 Black Knights. I thank you, my lord. Li Chun stepped forward to assist Zhang Weigua in rising. There is no need for such gestures. We are now brothers who will share life and death together. Zhang Weigua nodded solemnly, fully captivated by Li Chen's leadership. His previous admiration had stemmed from Li Chen's prowess. Now, it was his character that inspired unwavering loyalty. The king of Ying'er was a leader worth following for a lifetime. Soon, the crowd arrived at the foot of the mountain, where the Black Riders were busily engaged in their grim task. Following Li Chen's orders, they had severed the heads of all the bandits and constructed an imposing monument known as a Jingguan. This Jingguan, a tower of enemy skulls compacted with earth, served the dual purpose of showcasing martial prowess and instilling terror across the realm. At this moment, over 50,000 heads stood arranged in an awe-inspiring manner, resembling a small mountain that loomed ominously, casting a shadow that evoked dread. Beside this monument, The assembly had also brought forth a massive stone slab, upon which the details of the battle were meticulously inscribed. Li Chun stepped forward, addressing the assembled Black Riders. Brothers, yesterday marked our first battle since the Black Riders emerged from the mountains. We achieved a resounding victory. With no losses to our ranks, 3,000 Black Riders vanquished 50,000 bandits, a feat worthy of eternal remembrance. Therefore, today we erect this Jingguan for three purposes. First, to uphold justice and eradicate evil. Second, to intimidate the wicked, ensuring they dare not transgress again. Third, to proclaim the might of the Black Riders. After this battle, none shall dare to underestimate us. Li Qin's impassioned words ignited fervor among the Black Riders. They valued honor above fame or fortune. Following this monumental victory, the Black Riders could rightfully claim the title of the foremost army in the world. A swell of pride surged within each heart. And with a flourish, they drew their swords, shouting in unison, "Black Riders, valiant and mighty." In an instant, as Li Qin's voice rang out, every soldier drew their blades, echoing his battle cry, their shouts reverberating through the heavens, lingering long after. Meanwhile, in the imperial study, the Emperor of Nanzhao sat with a grave expression, poring over urgent reports. He was already fully aware of the events involving the Black Riders from the day before. The sixth prince, Li Chun, had engaged in a duel with the commander of the Black Riders, emerging victorious 3 times in succession, a result that astonished him. He was baffled as to why his sixth prince had returned from the ancient Qing battlefield transformed into a different person altogether. He had also learned the purpose behind the Black Riders' procurement of materials, to craft arrows. However, he remained perplexed about the necessity of such a vast number of arrows. Despite his confusion, he felt relieved that the Black Riders had exited the city without posing any threat to the imperial palace. Yet, since waking that morning, he had experienced an inexplicable twitch in his left eyelid, as if foretelling impending turmoil. Suddenly, a figure clad in black entered the hall, kneeling before him. "Your Majesty, I have urgent news to report." The Emperor raised his gaze, casually lifting a cup of tea to his lips. "What is it?" The cloaked figure replied. "Last night, 50,000 bandits in the outskirts were completely annihilated, and a Jingguan was erected to instill fear in the world." Upon hearing this, the teacup slipped from the Emperor's grasp and shattered on the floor. He sprang to his feet, fixing his piercing gaze upon the figure. "What? 50,000 bandits slain? Do you know who is responsible?" The figure responded. Upon investigation, it was discovered that the King of Minuel led the Black Riders in this assault. The Emperor's eyes narrowed, his mind racing as he contemplated the implications. Just as he was about to inquire further, the figure continued, "I personally examined the bodies of the slain bandits. Many bore fresh arrows. Furthermore, we spoke to women who had escaped from the mountain, who confirmed that the King of Minuel himself led the Black Riders to eradicate the bandits and rescue them." At this revelation, the Emperor's eyes glimmered with astonishment. When had the Black Riders become so formidable? The ability to decimate such a large number of foes was nothing short of alarming. The 50,000 bandits were a force that even his own 20,000 imperial guards could not confidently defeat. Yet, Li Chun had accomplished this with a mere 3,000 Black Riders. Did this not imply that the Black Riders surpassed the imperial guards in strength? In other words, if the Black Riders were to invade the palace, would his own guards stand a chance? If the sixth prince were to rebel, what then? The more the Emperor pondered, the colder the dread that seeped into his bones. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he hurriedly turned to the cloaked figure. "What are the Black Riders doing now? Where are they headed?" The figure replied, "The Black Riders have moved over 100 miles from the capital and are advancing towards Pingwu." Hearing this, the Emperor felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, the sixth prince harbored no treachery. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to respond. Regaining his composure, the Emperor swiftly analyzed the situation. For him, the extermination of the bandits was undoubtedly beneficial. After all, he was aware of the close ties between the bandits and certain princes within the court. With Li Qin's decisive action in eliminating the bandits, he had resolved a significant threat. However, the strength Li Chun had revealed was increasingly concerning to him. He felt fortunate that he had chosen to retreat the previous day. Otherwise, the outcome of a direct confrontation was uncertain to that moment. The cloaked figure spoke again. Your Majesty, yesterday the fourth prince was publicly assaulted by the king of Mingyue, but he has since regained consciousness. He is now filled with a desire for revenge against the king. How should we handle this situation? The emperor's eyes flickered with intrigue, and a cold smile crept across his lips. He waved his hand dismissively, feigning nonchalance. Let them quarrel. It is of no concern to us. The fourth prince's beating had solidified an unbreakable enmity with Li Chun. For the emperor, the conflict between his two sons was ultimately advantageous. After all, the fourth prince represented the chancellor's influence, while the suddenly ascendant Li Chun embodied an unknown force. As the saying goes, when two tigers fight, one is bound to be injured. Once they weakened each other, the emperor would be in an ideal position to reap the benefits. He instructed to keep a close eye on the king of Mingyue and to report any unusual developments immediately. Yes, your Majesty. The cloaked figure bowed and withdrew. Gazing out of the window, the emperor fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he turned to the attendant Feng, who stood by his side, that go check on concubine Li. See if she requires anything to as long as it is not excessive. Do your best to fulfill her wishes. Yes, your Majesty. Meanwhile, in the residence of the fourth prince, Li Rue lay wrapped in white bandages. Resembling a mummy on his sickbed, after a day and night of treatment, he finally regained his breath. Upon awakening, his uncle, Chancellor Rong, brought him troubling news. The bandits in the outskirts had been completely exterminated, their heads fashioned into a jingguan to instill fear in the populace. This outcome was utterly unacceptable to Li Rue. The bandits were one of his most crucial contingents, providing him with vast wealth and countless beautiful women each year. Now, to hear that they had been wiped out was akin to severing his lifeline. How could he possibly accept this? Who did this? Do we know yet? Li Rue demanded fiercely, glaring at the chancellor. Chancellor Rong shook his head at it is said to be the work of the Black Riders. Impossible, Li Rue retorted, shaking his head vehemently. Even if the Black Riders are valiant, they number only 3,000. They excel in open fields. It would be plausible to annihilate 50,000 bandits there. But in the mountains where forest warfare is concerned, that is not their arena. The chancellor replied, yet the facts remain as they are. Li Rue, still unconvinced, insisted, it must be that treacherous emperor. He secretly dispatched the imperial guards or summoned other forces, and no single faction could possibly annihilate 50,000 bandits on Mount Song. The chancellor countered. If that were the case, you might not be here now. There are many rumors suggesting you're closely tied to those bandits. Moreover, news has just arrived from the palace that the emperor sent Feng Bao to visit concubine Li and bestowed numerous gifts upon her. I believe this matter is deeply intertwined with the sixth prince. At this revelation, Li Rue's eyes glinted with a fierce intensity, and a growing sense of crisis enveloped him. If this continues, the outcome is unpredictable. It cannot be allowed. Li Chun must die. Only with his demise will everything finally be at ease. At that moment, Li Rue was also facing Prime Minister Rong that I shall write to the governor of Pingwu. He is the father of my consort, and I intend for him to perish in Pingwu. As he spoke, Li Rue struggled to rise, but Prime Minister Rong restrained him. Have you not considered what would happen if this letter were to fall into Li Chen's hands? You are already in a precarious position. It would be best not to leave any incriminating evidence. The fourth prince's gaze flickered, hesitation washing over him. What then shall we do? Prime Minister Rong shook his head at Li Rue. Since he is the father of your consort, he knows what must be done. After all, he has long since tied his fate to yours. In fortune or ruin, they share the same destiny. If it succeeds, the outcome will favor you. If it fails, it will be his personal affair, of no concern to you. Upon hearing this, Li Rue furrowed his brows and nodded slightly, yet lingering worry remained. What if he truly fails? Prime Minister Rong shook his head in response, a chilling smile creeping onto his wrinkled face. Even if it fails, it matters not. The current governor of Mingyue pays me tribute annually, hoping to become my protege. I have chosen to ignore him all this time, that if the sixth prince truly survives to Mingyue, why should I not offer him an opportunity for a pledge of allegiance? At this moment, hearing Prime Minister Rong's words, Li Rue nodded, feeling a sense of relief. His uncle has controlled the court for over a decade, engaging in a battle of wits with the Southern Zhao emperor. Shrewd and calculating, always acting with foresight. If his uncle intervenes, the matter is nearly settled. Meanwhile, Li Chun has been marching for 10 days since leaving the capital. After departing, the skies seemed broader, and even the air felt significantly fresher. Inside the carriage, Li Chun was engrossed in reading, while Mu Ying'er kept her gaze fixed upon him. Noticing her watching him out of the corner of his eye, Li Chun looked up in confusion and asked Mu Ying'er, "What is it, sister-in-law? Do you have something to say?" Caught in her little act, Mu Ying'er felt her cheeks flush. After a brief pause, she asked Li Chun, "Have you not noticed the significant changes in yourself lately?" Changes? Li Chun slightly furrowed his brow, failing to grasp Mu Ying'er's meaning at this moment. Mu Ying'er continued to gaze at Li Chun. Ever since you returned from the battlefield in Guhuang, it seems you have transformed completely. I know you were once a frivolous prince, but now you exhibit both courage and wisdom, truly remarkable to behold. Moreover, your encounter with Zhang Weiguo showcased techniques I have never seen before. Winning 3 matches in a row was astonishing, both in process and outcome. Meeting Mu Ying'er's sparkling eyes, Li Chun smiled. The matter of time travel is, of course, something I cannot disclose to Mu Ying'er, and even if I did, she might not comprehend or believe it. As for my 3 consecutive victories, without a plausible explanation, it would certainly not dispel her doubts. After pondering for a moment, Li Chun addressed Mu Ying, sister-in-law. Have you heard of concealing one's strength? At times, under certain conditions, one might deliberately hide their true capabilities. Li Chun intended to convey that he had intentionally masked his abilities before others. However, Mu Ying'er clearly had deeper thoughts. As a woman, her mind was more intricate. Upon hearing Li Chun mention concealing one's strength, she recalled the calamity of witchcraft from years past. She had heard her father speak of it. Indeed, everyone knew that Consort Li had been wronged. Yet at that time, no one could stand up for her. After all, under those conditions, it was evident that the Southern Zhao emperor aimed to gain Prime Minister Rong's support, which necessitated a sacrifice. For Li Chun, it was a tremendous blow. After all, he had been separated from his mother at the age of 3, forced to hide his true self to survive, leading to a tarnished reputation that he must have endured immense hardship over the years. Gazing at Li Chun before her, Mu Ying'er felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. Sensing the shift in Mu Ying'er's emotions, Li Chun realized she might have misunderstood something and was about to explain when. Suddenly, the carriage jolted. Mu Ying'er, caught off guard, fell into Li Chun's embrace, and instinctively, he held her tightly. For a moment, their eyes locked, time seemingly frozen. Just then, the carriage came to a halt, and the unwelcome Zhang Weiguo abruptly lifted the curtain and entered. What met his eyes was the sight of the two tightly embraced, an unmistakably intimate posture. Zhang Weiguo's eyes widened in shock, his mind momentarily blank. After a long pause, he finally regained his composure. I seem to have arrived in an opportune moment. With that, Zhang Weiguo hastily dropped the curtain and retreated awkwardly. Wait! At this moment, the two hurriedly separated, Mu Ying'er moving to one side, slightly adjusting her clothes. Her face still flushed like a ripe peach. Come in. Li Chun glanced at Mu Ying'er and cleared his throat. After a while, Zhang Weiguo once again lifted the curtain and stepped inside. Upon entering, he quickly scanned the two, then hurriedly lowered his head, pretending as if nothing had transpired. Yet the peculiar grin on his face betrayed his inner thoughts. Mu Ying'er, observing Zhang Weiguo's expression, felt compelled to clarify. I want to say, I did nothing with the Prince of Minuet just now. You believe me? Zhang Weiguo nodded like a chick pecking at grain, unable to suppress a sly smile. Of course. I believe you. The deputy commander and the Prince of Minuet are, after all, bound by imperial decree. Whatever occurs is only natural. Looking at Zhang Weiguo before her, Mu Ying'er felt momentarily speechless. After all this, it was clear that Zhang Weiguo did not believe her at all. What is it? Speak up. In contrast, Li Chun remained relatively composed and directly asked Zhang Weiguo. Zhang Weiguo met Li Chun's gaze, his expression gradually growing serious. My lord, I came to inform you that we are nearing the territory of Pingwu. Logically speaking, as we pass through Pingwu, the local officials should come out to greet us from 10 miles away. Yet we still have not seen Governor Song Zhonghua's presence. Hearing Zhang Weiguo's words, Li Chun furrowed his brow. Pingwu is a large city, a necessary stop on the way to Minwei. There is no way to bypass it. Moreover, after 10 days of continuous marching, the troops are in dire need of resupply. Just a couple of days ago, while reviewing the map, I'd already sensed potential risks in Pingwu. After all, Pingwu is the territory of the fourth prince's father-in-law. How much do you know about this Song Zhonghua? Li Chun turned to Zhang Weiguo and Mu Ying'er. As a female general, Mu Ying'er naturally had little interaction with court officials. However, Zhang Weiguo, being part of the Black Knights and having fought alongside Duke Xinghua in numerous campaigns, had encountered many officials, especially those of the governor rank. Zhang Weiguo pondered for a moment before shaking his head at Li Chun. Song Zhonghua is an exceedingly shrewd individual with a poor reputation in court. Known for his sycophancy and ruthlessness, 5 years ago, he was merely a county magistrate. When the fourth prince traveled, he sought to connect with him by sending his daughter to his bed. Unexpectedly, the fourth prince took a liking to her, elevating her to the status of a consort and promoting Song Zhonghua to the position of governor. A county magistrate is a 7th-rank official, while a governor is already a 3rd-rank official. According to the Southern Dynasty's standards for promoting capable officials, one can be promoted a rank every 3 years. Thus, Song Zhonghua's rapid rise from 7th to 3rd rank in 5 years is indeed remarkable. However, he was willing to sacrifice his daughter for his career, proving himself to be a ruthless character. Your Highness, it stands to reason that the Ministry of Rights has long since communicated our itinerary to the various counties and prefectures. Yet, the presence of Song Zhonghua remains absent, which is a blatant display of disrespect towards Your Highness and the royal family. Such insolence could warrant execution by strangulation. Perhaps I should take the initiative to proceed to Pingwu and apprehend Song Zhonghua, so that he may learn the proper etiquette. At this moment, observing Li Chun's furrowed brow, Zhang Weiguo felt a surge of indignation. Li Chun, glancing at the sky, noted that it was already the hour of you. According to the prohibitions of the Southern Dynasties, the city gates would close at the hour of Su. The absence of Song Zhonghua suggests he may have fabricated a pretext for his lateness. Even if Zhang Weiguo were to go, he would undoubtedly be met with evasions. If Zhang Weiguo were to delay, it is likely that he would not even gain entry before the gates close tonight. Moreover, Li Chun had already harbored certain reservations regarding Pingwu and did not expect any special treatment from its officials. Thus, he addressed Zhang Weiguo directly. There is no need for that. We shall continue onward and ensure our arrival at Pingwu before the curfew. Following Li Chun's command, Zhang Weiguo promptly set off. Meanwhile, Mu Ying'er regarded Li Chun with a hint of concern. Given that Song Zhonghua has attained the position of inspector, he is surely well versed in the intricacies of official protocol. His current behavior may very well imply the influence of the fourth prince, intentionally creating difficulties that it seems that our passage through Pingwu may not be as smooth as anticipated. At this juncture, Li Chun casually picked up a map of Minwei and smiled at Mu Ying'er that I have long been entrenched in a life-or-death struggle with the fourth prince. Since Song Zhonghua is the father-in-law of the fourth prince, it is only natural for him to lend his assistance. However, it is best that he does not overstep, for I would not hesitate to ensure that the fourth prince hastens his father-in-law's demise. Mu Ying'er nodded in agreement, a flicker of battle spirit igniting in her eyes. Pingwu is a plain, precisely the terrain where the Black Riders excel in combat, should the officials of Pingwu disregard the rules. We shall unleash 3,000 Black Riders to obliterate Pingwu City. This would serve as an appropriate lesson for the fourth princess faction to truly grasp the might of the Black Riders. As the Black Riders hastened their march, they finally arrived at Pingwu City half an hour before the curfew. However, it appeared that some celebration was occurring in Pingwu, for the city gates were adorned with colorful decorations and numerous bright red ribbons. The crowd entering the gates today was particularly immense, compounded by the slow inspections of the guards, each individual taking an excessive amount of time to be checked, observing the queue stretching nearly a mile ahead. Zhang Weiguo could no longer contain himself and rode forward to the city gates. Presenting his insignia to one of the guards, he declared, "I am Zhang Weiguo, Deputy Commander of the Black Riders. Behind me is the royal entourage of Minwei. I kindly request that you swiftly clear a path for our entry into the city." The insignia bore his identity and rank, particularly significant for a collective military action. Ordinarily, the guard should promptly verify the token and prioritize their entry. However, upon hearing Zhang Weigua's words, the guard before him did not even glance at the insignia in his hand, instead looking at Zhang Weigua with a mocking gaze. What Black Rider Deputy Commander? What Mingyue King? I know not. All I know is that Pingwu has its own rules, treating everyone equally, regardless of whether you're a general or some prince, if you wish to enter the city. You must patiently wait in line at the back. As a deputy commander of the Black Riders, Zhang Weigua was accustomed to being treated with respect wherever he went. Yet now, a mere guard dared to ridicule him, igniting a fire of anger within him. It was one thing for Song Zhonghua not to come out and greet them, but now this guard had the audacity to act in such a brazen manner. Were the people of Pingwu truly so arrogant? Just as Zhang Weigua was about to draw his whip and teach the guard a lesson, Ying'er galloped up behind him, first casting a cold glance at the guard. She then turned to Zhang Weigua. Your Highness has words to convey that if Pingwu City insists on treating all individuals equally, then let us adhere to their rules. Hearing Ying'er's words, Zhang Weigua could only suppress his inner fury and return to the ranks. Time passed slowly, and the efficiency of the city guards plummeted to an appalling degree. Finally, with just a quarter of an hour remaining before the curfew, it was finally their turn. The same guard approached Zhang Weigua, nonchalantly and with an air of arrogance, demanding, "Present your insignia." Observing the guard's demeanor, Zhang Weigua's anger boiled over. Yet to avoid further delay, he reluctantly handed over his insignia. The guard received it, flipping it over casually and reading aloud. A gentleman from Yinzhou, age 35, married with 3 children. After noting this, the guard shot a peculiar smile at Zhang Weiguo. Your combat prowess seems commendable. At 35, already 3 children. He then flipped the insignia again, proclaiming, Deputy Commander of the Black Riders, a 5th-rank official. Upon seeing Zhang Weigua's 5th-rank status, the guard's expression bore no sign of respect, but rather a mocking grin. He then passed Zhang Weigua's insignia to a nearby guard, who, along with the others, laughed heartily without a hint of deference. Infuriated by the guard's blatant disrespect, Zhang Weigua felt his rage surge. Were it not for the concern of delaying their entry, he would have drawn his sword on the spot. Over the years, those who dared to disrespect him had all met their demise. After laughing for a considerable time, the guards finally returned the insignia to Zhang Weigua. Now tell me, from whence do you come? Where are you headed? What purpose does your visit to Pingwu serve? How long do you intend to stay? At this moment, Zhang Weigua could no longer contain himself that I've already stated clearly that this is the royal entourage of Mingyue. En route to Mingyue to pay tribute, we are merely passing through Pingwu and require supplies along the way to purchase a few items. The guard regarded Zhang Weigua, but continued to press on with questions. What items do you intend to purchase? How much do you need? What time do you plan to make these purchases? Where do you intend to buy them? By what means shall you procure them? At this point, Zhang Weigua could no longer restrain himself. This was clearly an intentional harassment. They had yet to even enter the city. How could he know where to purchase anything? What time to make the purchases? And by what means? Are these questions even reasonable? With a resounding slap, Zhang Weigua struck the registration table. Tell me plainly, can we enter Pingwu City or not? The guard merely returned a cold smile to Zhang Weigua. If you wish to know, I shall tell you the truth. You shall not be permitted entry into Pingwu City. As soon as the guard's words fell, 3 loud clangs echoed from the city gates. The guard then turned to Zhang Weigua with a chilling smile. Did you hear that? The curfew has begun. This is the decree of the southern dynasties. Even if the emperor himself were to arrive, he would still be denied entry. With that, the guard turned back to his fellow gatekeepers and waved his hand. Brothers, time's up. Let's call it a day. As he spoke, the guards at the city gates began to push the heavy gates closed. Witnessing this, Zhang Weigua's eyes glinted with murderous intent. He suddenly realized that he had been toyed with like a fool. Whether it was the delay or the deliberate harassment, their ultimate goal was to prevent them from entering the city. While he could endure this humiliation, the true target of their malice was the king of Mingyue, a dignified prince, arriving half an hour early at the gates of Pingwu, yet being obstructed by the guards outside. Word of this would undoubtedly become a tremendous joke. As the gates threatened to close, Zhang Weiguo leaped forward, his spear crashing down upon the ground with a resounding thud. He bellowed at the city guards. "Today, I challenge anyone who dares to close these gates." At this moment, the guards exchanged glances, their eyes filled with contempt. Without a moment's hesitation, they drew their swords and aimed them at Zhang Weiguo. As a fifth-rank official, he knew the law yet chose to break it, brazenly obstructing the curfew. "Brothers, apprehend him and deliver him to the inspector for punishment." As he spoke, several guards immediately surrounded Zhang Weiguo. At that moment, Ying'er, observing the guards' arrogance, could no longer contain her inner turmoil. Without hesitation, she raised her red-tasseled spear and let out a resounding shout, commanding all the Black Riders, "Follow me and sweep through Pingwu City." Kill! With Ying'er's command, the Black Riders tightened their grips on their long spears. Unified in a battle in an instant, they prepared for combat. Ying'er led the charge, rushing towards the city gate guards, while the Black Riders surged forward like a torrent, flooding towards the gates of Pingwu City. Ying'er aimed her spear directly at the forehead of one guard, who, in that fleeting moment, appeared dazed, beads of sweat cascading down his face. The guards at the city gate, mere sentinels, had never witnessed the fierce onslaught of the Black Riders. As the Black Riders adopted their battle stance, the city gate guards were instantly paralyzed with fear. It's all a misunderstanding. Just as Ying'er was about to strike, a middle-aged man clad in a purple official robe rushed out from the inner city. The official approached Ying'er, smiling and gesturing for her to refrain from violence. "General, please do not act rashly. This is all a misunderstanding." Facing this official, Ying'er's expression remained icy. "Who are you?" The official, standing tall before Ying'er, proclaimed, "I am Song Zhonghua, the third-rank inspector of Pingwu City." Song Zhonghua, he has finally made an appearance. Of course, had Li Chun been unable to enter the city tonight, he would have never laid eyes on Song Zhonghua. Now, witnessing the situation spiral out of control, he hastily emerged, clearly having anticipated this moment. Meanwhile, Song Zhonghua scrutinized Ying'er, awaiting her acknowledgement. After all, a third-rank official in the Southern Dynasty held considerable status, while Ying'er was merely a fourth-rank marshal general. Yet in this moment, Ying'er showed no deference to Song Zhonghua and bellowed, "Get lost!" In front of the gathered crowd, Song Zhonghua stood stunned, his face flushing crimson. Realizing he could gain no favor from Ying'er, he swiftly turned, approaching Li Chun's carriage, bowing deeply. "Your servant, the inspector of Pingwu, pays his respects to your highness. I was delayed by pressing matters. I beg for your highness's forgiveness." Inside the carriage, there was no response. Just as Song Zhonghua was about to scan the surroundings, a cold voice from Li Chun pierced through the It is no wonder the guards behave so audaciously when the inspector himself lacks decorum. Song Zhonghua's expression shifted abruptly, and he hastily knelt on the ground. "Your servant, Song Zhonghua, pays homage to your highness. This city I shall not enter," Li Chun declared. "Let it be known throughout the realm that you, Song Zhonghua, possessed the audacity to refuse entry to a prince bestowed by the court. How does that sound?" With Li Chun's words, cold sweat poured from Song Zhonghua. The current situation differed drastically from before. Had he not intervened earlier and Li Chun remained outside the city, he could have easily claimed to be preoccupied with the grand blessing ceremony, an event attended by thousands. However, now that he stood before Li Chun, and given Li Chun's unjust treatment leading to his refusal to enter, word of this would undoubtedly result in severe consequences for him, possibly even execution or the annihilation of his family. In an instant, Song Zhonghua prostrated himself, repeatedly bowing before Li Chun. "I am guilty of a grave offense. I implore your highness to show mercy." After a long silence, Li Chun's voice rang out again. "I have been trapped here for half an hour without being allowed entry. Tell me, were those guards acting under your orders, or were they merely being obstructive?" Song Zhonghua trembled at the question. Knowing he could not admit to having given such orders, he immediately began to defend himself. "Your highness, please see clearly. I've been occupied with the grand blessing ceremony within the city, that I was unaware of the situation at the gates. I never anticipated these fools would dare obstruct your highness. I shall ensure they are properly punished." Li Chun snorted coldly. "There is no need for that. If they lack vision, it is of no use to keep them around. Upon hearing this, Song Zhongwa's expression darkened as he contemplated Li Qin's intentions. Just then, Li Qin's airy voice echoed once more, "Kill them." As Li Qin's command fell, the Black Riders swiftly advanced, seizing the city gate guards, numbering around 20, and lined them up to kneel on the ground. "Inspector, save us! Inspector, please help us!" the guards pleaded, their cries echoing in despair. Song Zhongwa, realizing the gravity of the situation, intended to plead for their lives, but was met with the swift strike of the Black Riders' blades. Blood splattered as heads rolled, falling as easily as watermelons. Witnessing this scene, Song Zhongwa turned pale, his heart shaken, the chill ran down his spine, and goosebumps erupted all over him. He had never imagined Li Qin would execute his guards before his very eyes. Such a massacre at the city gates had never before occurred in the Southern Dynasty. "Inspector, what do you think of this handling?" Li Qin's voice resonated again. In that moment, Song Zhongwa's eyes were filled with malice. To kill his men and then inquire about the appropriateness of his actions was an affront beyond measure. For years, no one had dared to treat him in such a manner. Yet, at this moment, Song Zhongwa took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress his emotions. After all, this was merely the first round. A few deaths were inconsequential. He had prepared a grand surprise for Li Qin within the city. Once Li Qin entered, he would undoubtedly face utter ruin. Thus, Song Zhongwa nodded repeatedly to Li Qin. "Your Highness's handling is most appropriate. I have no objections." Then, after calming his emotions, he addressed Li Qin again. "I report to your Highness that tonight marks the annual Grand Blessing Ceremony in Pingwu, where all the citizens gather in the city for a vibrant celebration, that I kindly invite your Highness to step inside and witness this grand occasion. Furthermore, I prepared a gift for your Highness that I am sure you will appreciate." Song Zhongwa was no virtuous man, and Li Qin did not believe he would present him with any genuine gift. However, entering the city was imperative, as the army required resupply. Soon, under Song Zhongwa's guidance, they entered the city, yet throughout the journey, Li Qin remained within the carriage, revealing not even a glimpse of his face. As Song Zhongwa had mentioned, the festivities were indeed underway in Pingwu City. It was now the hour of the dog, and the sky had begun to darken. Yet the streets remained bustling with activity. Vendors hawking their wares on either side. In the city center, a stage had been erected where performers entertained the captivated audience below, creating an atmosphere of lively celebration throughout Pingwu City, beside Li Qin's carriage. Song Zhongwa jogged alongside, maintaining a posture of servility. "I report to your Highness that this blessing ceremony occurs once a year and is the only night when the citizens can venture out to celebrate. The city is filled with tens of thousands of people, making it a vibrant spectacle that I was so preoccupied with the preparations that I lost track of time, and I humbly beg for your Highness's forgiveness." Indeed, he had even prepared an excuse for his earlier rudeness, leaving no room for reproach. Inside the carriage, a wry smile crept onto Li Qin's lips. Minister Song is so dedicated to the welfare of the people that even if he neglects decorum, who would dare to blame him? Hearing the sting in Li Qin's words, Song Zhongwa pretended not to understand. Before long, they arrived in the city, and Song Zhongwa hurriedly moved ahead, positioning himself before Li Qin's carriage, pointing to a nearby tall building. "Today, upon learning that your Highness would visit, I have already arranged a banquet at this establishment. As for the others accompanying you, I have made all necessary arrangements. I humbly invite your Highness to grace us with your presence." As he spoke, Song Zhongwa also bowed respectfully to Li Qin's carriage. That moment, due to Song Zhongwa blocking the path, Li Qin's horse-drawn carriage came to a halt. Meanwhile, Ying'er, with a vigilant expression, rode her horse to the front of Song Zhongwa. Expressing gratitude for the magistrate's goodwill, she stated, "However, our lord has traveled a long distance and requires rest." Song Zhongwa's face turned anxious as he hurriedly bowed again to Li Qin's carriage. "Your Highness, today marks the Pingwu Festival, an occasion that occurs only once a year. According to tradition, a person of great virtue is required to bestow blessings upon the common folk. Your Highness's unparalleled status would indeed be a blessing for the people of Pingwu. This is not merely a request from me, but a heartfelt hope shared by tens of thousands of citizens that I beseech your Highness for understanding this moment." Upon hearing Song Zhongwa's words, Ying'er became visibly incensed. What if His Highness does not arrive in Pingwu today? Would this blessing ritual simply be abandoned to demand blessings from the prince before he has even had a moment to rest? This is what you call etiquette. Song Zhonghua's complexion shifted between shades of blue and white, his lips trembling, unable to articulate a response. After a moment, steeling himself, he knelt on the ground and began to kowtow before Li Chen's carriage. Your Highness, while I may have been inconsiderate, the people's anticipation for your blessings is genuine. The higher the status of the blesser, the more profound the blessings bestowed upon the people in the coming year. Your Highness's presence would undoubtedly be a lifelong fortune for them. As Song Zhonghua knelt, a crowd of citizens gathered, their eyes drawn to the scene of the magistrate pleading for Li Chen's blessings. The sight of the magistrate kneeling for the sake of the people's welfare stirred a sense of emotion among the onlookers. Meanwhile, Ying'er's eyes widened, her expression tinged with anger. What was this maneuver by Song Zhonghua? Was he coercing the prince to remain? With his ulterior motives shrouded in the guise of requesting blessings, who could say what schemes lay beneath? Just as Ying'er contemplated forcibly driving Song Zhonghua away, a voice emerged from within the carriage that, if that is the case, then this prince shall gladly participate in your blessing ceremony. Thank you, Your Highness. Upon hearing Li Chen's acquiescence, Song Zhonghua's countenance brightened instantly. Soon as the carriage curtains were drawn back, Li Chen, dressed in plain attire, descended from the carriage. Song Zhonghua glanced up at Li Chen. The prince was strikingly handsome, exuding a dignified and regal presence, bearing a resemblance to the fourth prince. Yet appearing remarkably youthful, as Li Chen stepped down, Song Zhonghua hastily rose, extending his right hand in an inviting gesture to lead Li Chen to the 5th floor of a tavern. The main seat of the private room was near the window. The table, lavishly adorned with an array of dishes, meticulously prepared on the opposite side of the room, a beautifully carved wooden box sat atop the counter. Upon entering, Song Zhonghua promptly invited Li Chen to take the seat of honor. According to custom, as the magistrate was hosting the prince, Ying'er was not entitled to sit at the table. However, concerned that Song Zhonghua might harbor ulterior motives towards Li Chen, she positioned herself beside him. Noticing Ying'er's vigilant demeanor, Li Chen smiled. Sister-in-law, you need not stand. Please, join me at the table. Ying'er glanced at Li Chen, her brow furrowing slightly, but ultimately acquiesced to his insistence and took a seat to his left. Dare I inquire, Your Highness, who is this? Initially assuming Ying'er was Li Chen's subordinate, the unexpected address as sister-in-law piqued his curiosity and served to ease the atmosphere. The daughter of the Duke of Jinghua, and also the vice-commander of the Black Knights, Ying'er. With Li Chen's introduction, Song Zhonghua's expression shifted slightly, and he promptly bowed to Ying'er. So you are the esteemed daughter of the Duke of Jinghua. I beg your pardon, Ying'er responded with indifference, offering a perfunctory reply before turning her gaze away. Yes, Song Zhonghua filled Li Chen's cup with wine. The prince, opting for directness, broached the topic candidly. Recently, I had an unpleasant encounter with the fourth prince. Now that I find myself passing through here, I wonder if you, as the fourth prince's father-in-law, might have any intentions of assisting him. Upon hearing this, Song Zhonghua was taken aback, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He had encountered forthrightness before, but none quite like this. Had Li Chen uncovered something? Meeting the prince's seemingly amused gaze, he suspected it was merely a test. Wiping his brow discreetly, he quickly donned a smiling expression. Your Highness jests. Both you and the fourth prince share the imperial bloodline and are, in fact, brothers. Even if there are misunderstandings, they can be resolved. While my daughter has been fortunate to marry into the royal family, my humble status prevents me from meddling in royal affairs or acting recklessly to avoid inviting calamity. As Song Zhonghua spoke, Li Chen shook his head with a knowing smile, regarding him with interest. Earlier, you mentioned having a gift for me that I wonder what it could be, now that I am here. You may reveal it. In response, Song Zhonghua feigned mystery, repeatedly gesturing dismissively. The gift pertains to the blessings and will only be unveiled when His Highness bestows blessings upon the people. Allow me to keep the suspense for now. I kindly ask for your patience. With that, Song Zhonghua eagerly raised his wine cup. Your Highness's visit to Pingwu is truly a blessing for the city. To partake in the blessing ceremony is a rare fortune for the citizens. On behalf of all the people of Pingwu, Toast to your highness. After speaking, Song Zhonghua downed the contents of his cup in one go. Li Chun, sitting opposite, nodded and followed suit, finishing his drink. Observing Li Chen's completion, Song Zhonghua promptly rose again to refill his cup. As the two engaged in drinking, the tense atmosphere began to dissipate. After a while, a series of drum beats, and then the sound of gongs resonated from outside, signaling the commencement of a ceremony. Song Zhonghua, seated to the side, hurriedly stood and opened the window. He then gestured to Li Chun. Your Highness, the blessing ceremony is about to commence. Please come to the window to witness it. As Li Chun approached the window, he beheld a throng of citizens gathered below, with a dragon dance unfolding in the center of the square. Two long dragons, each several yards in length, danced and contended for a dragon pearl. As Li Chun appeared at the window, the two dragons simultaneously turned their heads and bowed thrice in his direction. Following their bows, the dragons opened their mouths to reveal two scrolls inscribed with characters. Your Highness bestows blessings. May all citizens enjoy peace and health. At that moment, all eyes among the populace were fixed upon Li Chun. Meanwhile, Song Zhonghua turned around, retrieving a large basin filled with copper coins from the counter and presenting it to Li Chun. The blessing ritual was straightforward. The prince merely needed to scatter the coins. These coins, imbued with the prince's fortune, would provide protection to any citizen who collected them. Watching Song Zhonghua's actions, Ying'er gradually relaxed her previously tense demeanor. It seemed her worries had been unfounded. It was merely a blessing after all. Due to the basin's weight, Li Chun found it inconvenient to hold while scattering the coins. Ying'er, standing beside him, took the basin from Song Zhonghua and placed it on the windowsill for Li Chun's ease. Li Chun grasped the coins and began to scatter them. They fell down below. Suddenly, the common folk below erupted in a frenzy. Hastening to seize the opportunity that moment, Song Zhonghua, standing beside Li Chun, cast a cold smirk as he observed Li Chun's figure. Gradually, he took a few steps back, silently retreating to the chest filled with copper coins. With a swift motion, he snatched a yellow brocade robe and hastened back to Li Chun's side. In a flash, he draped the yellow robe over Li Chun's shoulders. At this point, Li Chun felt an unsettling sensation and glanced down, his gaze sharpening instantly. The robe that Song Zhonghua had adorned him with was, without question, embroidered with 9 5-clawed golden dragons. This Song Zhonghua had audaciously clothed him in a dragon robe. Beside them, Ying'er turned, her eyes widening in shock as she beheld the dragon robe on Li Chun. This was a grave offense that could lead to the extermination of 9 clans. If they were in the fief, perhaps Li Chun could evade scrutiny, but now they were still in Pingwu. Nearly 20 days away from the fief. Li Chun, draped in a dragon robe, was brazenly exposed before the masses. How could he explain this to the southern Zhao emperor if word reached him? What was Li Chun to do? In an instant, Ying'er felt a surge of both anger and fear. Her oversight had granted Song Zhonghua this opportunity, leading to such a monumental blunder. Likewise, the citizens below, who had been fixated on Li Chun, now wore expressions of disbelief. No one had anticipated that the king of Minuet would don a dragon robe. Everyone knew that only the emperor was entitled to wear such a garment. For a commoner to secretly possess or wear a dragon robe was punishable by death, even resulting in the annihilation of 9 clans. How dared the king of Minuet appear in a dragon robe? Meanwhile, Song Zhonghua regarded Li Chun with a chilling smile. My lord, what do you think? Do you fancy this gift? At that moment, Li Chun looked at Song Zhonghua, shaking his head slightly, an expression of helplessness dawning in his eyes. What was this? A coup d'etat akin to Qin Xiao, draping himself in a yellow robe? Unfortunately, he was neither Zhao Kuangyin nor did he command the armies of the nation. Even more tragically, this yellow robe had been bestowed upon him by an enemy, one from whom he had yet to refuse. Now, appearing before the crowd in a dragon robe, it wouldn't be long before news spread to the capital. To publicly wear a dragon robe was tantamount to treason. Even if Li Chun could provide an explanation, who would believe him then? Without the southern Zhao emperor's decree, the loyal troops would surely besiege him. If he were fortunate enough to escape to the fief, he would forever bear the stigma of treason. Song Zhonghua was indeed ruthless. He had laid an inescapable trap, gazing at the dragon robe draped over him. Li Chun couldn't help but reflect. The fourth and ninth brothers were true to their lineage, always inclined to make a spectacle of the dragon robe at that moment. Ying'er, facing Song Zhonghua, suddenly shouted angrily. Drawing her sword from her waist, she aimed it at Song Zhonghua. "You audacious scoundrel! How dare you ensnare the king of Minueso?" Just as Ying'er was about to strike Song Zhonghua, Li Chun unexpectedly intervened. Raising his hand to stop her, he shook his head. Killing him now would be futile. Ying'er, thwarted, glared at Li Chun, her eyes flashing with indignation. Song Zhonghua, observing the two, could hardly contain his sneering delight. He had bided his time for this very moment. He had meticulously orchestrated this scenario, knowing full well that Li Chun had no means to counter it. Li Chun, clad in the dragon robe under everyone's scrutiny, would only solidify his guilt by killing Song Zhonghua. Ying'er, still incensed, faced Li Chun at "My lord, if we bind Song Zhonghua and present him to the court, surely the emperor will believe us." Li Chun shook his head once more. That would be futile. Hearing this, Ying'er's expression hardened. After a moment's contemplation, she grasped the reality. Li Chun wearing the dragon robe was now an undeniable fact, witnessed by so many commoners. Regardless of the circumstances, the Southern Zhao Emperor would certainly punish Li Chun. What was to be done? Were they to resign themselves to fate? Ying'er understood the dire consequences of wearing a dragon robe better than anyone. Recalling the fate of the previous ninth prince, as Ying'er's mind raced in turmoil, Li Chun, turning to her, offered a faint smile and spoke slowly. "To be honest, I rather fancy this gift from Song the Prefect." As Li Chun's words fell, a tremor rippled through the crowd. Ying'er and Song Zhonghua stood frozen, both incredulous. Despite their differing stances, neither could comprehend Li Chun's current mindset, especially Song Zhonghua, whose brows knitted tightly in confusion. Was Li Chun truly oblivious to the repercussions of wearing a dragon robe? As Song Zhonghua pondered this, Li Chun addressed him directly. "That I truly appreciate this gift. And today is a day of prayer for the entire city of Pingwu. It would be inappropriate for me to remain here in such a lofty position, since my mood is quite fine today. Why don't you, Song the Prefect, accompany me downstairs? I wish to continue distributing these copper coins to the citizens, sharing joy and blessings together. Continue celebrating with the people." Did he truly seek his own demise? While Song Zhonghua couldn't decipher Li Chun's intentions, he recognized that Li Chun's actions only served to further his own agenda. The more people who witnessed Li Chun in the dragon robe, the more irrefutable his guilt would become. Thus, Song Zhonghua made a gesture of invitation towards Li Chun. "Since the Lord is in such high spirits, I shall gladly accompany you." At this moment, seeing Li Chun genuinely descending the stairs, Ying'er shot up, intent on stopping him. However, Li Chun merely waved his hand at her dismissively. "No need. Please ensure the copper coins are properly managed, and accompany me in bestowing blessings." On the ground floor of the tavern, Zhang Weigua, Rong Xian, and Qing Shuang were on high alert. Although they were unaware of the events unfolding above, they had already learned of Li Chun's donning of the dragon robe. The best course of action now was to minimize the impact and contain the situation. Yet, upon witnessing Li Chun descend, they were momentarily rendered speechless. In such a time, one should be discreet. How could the Lord descend wearing a dragon robe? Had he remained upstairs, they could have claimed the dim lighting had obscured their vision. But now, with Li Chun descending of his own accord, he had unwittingly allowed everyone to see the dragon robe clearly. Yet, Li Chun faced them with a beaming smile, appearing even more jubilant than usual, and spoke to them. "The dragon robe bestowed upon me by Song the Prefect may be a tad oversized, yet reflects his earnest intentions. You find it unappealing?" The expressions of the onlookers darkened considerably. They were at a loss for how to respond. As they stood there, their faces grim and silent, Li Chun shrugged in mild disappointment and strolled out of the tavern. Upon exiting, the scene before him was a sea of people. The crowd fell into an eerie silence as they beheld Li Chun in the dragon robe. The dragon dancers halted, their fervor extinguished. Even the drummers and musicians froze, momentarily forgetting their rhythms. All eyes were fixated on Li Chun. Previously, they had not fully grasped the situation from above. Now, as Li Chun descended, they were able to see clearly. The yellow robe adorned with 9 five-clawed golden dragons, every detail vividly apparent. A genuine dragon robe. The king of Minwei had indeed donned a dragon robe, standing before all. What is this? Isn't today a day of prayer? Why the silence? Li Chen addressed the crowd as he spoke. Song Zhonghua, observing Li Chen, was left perplexed, unable to discern whether he was genuinely foolish or feigning ignorance. With a cold smirk, he bellowed to the musicians. What? Did you not hear the Lord's words? Resume the music and continue the dance. As Song Zhonghua's voice faded, the drums and music across the way began to play once more. Yet for reasons unknown, the melody felt somewhat disordered, like a tea that moment. Li Chen casually seized a handful of copper coins and scattered them toward the crowd of onlookers. Zhang Weiguo, along with his loyal black cavalry and the 3 royal sisters-in-law, followed closely behind Li Chen, their expressions grave, ever vigilant in their protection of him. The events had already unfolded, and further contemplation was futile. They were left with but 2 choices, either to apprehend Li Chen and present him before Emperor Nanzhao, awaiting his judgment, or to stand resolutely by his side, come what may. Should Li Chen choose rebellion, they would follow suit. The hearts of the crowd had completely aligned with Li Chen. Whatever course of action he took, they would steadfastly accompany him, as they observed Li Chen showering the coins. The attention of the populace was swiftly diverted. Regardless of whether Li Chen donned the dragon robe or not, it mattered little to them. These were genuine coins of fortune, a blessing for the coming year, prompting many to bend down and gather them eagerly. Li Chen appeared to revel in the moment. Witnessing the crowd joyfully collecting the coins, he tossed out another handful. Addressing the throng, he casually remarked, "You see, Master Song is quite generous. Upon my arrival in Pingwu, he gifted me this dragon robe, and today I wear it to bestow blessings upon you all." As Li Chen continued to distribute coins, the basin rapidly emptied in the distance. Many citizens still sought to claim their share of the blessed coins that Li Chen, seemingly unsatisfied, turned back to Song Zhonghua, saying, "Master Song, I find myself in high spirits today and wish for everyone to receive these blessings. Yet it seems the basin has run dry." Song Zhonghua, taken aback, found himself at a loss. Truth be told, he struggled to comprehend Li Chen's intentions, an unsettling feeling gnawing at him. It dawned on him that he might have unwittingly fallen into Li Chen's trap. Approaching Song Zhonghua with a semblance of a smile, Li Chen inquired, "What troubles you, Master Song? Are you hesitant to part with your wealth?" Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Song Zhonghua's expression turned to one of cold disdain. Ever since assuming the role of governor, he had never lacked for money. Moreover, it was Li Chen, not he, who wore the dragon robe. What was there for him to fear? Resolute in his demeanor, he declared, "Since the prince is in such exuberant spirits, I shall do my utmost to ensure that the entire city witnesses your regal splendor in that robe." With a wave of his hand, he summoned a subordinate who hastily departed. Moments later, the individual returned, accompanied by several others bearing numerous chests. As the chests were opened, they revealed an abundance of copper coins, no fewer than tens of thousands. "Your Highness, please feel free to take as you wish." Song Zhonghua gestured with a flourish. Li Chen, smiling, gave a thumbs up to Song Zhonghua. He instructed Ying'er to refill the basin and resumed scattering coins among the crowd. "Do you see what I'm wearing, my friends?" he asked. The crowd responded in unison. "The dragon robe?" Li Chen continued. "Do you know who presented it to me?" The citizens replied again, "Master Song," seemingly pleased with their answer. Li Chen proceeded to the western side. Repeating the questions, the responses remained the same. Initially, Song Zhonghua wore a smile, observing Li Chen as though he were a fool, fearing that others might not recognize the significance of his attire. However, after 5 repetitions, Song Zhonghua's expression darkened, realization dawning upon him. Li Chen's emphasis on the robe being a gift from Song Zhonghua was a deliberate attempt to engrave this memory in the minds of the populace. Now, the entire city was aware that the dragon robe was crafted by him, implicitly branding him as the creator. The question of why he gifted it to Li Chen became glaringly apparent to all. Anyone with discernment understood that he was the father-in-law of the 4th prince, and by bestowing this robe upon Li Chen, he sought to ensnare him in a web of deceit. The populace was now acutely aware of the situation, and Song Zhonghua realized he had lost control over the events. Caught in a trap of his own making, he felt a chill run down his spine as he contemplated a discreet escape amidst the chaos. He found himself encircled by the black cavalry. That moment, Li Chun finished scattering the last of the coins and turned to Song Zhonghua with a knowing smile. "What troubles you, Master Song? Are you pained by my expenditure?" Face ashen, Song Zhonghua fell to his knees before Li Chun. "Your Highness, spare me. I was momentarily blinded by greed. Please grant me an opportunity." Li Chun shook his head. Feigning ignorance, "What opportunity do you seek? Are you suggesting that the dragon robe was not intended for me? If that is the case, why go to such lengths to create one?" Before Song Zhonghua could respond, Li Chun nodded, feigning realization. Now I understand. No wonder this robe feels a bit loose. You must have tailored it to fit the fourth prince, his father-in-law. Your true intent was to gift this robe to him, wasn't it?" At Li Chun's words, Song Zhonghua stumbled and fell, overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. This calamity had escalated to a point where even his demise could not halt its progress. Li Chun's deliberate insinuation aimed to redirect the blame towards the fourth prince. Initially intending to eliminate Li Chun, he was now ensnared by his own machinations, implicating the fourth prince in the process. "This Minuet king is truly devious," Song Zhonghua protested. "No, this dragon robe was not made for the fourth prince." Li Chun's smile faded, replaced by a menacing glare. "Then for whom was it intended? Was your aim merely to ensnare me?" At that moment, Song Zhonghua found himself devoid of answers. Regardless of his response, the outcome remained the same. An unforgivable crime deserving of annihilation. He was left with no recourse. Meanwhile, Zhang Weigua and the three royal sisters-in-law, observing the unfolding drama, suddenly grasped Li Chun's true intention. Li Chun's public display in the dragon robe was a calculated maneuver, orchestrated to reveal the truth at this pivotal moment. Why showering the crowd with coins? He cleverly turned the tables, ensuring all knew that the robe was indeed crafted by Song Zhonghua. The fourth prince's animosity towards Li Chun was now evident, and as Song Zhonghua stood as the fourth prince's father-in-law, he found himself firmly opposed to Li Chun. Li Chun's strategy had exposed Song Zhonghua's treachery, revealing his intent to frame Li Chun. The specifics of the robe's measurements mattered little. After all, as the fourth prince's father-in-law, Song Zhonghua was capable of anything to support him. It now rested upon Emperor Nanzhao to form his judgments. What had initially seemed an insurmountable dilemma was deftly unraveled by Li Chun. A wave of relief washed over the crowd, their heads spinning from the intricacies of this political struggle, a high-stakes game beyond the comprehension of ordinary in such a conflict. One could easily find themselves unaware of their demise. Finally, the tension lifted, and the onlookers exhaled a collective sigh of relief. The imminent crisis has been averted. Now the pressing matter is how to deal with Song Zhonghua, following the conventional approach and adhering to the court's regulations. This issue inevitably involves the dragon robe, the princes, and the noble lords. The most prudent course of action would be to escort Song Zhonghua back to the capital, where the Southern Zhao Emperor would personally adjudicate the matter. However, the capital is undeniably the domain of the Prime Minister, who has cultivated his influence over many years and undoubtedly possesses numerous covert strategies. Moreover, Li Chun has already been on the road for 10 days. Should he return now, he could encounter unforeseen complications along the way. Thus, Li Chun intends to firmly establish the charges against Song Zhonghua, thoroughly eliminating any potential threats. He is convinced that, even if his actions deviate from protocol, the Southern Zhao Emperor will certainly express gratitude for his decisive measures. With a commanding shout, Li Chun addressed those around him. "Bring forth the man." Song Zhonghua's unauthorized production of the dragon robe and his attempts to frame the noble lord are unforgivable crimes. Take Song Zhonghua into custody at once and execute him publicly. As Li Chun's words echoed, the black-clad guards swiftly advanced, pinning Song Zhonghua to the ground. At that moment, Zhang Weigua raised his blade. "Execute." With Li Chun's command, the blade fell, splattering blood across the ground. His severed head rolled away in an instant, eliciting gasps of shock from the surrounding onlookers. Facing the gathered citizens, Li Chun clasped his hands and declared, "Today, you have all witnessed the truth. The dragon robe was crafted by Song Zhonghua with the intent to frame me, that in the interest of upholding the court's laws and punishing treasonous individuals. I have executed him as for the subsequent governance of Pingwu. I shall appeal to the court for capable ministers to oversee the matter, so there is no need for concern. Life shall proceed as normal. With Li Qin's pronouncement, the citizens nodded in agreement. They had seen the outcome and understood the clarity of the situation. There was little room for dispute. Li Qin's actions were reasonable under the circumstances. The auspicious ceremony had concluded, and aside from Song Zhonghua's execution, no other disturbances had occurred. With the black-clad guards maintaining order, no one dared to cause trouble. This night deepened. The throngs of people dispersed rapidly. Upon returning, Li Qin sat down to draft a memorial. His opening line was an earnest request for pardon, beseeching the Southern Zhao emperor to impose punishment upon him. Although Li Qin knew that the emperor, with his keen insight, would have already heard of the day's events in their entirety, it was imperative for Li Qin to submit this memorial, as it represented his current stance. Clad in the dragon robe, and having executed a court official of the third rank without authorization. His plea was both a request for forgiveness and an assertion of the facts. Furthermore, Li Qin was confident that upon receiving his memorial, the Southern Zhao emperor would not only refrain from punishing him, but would reward him generously. After all, Pingwu had been under the control of the fourth prince and the prime minister. With Song Zhonghua's execution, Li Qin had effectively returned Pingwu to the Southern Zhao emperor, a substantial boon for the ruler. Soon after completing his writing, Li Qin dispatched Zhang Weiguo with great urgency. At that moment, the three imperial sisters-in-law arrived at Li Qin's study. The events of the day weighed heavily on their minds, leaving them unsettled and fearful. The second sister-in-law, Rong Xian, confronted Li Qin. Do you understand that your actions today nearly frightened us to death? In the future, could you please inform us before you take such drastic measures? Li Qin smiled at the three imperial sisters-in-law. The situation unfolded too abruptly, and I could only adapt as events progressed. Hearing his words, the third sister-in-law, Qing Shuang, shook her head in exasperation. Honestly, when we saw you donning the dragon robe, we were utterly shocked, thinking you were about to incite rebellion. Li Qin chuckled, gazing at the three sisters-in-law with a teasing glint in his eyes. If I were truly to rebel, what would you three do? Qing Shuang sighed. I am all alone now, without support. It matters not what I do. The second sister-in-law, Rong Xian, glared at Li Qin. What are you looking at? The Medicine King's Valley operates independently of the court, and it is beyond the court's reach. Besides, if anyone is to rebel, it will not be me. The third sister-in-law, Ying'er, regarded Li Qin with a complex expression. Truth be told, at that moment, I was ready to risk it all. As Li Qin looked at the three sisters-in-law, he felt a surge of emotion, realizing the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders. What had begun as a jest had unexpectedly drawn the sisters-in-law to his side. With such sincere support, how could Li Qin betray their trust? Meanwhile, in the capital, the dragon robe incident had escalated over the past few days, leading to rampant rumors. The court had engaged in heated debates, clearly dividing into two factions. One faction, led by the prime minister, argued that Li Qin's unauthorized donning of the dragon robe and his brazen execution of a third-rank official warranted the harshest punishment. The opposing faction, led by Minister of War Wu Yingjun, took a contrary stance, asserting that the Prince of Minhua had demonstrated his might by defeating 50,000 bandits with merely 3,000 black-clad guards. If he intended to rebel, who could stand against him? Moreover, why would the prince choose to rebel in far-off Pingwu instead of the capital? This was evidently a scheme by the Pingwu governor, Song Zhonghua, to frame him. Thus, the prince had not only committed no crime, but had actually performed a service, and the court ought to reward him handsomely. Furthermore, why did the Pingwu governor privately fabricate a dragon robe tailored to the fourth prince's measurements? This required further investigation. The sudden shift in Minister of War Wu Yingjun's stance left many officials astonished, prompting speculation about the reasons behind his change of Heart.2 signals. However, were noteworthy. The Southern Zhao emperor had summoned Wu Yingjun to the palace for nearly an hour of discussion, the content of which remained a mystery. Additionally, a female relative of Wu Yingjun had been missing for several days during a visit and had only just returned home, in light of the ongoing debate among the two factions. The Southern Zhao Emperor refrained from mediating further and issued a decree that decisively resolved the matter. The extermination of Songjung was entire clan, the fourth prince placed under house arrest for 6 months, and a reward of 50,000 taels of silver bestowed upon the prince of Mingyue. Furthermore, the Ministry of Personnel was instructed to nominate a new governor, subject to the Southern Zhao Emperor's approval before assuming office in Pingwu. This outcome surprised many, as not only had the Minister of War's position changed, but the Southern Zhao Emperor himself appeared to be shifting as well. For the Prime Minister, this was particularly infuriating. He had yet to fully contend with Li Chun, and now Wu Yingjun emerged as a formidable opponent, while the Southern Zhao Emperor became increasingly unmanageable. At that moment, within the fourth prince's residence, an explosion of fury erupted. Crash! The fourth prince, consumed by rage, hurled a bowl to the floor, his eyes ablaze with indignation. Song Zhonghua was utterly incompetent. How could he have draped the dragon robe upon Li Chun? What was he thinking? The last individual who attempted to produce a dragon robe met a swift demise, and now another incident had arisen. Did he think it was amusing? More importantly, this scandal implicated him directly. With the execution of the princess consort and his own house arrest for 6 months, the mere thought sent him into a fury. At that moment, a soft whimper reached his ears. The fourth prince looked up to find his consort, Song Fei, standing before him. Word had just arrived that the decree had been issued. Song Zhonghua's entire clan was to be exterminated, and Song Fei was included among them. The Imperial Guard had arrived to apprehend her for execution. "Your Highness, you must save me. I do not wish to die. I want to stay by your side forever." Gazing at the enchanting beauty before him, the fourth prince felt a mix of tenderness and sorrow. Yet, now that he faced punishment himself, how could he protect her? Under normal circumstances, he would have embraced Song Fei for a final farewell, but given his injuries, he lacked the strength to do so. Nevertheless, he managed to lift his hand weakly to caress her face. "Do not fear. I promise I will avenge you. Next year, I shall present Li Chen's head at your grave." As Song Fei was led away by the guards, the fourth prince's eyes blazed with a deep-seated hatred. Waving his hand to summon a trusted confidant, he instructed them to deliver a message to the Prime Minister's residence. Urge the Prime Minister's agents embedded in Mingyue to make haste in their preparations. What if Li Chen manages to reach Mingyue unscathed? He can still ensure that Li Chun meets his end in a foreign land. The decree from Emperor Nanzhao swiftly made its way to Pingwu. As anticipated, Emperor Nanzhao seized this opportunity to tighten his grip on Pingwu. However, the treatment of the fourth prince was merely a tepid warning that it seems that Emperor Nanzhao prefers caution and is reluctant to engage in direct confrontation with the Prime Minister's faction. The silver granted would naturally be escorted to Mingyue by other troops, so Li Chen need not worry that in recent days, Li Chun had nearly completed his procurement of supplies in Pingwu. Once all was in readiness, he prepared to set forth. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the 15th day had arrived. The grand army began to approach the borders of Mingyue, yet the journey grew increasingly arduous. The winding path stretched ahead, consuming considerable time, and when faced with towering mountains, they were forced to traverse them. They encountered numerous swamps along the way, fraught with treacherous traps. Any horse or rider that stumbled into them would find it impossible to escape. The further south they traveled, the more desolate the landscape became, with vast stretches of saline alkaline land devoid of crops, and not even a blade of grass could be found. Observing the harsh environment before him, Li Chun shook his head in resignation that he had come to deeply understand why Mingyue had never been a contested ground for military strategists. It was not only the difficult terrain and lack of sustenance. There were also no substantial economic resources, remote and impoverished. As he neared Mingyue, Li Chun felt an inexplicable pull, as if someone were calling out to him. Upon disembarking from the carriage and surveying the surrounding land, realization dawned upon him. This was a place he had been before, the very location from which he had fled for his life. 800 miles hence lay the battlefield of the southern barbarians, where his 3 royal brothers had perished. His heart was restless because the memories of his 3 brothers lingered on that battlefield. Since childhood, his brothers had cared for him dearly. Later, on the battlefield, they had fought valiantly to ensure his escape. More than a month had passed since their tragic deaths, their bones left unburied. exposed to the elements. The mere thought was unbearable. Simultaneously, Li Qian noticed the unusual demeanor of his three sisters-in-law. They often stepped out of the carriage, gazing sorrowfully towards the south. Li Qian understood that they shared his sentiments. Yet, due to the southern barbarian battlefield being under the control of the Jurchens, and concerned about disrupting Li Qian's march, they refrained from mentioning it to him. Soon, Li Qian made a resolute decision. He would detour to the southern barbarian battlefield to pay tribute to his brothers. The distance was similar, and there would be no conflict in timing. Although he could not avenge his brothers now, he could at least gather their remains, sparing them further suffering from the elements. Momentarily, Li Qian summoned his three sisters-in-law and Zhang Weigua to his side, that we are now very close to the southern barbarian battlefield. I intend to return to honor my brothers and collect their remains. What do you all think? Upon hearing Li Qian's words, the sisters-in-law exchanged glances, apprehension flickering in their eyes. They genuinely feared complicating matters for Li Qian and disrupting the rhythm of his march. Traveling through the southern barbarians without paying respects would weigh heavily on my heart. Faced with Li Qian, the sisters-in-law remained silent, their thoughts aligning with his. However, at that moment, Zhang Weigua interjected, urging caution that my lord. This is absolutely inadvisable. The 20 cities are already under the effective control of the ancient Qing people, who send troops to patrol every few days that if you were discovered by them, it would be extraordinarily perilous. Li Qian shook his head in response to Zhang Weigua's concerns. This time, I do not plan to bring the Black Riders. It will just be myself and the three sisters-in-law, reducing our target size and thereby minimizing risk. Hearing this, Zhang Weigua became even more anxious. My lord, this is even more inadvisable. Should we not bring the Black Riders? What if the ancient Qing make a move? Zhang Weigua's words made the sisters-in-law visibly hesitant. Fully aware of the associated risks that this moment, Li Qian furrowed his brows as he faced Zhang Weigua. Then how about this? A portion of the Black Riders will continue onward with the supplies to Ying'er, while you lead 1,500 Black Riders to follow closely behind me. Should any disturbances arise, the Black Riders will be able to respond promptly. Looking at Li Qian, Zhang Weigua furrowed his brow. On open plains, the combat strength of 1,500 Black Riders is sufficient to contend with 15,000 infantry directly. Though the ancient Qing are adept horsemen, they mainly employ light cavalry, as long as their numbers do not exceed 10,000. We can ensure their safety. Zhang Weigua nodded in agreement with Li Qian's plan. Thus, it is feasible. Following a round of deliberations, Li Qian and his three sisters-in-law set out separately. Zhang Weigua led the Black Riders, maintaining a distance of nearly 10 miles behind Li Qian. The remaining Black Riders continued onward, bearing supplies toward Ming. As Li Qian and his sisters-in-law proceeded, after several hours of travel, they soon arrived at the 20 cities. Li Qian recalled that when he and his three brothers first led their troops to the 20 cities, the streets had been bustling with life, every household welcoming them with open doors. Yet now, as they gazed upon the scene, they were met with crumbled walls and charred remains. The remnants of houses lay in ruins, and the ground was strewn with the unburied bodies of those slain by the ancient Qing. Still fresh and uncorrupted, the entire town was engulfed in a profound silence. This silence was suffocating, evoking a sense of despair. The ancient Qing had never considered developing the 20 cities. They merely regarded it as their hunting ground. As they passed through, they noticed wild dogs appearing before the corpses, glaring at Li Qian and his companions with fierce eyes. Witnessing the harrowing spectacle before him, Li Qian felt an overwhelming sense of oppression in his heart. Giddy up, he urged his steed onward, hastening towards the southern barbarian battlefield. Soon, after several more hours of travel, they finally reached the battlefield of the southern barbarians, where the scene was even more horrific. Bathed in the last rays of the setting sun, the ground was littered with corpses. The bodies of all the Southern Dynasty soldiers had not been collected, remaining in the positions they fell. Just as they had in battle, each soldier had met a different fate, yet they all shared a common sight. Their eyes remained wide open, filled with resentment, refusing to close. Gazing upon this, Li Qian felt an even deeper anguish. While his three sisters-in-law were brought to tears, in the capital, they could never have imagined such a scene. They had never envisioned that war could be so brutally cruel. First, Let us locate the remains of our three brothers. Li Chun spoke to his sisters-in-law. They nodded in agreement and dispersed to search. Logically speaking, the three princes would have been dressed differently from the other soldiers, making them easier to find. However, despite scouring the vast battlefield, they found no trace of the princes. Even Li Chun, relying on his memories, sought the place where the eldest prince had bid him farewell, yet he still could not find any sign of his brothers. What was going on? Why were their bodies missing? Had they been buried by someone? Or had they somehow survived and been rescued? As the group stood in confusion, Li Chun's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of something moving slightly in the grass not far away. This was a place filled with fallen soldiers. How could anything still be moving? Li Chun approached to discover a middle-aged man feigning death, clutching a handful of loose silver coins, as if he had not yet had the chance to conceal them. In an instant, Li Chun understood. This man was clearly here to pilfer, seeking to profit from the dead. These soldiers had met a tragic end on the battlefield, and now, even in death, they were not spared from the avarice of others. Immediately, Li Chun placed his blade against the man's throat. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The middle-aged man's face turned pale with fear as the blade pressed against him. He begged for mercy, hastily explaining, "I am also a subject of the Southern Dynasty. After being captured by the ancient Qing and enslaved, I managed to escape. When passing through here, I succumbed to temptation. Please, for the sake of our shared nationality, do not kill me." Observing the man on the ground, Li Chun stifled the murderous intent surging within him. "I ask you but one question. What transpired after the great battle? Why is it that the bodies of the three commanders of the court are nowhere to be found?" The eyes darted around, filled with a hint of suspicion as they confronted Li Chun. "What are you asking this for? Who are you?" Li Chun pressed the blade in his hand downward, issuing a sharp rebuke. "Answer my question." The slave, gazing back at Li Chun, revealed a glint of cunning in his eyes. "During my time as a slave in the ancient Qing kingdom, I heard tales that whenever the Qing people conquered a territory, they delighted in transporting the corpses of their enemy commanders back to the capital, hanging them on the city walls to flaunt their military achievements. If the commander here were to fall in battle, it is highly likely his body would also be displayed on the walls of the ancient Qing capital." Upon hearing these words from the slave, Li Chun's fists clenched tightly, and his eyes blazed with fury. The Qing people had already committed countless atrocities against the Southern Dynasty. The three royal brothers were to suffer this humiliation even after their deaths. This was utterly intolerable. The Qing must be exterminated completely, or he would not rest. Meanwhile, the words of the slave sank I&AT that moment. Rong Xian swayed and fainted. Just moments ago, she had held hope that they were still alive, only to be dashed in an instant, and to be hung on the city walls, subjected to such humiliation day after day. How could one bear it? As the group momentarily lost focus, the slave seized the opportunity, stealthily drawing a concealed arrow and shooting it into the sky. Whoosh! A piercing whistle echoed. Everyone watched as the arrow, trailed by a cloud of red dust, shot upward. With this action, Li Chun's eyes instantly turned icy. He was no mere slave. He was a covert agent of the Qing. Just as the agent attempted to flee, Li Chun swiftly drew his knife, plunging it into the agent's back. The traitor fell, unwilling to accept his fate. Gallop, gallop, gallop. Soon the sound of hooves thundered from afar. The group looked up to see a dark horde approaching from the edge of the southern barbarian battlefield. In the fading light of the setting sun, the Qing banners stood out vividly, and the size of their forces appeared to number around 3,000. It was evident that the Qing had discovered them and were advancing. At this moment, Li Chun gazed at the distant Qing dragon banner with a fierce glint in his eyes. He was in dire need of venting the fury within. 3,000 Qing cavalry were arriving just in time. Meanwhile, the three royal sisters also clenched their fists tightly. They, too, were eager to unleash the pent-up anger within them. Soon, the sound of galloping horses echoed again, as Zhang Weiwei led the Black Riders swiftly forward. After a brief moment, both forces reached the front line and stood in a standoff. Among the Qing ranks, a man clad in white armor rode forth. Li Chun recognized him instantly. He was Wan Yin Honglai, the son of the Qing general Wan Yin de Kong. The previous ambush had been the result of a sneak attack by the father and son duo. It was at their hands that the three royal brothers had met their demise. Now Wan Yin Honglai looked at Li Chun, mistaking him for the previously frivolous royal. He even dismissed the Black Riders behind Li Chun. Ha! I thought it was someone significant, but it turns out to be the sixth prince of the Southern Dynasty. The heads of your two brothers have already been brought back to the capital by my father. What now? Are you here to deliver yourself to death? Li Chun was momentarily taken aback. Two brothers? Hadn't there been three? Yet the confusion in his heart dissipated in an instant. Narrowing his eyes at Wan Yin Honglai, he tightened his grip on the steel knife to guarantee this moment. Li Chun had resolved to strike at Wan Yin Honglai first. With Wan Yin Dakong absent, he would eliminate his son first to collect a little interest. Suddenly, Li Chun turned sharply. Addressing all the Black Riders behind him, he issued the first military order. All Black Riders. Heed my command. Form ranks. As Li Chun's command rang out, the Black Riders swiftly adjusted their formation, transforming into the shape of a steel blade. Yet, Wan Yin Honglai regarded the Black Riders with indifference. He was even somewhat curious as to what audacity this frivolous prince possessed to dare challenge him. However, this was fortuitous. Cutting off the sixth prince's head would also be a noteworthy achievement for him. Immediately, Wan Yin Honglai shouted to his Qing soldiers behind him, "Warriors, the opportunity to earn merit has arrived. Whoever can take the sixth prince's head, I shall reward them with 100 taels of gold." The Qing troops, outnumbering the Black Riders by a factor of 2, were emboldened by their previous victories against the Southern Dynasty. Thus, they did not regard Li Chun and the Black Riders as worthy opponents. Upon hearing Wan Yin Honglai's bounty, the Qing soldiers erupted in excitement, their cheers filling the air. They charged towards the Black Riders on horseback. At that moment, Li Chun, mounted and wielding his steel knife, prepared to engage the Qing soldiers, issuing the second military order for combat. All Black Riders, heed my command. Strike with all your might. Leave no survivors. Following the order, Li Chun surged forward, charging at the Qing army. The Black Riders, being heavily armored cavalry and the elite of the Southern Dynasty, had long been stifled by the sight of fallen soldiers on the ground. Today, they must use the blood of the Qing to honor the souls of their fallen comrades. Soon, the two forces collided. The heavily armored Black Riders, shielded from harm, proved impervious to blades and swords. In the first charge, the Qing soldiers were horrified to discover that the Black Riders sustained no losses. While their own ranks continued to dwindle, the speed and ferocity of the Black Riders were overwhelming. Their 1,500-strong force sliced through the heart of the Qing cavalry, cleaving their ranks in two. Fearless and unstoppable. Kill! The blood-red sun hung low as the sound of hooves shattered the air. The Qing soldiers became increasingly fearful as the battle raged on. They began to realize with growing terror that their previously underestimated opponents were now turning the tide against them. In just a quarter of an hour, the 3,000 cavalry had been reduced by half. Furthermore, the Black Riders had completely isolated them, rendering their numerical advantage moot. The casualty count continued to rise rapidly. At that moment, Wan Yin Honglai found himself in an even worse predicament, encircled by Ying'er and Rong Xian. Even Qing Shuang, who lacked martial skills, was desperately brandishing a knife, repeatedly attempting to rush at Wan Yin Honglai, only to be restrained by Li Chun. Wan Yin Honglai, initially dismissive of the two female warriors, soon realized his folly as the battle progressed. Ying'er, clad in armor and wielding a red-tasseled spear, unleashed lethal strikes upon him. The other woman, dressed in a pink gown and wielding a long sword, although slightly less formidable than Ying'er, displayed a unique fighting style with explosive power that was not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, Li Chun, though not yet engaged in the fray, coldly positioned himself to block Wan Yin Honglai's escape route. Glancing around, he noted that the Qing forces had dwindled to no more than 1,000. The Black Riders had gained a decisive advantage. Wan Yin Honglai felt a weight in his heart, and a hint of panic flickered in his eyes. The elderly emperor of the Qing, Wan Yin Yongji, was gravely ill, and his father had led the troops back to the capital, intending to seize the throne at the opportune moment. Now on the southern barbarian battlefield, he had only his own troops. With no hope of rescue, if he did not swiftly conclude this battle, he feared he might meet his end here. He had only two choices. The first was to retreat quickly, perhaps saving his life. The second was to capture Li Chun. If he could subdue the Black Riders, the crisis would resolve itself. He could even bring Li Chun back to the Qing kingdom and gain military merit, enhancing his father's prestige. In that moment, Wan Yin Honglai still perceived Li Chun as the frivolous prince he had encountered before. Thus, he naturally opted for the second choice. Without hesitation, Wan Yin Honglai feigned a thrust and charged at Li Chun. At this sight, Li Chun's lips curled into a cold smile. Earlier, as the two royal sisters had surrounded Wan Yin Honglai, Li Chun had refrained from intervening, allowing them to vent their anger. Now that Wan Yin Honglai was approaching him, he would not hold back. Bang! The blade in Wan Yin Honglai's hand clashed with the steel sword wielded by Li Chun. Initially, he anticipated that Li Chun's weapon would be sent flying from his grasp, allowing him to seize the opportunity to overpower his opponent. However, to his astonishment, during their fierce exchange, Li Chun deftly dissipated the force of his strike. Before Wan Yin Honglai could regain his composure, Li Chun swiftly transformed the angle of his blade and lunged toward Wan Yin Honglai's shoulder, delivering a piercing stab. In an instant, a searing pain shot through him, and upon inspection, he realized that blood was gushing from the wound on his shoulder. How could he, Wan Yin Honglai, be injured by this debauched scion? Li Chun, a wave of humiliation and fury surged within him, prompting him to swing his sword once more at Li Chun. As the two resumed their battle, Wan Yin Honglai quickly discerned a troubling reality. Although his internal strength surpassed that of his adversary, Li Chun's combat techniques were far superior. Moreover, his speed was astonishing. In a mere brief exchange, Wan Yin Honglai found himself sustaining multiple injuries. How could this be possible? He, a battle-hardened general, was being outmatched by this worthless playboy, a disgrace of monumental proportions. Gazing at the numerous wounds from which blood flowed profusely, Wan Yin Honglai was utterly incensed. He faced Li Chun and unleashed a thunderous roar. Die! A tempest of ferocious attacks ensued, yet they yielded no significant results. General, you must flee. Delay any longer, and it may be too late. At that moment, one of Wan Yin Honglai's subordinates shouted urgently. However, Wan Yin Honglai, blinded by rage, had completely lost his rationality. No, I will not rest until this worthless fool is dead. He disregarded all caution and charged at Li Chun once more, oblivious to the fact that the Black Cavalry had completely encircled the Guchang army. As the Black Cavalry pressed their assault, the encirclement tightened, and the number of Guchang soldiers dwindled rapidly. Within a quarter of an hour, the 3,000 Guchang soldiers had been nearly annihilated by the Black Cavalry. The battlefield of Nanman was now firmly under the control of the Black Cavalry. Meanwhile, the clash between Li Chun and Wan Yin Honglai continued, nearing its conclusion, resembling a mere game of catching mice. Wan Yin Honglai's wounds multiplied, transforming him into a blood-soaked figure. His vision grew increasingly blurred, and he sensed the ebbing of his life force. After Li Chun delivered another stab to his chest, Wan Yin Honglai could no longer endure. Falling from his mount, casting his gaze around, Wan Yin Honglai was struck by a sudden wave of horror. The 3,000 cavalrymen he had brought lay lifeless upon the ground, with not a single soul remaining alive. He was utterly perplexed, having no recollection of when they had perished. How could the armies of the Southern Dynasty have become so formidable? How could this worthless prince have grown so powerful? Yet this question would remain forever unanswered. You wished to claim my head, did you not? Here I am. At that moment, Li Chun, mounted upon his steed, beckoned to Wan Yin Honglai with a flick of his finger. A sense of humiliation welled up in Wan Yin Honglai's eyes, quickly replaced by a maniacal grin. He had been defeated, yet he believed that Li Chun would hesitate to kill him. After all, the Southern Dynasty lacked the strength to confront the Guchang kingdom. Furthermore, his father was embroiled in a struggle for the throne. Should he succeed in ascending to power, controlling all the rights of the Guchang kingdom, the 100,000 iron cavalry could swiftly trample the weakened Southern Dynasty. As Li Chun advanced step by step toward Wan Yin Honglai, he slowly raised his steel sword in the fading light of dusk. Wan Yin Honglai regarded Li Chun with a look of derision. Do you dare to kill me? Does your emperor permit it? Are you prepared for an actual war with the Southern Dynasty? My Guchang kingdom's 100,000 iron cavalry can strike at any moment. Before Wan Yin Honglai could finish his words, he was met with a blinding flash of steel. In the next instant, his head soared into the air, and darkness enveloped him entirely with the decapitation of Wanyan Honglai. This battle came to an end that moment. Every member of the Black Cavalry raised their long spears in unison, their voices resounding in triumph. Victory! Victory! This marked the first victory of the Southern Dynasty against the Guchang people. Moreover, it was also the first time the Southern Army had slain a high-ranking martial general from the Guchang. This was a momentous occasion for both the Black Cavalry and the Southern Dynasty. Were it not for the vast distance separating them from the Guchang kingdom, and had Li Chun not commanded merely 1,500 Black Cavalry, he would have truly sought to eradicate the capital of the Guchang kingdom in one fell swoop. Though he had slain Wanyan Honglai, his father, Wanyan Dekong, still lived, and the remains of his 3 royal brothers lay abandoned in the Guchang kingdom. Li Chun swore an oath. In 2 years, at most 2 years, he would not rest until the Guchang kingdom lay in ruins. After a month of relentless conflict, the bodies of all the soldiers on the battlefield of Nanman remained unburied. To inter them individually was an impractical endeavor given the current circumstances. Moreover, many of the corpses had begun to decompose, rendering them immovable. Ultimately, Li Chun ordered the collection of branches and firewood, placing them atop the bodies. As the flames roared to life, they swiftly engulfed the entire battlefield in a conflagration. After several days of arduous travel, on the 30th day at noon, they finally arrived at the territory of Mingyue. This region boasted a subtropical maritime monsoon climate, characterized by abundant rainfall and a humid heat. The weather was extreme. Sweltering summers could prove deadly, while frigid winters could freeze one solid, although the land did not yield abundant grain. It was rich in various fruits. This juncture, the governor of Mingyue, Zheng Jia, was well prepared. Upon learning of Li Chen's journey, he had awaited his arrival at a distance of 10 l. As soon as he spotted Li Chen's carriage approaching, Zheng Jia stepped forward to pay his respects. Your humble servant, Zheng Jia, governor of Mingyue, greets his highness. As Zheng Jia bowed, Li Chun drew back the curtain of his carriage and looked up. Before him stood Zheng Jia, a man of dark complexion and slender build, with a face no larger than an adult's palm. Not only was his visage diminutive, but his stature was also rather short. He appeared to be around 35 years of age, yet looked as though he were in his 50s. Were it not for the official robes he donned, one might mistake him for an aged peasant. Li Chun had already gathered some information about Zheng Jia during the journey, and he felt a twinge of sympathy for his plight. Zheng Jia hailed from humble origins. His ancestors had only attained the modest rank of a 7th-grade magistrate. His family had devoted themselves to his education. When Zheng Jia first entered government service, he aspired to serve his country with integrity and determination, striving to honor his official duties and be worthy of the trust of the people. During his tenure, he had accomplished several significant feats, drawing the attention of the Southern Emperor, who promoted him through the bureaucratic ranks. However, as his position grew more elevated, Zheng Jia found himself increasingly uncomfortable. He realized that the higher he ascended, the more he was required to navigate the intricacies of personal connections and factional politics, rather than simply focusing on his duties and achievements, an area in which he excelled not at all. Thus, he chose to remain aloof, preserving his integrity. Yet soon, due to an inexplicable minor incident, Zheng Jia was reassigned to the governorship of Mingyue. After his arrival in Mingyue, news of him dwindled. It was only rumored that in recent years, he had begun to curry favor with the chancellor's office, often sending local specialties as gifts. Regrettably, the chancellor had shown little acknowledgement of Zheng Jia's overtures. In response to Zheng Jia's presence, Li Chun offered a slight nod. Governor Zheng, you have worked hard. Zheng Jia, hearing Li Chun's words, exhibited minimal reaction, responding with mere pleasantries. Your humble servant has prepared a banquet at the residence and invites your highness to proceed there. Upon entering the city of Mingyue, Li Chun dismounted and chose to walk alongside Zheng Jia, who took the opportunity to introduce the sights and culture of Mingyue as they interacted for the first time. Li Chun discerned that Zheng Jia maintained a cool demeanor, treating their encounter as a mere formality devoid of warmth. The city gate appeared quite ancient, its surface marred by rust. Upon entering, Li Chun beheld the distinctive architecture of Mingyue, characterized predominantly by structures formed from a mixture of earth and wooden frameworks, Perhaps in response to the coastal winds, the buildings here were generally low in stature. As he ventured deeper into the city, he encountered a grand hall, lavishly adorned, and naturally prepared to step inside. However, just as he did, Zheng Jie hurriedly pulled him back. "Your Highness, please wait." Upon gazing at Zheng Jie, Li Chun furrowed his brow. "What? Am I not permitted to enter the government office?" Zheng He, with a wry smile, shook his head in response. "Your Highness seems to be mistaken. That belongs to someone else. Our government office is situated on the other side." Following Zheng Jie's, Li Chun looked over, and in an instant, he was rendered speechless. The so-called government office Zheng referred to as merely a few lowly structures, dilapidated and in disrepair, resembling a forsaken private residence, were it not for the three prominent characters Mingyue, Fu hanging at the entrance. Li Chun would never have discerned it as the government office of a major province. Observing Li Chen's incredulous expression, Zheng Jie offered a self-deprecating smile. "Do not hold it against me, Your Highness. In truth, this is the only portion of Mingyue that belongs to the court. The rest is under the jurisdiction of others. Although it is called a government office, it is essentially just a residence. The furnishings within are so exceedingly sparse that they are almost non-existent. The so-called office has merely transformed the main hall into a courtroom. Yet, this courtroom seems to have been in use for quite some time, with layers of dust accumulating in various corners. Soon, Zheng Jie led Li Chun to the main hall. When they took their seats, Li Chun occupied the principal position, with Zheng Jie to his left, while several royal sisters and Zhang Weigui sat around the table. After a long journey with limited provisions, the group had not indulged in rich foods for quite some time. Upon finally arriving in Mingyue, they eagerly anticipated a sumptuous meal to celebrate their arrival. Shortly thereafter, a server approached, presenting a dish that, upon inspection, elicited a wave of disappointment. A plate of greens one after another. Additional dishes were served. Yet they were all greens. Finally, a main dish was presented, but it was merely a diminutive fish, scarcely the size of an adult's palm. This moment, Zheng Jie addressed Li Chun. "Your Highness, the dishes are nearly all served. Please partake in your meal." Upon hearing Zheng Jie's words, the expressions of the others shifted. There are established protocol for the reception of officials at various ranks. For a prince, the budget for each meal should not fall below 10 taels of silver or exceed 20. Yet, during customary receptions, expenditures typically surpass these standards. The higher the status, the greater the expense. This had become a norm. Everyone knew that Li Chun was not one to demand extravagance nor wastefulness. However, given that this was a welcoming banquet, the first meal for a vassal prince visiting Mingyue, the mere 5 dishes prepared by Zheng Jie felt excessively meager. Moreover, throughout the entire journey, apart from Zheng Jie, no official from Mingyue had come to pay their respects. What did this imply? Did they truly regard Li Chun with such disdain, or were they attempting to humiliate him? At this juncture, Li Chun remained silent. Sitting at the lower table, the hot-tempered Zhang Weigui could no longer contain himself. Abruptly slamming his hand upon the table and rising to his feet, "Zheng Governor, what does this mean? Is this your way of hosting the prince?" Zhang Weigui's forceful action caused the dishes to tremble perilously. Zheng Jie cast an irritated glance at the furious Zhang Weigui, but refrained from responding immediately. Instead, he picked up his chopsticks, regretfully returning the dishes that had toppled onto the table back into their plates. After a moment, Zhang Weigui set down his chopsticks, looking up at Zheng Jie. "I, too, wish to adhere to the standards. But where is the money? Where does it come from?" Zhang Weigui's finger pointed accusingly at Zheng Jie. Fury evident in his demeanor. The court allocates a budget for official receptions each year, distributing a substantial sum of silver. Officials merely need to report the reception details for reimbursement. Moreover, the court also provides additional subsidies to the government offices of various provinces for daily expenses. What does it mean to present such trivial offerings? Where has all the money gone? At that moment, with Zhang Weigui's outburst, Zheng Jie shook his head, a cold smirk emerging on his face. The court may have such regulations. But where is the money? Where has it disappeared to? Since my arrival here, the court has not dispatched a single penny. In fact, even my salary has been in arrears since last year. I have not received a single cent. If you doubt my words, you may verify with the Ministry of Revenue to confirm their authenticity. truth be told, had it not been for your highness's arrival, I would not dare to partake in even these dishes during the new year." After uttering these words, Zhang Zhihe distinctly exhibited a sense of resignation as he looked at the individuals before him, his sarcasm deepening. "You all hail from the capital, esteemed ministers of the emperor, either princes or generals. If it is not too much to ask, perhaps you could submit a memorial to the emperor on my behalf. I implore you to have him remove me from this position. Whoever wishes to be a governor, let them do so. I cannot endure another moment in this role." With Zhang Zhi's proclamation, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Throughout their journey, they had encountered various officials, yet none had been as disillusioned as Zhang Zhihe. A third-rank official, with a mere stamp of their foot, could cause an entire province to tremble. Such officials were typically revered and respected. Yet now, Zhang Zhihe audaciously requested them to petition the emperor for his dismissal. Was he mad or merely foolish? This revelation left Zhang Weiguo utterly confounded, staring at Zhang Zhihe. "What do you truly mean? Literally, are you serious? Hurry if possible. I can leave right now." With Zhang Zhihe's response, Zhang Weiguo found himself at a loss. Seeking assistance from Li Chun, who sat at the head table to tea this moment, Li Chun furrowed his brow. "You ought to be aware that the emperor has already conferred upon me the title of Prince of Minwei, granting me the authority to establish a government office. In other words, you are the governor of Minwei, and you fall under my jurisdiction. Your transfer is now in my hands, should you wish to resign. I can grant that. However, I must understand the situation first." With the conversation having escalated to this point, Zhang Zhihe felt no need for restraint. His hopes of a transfer had long since faded, and he no longer anticipated returning to court service. He held no favorable view of Li Chun and had no intention of remaining here. Resigning and returning home was his sole option. Thus, he faced Li Chun with a cold smile. "Your Highness, must I spell it out for you? Everyone is aware of what kind of place Minwei is. It is a desolate land where no birds dare to defecate. A realm of savages, historically a place for exiles, who would willingly come to such a remote location unless they were pushed out or had committed a crime." At this point, upon hearing Zhang Zhihe's remarks, Ying'er immediately stood, glaring fiercely at Zhang Zhihe. "I must remind you that our prince was neither ostracized nor guilty of any crime. He actively sought the title of Prince of Minwei." As Ying'er spoke, Li Chun raised his hand to silence her, then turned to Zhang Zhihe, gesturing for him to continue. Zhang Zhihe glanced at Ying'er, a trace of derision in his eyes, before shaking his head and proceeding. "Although Minwei is nominally under the jurisdiction of the court, in reality, apart from this Minwei government office, there is not a single area here that belongs to the court. Although I am nominally a dignified governor, I am, in reality, the sole representative of the entire Minwei, lacking both soldiers and officials at my command. This region has long been divided among the 7 and the populace is utterly unaware of what the imperial court entails. Does the court not recognize this situation? It is evident that they are aware, but why do they not intervene? On one hand, it is due to their incapacity. On the other, it is deemed unworthy of their attention. As is well known, Minwei is a barren land, not a strategic stronghold, and the imperial court cannot afford to station troops here. Furthermore, even if they were to send forces to Minwei, the cost of travel would outweigh any potential gains. As long as the 7 do not openly rebel, the court's attitude towards Minwei remains one of indifference. Allowing it to languish, when I first took office, I aspired to achieve great things and to convey the cultural enlightenment of the Central Plains, as well as the authority of the court. However, not only has the court provided no support, but they have also ceased to allocate even the most basic funds. I have endured here for 7 long years. I am utterly exhausted and have no strength left to continue." After finishing his lament, Zhang Zhihe let out a deep sigh of relief. Meanwhile, as he gazed at Zhang Zhihe, Li Chun furrowed his brow once more. Throughout the journey, he had contemplated many matters, but he never anticipated that Minwei had devolved into such a state. He had always assumed that the 7 under Minwei were merely 7 administrative divisions. Yet it now appeared that these 7 had evolved into 7 distinct powers within Minwei. They have entrenched themselves here, making it exceedingly difficult for the court to exert any influence. No wonder the Emperor of Nanzhao, a man so keen on power, would so generously relinquish Mingyue to himself. In truth, the so-called king of Mingyue is more of an empty title. Likewise, he understood why, upon hearing his request to be conferred the title of king of Mingyue, the chancellor would offer such fervent support. Initially, he believed the chancellor merely sought to eliminate him from the outside. However, it now seemed that the external threat was but one facet. The greater peril lay in the local forces of Mingyue. Without any support, one could only await a slow demise. As he looked at Zheng Jiehe before him, Li Chen realized why the steadfast and principled man had ultimately succumbed to sending gifts to the chancellor, but it was because, under such circumstances, one could be driven to madness or folly. Even the most idealistic and ambitious individuals would inevitably face utter disillusionment. Similarly, Li Chen understood why Zheng Jiehe had only presented the chancellor with some local fruits at it was because Zheng Jiehe was simply too impoverished to afford anything else. All these years had been a hardship for him. At this moment, Zheng Jiehe gazed at Li Chen and spoke. "Your Highness, I have now laid bare the situation here. May I be allowed to depart?" Li Chen, a faint smile gracing his lips, shook his head. "Not yet. I wish to hear detailed information regarding the 7 YU. Is that too much to ask?" Zheng Jiehe looked at the smile on Li Chen's lips, a hint of derision emerging. "Does your Highness intend to take action against the 7 Yu? Forgive my frankness, but such a course would be futile. The 7 Yu have deeply entrenched themselves in Mingyue, their roots intertwined." In response, Li Chen shook his head. "Within 6 months, I shall undoubtedly pacify the 7 Yu." Li Chen faced Zheng Jiehe with confidence and assertiveness, exuding an air that brooked no contradiction. Zheng Jiehe, gazing at Li Chen, felt a fleeting moment of daze. In that instant, he nearly found himself agreeing with Li Chen's conviction. But as reality set in, he shook his head to subdue the 7 Yu within 6 months is not so simple. Failing to govern Mingyue well is my greatest regret in my political career. Yet it has become an unfortunate reality. My most pressing concern now is to properly hand over my duties to Li Chen. After that, all matters of Mingyue shall no longer concern me. Since Li Chen desired detailed information about the 7 Yu, he would provide it. After a moment, Zheng Jiehe turned and produced a meticulously detailed map of Mingyue. This map was far more intricate than any Li Chen had ever seen, accurately depicting every river, every hill, and even the gathering places of the various factions of the 7 Yu. One glance at it would allow for a thorough understanding of Mingyue. Indeed, what a detailed map. Li Chen could not help but exclaim in admiration. "Your Highness flatters me. I have accomplished little here, and this map is the only thing of value I possess. If your Highness desires, I shall gladly present it to you." Zheng Jiehe then pointed to the map and addressed Li Chen. "Your Highness should know that Mingyue is divided into the 7 Yu, namely Beiyue, Nanyue, Xie, Zhiyue, Baiyue, Yangyue, and Ouyue. Each of these represents distinct powers, except for Zhongyue and Xie. The other 5 Yu primarily consist of migrants. Each Yu has its origins and unique characteristics, often clashing with one another. Thus, this seemingly insignificant Mingyue is rife with competing factions. For instance, the Nanyue is the most powerful of the 7 Yu, said to be descendants of the Qiyu tribe. After Qiyu's defeat in battle against the emperor, his people fled to Mingyue, where they established themselves in Nanyue, adopting distinctive practices such as severing their hair and tattooing their bodies, becoming immensely strong and adept at commanding beasts in battle, numbering approximately 30,000. As for Beiyue, it is the wealthiest and most duplicitous among the 7 Yu, claiming descent from the legendary King Gojin of Yu. They are said to have entered Mingyue with vast treasures and now occupy the only fertile land in the region, with a population of around 60,000. Zheng Jiehe continued his account. The brows of those present furrowed once more. Clearly, they had underestimated the complexities of Mingyue. The first 2 factions, Beiyue and Nanyue, boasted such illustrious backgrounds. As for the remaining 5 Yu, one could only wonder what kind of histories they held. The audience refrained from interrupting Zheng Jiehe, allowing him to continue. Zhongyue, in essence, was the local royal family of Mingyue, once proud and in control of the entire region. However, due to their duplicitous nature and lack of loyalty during the previous dynasty, they ultimately faced retribution, being cast aside by various factions once their true nature was revealed. Nevertheless, even a dying camel is larger than a horse. They controlled the coastal areas and relied on fishing for sustenance. Boasting the largest population among the Yu, estimated at around 100,000. Upon hearing this, Li Qin nodded, committing the details of Zhongyue to memory. He had long contemplated that for Minyue to develop genuinely, controlling the coastal waters was of utmost importance. Zhongyue must be firmly in his grasp. As for Xia, it was the poorest and most superstitious of the 7 Yu, attributing all their fortunes to the blessings of the divine. Though many of their citizens struggled to afford food and clothing, their spiritual lives were exceedingly rich, worshipping various deities to an almost obsessive degree. Whether eating, sleeping, or even traveling, they sought guidance from the divine. It is said that within their territory stands a sacred tree, the leaves of which grant extraordinary vitality to those who consume them. Their population is relatively small, numbering around 20,000. They also revered snakes as their totem. With their lands teeming with serpents, perhaps feeling a bit parched from his narration, Zhang Jiehe poured himself a cup of tea, taking a moment to refresh himself before resuming. After a brief pause, he addressed the assembly regarding Prowess for Baiwei is the most pitiable among the 7 Yu, and also the most coveted, known for its abundance of beautiful women. The territory is predominantly inhabited by females, with scarcely any men to be found, akin to the legendary kingdom of women. They hold a matriarchal society, and their methods of procreation are notably unique. Upon reaching adulthood, women venture out to seek suitable partners. Upon finding a man they deem worthy, they would render him unconscious with a blow, bringing him back to their tribe to fulfill their reproductive plans. A year later, if they give birth to a male child, they will leave the tribe and hand the boy over to the father. However, if a female child is born, they will raise her within the tribe. It is worth noting that they excel in craftsmanship, creating exquisitely embroidered garments. Yet, they remain highly wary of outsiders, forbidding anyone from entering their lands. Due to these restrictions, their population is likely less than 10,000. At this moment, Zhang Jiehe concluded his discourse on the 100 Yu and deliberately cast a glance at Li Chun. In his estimation, if Li Chun had not come to Minyue out of desperation, then it was undoubtedly for the allure of the 100 Yu. After all, the 100 Yu possessed an abundance of unique characteristics and a plethora of beautiful women. Li Chun, caught off guard by Zhang Jie's gaze, momentarily faltered. The information he had previously gathered was primarily derived from the archives of the Duke's household, merely providing him with a superficial understanding. Had Zhang Jie not mentioned it, he would have remained oblivious to the existence of this country of daughters in Minyue. Suddenly, Li Chun sensed the scrutiny of those around him. Turning his head, he found several imperial ants observing him with expressions that were a mixture of teasing, concern, and an unspoken understanding. Faced with their gazes, Li Chun felt somewhat speechless. Why was everyone fixated on him? Zhang Jiehe might not know him well, but surely they did. What did it matter if there were women around? He harbored no intentions towards them. After a brief silence, Zhang Jiehe paused momentarily before continuing. Now, he spoke of the last 2 Yu, which are the most reviled among them. One of these, Yangwei, instilled the greatest fear, not due to their strength, but rather because of their horrific customs. Initially, their arrival in Minyue was shrouded in mystery. Their methods were exceptionally vile. They excelled in the nefarious arts of corpse manipulation and even corpse cultivation, employing some malevolent sorcery that allowed them to control corpses to fight alongside them. They frequently unearthed other people's remains for their own sinister purposes, causing the other Yu to shun them entirely. As Zhang Jiehe recounted this, the crowd's brows furrowed even tighter. They had never before heard of such dreadful practices. The thought of exhuming corpses in the dead of night sent shivers down their spines. Yangwei was indeed exceedingly bizarre. Zhang Jiehe then turned his gaze to the audience and introduced the final Yu. The most detested among the 7, they had crossed the seas from an unknown land and sought refuge in Minyue. The locals had kindly welcomed them, only for the newcomers to enact a modern-day fable of the farmer and the snake. Once they established a foothold, They brutally slaughtered the local inhabitants and gradually expanded their influence along the coast. As more and more people flocked to Mingyue, Oyue's territory expanded, eventually solidifying their power. In truth, the other 6 Yu harbored animosity towards Oyue, yet their weaponry was exceptionally sharp, with their steel blades capable of cleaving hair. Thus, despite their hostility, the other 6 could do little to counter them. Oyue's numbers were not substantial, approximately 20,000. As Zheng Jiehe concluded his account, the crowd narrowed their eyes, a chill emanating from them. Such treachery was utterly detestable. To receive kindness and then turn against one's benefactors was a crime deserving of death. At this moment, Zheng Jiehe, seemingly unable to quell his emotions, lifted his teacup and took a large gulp. After a brief pause, he regained his composure and turned to Li Chun. "Your Highness, what are your thoughts after hearing this? Though Mingyue may be small, its circumstances are undeniably intricate. The 7 Yu resemble formidable dragons entrenched in Mingyue, each not to be underestimated. I fear your earlier ambitions have been doused with cold water." Li Chun, upon hearing Zheng Jiehe's words, recognized the underlying mockery. While his expression remained calm, a subtle smile graced his lips. In his view, these 7 Yu were hardly formidable dragons. Rather, they were mere local bullies within Mingyue. Each occupied distinct geographic resources, yet they had failed to develop them over the years. A tremendous waste. Li Chun, facing Zheng Jiehe, wore a knowing smile. "So, what response do you wish to hear? That I concede defeat? That I should retreat to where I came from?" At Li Chun's words, Zheng Jiehe appeared momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a wry smile. "Mingyue is inherently challenging. Even if the emperor himself were to come, he would likely find himself at a loss. Returning home is not necessarily a disgrace." In response, Li Chun's eyes sparkled with determination as he met Zheng Jiehe's gaze with unwavering confidence. "I assure you, I shall not retreat. I will hasten my efforts. Within 6 months, not only will I unify Mingyue, but I will also elevate it to greatness, making it the foremost realm in all matters, be it economy or military prowess. Number 1 in all respects." As Li Chun spoke with fervor, Zheng Jiehe stood there, momentarily stunned. In that instant, he felt an inexplicable connection to Li Chun's passion, almost compelled to believe in his words. However, he quickly regained his composure and shook his head slightly. He was acutely aware of Mingyue's stark realities. His familiarity with the region only reinforced his belief that Li Chun's aspirations were unrealistic, while he wished not to discourage the young man. He recognized that youthfulness was a virtue. With audacity and determination, perhaps such ambitions could be realized. Nevertheless, these matters no longer concerned him. It was time for him to take his leave. After a moment, Zheng Jiehe inclined his body slightly and addressed Li Chun. "Your Highness, I have shared all that I know, and it is now time for me to depart." Li Chun nodded in acknowledgement. "You may leave. I shall not detain you. However, I wish to pose a question. Do you genuinely intend to return to a life of obscurity? Will you simply abandon the task entrusted to you by the Chancellor?" Hearing Li Chun's words, Zheng Jiehe's expression shifted dramatically, astonished as he gazed at Li Chun. "How do you know the Chancellor assigned me a task?" Looking at Zheng Jiehe, Li Chun couldn't help but chuckle. It was no surprise that this fellow had been sidelined to mine. "It is quite simple, is it not? They initially set a lethal trap for me in Pingwu, yet it backfired upon them, leaving them with no choice but to rely on Mingyue. Thus, even if the Chancellor did not personally send word, there would undoubtedly be others who would reach out to you, that if you were to eliminate me, the Chancellor would certainly remember your service. Aside from summoning you back to the capital, promotions would also be within reach. Yet, you are willing to forfeit this opportunity." Zheng Jiehe opened his mouth, staring at Li Chun, momentarily at a loss for words. That he had indeed underestimated this king of Mingyue. On the surface, he appeared unperturbed, yet inwardly he was as astute as a mirror. The Chancellor's associates had indeed contacted him, conveying similar sentiments and even extending numerous promises. However, Zheng Jiehe had ultimately declined their offer. He could not bring himself to betray another for personal gain. Though he had served in official capacities for many years, he held steadfast to his principles and pride. After a prolonged silence, Zheng Jiehe faced Li Chun, shaking his head with a self-deprecating smile. "Forgive my folly. I am aware of my own limitations. I am incapable of such deeds. So if I do not dwell on them, resigning my post and returning home is indeed the best choice for me." Listening to Zhang Jia's response, Li Chen nodded thoughtfully. He had laid his cards on the table with Zhang Jia, both to test and to gauge his character. Zhang Jia was upright, candid, and though perhaps overly rigid and earnest, he was nonetheless a person of potential. As Li Chen embarked on his journey in Mingyue, he recognized that having Zhang Jia as an ally could prove advantageous. However, with such a person, he knew he could not be overly agreeable. He must provoke him. At this moment, Li Chen faced Zhang Jia and smiled. "Do you not believe that I, the prince, can reclaim Qiyue? Do you doubt my ability to establish Mingyue as the foremost power in the realm? Now, I extend to you an opportunity. You may remain here for a month, during which you shall serve me. I shall provide you with a stipend, and I will even personally petition the court for your previous remuneration. I presume you find yourself in want of funds. Even if you wish to return home, you must have sufficient means, no? What say you?" Zhang Jia furrowed his brow at Li Chen's words that Li Chen was correct. He indeed had little money on him, and he had planned to devise a way to gather travel expenses as he journeyed. Just a month would yield 30 taels of silver, a solution to his financial woes, and perhaps he might even reclaim his past stipend. This was an extraordinary opportunity for him. Without further contemplation, Zhang Jia nodded in agreement. "What are your intentions now, my lord?" he inquired, gazing at Li Chen. Li Chen responded, "As I am new to Mingyue, I hold a keen interest in Qiyue. In 3 days, I intend to host a banquet for the leaders of Qiyue. Their decision to attend will reflect their attitude towards me, as well as influence my future choices regarding them. The consequences shall be theirs to bear." Upon hearing this somewhat threatening declaration, Zhang Jia's expression shifted. To seek to dominate Qiyue so soon after arriving in Mingyue was audacious. While he was aware Li Chen commanded 3,000 elite cavalry, Qiyue was nonetheless the most formidable local power. Was Li Chen not overreaching by attempting to intimidate Qiyue in one fell swoop? What if they united against him? Zhang Jia contemplated advising Li Chen against such rashness. However, Li Chen waved his hand dismissively. "You need only convey my words. I shall handle the rest." Upon his arrival in Mingyue, Li Chen identified 3 paramount objectives: to establish authority, and once more. To establish authority. A tiger that does not show its might will be regarded as a mere cat. Upon entering Mingyue, Li Chen must employ decisive measures to instill a profound respect in Qiyue. In addition to hosting the banquet, Li Chen had his cavalry plaster notices throughout the city announcing the arrival of the prince, who was to establish his residence in Mingyue. The aim was to create a spectacle throughout the city. With 3 days remaining until the banquet, Li Chen planned to personally explore the various regions of Qiyue. This was not due to a lack of trust in Zhang Jia, but rather to gain first-hand knowledge of Qiyue's geography and circumstances, facilitating his future developmental strategies. According to Zhang Jia's estimates, Qiyue boasted a population of approximately 240,000, a figure insufficient to match even a prosperous county in the Central Plains. Yet, these inhabitants were crucial to Li Chen's plans for Mingyue's growth. Thus, he could not rely solely on military force to suppress them. The optimal approach would be to engage in earnest dialogue. If the leaders of Qiyue were astute, Li Chen might offer them incentives. However, should they prove obstinate, he would not hesitate to unleash his wrath. In the blink of an eye, 3 days elapsed. Li Chen traversed nearly all of Qiyue, gaining a comprehensive understanding of its situation and clarifying his future developmental path. By noon on the 3rd day, as the banquet approached, Li Chen awaited in the government office. That he placed considerable importance on this gathering, laying out a lavish spread of delicacies, both terrestrial and maritime, and had even prepared gifts for the leaders of Qiyue. As the time for the banquet drew near, not a single leader from Qiyue appeared. In fact, not even a representative had been sent to explain their absence. Sitting at the head of the table, Li Chen closed his eyes in contemplation, while Ying'er and Zhang Weiguo looked on, their faces darkened with displeasure. These leaders of Qiyue displayed an utter lack of respect. Such insolence was intolerable. Not one of them had come to honor the prince's invitation, nor had they even bothered to fabricate an excuse. Zhang Jie, observing Li Qin's demeanor, felt a wave of discomfort. He had personally delivered each invitation, yet the response from Qiyue was disheartening. Some had even torn the invitations in his presence, their words and demeanor exceedingly disrespectful. Yet there were certain truths Zhang Jie could not bring himself to disclose to Li Qin. Fearing that the prince might act impulsively and precipitate irreparable consequences, time passed swiftly, and still, no one from Qiyue arrived. I could see that moment. Li Qin opened his eyes slightly and inquired of Zhang Jie. "What hour is it?" Zhang Jie glanced at the sky and replied, "My lord, it is well past noon." Li Qin furrowed his brow. The absence of even a single representative from Qiyue clearly indicated much. He turned to Zhang Jie and asked, "What was their response to you?" Zhang Jie hesitated, but ultimately spoke the truth. "Your Highness, when I delivered the invitations, Qiyue's attitude was exceedingly poor. They made it clear in my presence that they were unaware of any Mingyue king and would not acknowledge such a title. They do not recognize it now, nor will they in the future. If the new king does not comply, they can either humble themselves or prepare for war. They welcome it at any time." As Zhang Jie finished speaking, the atmosphere in the entire government office turned tense. Particularly, Li Qin's eyes flared with a fierce intensity. Though it was a sweltering day, Zhang Jie felt a chill of sweat trickle down his spine. He understood that, as a prince, Li Qin would naturally be incensed by such words. He feared that in a moment of rage, Li Qin might commit an act of folly. After all, in Qi, regardless of the faction, their numbers dwarfed those of the cavalry. While the Black Cavalry were indeed valiant, they were still outsiders and might not be their match. The best course of action would be to endure for the time being, bide their time, and strike individually when the opportunity arose. However, Zhang Jie's greatest fears soon materialized. Zhang Weiguo stood up, kneeling before Li Qin and clasping his fists. "My lord, Qiyue's arrogance is intolerable. I request permission to lead the Black Cavalry to subdue them." At that moment, Ying'er, gazing at Li Qin at the head of the table, clenched her fists in fury. She too felt a smoldering rage, whether seen from their perspective or Li Qin's, if they did not teach Qiyue a lesson. No one would be able to swallow this indignity. Zhang Jie felt the mounting tension and looked at Li Qin, attempting to dissuade him. Yet Li Qin waved his hand dismissively at Zhang Weiguo. "Why the haste? This feast has been prepared for so long. If they will not partake, then we shall enjoy it ourselves." With that, Li Qin picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the dish. Bringing it to his mouth, Zhang Jie breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the prince had not acted impulsively. However, just as he felt a sense of reassurance, the situation took a sudden turn. Li Qin abruptly slammed his chopsticks down on the table, rising to overturn the table before him, and with a furious shout directed at Zhang Weiguo, he exclaimed, "Damn it, I cannot swallow this indignity." Zhang Weiguo relayed the order to the Black Cavalry. "Act immediately." As Li Qin stormed out of the Mingyue government office, he encountered several individuals at the entrance, affixing seals to the door, clearly intent on sealing the entire Mingyue office. Their garments were loose and tattered, resembling mere rags draped over their bodies, and their heads were shaved save for a single braid, a most unseemly appearance. Through his recent observations, Li Qin understood that these individuals were, in fact, the ancient Wokou. Internal strife among the Wokou had driven these ancient Wokou to flee across the sea, only to fortuitously discover Mingyue and seize it for themselves. After the ancient, while people firmly established their roots in Mingyue, they showed no gratitude and ruthlessly slaughtered the local inhabitants who had once aided them, turning the land and its people into their own slaves, gradually building their own dominion. After decades of expansion marked by brutal violence, they encroached upon the territory, ultimately giving rise to what is now known as Ouyue. The entirety of Mingyue City, save for the Mingyue prefecture where Zhang Jie resided, had been increasingly seized by the ancient Hua people. Now, it was evident that they intended to take control of the Mingyue prefectural office as well. At that moment, Zhang Jie watched in alarm as several individuals approached, sealing the doors with official stamps. In a state of desperation, the inspector Jingja hastened to intervene. "What do you intend to do? This is the office established by the imperial court." However, as Zhang Jie stepped forward, he was swiftly pushed to the ground by the ancient Hua people. What nonsense about the imperial court's office! I tell you, this place now belongs to us, the ancient Hua people. You have 15 minutes to gather your belongings and leave. Hearing these words from the Hua people, Zhang Zhi's anxiety intensified. You dare to act so audaciously. Are you not afraid of my report to the court? Upon hearing Zhang Zhi's words, the Hua individuals erupted into boisterous laughter. Huh? What will reporting to the court accomplish? Will you summon the troops? Will they come? You say a prince has arrived? If you have the courage, let him step forward and see if he dares to utter a word before us. As the Hua people taunted, Zhang Zhi's expression shifted dramatically, his face a mask of terror as he glanced at Li Qian beside him. He understood that Li Qian was already seething with rage. Now, with the Hua people openly provoking him, they had undoubtedly ignited Li Qian's fury. Indeed, upon hearing the insults, Li Qian's countenance shifted, and he slowly turned to face the Hua individuals, his eyes glinting with icy disdain. Before Li Qian could issue a command, Zhang Weigui stepped forward, signaling his subordinates to apprehend the Hua people. The Hua individuals struggled fiercely, but against the Black Riders, they were utterly powerless at that moment. Li Qian faced the Hua individuals that, I am the so-called prince you speak of, and here I stand before you. Do you have anything to say? The Hua people exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a hint of scorn. Since you claim to be that prince, then let me tell you, if you know what is good for you, leave here at once. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. Li Qian's lips curled into a cold smile. As it happens, I have no intention of being polite. With a glance at Zhang Weigui, Zhang understood immediately. He drew his whip and struck the ancient Hua individuals with great force. The whip lashed down, tearing their garments and drawing blood. The Hua people screamed in agony. You dare strike me? This is our territory. Are you not afraid of our vengeful wrath? The agonized cries of the Hua echoed. Yet, Zhang Weigui showed no signs of relenting. Each strike of his whip was more forceful than the last. After delivering dozens of lashes, one of the Hua fell unconscious. Moments later, only one Hua remained standing. Seeing Zhang Weigui preparing to strike again, the remaining Hua dared not utter further threats. Instead, pleading for mercy, in response, Zhang Weigui delivered a swift kick to the Hua, saying, Return and inform your leader. In a quarter of an hour, the king of Mingyue shall come to Ouyue. Let them prepare to meet the fury of the king of Mingyue. A sharp whistle pierced the air. All Black Riders, assemble immediately. Upon Zhang Weigui's commanding shout, all the Black Riders quickly gathered, weapons in hand. Clad in heavy armor, armed with long spears, waist knives, and crossbows, each carried 100 arrows. Such a formidable display would cause even the king of hell to retreat. My lord, please exercise restraint. Zhang Zhi urged Li Qian to remain patient and bide his time. However, Zhang Weigui pushed Zhang aside, saying, Zhang, you are aging. Rest here. With that, Li Qian mounted his horse, squeezing its flanks and charging towards the city outskirts. 3,000 Black Riders followed closely in his wake. Oh dear, what are we to do? Zhang Zhi lamented, slapping his thigh in distress. But no one paid him any heed. For Li Qian, the eradication of Ouyue was his foremost objective. Establishing authority over Ouyue must begin with Ouyue. Their influence had already reached Mingyue City, and, as the king of Mingyue, he could not allow himself to be subjugated by Ouyue. Furthermore, the ancient Hua were, in truth, the progenitors of the later Hua people. Li Qian harbored a deep-seated animosity towards them that persisted from his past life to the present. Lastly, Ouyue controlled a portion of the sea beyond Zhongyue, an area Li Qian intended to develop vigorously. Thus, from any perspective, Ouyue had no path forward. The primary stronghold of the ancient Hua was concentrated in the nearby town, a rare flat expanse in Mingyue, advantageous for the Black Riders' charge. Now, with Li Qian personally leading the charge, they arrived at the borders of Ouyue's domain after nearly 2/4 of an hour. It was clear that the ancient Hua were prepared for Li Qian's arrival, as nearly 20,000 of them stood at the entrance of their encampment, armed with sharp blades, glaring menacingly at the newly arrived Black Riders. The Hua who had been struck by Zhang Weigui's whip stood at the front, conversing with a towering figure clad in armor, a helmet atop his head, a steel knife at his waist, As the man spoke, he turned to cast a cold glance at Li Chun, resembling a vicious wild dog. As the Hua continued to speak, the imposing figure's expression darkened further. He then turned to face Li Chun, his gaze radiating a chilling malice. Moments later, the burly man uttered a few phrases in a foreign tongue. Suddenly, he seemed to gain some newfound courage, limping forward, facing Li Chun with a sinister grin. "Listen here, you so-called prince. Our leader is quite displeased with your actions. However, our leader is willing to offer you another chance. If you kneel and bow your head to him, becoming our slave, perhaps he will spare your life." At that moment, a cold smile crept across Li Chun's lips. Become his slave? Does he truly think himself worthy? Li Chun had no interest in conversing with a pack of wild dogs. The ancient one were unworthy of existence in this world. Without hesitation, Li Chun drew a crossbow from his waist and aimed it at the messenger. Whoosh! An arrow flew forth. The messenger's face blanched in terror as he realized Li Chun was drawing an arrow. Before he could flee, he was struck in the chest, collapsing to the ground in a fit of despair. As Li Chun eliminated the Hua, chaos erupted among the opposing forces. The armored Hua leader seethed with fury. "Heaven has been merciful. I intended to grant you an opportunity, yet you have proven to be utterly ungrateful. Now, you shall pay dearly for your foolishness. Prepare to face the wrath of the ancient Hua." The leader was not incapable of speaking the official language. Rather, he chose to employ the ancient Hua tongue to assert his status. Behind him, the ancient Hua brandished their steel knives, revealing their ferocity to the Black Riders. In their eyes, their numbers were overwhelming. They had 20,000 warriors, while their foes numbered merely 3,000. What could armor possibly accomplish against such odds? The steel blades they wield are meticulously crafted, capable of severing hair and slicing through anything that stands in their path with a mere flick of the wrist. Moreover, all who have arrived here are warriors. 20,000 samurai, armed with their swords, possess a combat capability that could easily contend with 50,000 elite soldiers. Thus, this is the primary reason why the other factions dare not provoke Oyu. "Warriors, charge!" At this moment, the leader drew his own steel blade from his waist and bellowed angrily at Li Chun. Instantly, all the ancient Yamato warriors surged toward Li Chun's black cavalry. Li Chun, observing the approaching Yamato warriors, couldn't help but curl his lips into a cold smile. Since arriving in Mingyue, the black cavalry had been recuperating. A tiger that does not reveal its claws is perceived as feeble. This is the first time the Black Cavalry would showcase their might in Mingyue. Today is destined to be an extraordinary day, a day that will be etched in the memories of all. Glimpsing the sky, he noted that it was already the hour of the dog. 1 hour, at most, 1 hour, to completely end the battle. At this moment, Li Chun turned to face all the Black Cavalry. "Prepare the crossbows." With Li Chun's command, all the Black Cavalry swiftly retrieved their crossbows from their waists, knocking arrows aimed at the ancient Yamato warriors ahead. Upon seeing the enemy draw their crossbows, the Yamato warriors' expressions changed dramatically. After all, when the Black Cavalry entered the city, they had already received the news. They believed that their sharp blades were sufficient to fell the Black Cavalry's steeds and pierce through the armor of the cavalry, leading them to underestimate their foes. However, they had not anticipated that the enemy would first brandish their bows and arrows. "Fire!" With Li Chun's authoritative shout, 3,000 arrows were instantly loosed towards the Yamato warriors. Thud, thud, thud. A series of dull thuds echoed as nearly all 3,000 arrows found their mark in the bodies of the Yamato warriors. A substantial number of them fell lifeless to the ground. Thanks to Li Chun's enhancements, the accuracy of the crossbows had significantly increased, and the speed of reloading had improved dramatically. Before the Yamato warriors could catch their breath, the Black Cavalry knocked their arrows once more. "Fire!" With another command from Li Chun, a downpour of arrows fell like rain. The Yamato warriors were again struck, with a considerable portion succumbing on the spot. At this moment, fear finally crept into the faces of the Yamato warriors as they realized their strategic blunders. "Fire!" As the third wave of arrows was released, the Yamato warriors had incurred losses of nearly 1/3. The ground was strewn with their corpses, and their anguished cries echoed throughout. The leader of the Yamato warriors, witnessing this scene, was visibly shaken. He understood that if this continued, His kin would never even have the chance to engage in battle. They would be entirely slaughtered. Quick, take cover! With the leader's command, the Yamato warriors scattered in a frenzy, seeking nearby concealment. Yet this was a village, and given their lack of preparation for the enemy's use of bows and arrows, suitable hiding places were scarce. Some managed to find refuge, but many others had nowhere to hide and could only flee in desperation towards the village, in the face of Li Qian's 3 volleys of arrows. The Yamato warriors had lost all will to continue fighting. All they desired now was to survive. Watching the Yamato warriors scatter and retreat, Li Qian shook his head slightly. He realized that his forces were still somewhat lacking. With 3,000 black cavalry, each armed with a single arrow, even if every shot found its target, they could only inflict harm on 3,000 foes. He reminisced about the Qing army of yore. A single volley of arrows from 1,000,000 men could scarcely be resisted by gods or demons alike. Nevertheless, Li Qian's military commands remained unceasing, issuing orders for continued fire. Fire again. Release. Fire once more. With 6 volleys of arrows unleashed, the Yamato warriors had suffered losses exceeding 2/3. The remaining third cowered behind whatever cover they could find, too afraid to emerge, under the relentless onslaught of arrows. They had completely lost the courage to confront the black cavalry. With the path ahead now entirely clear, Li Qian issued another command. All black cavalry, prepare your long spears, full assault. Annihilate them. Shooting was merely one skill of the heavy cavalry. Their true passion lay in the exhilarating charge on the battlefield. Each heavy cavalryman, upon entering combat, became akin to a tank, unstoppable by any foe. With Li Qian's command given, all the black cavalry slung their bows at their waists. They seized their long spears and charged toward the enemy's village. Kill! At the forefront, Ying'er brandished her red tassel spear, leading the charge against the Yamato warriors. The black cavalry followed suit, galloping behind her. As they faced the Yamato warriors, their long spears were eager to taste combat. The thrill of piercing an enemy's chest with their spear surpassed that of shooting arrows any day. The visceral experience of steel meeting flesh. Blood blooming before their eyes represented the greatest romance for warriors on the battlefield. Thud! At that moment, Ying'er swung her spear, piercing through an enemy's chest. The force propelled the foe 5 meters away. Warriors, come forth and face the enemy. It is time for our counterattack. At this moment, the Yamato leader bellowed to the remaining warriors. Hearing their leader's call, some Yamato warriors mustered their courage and stepped forward. They brandished their swords, hoping to inflict damage upon the black cavalry with their razor-sharp blades. Yet again, they overlooked a grave issue. Their swords, measuring about 3 feet in length, paled in comparison to the black cavalry's long spears, which were a full 7 feet long, more than double. In battle, an inch of reach equates to an inch of strength. Before the Yamato warriors could bring their swords close, the black cavalry's long spears had already pierced their skulls. How could they possibly fight back? The Yamato warriors, already of diminutive stature and lacking in strength, found their prized swords utterly ineffective against the black cavalry. Their sole purpose on the battlefield was to serve as targets for the black cavalry. Now, their only option was to flee. Without waiting for their leader's command, the Yamato warriors turned and retreated deeper into the village. Li Qian, mounted on his horse, surveyed the battlefield with narrowed eyes, a cold smile creeping across his lips. The Yamato people's inherent weaknesses truly seem to have been passed down through generations. They bully the weak, but cower like dogs before the strong. Despite the presence of 5,000 Yamato warriors, they now lacked the courage to fight. The advance of the black cavalry was akin to a relentless tide, and with the Yamato warriors abandoning resistance, they were only further facilitated. Now, all they needed to do was wield their long spears and pierce through their foes like carrots, one by one, until the matter was resolved. The slaughter continued as the black cavalry pursued into the depths of the village. Li Qian remained on horseback, patiently waiting at the village entrance. Moments later, Ying'er returned on horseback, dragging a figure behind her. Upon closer inspection, it was the previously armored leader, bloodied and battered, resembling a defeated dog. Soon, Ying'er arrived before Li Qian, throwing the leader at his feet. "Your Highness, the leader of the Yamato has been captured. Li Chen nodded at Mu Ying'er. Thank you, sister-in-law. Then his gaze fell upon the Yamato leader, who struggled to rise, glaring at Li Chen with fierce intensity. You insignificant prince, how dare you treat me this way? Do you know who I am? I hail from the Musashi clan. It would be wise for you to release me and offer an apology. Our people possess thousands of warships and millions of iron-blooded warriors. If they learn of your audacity against us, we shall surely unleash a million-strong army to trample all of Mingyue. Upon hearing the leader's threats, a chilling smile spread across Li Chen's face. He relished those who spoke defiantly. Such individuals only heightened the thrill of the kill. Clang! Without further ado, Li Chen dismounted, drawing the steel blade from his waist as he approached the prostrate Yamato leader. Sensing Li Chen's icy intent to kill, the Yamato leader felt a surge of terror. He realized that his threats held no weight against Li Chen. Immediately, he shifted his tone, pleading, "If you spare me, we guarantee we will not seek revenge. This realm of Oyue belongs entirely to you. All that we command is yours. We shall forever withdraw from Oyue and shall not dare to return." What do you think of this proposition? At the utterance of these words by the leader of the ancient Wokou, a cold smile crept upon Li Chen's lips. In this world, the most deceitful words are those uttered by the Wokou. Just as Li Chen was preparing to take action, the unmistakable sound of galloping hooves echoed once more. Turning his head, he saw Zhang Weiguo leading his troops back. As Zhang Weiguo approached, he dismounted and respectfully cupped his fists in salute to Li Chen. "I report to your highness that all the ancient Wokou have been slaughtered without sparing a single soul. However, in the depths of the stockade, we discovered a massive stone tablet, beneath which were these peculiar items. I felt it was strange, hence I brought them back for your highness's inspection." Zhang Weiguo gestured to a few soldiers behind him, who promptly advanced, carrying the items and placing them on the ground. Li Chen bent down to take a look, and he was momentarily stunned. Among the items brought back by Zhang Weiguo were embroidered garments, a desiccated branch, soil wrapped in red cloth, the long-dead corpse of a snake, a set of barbarian armor, and finally, a ceramic jar containing writhing insects. At that moment, upon seeing these items, the ancient Wokou leader's countenance changed drastically. He babbled incoherently in a language that was unintelligible, appearing both furious and terrified. As Li Chen surveyed the items before him and then glanced at the ancient Wokou leader, he recalled a news article he had seen online earlier. It described the discovery of a soul-stabilizing tower in Japan, beneath which lay 218 feng shui stones sourced from various locales, including stones from Mount Tai, the Qinling Mountains, Changbai Mountain, as well as bricks from the Great Wall and marble from Sun Yat-sen Mausoleum. Experts had analyzed their intentions, surmising that they sought to suppress the fortunes of an entire nation. Now, Zhang Weiguo and his men had unearthed similar items in the depths of the stockade. What were they aiming to achieve? Their goal was to subjugate the other 6U, ensuring their eternal submission beneath their feet. Presently, it was the 6U, but in due time, it would encompass the entire Southern Dynasty. They aspired to transform the Southern Dynasty into their colony, a realm in which they could wield their blades with impunity. This once again substantiated the inherent flaws of a people, passed down through generations. At this moment, Li Chen was filled with an uncontainable rage. For the first time, he harbored the desire to annihilate an entire race. As he raised his gaze, he saw the ancient Wokou leader staring at him in sheer terror, retreating repeatedly while desperately pleading for mercy. "I am willing. I will return all these items to you. I only ask that you spare my life." At this, a sinister smile crept upon Li Chen's lips as he strode towards the ancient Wokou leader, gripping his steel blade tightly. With a swift motion, the blade descended, and the ancient Wokou leader slowly collapsed to the ground, his face still etched with fear. As Li Chen sheathed his weapon, all the black cavalrymen immediately raised their spears to the heavens in jubilant cheer. "Halt! Do not harm our lord. He is a vassal of the court. Should you dare to act against him, you will surely face the wrath of 1,000,000 soldiers." At that moment, a shout rang out from behind the stockade. Everyone turned to see the magistrate Zhang Jihe rushing over, panting heavily. Due to Li Chen's mounted expedition, Zhang Jihe lacked the funds to procure a horse. Fearing for Li Qian's safety, he had run from Mingyue City to the Ouyue stockade. He had realized that Li Qian aimed to unify Mingyue. His ambitions were commendable, but his methods left much to be desired. At the very least, he ought to secure a firm footing before proceeding with his schemes. Moments ago, Zheng Jia had heard the shouts of victory, mistakenly believing that the Ouyue people had triumphed and captured Li Qian. Thus, he had hurriedly called out, imploring the ancient Wokou not to harm him. However, upon arriving at the scene, Zheng Jia felt that something was amiss. Why were there so many black cavalrymen? Why was the Lord standing there, blade in hand, seemingly unscathed? As he surveyed the stockade, it was evident that a fierce battle had ensued. The ruthless ancient Wokou lay lifeless on the ground, their breaths extinguished. What was happening? Had they truly slaughtered all the ancient Wokou? Those Wokou numbered at least 20,000, while Li Qian commanded merely 3,000 black cavalrymen. How could this be possible? At that moment, Zhang Weigua, observing the astonished and breathless Zheng Jia, couldn't help but chuckle. Although Zheng Jia was somewhat obstinate, rigid, and not particularly astute, his intentions were nonetheless for the Lord's benefit. Concerned for his safety, Zhang Weigua casually unfastened his water flask and offered it to Zheng Jia, his tone slightly teasing. "Lord Zheng, it seems you have arrived a tad late. We have already annihilated the ancient Wokou." At this, Zheng Jia's eyes widened in disbelief, even forgetting to accept the water flask offered by Zhang Weigua. "Did you truly do this?" Facing Zheng Jia, Zhang Weigua nodded emphatically, further teasing, "Lord Zheng, remember two things about serving the Lord. First, he does not tolerate grievances and retaliates on the spot. Second, he dislikes procrastination and dilly-dallying." Despite having received Zhang Weigua's confirmation and witnessing the corpses of the ancient Wokou strewn about, Zheng Jia remained in a state of disbelief. Unable to accept this reality, by now, a large crowd had gathered around, many of whom were Ouyue's common folk. They had long suffered at the hands of the ancient Wokou, forced into servitude, and now, witnessing their massacre at the hands of Li Qian, they were momentarily at a loss. Simultaneously, they harbored concerns about how Li Qian would treat them after slaying the ancient Wokou. Would it be for better or for worse? They could not ascertain. At this juncture, Li Qian addressed the gathered populace. "I believe some among you have discerned my identity. Indeed, I am the court-appointed king of Mingyue. The ancient Wokou have occupied Ouyue, oppressing the common people with their heinous acts. Today, I have utterly annihilated the ancient Wokou. Mingyue is my fief, and all its citizens are my subjects. Rest assured, my arrival in Mingyue is to ensure prosperity for the people. As a thriving nation stems from the well-being of its people, all my efforts are directed towards enhancing your wealth." He continued, "From this day forth, all subjects of mine residing in my fief shall be exempt from all land taxes, including any and all oppressive levies, such as those on grain, housing, shipping, salt, and more. All shall be abolished." As Li Qian's words resonated, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Everyone widened their eyes, incredulous at Li Qian's declaration of tax exemption. They understood the immense burden these levies imposed upon them. Regardless of how dire their circumstances, the people could manage, but the relentless onslaught of taxes had left them destitute. Moreover, how would the king of Mingyue survive without these tributes? Was this not a ruse? At that moment, a man in his 50s stepped forward, gazing at Li Qian in disbelief. "My lord, are your words sincere? Will we truly no longer be required to pay these taxes?" With this man's inquiry, all eyes turned to Li Qian, eager to hear his response. Li Qian nodded at the man. "What I speak is indeed the truth. I also pledge that in areas with insufficient land, I shall command the cultivation of wastelands. Regarding the seas, I will delineate regions and distribute them equitably among you. Even the lands and homes previously occupied by the ancient Wokou will be catalogued and allocated fairly based on population. From henceforth, you may choose to farm or fish as you desire. These are your freedoms, and I shall not interfere." With Li Qian's concluding remarks, the atmosphere erupted with fervor. As they looked upon Li Qian, hope ignited in their eyes, a spark of newfound aspiration illuminating their spirits. They had previously endured the tyranny and oppression of the ancient Yamato people, living at the lowest rungs of society. However, It is now due to Li Chun that they have begun to glimpse a new dawn. Yet they are also aware that this represents Li Chen's current perspective. Ultimately, the truth will only be revealed once the implementation occurs. At this moment, Li Chun turned his head to glance at Zhang Jie beside him. "Zhang Jie," he declared, "I entrust you with the responsibility of allocating land and housing for the people. How do you find that?" Zhang Jie, taken aback by Li Chen's words, stood there in disbelief. He found Li Chen's actions utterly astonishing and was at a loss for comprehension. Having served as a court official for many years, he understood that in this era, land taxes and various levies constituted a significant portion of income, that if Li Chen truly abolished these taxes and levies, how would he sustain himself in the future? Furthermore, the properties occupied by the ancient Yamato, even if re-rented to the common folk, could yield a substantial amount of silver each year, could they not? Was Li Chun genuinely offering these to the people for free? At this moment, Zhang Jie cautiously regarded Li Chun. "Your Highness, do you truly intend to waive these taxations, to equally distribute the houses and land?" Li Chen's expression hardened, and a piercing light emanated from his gaze as he met Zhang Jie's eyes. "What? Is my statement not clear enough? Or did you fail to hear it properly?" Sensing Li Chen's wrath, Zhang Jie immediately knelt. "This official understands, and I shall certainly execute your Highness's decree with fairness and justice." After concluding this matter, Li Chun nodded in satisfaction. He was aware that among the gathered crowd, there were inevitably others from the 6U, and his actions today were indeed meant for their observation. Whether he annihilated all the ancient Yamato, or exempted land taxes and gratuitously allocated housing to the OU people, this would undoubtedly stir a tremendous uproar throughout Minyu. On one hand, he needed to create momentum, allowing all 7U to perceive his sincerity, while simultaneously planting a seed of the need for fairness in the hearts of the Minyu populace. His treatment of the common people stands in stark contrast to that of the leaders of the other 6U. This is what is known as psychological warfare. On the other hand, to be frank, Li Chun had little regard for these oppressive taxes and levies, nor did he value these properties. They were mere trifles, mere remnants of wealth. Li Chen's sights were set on the vastness of the stars and the sea, maritime trade, the production of sea salt, marine fisheries, mineral resources, porcelain, tea, and embroidery. These were what truly held his interest. Thus, he felt an urgent need to reclaim the entirety of Minyu swiftly. At this time, among the common folk, some individuals began to gradually withdraw. They were from the other 6U. They had come today primarily to witness the Minyu King's disgrace. The Minyu King had invited the leaders of the 7U, yet none of them showed up, which undoubtedly dealt a severe blow to his dignity. Hence, they were eager to see just how humiliated the Minyu King would be. Initially, upon witnessing the Minyu King leading his black cavalry into OU, they had laughed heartily, considering Li Chen's 3,000 black cavalry nothing more than a futile endeavor. However, now, witnessing the Minyu King utterly annihilate the ancient Yamato people and freely allocate all the land and properties to the OU populace, they experienced profound internal shock. The Minyu King was not only formidable in combat, but also possessed unparalleled intelligence. This maneuver was nothing short of a decisive strike against the other 6U. They felt an urgent need to return and accurately report this battle situation to their leaders. The influence of the Minyu King required a serious re-evaluation. Bury all the bodies of the Yamato deep in the woods. Do not let this place be tainted. After addressing the immediate concerns, Li Chun commanded the Black Cavalry, initially intending to dispose of the Yamato corpses by casting them into the sea to feed the fish. He reluctantly decided to bury them instead, considering the future development along the coast. After resolving these pressing matters, Li Chun planned to stroll through the village to assess the specific conditions of OU. Given that OU controlled a portion of the ocean, Li Chun had some ideas regarding maritime development that could be implemented at this juncture, just as the common folk began to disperse and the other 6U individuals gradually departed. Two elegantly attired women adorned with exquisite embroidery caught Li Chen's attention. These two women, tall and well-proportioned, were exceptionally beautiful. Merely standing among the crowd, they resembled radiant blossoms, effortlessly attracting the gazes of many. Particularly, the woman on the left, adorned with a floral hairpin, possessed a graceful figure and breathtaking beauty. She embodied both the gentle charm of a maiden and the wildness of a barbarian woman. Approximately 20 years old, radiating the peak of youthful splendor, this moment, the two women blinked their enchanting eyes, their gazes fixed upon Li Chun. These two were from Baiyu, also known as the daughter kingdom of Minyu. And the woman wearing the floral hairpin was none other than the saintess of Baiyu. As the saintess of Baiyu regarded Li Chun, a gentle smile graced her lips. She had originally presumed the Minyu king to be an elderly man. But to her surprise, he was quite youthful and striking, with a commanding presence and a touch of handsome charm. The purpose of the saintess's excursion from the village was twofold. Firstly, she had reached adulthood, now of an age suitable for motherhood, and her journey aimed to find a suitable partner for procreation, intending to bring him back after rendering him unconscious. Secondly, she sought to assess the true capabilities of the Minyu king. Unlike the other Yu, Baiyu was composed entirely of women, resulting in relatively weaker military defenses. Moreover, due to their all-female populace, they had become the target of covetous glances from the other Yu. Whether it was to take advantage of them or to seize their lands, the situation had grown increasingly dire. Particularly after learning of their customs, strange men had begun to frequently appear near their territory, seeking to be taken away by the women of Baiyu for a night of passion. There were even those who, upon not being chosen by the women, attempted to forcefully breach Baiyu to abduct its maidens. Consequently, the current situation surrounding Baiyu was exceedingly intricate, and the survival of its women faced significant challenges. Thus, the saintess's intent to evaluate Li Chun was also to determine if an alliance with him could alleviate the pressure on Baiyu. However, this was merely her personal thought, as the matron in the village held an opposing view, maintaining a cautious stance toward everyone. Therefore, without any hesitation, she had outright declined Li Chun's invitation for lunch. "What do you think of this Minyu king?" the saintess inquired, tilting her head toward her attendant. "He possesses formidable strength, yet there is a hint of recklessness. The ancient Yamato are not as simple as they appear. Beyond the ocean lies an even more powerful force. If they were to arrive, the Minyu king might find it difficult to cope." Upon hearing this, the saintess smiled lightly, her gaze fixed on Li Chun. Amid his physique, the attendant, whose eyes had remained focused on Li Chun, was rendered speechless. "Saintess, it would be best if you don't entertain such thoughts about this Minyu king. He is far too dangerous, and the matron would never permit it." After saying this, the attendant noticed the saintess's gaze still lingering on Li Chun. The attendant furrowed her brow and scrutinized Li Chun for a while before adding, "Of course, to be fair, this Minyu king does have a commendable physique. If he were to unite with the saintess, the next generation would surely be strikingly beautiful." Upon hearing this, the saintess's lips curled into an upward smile, a sweet expression illuminating her exquisite face. What she desired was a lovely little daughter, rosy and plump. What? The Minyu king personally led his troops to annihilate the ancient Yamato. How could that be possible? Does he not only have 3,000 cavalry? The ancient Yamato boasted a full 20,000. At this moment, as the scouts from the 6U relayed the news back to their respective leaders, they were all taken aback. No one dared to believe this outcome. Yet as the fact had materialized, further news soon followed, leaving them no room for disbelief. The changing circumstances necessitated a re-evaluation of this new adversary. However, the 6U's attitudes toward Li Chun varied based on their respective strengths. Baiyu and Nanyu harbored little concern. One reason stemmed from their inherent pride. One was a descendant of King Gojin of Yu, while the other claimed descent from Qi Yu. Despite Li Chun's annihilation of Ouyue, they felt no significant threat, merely a sense of intimidation on the other hand, although their military strength was comparable to that of Ouyue. Their mountainous terrain provided them with a natural advantage. Li Chun's cavalry would be rendered ineffective in such a landscape, and his scouts had clearly discerned the primary tactics of the Black Cavalry. By implementing targeted countermeasures, they believed that the Black Cavalry would pose no danger to them. As for Zhongyue, the news of this development weighed heavily upon them, given their proximity to Ouyue and the fact that both factions dominated the maritime territories. Furthermore, the lands seized by the ancient Wokou were originally part of Zhongyue's domain, and their geography favored Li Chun's cavalry, offering a flat expanse that would greatly facilitate any assault. Zhongyue's only reliance lay in their sheer numbers. Although Li Qin's 3,000 black cavalry were formidable, they would need to carefully consider their strategy before launching an attack. Meanwhile, Baiwei, comprised entirely of women, was deeply troubled by this news, having just arrived in Mingyue 3 days prior. They had already witnessed the fall of Wenyu. This clearly illustrated the ambitious nature of the king of Mingyue, raising concerns about whether their faction, being the least populous and weakest in combat strength, would be his next target. Conversely, upon hearing of Li Qin's slaughter of the ancient Wokou, Yang Yue felt no trepidation, but rather joy. Their specialty lay in corpse refining and controlling the dead. The more casualties on the battlefield, the more pleased they became. It was akin to receiving weapons voluntarily. Upon discovering the locations of the dead Wokou, the people of Yang Yue planned to work through the night to reclaim these bodies, augmenting their forces by 20,000 elite troops. However, the process of corpse refining was exceedingly complex and time-consuming. That on another front, after surveying Ouyue, Li Chun did not feel particularly elated. Ouyue's territory spanned approximately 300 square kilometers, akin to a modern town, primarily reliant on the sea for economic sustenance, with the populace predominantly engaged in fishing. The maritime position of Ouyue was not particularly advantageous, as many areas consisted of sea cliffs, and the usable sea area was insufficient to support Li Qin's industrial ambitions. The sea was to be their sustenance, their field, and their source for salt. Maritime trade required ample sea area for viability. Thus, Li Qin's gaze shifted towards Zhongyue, which commanded the largest expanse of maritime territory. Only by conquering Zhongyue could he establish complete control over the seas and realize his vision for marine industrialization. However, the task of subduing Zhongyue appeared daunting for Li Chun, given his mere 3,000 black cavalry and the fact that the citizens of Ouyue were merely ordinary folk, making any transformation into a fighting force nearly impossible. In the evening, while Li Chun and his 3 royal sisters were poring over maps of the 7U, devising specific strategies, an unexpected guest arrived at Li Qin's estate, introduced by Zhang Jihe. "My lord, I hail from Zhongyue. You must have heard of the royal lineage of Zhongyue. I am one of its descendants." At that moment, Li Qin's eyes gleamed with interest. The visitor's arrival at such an hour suggested significant intentions. "Pray tell, what brings you here?" Li Chun nodded, regarding the young man before him. The visitor gestured towards the 3 royal sisters, revealing his concern for their presence. Li Chun, understanding the unspoken apprehension, reassured him, "They are all my kin. Feel free to speak without reservation." Seeing that Li Chun had no intention of dismissing anyone, the visitor cast a careful glance at the royal sisters before bowing slightly to Li Chun. "Your Highness, your recent conquest of Ouyue is indeed a matter of great joy. Upon meeting you for the first time, I can see your remarkable stature. You truly embody the spirit of a dragon. I have come to discuss a significant matter with you, one that, if realized, could assist you in seizing Zhongyue." Hearing these words, Li Qin's interest was piqued. This was indeed fortuitous, as he had been contemplating how to conquer Zhongyue. And now, an opportunity presented itself. As the visitor spoke, the royal sisters also brightened at the prospect, fully aware of the challenges that surrounded Li Chun. With someone now offering assistance, it seemed like a most fortuitous turn of events. The visitor observed the gleam of interest in Li Qin's eyes and was encouraged to continue. But Li Qin interjected, "To be candid, I find your proposition somewhat perplexing. As a member of the Zhongyue royal family, you would naturally desire the prosperity of your lineage. Given that the other 6 you view me as a formidable adversary, your sudden approach to me, claiming to offer Zhongyue, raises questions about your motives." Upon hearing Li Qin's astute observation, the visitor smiled. In this vast world, all lands belong to the king, and all subjects reside within the realm of their sovereign. Your Highness, as a member of the royal family, Mingyue rightfully belongs to you. You exhibit compassion for the people, and Zhongyue can only flourish under your rule. Thus, I am willing to entrust Zhongyue to you." Li Qin's brow furrowed slightly at the visitor's grandiloquent rhetoric. Finding it somewhat insincere, if that were all he had to say, it would lack substance. He should be straightforward about his intentions. The visitor appeared taken aback at first, but then smiled at Li Qin's directness. "Your Highness, you are indeed no ordinary person. Since you are so forthright, I shall dispense with any pretense that speak frankly. We are indeed of the Ying'er royal line, passed down through generations. Currently, my elder brother leads Ying'er, while I oversee shipbuilding and my younger brother manages the fisheries. However, my elder brother is excessively domineering and highly distrustful of us, hoarding too many resources and treating us with undue harshness. Thus, my younger brother and I have endured in silence, unable to challenge his authority. Particularly this time, my elder brother rejected your invitation without consulting us, which we find quite improper. Therefore, we have come to seek your support in exchange for your assistance in conquering Ying'er. I ask for the return of all the royal family's properties and shops. As for all else, you may keep Qin quickly grasped the situation. In essence, it seemed there was discord within their family, with the second and third brothers seeking to leverage his power to overthrow the eldest. Upon his arrival in Mingyue, Zheng Jiehe had mentioned that Ying'er was indeed the largest royal faction in Mingyue. Yet they had succumbed to internal strife and duplicity, resulting in their diminished control over a small area. It was surprising that they had not learned from past lessons and continued to engage in such political maneuvering. Nevertheless, this presented a favorable opportunity for Li Chun, as he could exploit their internal conflicts to unify Ying'er under his command. Yet doubts lingered in his mind, and he maintained a cautious stance. Your demands are not unreasonable, but you have not clarified the current distribution of power within Ying'er. What is the extent of your elder brother's influence, and how do your own and your younger brother's forces compare? I require a clear understanding of these dynamics. The visitor nodded in acknowledgement. To be frank, Ying'er has a population of about 100,000, with around 40,000 being combatants. My elder brother commands 25,000. I oversee approximately 10,000, and my younger brother has around 5,000. As the visitor concluded his account, Li Chen's eyes sparkled with newfound intensity as he scrutinized the man before him. Surely you understand that I command only 3,000 troops, while you already possess over 10,000. That I struggle to comprehend why you would seek my assistance. If your elder brother is indeed oppressive, would it not be more advantageous for you to align with your younger brother against him? At Li Chen's inquiry, the visitor shook his head with a bitter smile. Your Highness, you may not realize that my brothers and I have reached a point where trust is elusive between us. Thus, we cannot rely solely on my younger brother. Regarding the matter of military strength, I have long contemplated the issue. In a fortnight, we shall observe our traditional ancestral worship in Ying'er on that day. All family members will gather at the altar, and the prince need only lead his troops to the altar. I shall discreetly command the opening of the village to welcome him into the city. Similarly, on the day of the ceremony, I can devise a way to transfer the forces under my third brother's command, while my own men can effectively restrain the 10,000 under my elder brother's control. As for the remaining 15,000 troops under my elder brother's command, it may necessitate the prince's intervention to prevent Li Chun from declining. That individual immediately flattered him. Today, I personally witnessed the prince's assault on Ouyue. Although he commands merely 3,000 men, should it come to battle on the plains, he could potentially face 20,000 elite soldiers without difficulty. Thus, my elder brother's 15,000 men would certainly not be the prince's match. At this moment, gazing at the individual before him, Li Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Truly, he is a member of the Ying'er royal family, sharp-witted and calculating, having accounted for all variables. However, he perhaps has not heard the ancient adage. Cleverness can lead to one's own demise. At this juncture, Li Chun regarded the man with a faint smile. Your request, I can acquiesce to. Yet how can I trust you? What if, in a fortnight, I arrive in Ying'er and find myself unable to enter the village? Upon hearing Li Chen's inquiry, the man furrowed his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he handed his jade pendant to Li Chun. Your Highness, this is my personal jade pendant. At that time, you need only present it. Li Chun accepted the pendant, a look of appreciation gracing his face. Allow me to inquire further. Will you truly be able to divert your third brother's troops and prevent him from causing any disturbances? The man, exuding confidence, patted his chest. Rest assured, Your Highness, I am 100% certain I have already placed my people beside him, ensuring the objective can be achieved. that time, Your Highness need only deal with the remaining 15,000 men under my elder brother. If the third brother proves disobedient, we can dispose of him as well, and the entirety of Zhongyue shall belong to Your Highness." Hearing this, Li Chun nodded with a smile, appearing quite satisfied. "Since you are so amenable, I shall not neglect you. Once I have secured Zhongyue, not only will the shops and lands within Zhongyue be entrusted to you, but also all shipbuilding and fisheries under my future dominion. And together we shall prosper." Upon hearing Li Chen's words, the man gazed deeply at him, his smile broadening. "I shall express my gratitude in advance. Your Highness, in a fortnight, I will send someone to establish contact with you." Li Chun nodded in response. With that, the man took his leave. Meanwhile, Li Chun, in his chamber, played with the jade pendant left behind, his mind lost in contemplation. That moment, the three royal sisters-in-law beside him exchanged glances, each with a different expression. To them, the man was clearly a schemer, one who thrived on inciting discord within the royal family. How could Li Chun possibly collaborate with him? They worried that perhaps Li Chun, in his eagerness to seize had become somewhat bewildered. At this juncture, the eldest sister-in-law, Ying'er, could not help but voice her concerns to Li Chun. "You seem excessively careless," hastily agreeing to this collaboration. "What if this is merely a conspiracy, an intentional trap to ensnare you?" The second sister-in-law, Rong Xian, shook her head at Li Chun. "This individual gives me an unsettling impression. You should exercise caution," as the words of the two sister-in-laws settled. The third sister-in-law turned her gaze to Li Chun. "Even if what he says is true, you've agreed to hand over all shipbuilding, shops, and fisheries within your territory to him. How will the future development of your domain be managed?" At this moment, observing the concerned expressions of the three sister-in-laws, Li Chen's lips curled into a gentle smile. "Do you not perceive? This is inherently a scheme, albeit one with both truth and deception interwoven." Upon hearing this, the three sisters-in-law furrowed their brows, their eyes revealing confusion, clearly having not grasped Li Chen's intent. Li Chun, meanwhile, patiently explained while toying with the jade pendant in his hand from the very beginning. "I have not genuinely believed him, especially his final probing remark, when I indicated my willingness to relinquish the fisheries and shipbuilding of the territory to him. His demeanor spoke volumes. It was too nonchalant, indicating that his ambitions extend far beyond this. Nevertheless, I perceive that much of what he claims is indeed truthful. There is indeed strife among the three brothers of the Zhongyue royal family. The eldest does treat the second and third brothers harshly, and both the second and third brothers are undoubtedly seeking external aid to eliminate the eldest. After all, such matters can be uncovered with relative ease. He would not dare to lie in this regard. His purpose in approaching me is to draw me into the fray, to have me and the eldest brother engage in mutual destruction, allowing him to reap the benefits. Thus, his ambitions encompass not only Zhongyue, but also my current dominion over Ouyue, which he seeks to seize as well." At this revelation, the expressions of the three sisters-in-law changed dramatically. They had not anticipated that so many intricacies lay beneath the surface. Who would have thought that the seemingly honest man harbored such malevolent intentions? It is utterly detestable. Had they known, he should never have been allowed to leave the Minuet government office alive. At this moment, Ying'er could not restrain her gaze upon Li Chun. "If that is the case, why do you still agree to his terms? Our 3,000 Black Riders are clearly no match for Zhongyue's 40,000 elite soldiers." Li Chun, regarding the three sisters-in-law, allowed a smile to grace his lips as he waved the jade pendant that the man had left behind. "Thus, is this not a solution? If he seeks to deceive me, must I not turn the tables on him? Since we are both playing this game, why not engage in a little mutual play?" Meanwhile, Li Chun commanded that all the houses and lands occupied by the ancient Japanese be redistributed to the common folk. The tasks were numerous and the responsibilities heavy. Yet during this period, Zhang Jia felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and respect. Previously, whenever he left the government office, he did so with trepidation, fearful of incurring the wrath of any powerful faction. Now, as he strode in and out of the office, head held high, he found many citizens willingly greeting him, addressing him as Governor Zheng. This feeling brought Zhang Jia immense joy, as he finally discovered his value in existence. After nearly 3 days, Zheng Jie successfully compiled a complete inventory of all the houses, lands, and remaining citizens of Ouyue, presenting his plan to Li Chun. Li Chun cast a glance at it, a glimmer of appreciation shining in his eyes as he nodded. Zheng Jie is indeed a capable individual. He executed the tasks splendidly, employing a method that ensured fairness and equity through the division by headcount. Gaining Li Chen's acknowledgement invigorated Zheng Jie, and he swiftly set about implementing the plan. When the people of Ouyue witnessed the genuine allocation of the properties and lands previously occupied by the ancient Japanese into their own hands, they were overwhelmed with joy, affirming that the Mingyue king was indeed a man of his word. Wonderful, truly wonderful. I finally possess my own house and my own land. The king has come. This is a blessing accumulated over 8 lifetimes from now on. The king is my reborn father. Who dares to disrespect him? I shall be the first to retaliate. The citizens of Ouyue eagerly spread the news, eager for the entire world to know of the Mingyue king's benevolence. Meanwhile, the citizens of the other 6 regions, upon hearing this news, were naturally filled with discontent as they remained the downtrodden of society. Regardless of how power shifted, it was they who continued to suffer. They toiled endlessly in the fields, only to hand over substantial profits to the leaders of the 6 regions. Just recently, they had been enduring humiliation at the hands of the ancient Japanese, and now, in an instant, the citizens of Ouyue had risen as masters under the Mingyue king's rule. The disparity was staggering, inevitably stirring a considerable uproar in the locality. On the other hand, Li Chun had been diligently surveying the various geographical conditions of Ouyue in recent days. Soon, he identified 2 pressing matters that required immediate attention: salt and ships. Salt has historically been a vital strategic resource, with the oceans containing vast quantities of it. However, the local populace primarily produces coarse salt, achieved merely by evaporating seawater, which is then consumed directly. This type of salt is not only exceedingly bitter in taste, but also poses significant health risks to the human body. The necessity of ships is even more pronounced, as the sea is a vast network of routes. Whether for trading goods or for self-defense, ships are indispensable resources. Currently, the production of fishing vessels along the coastline is predominantly controlled by the Sino-Vietnamese. Unfortunately, the ships they manufacture are largely profit-driven, characterized by their simplistic construction and substandard materials, leading to severely inadequate carrying capacities for sustainable development. Both salt and ships must be firmly in one's own hands. Thus, these 2 matters require dedicated oversight. However, Li Chun naturally lacks the time and energy to focus on these issues, and Zheng Jie is already burdened with numerous responsibilities. Consequently, the search for someone to specifically manage these 2 matters has become a pressing concern. Just as Li Chun was wrestling with this dilemma, he was approached by the smiling figure of the 3rd Empress, Qing Shuang. Realizing the presence of the 3rd Empress, Li Chun smacked his forehead, having been so preoccupied lately that he had completely forgotten about her. The 3rd Empress, based in the capital, oversees 208 shops, all of which are profitable, her capabilities beyond question. Moreover, as one of their own, she inspires greater confidence. However, due to the geographical limitations and resource scarcity in Ouyue, it is insufficient to support Li Chen's grand aspirations. Hence, his gaze shifted once more towards Sino-Vietnam, for only by securing Sino-Vietnam could he truly dominate the maritime domain and implement his vision. Fortunately, that day is approaching swiftly. Knowing that Li Chun would soon delve into the Sino-Vietnamese altar, Ying'er has been diligently studying the maps and terrain of the region over the past few days. She must ensure Li Chen's safety during his visit to the Sino-Vietnamese altar. However, despite her meticulous planning and strategizing, she considers the risks of Li Chen's expedition to be exceedingly high. In stark contrast, Li Chen remains unperturbed, exuding an air of calm and composure. Time flies, and soon, half a month has passed, leading to the day of the sacrificial ceremony at the Sino-Vietnam altar. Initially, Li Chen is summoned to the entrance of the Sino-Vietnam village. The guards, startled by the sudden appearance of 3,000 cavalry, adopt a combat stance. Yet, shortly thereafter, someone approaches the guards, delivering a handwritten letter that prompts a mixture of disbelief and caution. Nevertheless, They allow Li Chun and his entourage to enter. Guided by an escort, they proceed unhindered towards the Sovietnam altar. At this moment, the grand sacrificial ceremony is underway. All members of the Sino-Vietnam royal family are adorned in ceremonial attire, paying homage to their ancestors before the tomb. The eldest, clad in a purple robe, is intently presiding over the incense offering ceremony, while the second, dressed in red, similarly holds 3 sticks of incense, standing closely behind the eldest, his eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The third, donned in yellow, displays a flickering gaze, clearly unsettled. Behind the trio, the various elders of Sino-Vietnam are also elegantly attired, their expressions solemn as they face the ancestral tablets. Once the incense offering concludes, each individual takes their designated seat. Naturally, the leader occupies the main position. However, curiously, an additional chair is placed beside the main seat, accompanied by a small table adorned with peanuts and fruits. At this moment, the central figure, the leader of Sino-Vietnam, addresses the assembly. Blessed by the ancestors, this year has been marked by favorable weather, and the overall business within the clan has seen some growth. Nonetheless, several issues persist, particularly in the shipbuilding and fishing industries, where profits have declined compared to previous years. Thus, today, taking advantage of the sacrificial occasion, he invites all to discuss potential adjustments. Now, if anyone has ideas that would benefit the development of the Sino-Vietnam royal clan, they are encouraged to voice them freely, for there is no penalty for speaking out. Following the leader's statement, an elder rises, echoing his sentiments. Historically, fishing and shipbuilding have been the foundation laid by our ancestors and serve as crucial sources of income. Given that profits under the stewardship of the second and third have not improved, I propose that the leader take unified control to ensure the supremacy of the Sino-Vietnam royal family. This is indeed the case. A new ruler from Ying'er has recently emerged, having eradicated the ancient warren within 3 days and redistributed the lands to the commoners, clearly harboring ill intentions that we must remain vigilant. Only by consolidating our advantages in a single hand can we strengthen our clan. I too support this view. The Sino-Vietnam royal family can possess but one voice, for dispersal is detrimental to our development. Following this elder's remarks, several others rise to express their agreement. However, among the council of elders, a few maintain a stern demeanor, their eyes narrowed, refraining from speaking. The internal divisions within the elders of the Sovietnam royal clan stem from their own causes, with factions forming to support the eldest, the second, and the third respectively, though the eldest faction is evidently more numerous. Listening to the eldest and several elders, the second and third were expressions dark as thunder. They realized that the eldest aims to seize the opportunity to wrest power from them once again. The second glares fiercely at the eldest, reflecting on how, over the years, the eldest has exploited his position to siphon off resources from him. Should he manage to commandeer the shipbuilding industry, the second would find himself without standing in the clan. The eldest is indeed ruthless. Fortunately, he is prepared for this. Otherwise, he would truly be devoured by the eldest. Meanwhile, the third's expression is equally grim, harboring similar thoughts. His influence is already the weakest within Sino-Vietnam, and the fishing industry he controls yields the lowest profits, far inferior to that of shops and shipbuilding. The eldest's appetite is truly voracious, seeking to swallow both the second's and his own industries. If his authority were to be usurped by the eldest, what would he do then? Would he merely exist as a mere ornament, devoid of any voice? The eldest is no virtuous character, nor is his second brother. He is equally treacherous, having repeatedly set traps for him, employing the most cunning schemes. Nevertheless, he has made preparations. This time, he will seize the chance to turn the tables. Let the eldest and second brother meet their demise. I object. Why should shipbuilding fall into your hands? The second stands defiantly, confronting the eldest with a fierce shout. You, the clan leader, can raise rents on land and shops at will. Who dares to oppose you? Who can challenge your authority? The shipbuilding market is already saturated, and the market is limited. A single ship can last 4 to 5 years, with so few fishermen, who would buy ships every day. As the second speaks, the third also rises that I know not your circumstances, but the fishermen under my command are currently struggling to catch fish. The shallow waters have been depleted since antiquity. even if there are fish now. They are deep-sea varieties. Not to mention that we cannot even construct large vessels. Even if we could, how would I fish in depths of tens or hundreds of fathoms? As the second and third challenge the eldest. His expression darkens, he faces the two, demanding, "What do you mean by this?" The second, locking eyes with the eldest, feels a surge of determination. After all, he has no intention of backing down today. He is prepared to go all in. Since you claim that our businesses are unprofitable, why not switch roles? You take charge of shipbuilding, and we will manage the shops that I wish to see what skills you possess to resurrect this business. Upon the second's declaration, the eldest's countenance swiftly changes, and he slams his hand on the table. You dare! The lands and shops have historically been managed by the clan leader. Your wolfish ambitions lead you to covet the management of these assets. Do you also wish to usurp my position as leader? As the eldest's words hang in the air, the second scoffs coldly. Since we have reached this point, I must say, I truly wish to test your leadership. In an instant, the expressions of all present shift dramatically. The second's proclamation is undeniably audacious and clearly tantamount to treason. The elder's eyes glinted with a fierce light, clearly filled with uncontrollable rage. As he pointed an accusatory finger at the second elder, "You treacherous scoundrel! Historically, the position of leader has always been passed down through legitimate lineage. How dare you challenge my authority? It appears you are courting death." At that moment, the elder bellowed, "Summon the guards! Seize this traitor at once!" As the elder's command rang out, the surrounding guards immediately prepared to act. However, a sudden commotion erupted from outside the altar. Everyone turned to see that Li Chun had arrived with 3,000 black cavalry. The guards at the entrance attempted to block Li Chun, only to be forcefully shoved aside by Zhang Weigua. With a fierce glare at the guards, Zhang Weigua's imposing presence left them momentarily paralyzed with fear. Yet this was the altar of Zhong Yue, and other guards were present. Upon witnessing the intrusion, a sea of dark-clad guards swiftly closed in on Li Chun. Just as the atmosphere became tense, a voice rang out from the altar. "Do not be so audacious. Stand aside at once, for the king of Mingyue is my esteemed guest." The second elder, seated at the elevated position, stood up and declared proudly towards the altar's entrance. Instantly, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. This was, after all, a sacrificial ceremony for the royal family of Zhongyue. Why had the second elder invited the king of Mingyue? Was he seeking support? It was no wonder the second elder displayed such arrogance today. Boldly confronting the elder, he must have been relying on the king's influence. Observing the second elder's actions, the elder's countenance darkened ominously, his eyes fixated on Li Chun, sparkling with unspoken thoughts. This was indeed the Zhongyue altar, and the guards were loyal to the elder. After the second elder's proclamation, the guards cast a glance at the elder in the main seat. Unexpectedly, the elder made a surprising gesture, waving his hand to signal the guards to allow Li Chun entry. The guards, interpreting the elder's signal, promptly cleared a path for Li Chun to enter. Upon seeing the assembled crowd, a faint smile appeared on Li Chun's lips as he calmly walked to the elevated position and took a seat beside the elder. He casually peeled a peanut from the table and popped it into his mouth, then waved his hand at the others. "Continue. I am merely wandering through my fief out of boredom today. I hope I am not interrupting your proceedings." With Li Chun's arrival, the second elder visibly gained confidence. Simultaneously, the third elder, who had been tense, let out a slight sigh of relief. Watching Li Chun take a seat beside him, the elder regarded him with a mix of caution and curiosity. The king of Mingyue's visit today, could it be to support someone? Li Chun, still peeling peanuts, calmly shook his head. "Yes, I mentioned earlier. I merely wandered here out of boredom. You may proceed." With Li Chun's response, the elder exhaled in relief and turned his attention back to the second elder. The sudden appearance of Li Chun had interrupted the flow. But now it was time to deal with the second elder decisively. The elder pointed at the second elder, declaring, "I have treated you with kindness, allowing you to manage the ship, yet you harbor such treacherous ambitions to usurp the clan's leadership. If I do not slay you today, I would be remiss before our ancestors." Once again, the elder's voice boomed. Summon the guards at his command. The surrounding guards immediately stepped forward. "Seize him!" However, just as the guard prepared to apprehend the second elder, a contingent of men surged forth from the altar's perimeter, standing defiantly before the elder's guards. The previously silent second elder turned to the elder with a sinister smile. "You have your men. I have mine. Let us see who prevails today." With the appearance of this group, the elder's expression shifted once more. The guards of Zhongyue and the second elder's forces were now evenly matched, making it considerably challenging to subdue the second elder. The elder confronted the second elder with a furious shout. "Must we escalate our conflict to this extent?" The second elder shook his head. "They do not intend to spare me." The elder furrowed his brow and exchanged a knowing glance with the senior elder beside him. In response, the senior elder rolled up his sleeve and shot an arrow into the sky. With the release of the arrow, a piercing sound echoed, and a plume of red smoke billowed into the sky, a signal for the clan leader to summon his personal guards, according to protocol. Upon witnessing this signal, the personal guards were obligated to arrive at the leader's side within 3 hours. However, after considerable time had passed, no sounds or arrivals could be heard from outside the altar. The elder's expression began to shift, sweat dripped from his senior elder's brow. Why had the guards not arrived? What was happening? As the elder's faction grew increasingly anxious, the second elder leisurely lifted a cup of tea, took a sip, and set it down on the table with a faint smile. "Do not wait. Your guards have long been detained by my men." As the second elder's words fell, the elder's expression shifted once again. Exchanging alarmed glances with the other elders, all realizing the depth of the second elder's scheme for today. However, the elder still commanded a force of 25,000 troops, while the second elder had merely 10,000. Even if they had attained his personal guards, he still held a significant advantage with his 15,000 stationed troops. Though their primary duty was to guard the borders of Zhongyue and would not typically engage, they remained loyal to the clan leader and would undoubtedly obey his commands in times of internal strife. Immediately, the elder signaled to the third elder, responsible for the stationed troops. Understanding the cue, the third elder swiftly drew back his sleeve and fired another arrow into the sky, creating a dense plume of black smoke. This was the signal to summon the stationed troops, who were required to arrive at the launch site within 15 minutes. This time, no unexpected occurrences transpired. After the arrow was shot, the stationed troops began to arrive in succession, swiftly surrounding the entire altar. At this moment, the situation clearly favored the elder. Despite this, the second elder remained unperturbed, seated calmly in his position, holding his teacup with a smile. The elder pointed at the second elder, his voice laced with fury. "You treacherous scoundrel! Do you truly believe that by detaining my guards, I am powerless against you? What cards do you still hold?" The second elder shook his head, a hint of derision crossing his features. "And my trump card has always been right beside you." With the second elder's declaration, shock rippled through the crowd, all eyes converging on Li Chun, who was still engrossed in peeling peanuts. So, the reason the king of Mingyue had suddenly appeared at the Zhongyue altar was that he was the second elder's ace. As the crowd's expression shifted, the second elder reveled in his triumph, facing the elder with unabashed glee. "Surely you recall the incident half a month ago when the prince's 3,000 black cavalry annihilated 20,000 ancient wall warriors. Now you are left with merely 1,000 stationed troops. Do you truly believe you can withstand the prince's 3,000 black cavalry?" With the second elder's assertion, the expressions of those present shifted once more. All eyes fixated on the elder. They had anticipated that upon hearing Li Chun was the second elder's trump card, the elder would be visibly shaken, perhaps even submissive. Yet to their surprise, the elder's expression remained calm, devoid of any turmoil. After a moment, he shook his head at the second elder, a mocking smile gracing his features. "Do you truly believe the king of Mingyue would stand by you, a worthless fool? What are you, to be so overconfident?" As the elder brother spoke, the expression of the second brother also shifted dramatically. He cast a glance at Li Chun, who was calmly shelling peanuts at the main table. And a sense of inexplicable panic surged within him. That moment, he suddenly grasped the significance of the situation. Why, on this day of the grand sacrificial ceremony, was there an inexplicably empty table placed beside the elder brother? In retrospect, it was undoubtedly prepared specifically for Li Chun. Furthermore, when Li Chun first arrived at the altar, the elder brother had effortlessly allowed him entry. It now appeared clear that the elder brother had been aware of Li Qin's impending arrival and had made preparations in advance. But how could he have known? The only conceivable explanation was that the elder brother had been in contact with Li Qin long before. At this moment, the second brother was incredulous. If Li Qin returned against him, what fate awaited him? He dared not continue this line of thought. Nevertheless, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Hadn't Li Qin promised him loyalty on that day, although his initial intentions had involved leveraging Li Qin's power? Li Qin, being a prince, surely wouldn't go back on his word. Immediately, the second brother knelt before Li Qin. "Your Highness, now that the elder brother's men have arrived at the altar, I implore you to swiftly annihilate all the troops stationed here. The control over Zhongyue will then rest in your hands." At that moment, as the second brother's voice echoed, all eyes in the room turned towards Li Qin. Even the third brother, who had been observing Li Qin intently, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his palm in anxiety. Yet, facing the gazes of the crowd, Li Qin merely brushed off the peanut shell fragment from his hands and smiled at everyone. "I have already stated that I am here today merely to wander about idly. This is your personal matter. Please, continue." With Li Qin's words, the second brother's face drained of color. He finally comprehended that he had been deceived. Li Qin was indeed in collusion with the elder brother. In this instance, Li Qin was not his ally, but rather the elder brother's accomplice. Could it be that he had truly failed? At this moment, the second brother felt utterly defeated. The elder brother gazed down at the second brother, now crumpled on the ground, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Did you not anticipate this? The prince has ultimately sided with me. You have lost completely." As the elder brother's mocking laughter resonated, a glimmer of ferocity ignited in the eyes of the despairing second brother. No, he had not lost entirely. The elder brother was now merely 10 steps away. If he could eliminate the elder brother, the leadership of Zhongyue would still be within his grasp. As for the third brother, he was of no consequence, merely a useless pawn. Regarding Li Qin, it would not matter. To him, it was all the same whom he allied with. Li Qin had also promised to grant him many things. This would not harm him. He was not so foolish as to deny it. In an instant, the second brother's expression morphed into one of sheer malice. He suddenly bellowed at his subordinates below, "Act! Eliminate the elder brother!" Upon the second brother's command, his men surged towards the high platform, only to be intercepted by the guards. At that moment, the second brother drew a dagger from his chest and lunged at the elder brother. The surrounding elders gasped at the sight of the second brother's actions. Just as he was 3 steps away from the elder brother, several elders swiftly restrained him. Together, they pinned the second brother firmly to the ground. Despite his desperate struggles, he could not break free. The elder brother looked upon the pinned second brother, a flicker of unease crossing his face. He shook his head, his tone grave. "Second brother, who would have thought? Your treacherous ambitions have led you to attempt fratricide. You truly cannot be allowed to live." At that moment, the elder brother, seated in the main position, rose and slowly approached the second brother. Just a few steps away, he suddenly drew forth a glimmering dagger from his sleeve. Standing before the second brother, he showed no hesitation, plunging the dagger fiercely into the second brother's chest. One thrust was not enough. After several more, the second brother's chest had become a gaping wound. As the elders loosened their grip, the second brother collapsed to the ground like a lifeless dog. Only then did the elder brother retrieve a silk handkerchief from his sleeve, leisurely wiping his hands clean. Tossing the handkerchief onto the second brother's face with disdain, he waved his hand dismissively. "Take him away, chop him into pieces, and feed him to the dogs." Witnessing the fratricide unfold before him, Li Qin, seated at the opposite end, could not suppress a cold smile. That a brother wishes to slay his sibling, and the sibling equally does not wish to spare the brother. Indeed, this family is filled with wickedness. The second brother's rebellion was swiftly quelled. Not only was he dismembered and fed to dogs, but those who had participated in the uprising also met a similarly grim fate, leaving no corpses whole at the scene. Meanwhile, Li Qin remained seated at the main table, still shelling peanuts, his expression tranquil as if nothing had transpired at this moment. The third brother sat anxiously in his chair, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he fidgeted restlessly. With the second brother dead, it was customary for the elder brother to turn his attention to him next. Yet, The elder brother's focus was evidently not on the third brother, but rather fixated on Li Chun. After a moment, the elder brother returned to his position, perhaps due to the intensity of the earlier confrontation, leaving him stained with blood, his demeanor somewhat ghastly. The elder brother lifted the teacup from the table, took a small sip, and then turned to Li Chun. "Should I be grateful that you refrained from intervening earlier, allowing that wretch to meet his demise?" Li Chun met the elder brother's gaze, a smile gracing his lips. "I have made a pact with you. I shall not meddle in your familial affairs, so you need not thank me." Upon hearing Li Chun's words, the elder brother chuckled softly. Once again lifting the teacup, he gazed at Li Chun with a mixture of jest and seriousness. With the second brother's matter resolved, it is time for us to discuss our own affairs. But before we do, I wish to confirm one thing. The second brother claimed that the black cavalry under your command is an invincible force. Yet my 15,000 elite soldiers are insufficient to contend with your 3,000 black cavalry. However, he overlooked one crucial point. We are currently on my home turf. Moreover, your black cavalry has been completely surrounded by my forces, leaving them no room to charge. Even if my soldiers were to face 5 against 1, we could at least hold your cavalry at bay. Therefore, I would like to ask you, how do you perceive the current situation? As the elder brother spoke, Ying'er and Zhang Weigua, standing behind Li Chun, exchanged tense glances, their grips tightening around their spears. It was evident that the elder brother, having dealt with the second brother, was now free to confront the prince. Hearing the elder brother's words, Li Chun furrowed his brow slightly, but maintained an air of nonchalance. He brushed off the peanut shells clinging to his hands, took a casual sip from his teacup, and then placed it back on the table, raising his gaze to meet the elder brother's. He shook his head, gently. 15,000 elite soldiers have yet to clash with the black cavalry, so I cannot predict the outcome. What? Do you wish to test it? At Li Chun's utterance, the atmosphere in the room shifted to one of palpable tension, especially among the elder brother's council of elders. Their bodies tensed up. Dealing with Li Chun was not the same as dealing with the second brother. The black cavalry under Li Chun's command were formidable heavy cavalry. Although they were currently surrounded by the troops of Zhongyue, and despite their geographical advantage, the elders could not shake off their doubts about the odds. Furthermore, Li Chun's demeanor was far too composed, as if he had everything under control and regarded them as inconsequential. The elder brother's brow furrowed deeply as he surveyed the black cavalry below, his gaze reflecting a struggle within. Li Chun was within his sphere of influence, especially now that his forces had encircled him. Moreover, he commanded 15,000 troops, while Li Chun only had 3,000. With Li Chun controlling OU, capturing him would also mean seizing OU. This is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Should I take the plunge? Not long ago, the leader was absent from the scene and was unaware of the brutal encounter faced by the ancient Japanese. Moreover, due to the inherent pride of the royal family of Zhongyue, he was reluctant to submit to anyone. Ultimately, the leader made a decision. He would confront Li Chun head-on. He could not believe that his garrison of 15,000 troops could not overpower Li Chun's 3,000 black riders. In that instant, the leader's gaze transformed from hesitation to determination, and then to resoluteness. Facing Li Chun, his expression also grew cold. "My lord, there is no better day than today. Our troops and your black riders are both present here. Let us test our strengths today." At this moment, upon hearing the leader's words, Li Chun slightly shook his head. As the saying goes, those who are not of the same family do not enter the same door. Indeed, this family is all too familiar, with the same insidious cunning and the same ambitious aspirations. Now they dare to strike against me. Do they not realize that taking too large a step may lead to a downfall? At this moment, Li Chun turned to look at the third brother beside him. With a slight smile, he spoke to "So, what are you waiting for?" With Li Chun's words, all eyes were suddenly focused on the third brother, and their expressions shifted. What does this mean? Could it be that the third brother is also allied with Li Chun? Even the leader wore a look of astonishment. The only reason he had not dealt with the third brother was that he considered him far too weak, possessing only 5,000 men, thus not worth his attention. However, if the third brother were indeed allied with Li Chun, the situation would dramatically change. What was once a guaranteed victory was now in jeopardy. In the midst of the crowd's astonished gazes, the third brother also stood up. Without any superfluous words, he raised his hand and rolled up his sleeve. Instantly, a sleeve arrow, shrouded in blue smoke, shot towards the sky. With this single action from the third brother, a troop suddenly burst forth from outside the encampment, charging toward Zhong Yue's garrison and engaging in fierce combat. This was precisely the 5,000 men under the third brother's command. Meanwhile, the leader furrowed his brow, staring intently at the third brother, a glimmer of cold, murderous intent emerging in his eyes. He regretted not having dealt with the third brother after eliminating the second brother. Had he done so, he would not find himself in such a passive position now. I truly did not expect this. You dare to participate in the rebellion. At this moment, the third brother looked at the leader and shook his head. What do you mean by rebellion? It is you who wishes to harm us brothers. After killing the second brother, am I next? The leader's expression stiffened as he suddenly drew a steel knife from a nearby pillar and strode towards the third brother. Seeing the leader approach, the third brother hurriedly moved to another weapons rack and retrieved a longsword, preparing to confront the leader. However, the leader's strength was evidently superior. After exchanging dozens of blows, the third brother was swiftly struck down to the ground. As the third brother lay on the ground, the leader stepped forward, thrusting his knife fiercely into the third brother's chest until he ceased to move. Witnessing this scene, Li Chun shook his head. The third brother was utterly pathetic. He had barely appeared for 3 minutes before meeting his demise. It was fortunate that he had not placed too much hope in him. After dispatching the third brother, the leader turned his gaze towards Li Chun, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Mingyue Wang, with the second and third brothers dead, do you still have any reliance left? I must say, you have surprised me greatly by managing to contact all 3 of us brothers, leading to our mutual destruction. Given some time, I truly believe Mingyue could have fallen under your rule, but alas, you shall die here. All of this is about to come to an end. Ultimately, Mingyue must return to the Zhongyue royal family. At this moment, as the leader's sinister laughter echoed, Li Chun shook his head. He pointed towards the battlefield below. Upon hearing this, the leader looked down at the battlefield, and his expression suddenly changed, due to the unexpected appearance of the third brother's 5,000 men. The encirclement of Zhong Yue's troops around the Black Riders had been thoroughly disrupted. With 5,000 men attacking from all directions, this chaotic tactic had effectively restrained half of Zhong Yue's forces, from the leader's perspective. The third brother's 5,000 men on the battlefield were akin to a stirring stick, completely dismantling his troops' encirclement of the Black Riders and granting them a measure of freedom to maneuver. At this moment, Zhang Weigua, standing before the altar, suddenly bellowed at the Black Riders below. All Black Riders, heed my command. Form ranks. Prepare for battle. The Black Riders quickly assembled in a formation, drawing closer to their steeds, grasping long spears and readying for combat. Zhang Weigua then issued another command. Charge! As the military order was given, the 3,000 Black Riders surged forth like a torrent of black mechs, striking towards Zhong Yue's garrison. Kill! The battle cries erupted. The Black Riders swung their long spears, and after a single charge, a significant portion of Zhong Yue's garrison fell. The originally tenuous encirclement was violently shattered by the Black Riders, who carved a bloody path through it. After dealing with the frontline Zhong Yue troops, the Black Riders split into 2 groups, attacking left and right. Fully armored, the Black Riders were virtually invincible on this flat battlefield. The soldiers were clad head to toe in armor, their steeds similarly encased, and even if the enemy recognized the horses' legs as a weakness, they had no opportunity to approach these vulnerabilities. Often, before the enemy could close in, the Black Riders on horseback would slay them before they even got close. As the left and right Zhong Yue forces were eliminated, only a small fraction of Zhong Yue's troops remained on the battlefield, all of whom looked at the Black Riders with fear etched on their faces, devoid of the courage to fight. At this moment, the leader, standing upon the altar, was as pale as a ghost. He now understood. Even without the third brother's interference, his 15,000 Zhong Yue troops were no match for Li Chen's 3,000 Black Riders. But now, what use was this knowledge? He was utterly powerless to change his fate. He felt such hatred. He felt such regret. Do you have anything left to say? At this moment, Li Chun turned his head, a half-smile on his face as he looked at the leader beside him. What can I say? What else can I say? He understood better than anyone the principle of the victor and the vanquished. He was now fully aware that the situation had turned against him. Zhong Yue now unequivocally belonged to Li Chun. He could even foresee that in the near future, the remaining 5 would all be subjugated by Li Chun. The whole of Mingyue would bow before Li Chun's feet. Unmatched, unstoppable, gazing at Li Chun before him, a sudden glint of ferocity flickered in the leader's eyes. He was now only 5 steps away from Li Chun. He began to contemplate whether he could strike Li Chun down with his own blade. But just as this thought crossed his mind, Ying'er and Zhang Weiguo stepped forward simultaneously, standing protectively in front of Li Chun. Looking at the two before him, the leader forced a smile. It seemed that heaven had not left him even the slightest chance. At this moment, the leader gazed at Li Chun. "No own need for you to take action. The Zhongyue royal family has its own pride." Saying this, the leader straightened his attire and approached the ancestral tablets, bowing respectfully 3 times. "Ancestors, forgive your unfilial son for allowing brothers to turn against each other. Your son is incompetent for failing to protect the Zhongyue kingdom. I know my sins are unforgivable. Today, I shall take my own life as atonement, and I beseech the ancestors for forgiveness." After saying this, the leader bowed deeply 3 more times before rising, wiping the blade clean on his sleeve. He then placed the knife against his neck, closing his eyes tightly. With a determined thrust, blood gushed forth, and the leader collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Li Chun looked at the leader before him and shook his head. Initially, he had looked down upon the Zhongyue royal family, but the leader's final act left him with a slightly altered impression of them. With the leader's death, the Zhongyue royal family had utterly lost its backbone. Now Li Chun's gaze turned towards the elders standing nearby. As his gaze swept over them, the elders fidgeted uneasily. "What do you plan to do?" At this moment, Li Chun's voice gradually resonated. The elders exchanged glances with one another, their eyes flickering with fear and struggle. They, too, wished to sacrifice themselves for the cause, much like their leader. However, the older one becomes, the more one fears death. They were unwilling to make such futile sacrifices. After a prolonged silence, under the gaze of the crowd, the Grand Elder knelt before Li Chun. "Your Highness, now that the traitors have been vanquished, we have acted under duress. It is an inevitable trend for Your Highness to unify Mingyue, and we are willing to serve you as our Lord. We vow never to entertain rebellious thoughts for the rest of our lives." As the Grand Elder knelt, the other elders behind him also fell to their knees. "We beseech Your Highness for mercy. We are already advanced in age, posing no threat to you, that we implore you to spare our lives." Observing the assembly of elderly elders before him, a smirk of derision crept onto Li Chun's lips. Indeed, the nature of humanity varies greatly. Initially, he had anticipated that they would emulate their leader in their steadfastness, yet he had seemingly overestimated them. Human nature is indeed a peculiar phenomenon. Casting a glance at Zhang Weiguo, he turned on his heel and exited. Meanwhile, Zhang Weiguo stood there, bewildered. What did the prince's final glance signify? To slay or to spare? Zhang Weiguo was utterly perplexed. Perhaps, to avoid misinterpreting the prince's intentions, it would be best to proceed with the execution. As Li Chun stepped out of the altar, Ying'er gazed at him with wide, beautiful eyes, unable to contain her curiosity any longer. "How on earth did you manage it?" Li Chun tilted his head slightly, regarding the eldest princess with a hint of confusion. Ying'er looked at Li Chun, starry-eyed. "You effortlessly reclaimed Zhongyue. Such a feat is not something an ordinary person could accomplish. I must say, you're the most astute individual I have ever encountered. Such a person is a boon for our side, yet a calamity for our foes. I am genuinely curious. How did you achieve this? How did you convince the 3 members of the Zhongyue royal family to regard you as their ally, only to turn them against each other?" At this moment, glancing at the 3rd princess beside her, Li Chun smiled. "It's quite simple. When the 2nd prince sought me out earlier, I deliberately had him leave a token. Thus, when I approached the elder brother with this token, he had already placed his trust in me upon seeing it. As for the 3rd prince, the same principle applies. When I presented the 2nd prince's token to him, he comprehended everything. In truth, the issue lies with them. mutual distrust, and a struggle for power. Moreover, their ambitions exceeded what they could manage. Upon hearing Li Qin's explanation, Ying'er nodded thoughtfully. As the group exited the altar, a sudden uproar of battle cries erupted from outside. "Quickly, protect the prince! Whoever dares harm our prince shall face my wrath. The heavens and earth may be vast, but the prince is paramount. Anyone who dares lay a hand on him shall meet their ancestors." Instantly, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Who could it be this time? Judging by the volume, there were at least 5,000 of them. What force could this be? The Black Riders immediately assumed a defensive stance. Bows drawn and arrows nocked. Yet at this moment, Zhang Weigua sensed something amiss. This did not sound like an army, and the content of their cries was peculiar. Indeed, as the figures came into view, Zhang Weigua recognized them. Leading the charge was Zheng Jie, the governor of Minyue, accompanied by a throng of fishermen. These fishermen, young and old, male and female, bore fish spears and hoes, rushing forward while shouting a cacophony of slogans. Observing this scene, Zhang Weigua shook his head. Zheng Jie had evidently grown in stature. Last time he had come alone, yet in just half a month he had rallied a force of 5,000. Although he always arrived last, one could hardly blame him, as no one had informed him of the campaign's commencement. At this point, Zhang Weigua called out to the breathless Zheng Jie, "Governor Zheng, what is the meaning of this? Do you not see? We are here to protect the prince." Although touched, he felt compelled to inform him. "The prince is currently quite safe." "Safe? How can that be? Zhongyue boasts 40,000 elite troops, and they should be in the midst of a fierce battle. Moreover, why are the Black Riders assembled?" Zheng Jie exclaimed in disbelief, only to turn and find Li Chun gazing at him from atop his steed. For a moment, Zheng Jie was taken aback. Suddenly, it seemed he recalled something and hurriedly stood on tiptoe to peer inside. Indeed, around the altar of Zhongyue, the corpses of their troops lay piled high. Zhongyue had been defeated, their entire army annihilated. Though incredulous, the evidence was undeniable. Now, gazing at Li Chun, Zheng Jie's eyes reflected a deep astonishment. Who exactly was this Li Chun? How could he be so formidable? Defeating the ancient Japanese could be attributed to their lack of preparation, but what of the current situation in Zhongyue? How could one explain that? More importantly, Li Chun had only been in Minyue for a mere 18 days. Not only had he secured Ouyue, but he had also conquered the largest military force in Zhongyue. Such a record is indeed remarkable. At this pace, unifying Ouyue within 6 months is highly plausible. At that moment, Li Chun cast a contemplative glance at Zheng Jie. "Should I express my gratitude to you?" Snapping back to reality, Zheng Jie hastily knelt before Li Chun. "Your Highness, the fishermen of Minyue, upon hearing that you were trapped in Zhongyue territory, were deeply concerned for your safety. Without any need for mobilization, they followed me here in droves. They said you provided them with homes and lands. You are their benefactor. When you are in peril, they cannot stand idly by. Although none of them have fought before, they are all willing to die for you." Listening to Zheng Jie's words, Li Chun felt a surge of emotion. He looked up at the fisherman before him and clasped his fists in salute. After a moment, he addressed Zheng Jie. "Since you are here, I have a task for you. Please swiftly tally the number of Zhongyue citizens and all property, and ensure it is evenly distributed among them." Upon receiving Li Qin's command, Zheng Jie's expression turned serious, and he promptly pledged his compliance. Soon, news of Li Qin's recapture of Zhongyue spread swiftly throughout the other 5 youths. This time, the 5 youths no longer maintained their previous indifference. Zhongyue boasted the largest population and military strength among them, as well as considerable wealth. Such a colossal entity had been defeated by Li Qin's hands. This man was far more formidable than they had imagined. Who would his next target be? No one knew. It was imperative to devise countermeasures now. They could not afford to sit idle after subjugating Zhongyue. Li Chun intended to survey the region under his control. Point 1 could not deny the stark contrast between Zhongyue and Ouyue. Zhongyue's territory was approximately 4 times that of Ouyue, controlling a far greater coastal expanse that was incomparable to Ouyue. Moreover, during the raid on the Zhongyue royal family, in addition to land deeds, they had uncovered gold and jewels worth an astonishing 120,000 taels, an unexpected boon for Li Chun. Previously, after the journey from the bandit's lair, he had retained 82,000 taels. Now, with Zhongyue's assets, Li Chun found himself in possession of 200,000 taels of silver. Although this sum appeared substantial, it was still far from sufficient for Li Chun. After all, Mingyue was his fief, and beyond unification, it was paramount to develop Mingyue. Development necessitated a significant financial backing. Having now firmly established control over this maritime domain, Li Chun planned to commence Mingyue's development from this very sea. At this moment, Li Chun was strolling along the seashore with the third imperial consort, Qing Shuang. The gentle sea breeze tousled Qing Shuang's flowing hair, and she delicately raised her hand to smooth it in the golden glow of the setting sun. This scene was both beautiful and heartwarming. You call me out. It cannot be merely for a breath of fresh air, can it? Qing Shuang inquired, tilting her head towards Li Chun. Li Chun glanced at her, a smile gracing his face. You are truly astute, imperial consort. You recall the two strategies I mentioned to you last time? I am eager to hear your thoughts. Qing Shuang nodded, facing Li Chun. The primary focus of your suggestions was on salt production and shipbuilding. Over the past few days, I have been traversing the waters of Zhongyue and Oyu, diligently pondering the two issues you raised. The vessels produced in Zhongyue, unfortunately, lack both load capacity and quality, primarily due to their shipbuilding techniques and the inferior timber they use. The most suitable woods for shipbuilding are pine and cedar, which are predominantly found in Nanyue, currently under the control of the descendants of Qiyu. I am in the process of finding someone to see if I can procure some timber for experimentation. On the other hand, regarding salt, there is indeed a substantial market for it. However, the current method employed by fishermen to produce salt involves boiling seawater, resulting in a bitter taste and poor quality. I'm also preparing to inquire within the mainland about their salt production methods, to see if they can provide some insights as for other economically beneficial practices. I have been contemplating various ideas. For instance, the fish in the shallow waters have been nearly exhausted, and since we currently cannot venture into deeper seas, could we not cultivate fish fry in designated areas? This would alleviate the fisherman's reliance on the whims of nature. Furthermore, the fishing tools currently used by fishermen are rather outdated. Might we not enhance their productivity by improving these tools, thus increasing their economic gains? Additionally, the markets they previously sold to were primarily localized. If we could encourage them to expand their sales to regions like Nanyue or Beiyue, there may be promising opportunities that I believe we should encourage the populace to engage in commerce, thus facilitating a complete circulation of the economy and boosting their enthusiasm. Of course, for certain crucial elements in strategic matters, we must retain control ourselves. At this juncture, Qing Shuang continued her discourse, while Li Chun stood there, captivated by her eloquence. His third imperial consort indeed lived up to her reputation as the capable steward of the 208 households in the capital. Her thoughts clear, her actions decisive, and imbued with a strong sense of feasibility. Many of her ideas clearly resonated with modern business models. In this era, it was quite remarkable for the third imperial consort to possess such insights. In a contemporary context, her capabilities would undoubtedly position her as a billionaire CEO. Li Chun realized that seeking out the third imperial consort had been one of his wisest decisions. He could already foresee the economic prosperity of Mingyue soaring under her guidance. As Qing Shuang spoke, she sensed something amiss and turned her head, only to discover that Li Chun's gaze was fixed upon her, that a blush crept onto her cheeks. What is it? Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? Li Chun hastily shook his head. No, you are entirely correct. I was merely reflecting on how fortunate I am to have encountered you. Third imperial consort. At these words, Qing Shuang's face flushed deeper. Realizing he had misspoken, Li Chun hurried to clarify. Noticing Li Chun's awkwardness, Qing Shuang smiled gently, recognizing his lack of adeptness in navigating matters of the heart. At this moment, Li Chun stole a glance at Qing Shuang. He couldn't help but admire how lovely she looked when she smiled. Her eyes sparkled like gentle spring waves, her brows curved like willows, the corners of her mouth lifted, revealing two faint dimples, making her all the more enchanting. To alleviate the tension, Li Chun shifted the topic. Regarding the timber issue for shipbuilding that you mentioned earlier, once we secure Nanyue, there will be no obstacles. Until then, We could procure some timber in advance to experiment and gain experience. However, concerning salt, it has historically been a crucial controlled resource in the southern dynasties that it may prove challenging for you to gather information. And the back and forth could take at least 2 months. Coincidentally, during my time in the palace, I perused some texts that discussed salt production from seawater. Perhaps we could give it a try. As Li Qin spoke, Qing Shuang raised her brows in disbelief. You understand salt production? Li Qin smiled. Having been a special forces commander in his previous life, the basic skills of obtaining salt for survival in the wild were indeed child's play for him. However, he found it inconvenient to disclose his past to Qing Shuang, so he merely attributed his knowledge to what he had read in books. Thus, Li Qin turned to Qing Shuang. Ultimately, what I have gathered from the text is merely theoretical. Whether it will succeed in practice, we shall see. At this point, they happened to pass by a household, and Li Qin stepped forward to collect a bucket of seawater, pouring it into a pot. He then set it over a fire to boil. As Li Qin stirred the pot, Qing Shuang proactively added firewood from behind the stove. Though Qing Shuang hailed from a noble family, she was, after all, a refined young lady, and this was evidently her first time engaging in such labor. Despite her unfamiliarity, she dedicated herself wholeheartedly to the task. The fire blazed fiercely, and despite the heat, Qing Shuang continued to stoke the flames, soon sweating profusely. After a moment, she looked up at Li Qin, who was intently stirring the seawater, and suddenly recalled something, unable to suppress a smile. What is it? Are you curious about something, imperial consort? Li Qin asked, somewhat perplexed that why Qing Shuang gazed at him. Her face blooming with joy. I have heard that upon your return, your eldest brother entrusted you with 2 tasks: to identify the traitors within the court and to take good care of the eldest imperial consort. If necessary, you should consider marrying her. More importantly, your eldest imperial consort has already sought the emperor's permission to wed you. While this was initially intended to draw out the hidden hand behind the scenes, it was nonetheless a legitimate marriage proposal. Have you contemplated how to address this matter? At this, Li Qin stood there, momentarily stunned. He had not seriously considered this issue. His eldest brother had indeed mentioned such matters, and there existed merely a betrothal with the eldest imperial consort. Now that his eldest brother was gone, and with the southern Zhao emperor having bestowed a marriage contract upon him, he couldn't possibly marry the imperial consort now, especially when the remains of his 3 brothers had yet to be recovered. For a moment, he remained silent, lost in thought. Why Qing Shuang, observing him, smiled. Then let me pose another question. What do you think of your eldest imperial consort? Li Qin nodded. The eldest imperial consort is undoubtedly a remarkable person. Qing Shuang then faced him once more. If the emperor were to bestow Ying'er upon someone else, how would you feel? At her words, Li Qin furrowed his brows. Although nothing had transpired between him and the eldest imperial consort thus far, it was clear that he would not wish for her to marry another. Looking at him, Qing Shuang smiled, her heart already knowing the answer. After a moment, she seemed to recall something and regarded Li Qin with utmost seriousness. By the way, your eldest brother left you a message. Your second and third brothers must have left messages as well. What did they say? Li Qin stiffened at this inquiry. Could he reveal to Qing Shuang that his second and third brothers had also advised him to take good care of the 2 imperial consorts, even suggesting that he marry them if necessary? Yet, could he truly tell her this now? Especially considering how he would face them in the future, gazing at the hesitant Li Qin before her. Qing Shuang furrowed her brows and quickly turned to him, inquiring, did they truly leave you a message? Upon meeting Qing Shuang's gaze, Li Qin ultimately nodded. What did they say? Qing Shuang looked at him, her eagerness to uncover the truth palpable. However, at that moment, Li Qin found himself unable to utter a word under the intensity of her scrutiny. Perhaps we should discuss this later, he suggested, his expression betraying a hint of unease. Qing Shuang's curiosity had been piqued, and she was even more desperate to know the answer. Just then, Li Qin hastily pointed at the pot, exclaiming, "Reduce the heat! Reduce the heat! It's about to burn!" Only then did the third royal sister react, promptly withdrawing the firewood that moment. The pot contained little more than a pale yellow residue, remnants of boiled seawater, with various impurities mixed in. The third royal sister observed the coarse salt in the pot, sampled a pinch, and then shook her head at Li Qin. Yes, this is the coarse salt used by fishermen, but its flavor is rather unremarkable. Promoting this would likely prove quite challenging, seeing that the third royal sister had successfully shifted her focus. Li Chun felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had she pressed him further, he truly would not have known how to respond. Turning to Qing Shuang, he continued, "Yes, I am aware, but this is merely the first step. There are several more to follow." With that, Li Chun approached the stove and took a portion of the wood ash, sprinkling it into the pot. Upon witnessing his actions, the third royal sister gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment. After adding the wood ash, Li Chun also poured in some water, stirring the mixture until it was well combined. He then tore a piece of cloth from his garment, washed it clean, and fashioned it into a makeshift filtering cloth. He proceeded to filter the mixture of wood ash and coarse salt through the cloth, then boiled the filtered water until it evaporated. As the water gradually disappeared, a layer of white crystals began to form at the bottom of the pot. After scraping up the white crystals, Li Chun tasted a small amount, and his eyes lit up with excitement. It worked! The third royal sister, her curiosity piqued, dipped her finger into the crystals and tasted them as well. Moments later, her eyes sparkled with delight as she looked at Li Chun in astonishment. "This salt has a perfect flavor. It's evidently superior to the salt we've tasted in the capital. My goodness, you actually succeeded. This is truly remarkable." The third royal sister gazed at Li Chun, her admiration evident. Her eyes twinkling with excitement, as though she were a naive young girl in awe of her idol. For several consecutive days, Li Chun remained in the company of the third royal sister. Qing Shuang, with their control over the maritime territories of Zhongyue and Oiyue firmly established, there were countless tasks awaiting their attention, in addition to the method of boiling salt. Li Chun also imparted the technique of sun-drying salt to the third royal sister. The process involved demarcating different areas along the shore to harness the sun's rays, allowing the seawater to evaporate, followed by continuous purification. This method bore similarities to the boiling technique, but offered the significant advantage of not being constrained by production tools, enabling large-scale salt production in one go. Soon, the third royal sister, following Li Chun's guidance, endeavored to try her hand at it, and before long, she beheld the sight of pure white salt. The exhilaration she felt from personally participating in the process was incomparable. Moreover, the vast expanse of the sea promised an endless supply of salt, effectively minimizing her costs. When the first batch of refined salt was introduced to the market, it was met with overwhelming demand, with all of it disappearing in an instant. The quality of this exceptional salt garnered widespread praise from the populace. This success invigorated Qing Shuang immensely. I have come to realize that Ying'er is indeed a land of fortune. I find myself regretting not arriving here sooner. Just imagine, once I have evaporated all this seawater, will we not be the wealthiest fiefdom? She exclaimed playfully, her gaze fixed joyfully upon the esteemed. Li Chun smiled at the third royal sister, aware that the sea could never be entirely evaporated, and that as salt production increased, its value would inevitably diminish. Nevertheless, even so, the sea salt would continue to yield a substantial revenue for him. Furthermore, salt was merely one facet of Ying'er. Besides salt, the region boasted an abundance of minerals, tea leaves, exquisite porcelain, and intricate embroidery. When all these treasures were consolidated under his control, Ying'er would truly earn its title as a land of prosperity. At that moment, the third royal sister seemed to recall something and suddenly addressed Li Chun. "By the way, you had not finished your earlier statement. What did your third royal brother instruct you to convey?" "You have yet to tell me." Li Chun, looking at the third royal sister, hesitated momentarily. Sensing her apprehension that he might change the subject, she pressed on, "You are not to lie or divert the topic." "I have the right to know." Li Chun gazed intently at the third royal sister, deliberating for quite some time. "Actually, there's not much to say. My third royal brother simply asked me to take good care of you." As he spoke, the third royal sister furrowed her brow, about to probe further when she recalled that Li Chun had used the word "also." This implied that the instructions from the third prince were likely similar to those from the first prince. Both were concerned about her well-being. The atmosphere grew tense, and silence enveloped them. Qing Shuang's expression turned complex as she regarded Li Chun, uncertain of what to say next. The sea breeze tousled her hair, framing her beautiful face, which she momentarily forgot to arrange. Meanwhile, Li Chun, looking at the third royal sister, opened his mouth as if to speak but ultimately refrained. In the days that followed, the third royal sister was ceaselessly occupied with tasks, tirelessly working day and night. First, she selected the salt ponds, then recruited laborers. Compared to local wages in Minuet, the compensation she offered was quite generous, prompting the local populace to eagerly participate and work diligently. Within just a few days, the salt works were rapidly established, and the third royal sister formulated step-by-step processes based on the salt-making techniques Li Chun had shared. The workers were then assigned roles according to this system, which exponentially increased the production speed and capacity of the salt ponds. Moreover, the third royal sister's approach to selling salt left Li Chun in awe. She clearly positioned herself as a producer, wholesaling the refined salt to local residents. Once purchased, they could add a small markup before selling it in smaller quantities to other locations. This arrangement benefited the locals while simultaneously streamlining her sales process, motivating them to sell the refined salt with greater enthusiasm. Observing the third royal sister before him, Li Chun was utterly captivated. Were it not for his awareness of her background, he might have thought she was a time traveler. Her sales model mirrored the production strategies he had encountered in his previous life. Li Chun's admiration for the third royal sister only grew, silently giving her a thumbs up. Meanwhile, the citizens of Zhongyue were engulfed in anxiety. 5 full days had passed since Li Chun had mentioned the equitable distribution of land, yet no news had emerged regarding the allocations. Fear began to spread among the populace. Some speculated that the promise of equitable land distribution was merely a tactic employed by the Minuet king to win the people's favor, a mere verbal gesture. Others recalled that when Ouyue was allocated land, it was due to their poverty. Now, Zhongyue was a prosperous region, and the Minuet king might be unwilling to part with any resources. There were also those who claimed that no promise of land distribution had ever been made, asserting that such notions were mere fabrications of the common folk. A torrent of rumors circulated, instilling a profound sense of unease among the people, who increasingly worried about their future livelihoods and feared the prospects of life under the Minuet king. What is taking Zheng Jie so long to compile these assets? At this moment, Li Chun furrowed his brows. Over the past few days, Governor Zheng had been tirelessly tallying the statistics, revealing that the area of Zhongyue had expanded to more than 4 times that of Yu, especially considering he was the sole individual responsible for this task. Beside him, Ying'er was explaining matters to Li Chun. Upon hearing this, Li Chun nodded thoughtfully, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. As the area under control grew larger, it became imperative to augment Zheng Jie's manpower. After all, various administrative issues within the territory required Zheng Jie's attention. Your Highness, the plan has been finalized. Please review it. Finally, on the 6th day, Zheng Jie presented the distribution plan to Li Chun. By this time, Zheng Jie appeared markedly haggard, especially with dark circles visibly accentuating his eyes. Yet he radiated an undeniable excitement. To be honest, Zheng Jie had initially held a rather dismissive view of Li Chun, perceiving him as impulsive and overly sharp-tongued. However, after this period of collaboration, Zheng Jie had come to admire Li Chun immensely. His intelligence was unparalleled, bordering on the extraordinary. His decisiveness was commendable. He was bold and efficient in action. Moreover, he treated the common folk with fairness and compassion, eschewing the extravagant and indulgent demeanor typical of other princes. Li Chun also exhibited an unwavering trust in himself, never placing defenses around him. Most importantly, the results spoke for themselves that, in a mere 18 days since his arrival, Li Chun had reclaimed 2 territories, accomplishing what he had dared not dream of over the past 5 years. On occasion, he even dared to make comparisons. If the emperor were to come, under similar conditions, he might not achieve better results than Li Chun. Zheng Jie eagerly anticipated the day when the 7 regions would be unified under Li Chun's leadership. For unifying Minuet was his own aspiration. Thus, Zheng Jie had devoted all his energy to the tasks assigned by Li Chun. Very well. Not long after, Li Chun nodded in approval of the plan laid before him. Zheng Jie's diligence remained as reassuring as ever. This version of the plan adhered to the previous distribution rules, allocating resources based on population and averaging out the quality of land. However, Li Qian noticed that Zheng Jihe had deliberately left a portion of the area blank and looked up at him with a puzzled expression. Zheng Jihe then proceeded to explain to Li Qian, "Your Highness, this area represents the surplus after distribution, capable of accommodating around 5,000 people. I have an unrefined idea, and I implore your Highness to consider it." Li Qian nodded in response. "Currently, we only control Ouyue and Zhongyue, and our population remains insufficient. Since we now have surplus land, why not utilize these properties to attract citizens from Beiyue?" Li Qian furrowed his brow. Curious as to why only the citizens of Beiyue, Zheng Jihe patiently elaborated. "The people of Beiyue are descendants of King Gojian, who migrated here. Upon arriving in Mingyue, the upper echelon of Beiyue retained the corrupt practices of their royal lineage. Failing to treat the populace they brought along as their own subjects, their wealth gradually diminished. They began to view their subjects merely as a source of exploitation. In contrast, the southern regions are primarily inhabited by the Qiyu tribe, characterized by their radical behavior and preference for wild beasts, making integration with ordinary citizens exceedingly difficult. The western regions, due to their religious beliefs, have tightly bound their ideologies within their own territories and are unlikely to venture out. The inhabitants of Beiyue are predominantly women who have grown accustomed to living independently, showing no signs of significant change. Meanwhile, the people of Yang'er have formed customs around corpse refining and control, which are generally intolerable for the average person. Therefore, the primary goal of our plan is to attract the citizens of Beiyue. This will not only help to fracture the power of Beiyue, but also augment our population. What does your Highness think?" As Zheng Jihe concluded, Li Qian nodded in agreement. Zheng Jihe's points were indeed valid. However, he had yet to address one crucial aspect. The Beiyue nobility controlled iron mines, and, as Li Qian sought development, iron was an indispensable resource. Thus, Li Qian resolved that the next target for conquest would be Beiyue. "Indeed, let us proceed with this plan." Li Qian decisively sanctioned it. Upon receiving Li Qian's approval, Zheng Jihe's expression brightened with renewed vigor, and he immediately set about implementing it. Just as he was about to leave, Li Qian called out to him once more. "You must be quite fatigued after all this time, no?" In response to Li Qian's concern, Zheng Jihe shook his head and replied succinctly, "Not tired." Li Qian smiled slightly. "That I will arrange for some silver to be allocated for you to establish the Mingyue government office. A governor must maintain an appropriate appearance." Upon hearing this, Zheng Jihe's eyes shimmered with gratitude. Soon after the announcement of the plan, it stirred a sensation among the citizens of Zhongyue. No one had anticipated that Li Qian would indeed dismantle and redistribute all the houses and lands previously occupied by the Zhongyue royal family. Furthermore, this distribution included a portion of the shops that had long been under the control of the Zhongyue nobility. Now, not only had they gained houses and lands without any tax burdens, but they had also acquired commercial properties. It was easy to foresee the promising future that awaited them. The king of Mingyue is a truly benevolent ruler. The king of Mingyue is indeed our benefactor. Having the king of Mingyue here is a blessing we have earned over 8 generations. In an instant, the citizens of Beiyue expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards the king of Mingyue. They finally understood why. Upon learning of the king of Mingyue's arrival at the Zhongyue altar, 5,000 citizens had braved danger to come to his rescue. It was no jest if such a benevolent ruler were to be lost. Who would provide for their future happiness? Empathizing with this sentiment, they were more than willing to offer their loyalty to the king of Mingyue. As the citizens settled into their newly allocated homes and received their shops and fertile lands, another explosive piece of news soon emerged that, in addition to their resettlement, approximately 5,000 households of properties and lands remained available in Zhongyue. Any citizen willing to move there would receive these properties unconditionally, without any prerequisites. As expected, this announcement caused another wave of excitement, quickly spreading across the land of Mingyue. On one side, there was relentless exploitation and oppression, while on the other, an opportunity to seize power and become masters of their own fate. There was an obvious choice. Is it true that you are really giving away houses and lands for free? At this moment, Zheng Jihe was busy when a curious young man, around 30 years old, leaned in to inquire. Zheng He immediately understood what was happening and addressed the young man. Of course, we are not only giving away houses and lands for free. For those who have just moved in, we will also provide a certain amount of food assistance. If you prefer not to farm, you may work at the newly established salt works and receive a monthly wage. Upon hearing this, the young man's eyes widened in astonishment. Really? Are there any requirements? Is there a limit on the number of people? Zhang Jie shook his head and replied to the young man, his eyes filled with hope. It is indeed true. How many people do you have? How many can you bring along? Can you bring down all the citizens of Beiyue? Zhang Jie then personally took the young man to the area designated for distribution, upon seeing the fertile lands that would soon belong to him. Far superior to his previous living conditions, the young man was overwhelmed with joy and quickly brought his family over to settle into their new home. Once the first family arrived, more would surely follow. Soon, more and more citizens from Beiyue fled to Zhongyue and took up residence. However, this also drew the attention of the Beiyue nobility. At this moment, in the grand hall of the Beiyue nobility, the leader of Beiyue was seething with rage. These wretches, how dare they act in such a manner? We rescued them from the ravages of war, and now they betray us for a mere pittance offered by the enemy. This is utterly unforgivable. A solemn-faced general stood before the Beiyue leader, My Lord. We have just learned that another group of about 100 commoners has stealthily made their way towards Zhongyue. More and more citizens are flowing into Zhongyue. If we do not intervene, our situation will become exceedingly precarious, and the hearts of our people are already wavering. Upon hearing this news, the leader of Northern Yu's countenance darkened profoundly, and a glimmer of murderous intent flickered within his eyes. Now, issue my command. From this day forth, no one shall leave the territory of Northern Yu without my express orders. Not even a fly shall escape. Furthermore, you shall personally retrieve those wretches who have fled our domain. Upon their return, execute them without mercy. Lastly, demand from King Minyu those lowly folk who rightfully belong to Northern Yu. Should he refuse, it shall be deemed an act of war against us. Let him not presume that I am unaware of his true nature. He was able to vanquish the ancient Wokou merely by taking advantage of their unpreparedness. His conquest of Central Yu is solely due to the internal discord of its foolish populace. He truly believes himself invincible. I, a descendant of the illustrious Yu kings, have never endured such humiliation. As soon as the command of the Northern Yu leader was given, the generals below sprang into action. Meanwhile, as night fell, the moonlight shone brightly, draping the earth in a delicate veil. Along the border, a group of approximately 100 commoners trudged along, laden with their belongings, heading towards Central Yu. These were the people of Northern Yu. Upon witnessing the generous offers from Central Yu in terms of homes and farmland, they unanimously resolved to proceed thither. That moment, they had traversed nearly 30 li along the mountain path. Observing the anxious expressions and weariness etched upon their faces, the young man who had previously inquired of Zheng Jie rallied his fellow villagers. Fear not, my friends. Just one more li, and we shall reach the territory of Central Yu, where we will finally be safe. They have promised us that upon our arrival, we shall receive houses and land for free. If we do not wish to farm, we can work at the salt fields and receive wages each month. They treat us common folk exceedingly well. At this juncture, an elderly man, around 50 years old, turned to the young man. Yazi, is it truly as you say? What manner of person is that King Minyu? Why does he extend such kindness towards us? I still cannot fathom why he would give away houses and farmland for free. Would it not be more profitable to sell them or collect rent monthly? The young man chuckled in response. It is a matter of vision and spirit. Surely, King Minyu finds such trifling gains beneath him. I cannot speak to his character, but I know that every commoner here has received houses, land, and even shops. The people sing praises of King Minyu as the finest ruler in the realm. Regardless, in terms of public reputation, he far surpasses our despicable leader of Northern Yu. Unlike that scoundrel, we trusted him and followed him here, yet he treats us as mere chattel, burdening us with endless servitude. Now, he demands taxes with eyes wide open and contributions with eyes shut, greedy beyond measure. No wonder he has a son lacking in virtue. As the young man finished speaking, The crowd erupted into laughter. At that moment, they could see the distant lights of Central U. They envisioned a bright future ahead, and their steps grew increasingly lighthearted. However, just as they were a mere few dozen paces away from the border of Central U, the sound of galloping hooves and harsh shouts suddenly echoed from behind. Glancing back, they discerned a contingent of over 100 riders hastening towards them. The expressions of the commoners shifted dramatically. "Quickly flee! It's the scoundrels pursuing us! Run!" The young man's countenance tightened as he hurriedly led the crowd forward. Yet, how could human legs outrun horses? Moreover, they were burdened with their possessions within a short span. The group of commoners found themselves completely encircled. At this moment, the leading commander bellowed, "You dare to escape our territory. You shall be adjudicated for treason." With that, he drew his sword, its blade glinting coldly in the moonlight. The commoners, now in a state of panic, looked towards their commander. The young man rushed forward to shield them. "That on what grounds do you intend to kill us? What treason have we committed? We are in the Southern Dynasty, and this is the domain of King Minyu, that we merely wish to leave Northern Yu in search of a better life. What crime is that?" The commander's eyes narrowed. He had not anticipated that these wretches would dare to argue or defend themselves. They possessed no sense of racial pride. In his worldview, there was no Southern Dynasty, no Minyu. There existed only the leader of Northern Yu, whose word was law. He had no desire to waste words with these commoners. With a furious shout, he declared, "To leave Northern Yu is a crime." With that, he bellowed, "Attack!" As the soldiers prepared to strike, chaos erupted among the commoners. But just then, the sound of hooves echoed from afar once more. The crowd turned to see a troop approaching from the direction of Central Yu. Clad in heavy black armor, they emerged from the shadows, exuding an overwhelming sense of dread. Now, the black cavalry was merely 50 meters away from the Northern Yu riders. And even at this distance, they instilled a profound sense of pressure. As the black cavalry parted, creating a path, a figure clad in armor, Ying'er, rode forth slowly, addressing the opposing Northern Yu cavalry with an icy inquiry. "Who are you? What is your intent in the dead of night?" Upon realizing that the opposing commander was a woman, the Northern Yu leader felt a flicker of disdain. He promptly responded, "These wretches have fled Northern Yu, committing an act of treason that in the name of our leader, I hereby order their immediate execution. Moreover, many of our commoners have escaped to Central Yu. I demand you surrender those traitors at once." Hearing the young commander's words, Ying'er merely scoffed. She boldly retorted, "It seems your leader of Northern Yu truly believes himself to be significant. This is the territory of King Minyu, and all here are subject to his authority. The commoners may go where they please. You cannot simply declare their lives forfeit at will. I grant you 10 breaths to retreat. Otherwise, you shall face execution without mercy," at Ying'er's command. The Northern Yu commander's expression turned frigid. In all his life, he had never endured such humiliation. This young woman, though seemingly inexperienced, spoke with such bravado. As he gazed upon her, the Northern Yu commander's expression darkened considerably. From the very beginning, he had been overshadowed by her formidable presence. Now she was brazenly challenging him. Casting a glance at the black cavalry behind Ying'er, the young commander swiftly calculated his odds. They numbered about 50, while his own force stood at 100. If he allowed himself and his men to be driven away by 50, how could he return and face the leader of Northern Yu? How could he hold his head high? In a split second, the young commander resolved to engage the black cavalry. Meanwhile, Ying'er shook her head at his foolishness, a cold smile gracing her lips. Raising her right hand slightly, she commanded, "Prepare, charge." With Ying'er's command, the 50 black cavalrymen surged towards the Northern Yu riders. In response, the young commander spurred his horse towards Ying'er if he could capture this female commander. It would be a tremendous victory. Soon, the two forces clashed. Bang! The sound of their weapons colliding echoed. The young commander felt a wave of numbness surge through his arm. In contrast, Ying'er appeared unfazed. The young commander's heart sank. It seemed he had underestimated her. As their duel continued for over 10 exchanges, the pressure on the young commander intensified. This female warrior employed lethal techniques with remarkable skill. Her spear moved like a silver serpent, striking from all angles without warning. Bang! A resounding clash echoed once more as the two warriors' long spears met again. This time, the young commander was violently thrown from his steed by an overwhelming force. For cavalry, falling from one's horse almost always heralds a fatal outcome. The young commander's expression shifted to one of panic as he desperately attempted to regain his mount. However, regrettably for him, Ying'er offered him no opportunity whatsoever. Just as he sought to mount again, Ying'er's spear was already poised at his throat. In that moment, the young commander's face froze in disbelief. He had not anticipated such a swift defeat. "You cannot kill me," he shouted defiantly at Ying'er. "Why can I not kill you?" Ying'er retorted with an air of derision. "I am the nephew of the Northern Yu leader, and among my people, there are 40,000 elite soldiers, far beyond what those ruffians in the Central Yu can muster. Should you slay me, the Northern Yu leader will undoubtedly seek vengeance upon you." Ying'er regarded the young commander with a cold smile and a shake of her head. "Only 40,000 elite soldiers? I had expected more. I am eagerly awaiting your Northern Yu leader's pursuit of vengeance." With those words, Ying'er thrust her spear forward, piercing the young commander's neck. His eyes widened in shock, dying in disbelief that Ying'er had truly taken his life. Simultaneously, the battle involving the other half of the Black Cavalry was nearing its conclusion. Hundreds of Northern Yu cavalrymen had been slain beneath the blades of the Black Cavalry. The entire combat operation had taken less than a quarter of an hour. "Victory!" Ying'er proclaimed, raising her spear with a triumphant shout. All the Black Cavalry raised their weapons in unison, echoing her cry, "Victory!" Shortly thereafter, Ying'er escorted the group of civilians into the city, where the magistrate, Jingji, arranged their accommodations. The Northern Yu populace, having endured hardship for so long, gazed in disbelief at the well-maintained properties and fields before them. Are we truly to inhabit this? Is there no cost? Meanwhile, the Northern Yu leader swiftly learned of the happenings at the border. He was now seething with rage. He had not anticipated that Li Chan's forces would brazenly disregard the boundaries and dare to strike against his men. Not only had they slain hundreds of his cavalry, but they had also killed his own nephew. Was this not a humiliating blow to his dignity? How could he govern the people of Northern Yu after such an affront? This king of Minyu is too overbearing. I shall not rest until he is dealt with. In his fury, the Northern Yu leader was ready to mobilize his troops against Li Chun. Just as he prepared to rise, an elderly advisor beside him urged restraint. This elder had served the Northern Yu royal family for many years, acting as a military strategist. "Your Majesty, there is no need for such haste. What is required now is calmness." The Northern Yu leader's eyes were bloodshot with indignation. "How can I remain calm in such a situation? Why do you persist in undermining our own strength? No matter how formidable the king of Minyu may be, can he truly contend with my 40,000 elite soldiers?" The strategist shook his head, earnestly beseeching the Northern Yu leader. "Your Majesty should understand that numbers do not always dictate the outcome of a battle. The Central Yu is a clear example of this. Furthermore, I have pondered this incident repeatedly and believe that the king of Minyu has ulterior motives. He is likely trying to provoke us into action. If your Majesty were to mobilize, you might very well fall into his trap." At this, the Northern Yu leader's expression shifted in surprise. "A trap? What do you mean by that?" The strategist continued. "Your Majesty must realize that our presence in Northern Yu is not solely due to its fertile lands and abundant resources. More importantly, it is the region's rugged terrain that makes it inherently defensible that a small force can effectively guard all of Northern Yu. Over the years, our soldiers have become accustomed to mountain warfare, giving us an advantage in such terrain, while the king of Minyu thrives on the plains. His 3,000 heavy cavalry, when positioned on flat ground, are nearly invincible, as long as we hold our ground in the mountains. The king of Minyu would not dare to launch an attack against us." As the elder spoke, the Northern Yu leader furrowed his brow, acknowledging the wisdom in the strategist's words. However, he could not suppress the simmering resentment within him. "What then? Shall we remain passive? What will others think of me?" The strategist shook his head once more. "Your Majesty must first grasp this fundamental truth. The king of Minyu harbors grand ambitions. He is unlikely to be satisfied with merely annexing OU and Central U. His ultimate goal is the unification of all Minyu. Thus, he has unwittingly become an enemy to all 5U. Why not consolidate the strength of all 5U and unite against the king of Minyu? No matter how powerful he may be, he cannot contend with the combined might of all 5U. More importantly, this strategy would maximize the preservation of our own strength. With the strategist's counsel, a spark of realization lit the Northern U leader's eyes, and he nodded in agreement. Using another's blade to slay my enemy. What a splendid idea. The king of Minyu is not merely our foe. Why should we lead the charge? Let them clash until they are bloodied and battered, and perhaps we can reap the benefits. He swiftly ordered preparations for grand gifts to be sent to the other 4U, aiming to unite them against the king of Minyu. Soon after the Northern U leader dispatched his gifts, responses from the other 4U began to arrive, yet the results sent the Northern U leader into a furious rage. The Southern U, a clan of Qi U, scorned the overtures from Northern U, dismissively casting aside the gifts. They openly declared before the Northern U envoy, "We of Southern U disdain any alliances. Who do you Northern U leaders think you are? Who is the king of Minyu in this vast world? We Qi U are the mightiest. Should the king of Minyu dare to attack us, we shall ensure he returns empty-handed." Though the Qi U numbered merely 30,000, they could summon wolves and tigers as allies, loyal companions far more dependable than mere numbers. Begone! Do not disturb our tranquil lives. Observing the burly Southern U leader, the Northern U envoy suppressed his anger and silently departed with his gifts. As for the Yang U, they were exceedingly treacherous, first accepting the gift from Northern U before promptly rejecting them. As a clan of corpse manipulators, they remained unmoved by Northern U's goodwill. They straightforwardly expressed their intentions to the envoy. Why would you involve us in your conflicts? Do you not understand that the more casualties you incur, the happier we become? When you are locked in a life-and-death struggle, that will be our time to dominate. At that point, your father will be our soldier, your mother will be our soldier, and you, along with your sons and daughters, will all become our soldiers. And the king of Minyu, he shall become just another corpse. A princely corpse, which would be a tremendous achievement. After speaking, the Yang Yu leader cast a sinister glance at the Northern Yu envoy, as if contemplating their demise. The chilling aura emanating from his gaze left the envoy feeling uneasy, hastily fleeing the scene. As for the Baiyu, the Holy Mother was initially tempted by Northern Yu's overtures, but was swiftly dissuaded by the accompanying Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden pulled the Holy Mother aside, saying, "Mother, we Baiyu possess the smallest numbers among the other Yu, and our combat strength is the weakest. Our joining Northern Yu would not significantly affect their position. However, once one truly aligns with Northern Yu, one inevitably becomes an adversary of the king of Minyu. The means employed by the king of Minyu, I trust, my mother has already discerned. What can the 100U possibly muster to overcome the king of Minyu? Furthermore, if the king of Northern Yu is confident in striking against the king of Minyu, why then extend an invitation to us? There must be a hidden issue at play, should we ultimately be used as cannon fodder by Northern Yu. Charging ahead only to discover the king of Minyu is insurmountable. How could we possibly retreat? At the mention of the Holy Maiden's words, the Holy Mother's gaze narrowed sharply, plunging her into deep contemplation. After all these years, they have endured far too much deceit and treachery, necessitating a cautious approach. After a prolonged silence, she directly informed the envoy from Northern Yu of their stance regarding this impending war. The 100U would not make any declarations. However, they would not stand in opposition to any faction. They also hoped that the leader of Northern Yu will carefully consider this. As for Western Yu, they were the most enthusiastic in responding to Northern Yu, and upon receiving the gifts from the Northern Yu leader, they felt as though fortune had smiled upon them from the heavens. Due to their extreme poverty, their village had been entirely reliant on the whims of nature. Now, the gifts from a Northern Yu royalty have alleviated their immediate crisis. However, Western Yu's appetite was evidently larger than Northern Yu had anticipated. As their leader presented new demands to the envoy, "You must understand that our village is one of faith, and we do not easily form alliances. If you are sincere, we currently lack 50,000 jin of grain and 30,000 taels of silver. Once you provide these, we shall undoubtedly become your most loyal allies. At this moment, the leader of Northern Yu was infuriated to the point of spitting blood. The resistance against the King of Men, Yu was clearly a collective endeavor of the 5 Yu. Yet now, it fell squarely on his shoulders, especially that Western Yu. They were behaving like starving dogs, eager to bite anyone they encountered. What do they mean by sincerity in forming an alliance? Must sincerity entail gifting them 50,000 jin of grain and 30,000 taels of silver without cause? Have they truly elevated themselves to such a status? To hell with their so-called faith. Tell the people of Western Yu to get lost as far away as possible. The leader of Northern Yu was seething with rage. Meanwhile, the strategist shook his head in response to the Northern Yu leader's fury. It is a positive development that Western Yu has made demands. Why not indulge them, my king? Those with needs are often the easiest to control. And we are in a time where we require such individuals. Perhaps giving them a taste of sweetness could enable them to act as our vanguard if they can deal with the King of Minyu. That would be even better. If not, weakening the King of Minyu's forces is still a worthwhile endeavor. Ultimately, we may only incur some losses in resources, but should we successfully capture the King of Minyu, what we reclaim will be far greater than mere material wealth. After contemplating the strategist's advice for a while, the leader of Northern Yu ultimately acquiesced, after commanding that the requested items be delivered to Western Yu. He also issued a demand: swift action against the King of Minyu. Meanwhile, within the Minyu government offices, Li Chun, Ying'er, Rong Xian, Qing Shuang, Zhang Weigua, and Zheng Jihe gathered together for the first time to hold a meeting. The purpose of summoning everyone was to ask their opinions on the military strength of Northern Yu. What are our chances if we engage in battle with them? At this moment, Ying'er furrowed her brow, presenting her viewpoint to Li Chun. Just days ago, we engaged in combat with the soldiers of Northern Yu, and they were no match for our Black Riders. Apart from their strength, we also had a significant advantage due to the terrain. Northern Yu's foundation should be substantial, as they are descendants of King Gojian of Yu. They have lived in the mountains and forests for decades and are more adept at mountain warfare. Moreover, if we forcibly attack in the mountains, placing the battlefield in such terrain, the Black Riders do not hold a significant advantage. As Ying'er spoke, Li Chun nodded in agreement. His perspective aligned closely with hers. Zheng Jihe then addressed Li Chun, furrowing his brow as he expressed his own opinion that I concur with Miss Mu's assessment. Excluding the Southern Yu barbarians, Northern Yu's overall combat capability should surpass that of Central Yu. Furthermore, Northern Yu's internal cohesion seems relatively strong, making it difficult for us to find significant vulnerabilities as we did with Central Yu. This implies that if we aim to conquer Northern Yu, we must rely on military strength and confront them head-on. As Zheng Jihe concluded, Li Chun nodded in affirmation. Their previous victory over Central Yu had indeed involved a considerable element of luck. However, Northern Yu currently displays no significant weaknesses. Thus, there is little room for strategizing. Li Chun then sought the opinions of the others present. Their views were largely consistent with those of the first two speakers. Even Zhang Weigua, usually bold, expressed a rare sense of caution. My lord, while the Black Riders fear no opponent in open plains combat, the advantages of the Black Riders are not as pronounced in mountain and forest warfare. Moreover, Northern Yu boasts 40,000 elite troops, which is not comparable to the 50,000 bandits we faced in the outskirts of the capital. Nevertheless, the Black Riders will unquestionably obey all your commands. My lord, that if you order them to act immediately, they will not hesitate. Upon hearing Zhang Weigua's words, Li Chun nodded. He was well aware of the Black Riders' loyalty. Yet, on the battlefield, mere valor and loyalty cannot resolve all challenges. At this moment, all eyes turned to Li Chun. He slowly unfurled a sketch he had drawn on the table. I intend to reorganize a special infantry unit specifically designed to tackle such complex terrain. Not just for Northern Yu, but also for future engagements with Southern Yu. As Li Chun spoke, everyone's attention was drawn to the sketch before them. The illustration depicted a soldier clad in 3 layers of armor. Wearing a steel helmet, one hand brandished a long spear while the other held a shield. A bow hung at the left side of his waist, a machete at the right, and a quiver of arrows on his back. Even a dagger was sheathed below his calves. He was truly equipped to the teeth. In truth, Li Chun's concept for this special infantry was inspired by the Wei Wu troops of the Warring States period, albeit with modifications based on their design. Historical records indicate that the Wei Wu troops engaged in 72 major battles, winning 64 and drawing 8. Their most remarkable achievement was the Battle of Ying'er, where the Wei Wu troops, numbering 50,000, with 100 chariots and 3,000 cavalry, decisively defeated the Qing army of 500,000, solidifying their unparalleled status in military history. As Li Qin's sketch was presented, it evoked a sense of awe that transcended mere admiration. Words like imposing, majestic, and invincible flashed through their minds. Ying'er and Zhang Weigua, upon viewing this illustration, were filled with fervor, both being from military backgrounds. They could clearly recognize its extraordinary nature. Setting aside the myriad of weapons, just the sheer combat potential this unit could wield was staggering. They couldn't help but marvel at the thought that should such a force be assembled, it would indeed be an unparalleled existence. Even the Black Riders would find it difficult to guarantee victory against such a unit. Excellent, truly excellent, Zhang Weigua exclaimed, continuously nodding at the sketch before him. With this unit, they would undoubtedly be fearless against the southern barbarians and northern Ying'er gaze lingered on the sketch, captivated. Rong Xian beside her scoffed, unimpressed. She had little interest in the intricacies of war and soldier armaments. Rather than complicating matters, she would prefer to resort to poison. Admittedly, concocting poisons was rather cumbersome, and a slight misstep could render landscapes barren for a century. Yet, it was the simplest and most efficient method. Meanwhile, Qing Shuang gazed at Li Qin with a hint of concern. This would require considerable funding, wouldn't it? Li Qin smiled at Qing Shuang's remark, acknowledging her astuteness. Indeed, outfitting one soldier would cost at least 200 taels. He then raised a finger to emphasize, adding, of course, I meant for one individual. Such a unit would require at least 1,000 men to form a basic combat force. At this revelation, the room fell in a stunned silence, as everyone collectively gasped. The cost of equipping a single soldier was 200 taels. If this equipment were to be distributed among 1,000 individuals, would it not cost a staggering 200,000 taels? At this moment, Qing Shuang gazed at Li Qin before her, her eyes filled with deep resentment. Could it be that this fellow is merely calculating the expenses in his mind? It is crucial to note that their collective wealth amounts to no more than 200,000 taels. It appears that in order to keep pace with Li Qin's terrifying expenditures, they must exert even greater effort to earn money. Meanwhile, Zhang Jihe posed an important question. Has the prince considered where the personnel for this army will come from? With Zhang Jihe's inquiry, a heavy silence enveloped the room. A rough sketch exists, and the funds for equipping the troops are available. However, where will the soldiers come from? Are they to be recruited locally? Currently, Li Qin's dominion is limited to Zhongyue and Ouyue. To assemble such a force, it is likely that the manpower from these two regions will not suffice. Furthermore, and more critically, the formation of this unit will necessitate training. According to the standards for equipping such special forces, it is likely to take several years to fully realize. And with Beiyue eyeing them covetously, how could they possibly afford such extensive training time? At this juncture, Zhang Weigua tentatively addressed Li Qin at "My Prince, why not convert the Black Riders directly into this special force? Firstly, the brothers of the Black Riders are all familiar faces, well acquainted with your style. Secondly, they already possess a certain foundational skill set, making their training comparatively straightforward." Upon hearing Zhang Weigua's suggestion, Li Qin shook his head. No, the Black Riders excel in cavalry, and their tactical mindset is predominantly aligned with cavalry operations. The combat methods of this special force differ significantly. Moreover, the Black Riders have been painstakingly trained, and they will undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. We cannot sacrifice them merely for the creation of this new unit. As Li Qin spoke, the crowd furrowed their brows. If this path is unfeasible, and that path is also obstructed, how then shall this special force be established? At this moment, Ying'er, after a lengthy silence, addressed Li Qin. To form such a unit, the optimal approach would be to seek individuals with battlefield experience, yet who do not possess rigid mindsets. During my father's command over the military, he identified a group of talented soldiers. However, following my father's demise and the cessation of hostilities, some left the army, while others remained, feeling disheartened by their lack of advancement. I wonder if it would be possible to enlist them to form your so-called special force. Upon Mu Ying'er's suggestion, Li Qin's eyes sparkled with realization. This would indeed be ideal. Firstly, they possess ample combat experience, enabling them to rapidly become combat-ready. Secondly, individuals who have garnered the attention of the Duke of the State are undoubtedly capable and trustworthy. With Mu Ying'er's insight, Zhang Weigua smacked his forehead in realization. Ah, how could I have forgotten about this? The recent annihilation of 50,000 mountain bandits near the capital, especially after hearing that the prince tripled our salaries, has left my old friends envious beyond measure. Many have contacted me, eager to join our ranks. They have been waiting for their military pay for half a year and are desperate for a change of scenery. If the prince seeks personnel, now would be the perfect opportunity to reach out to them. Upon hearing Zhang Weigua's words, Li Chun smiled. Excellent. We are in need of individuals here, for those with capability. The more the merrier. I shall accept them all. Their salaries will match that of the Black Riders, tripled from their original amounts. Hearing Li Qin's declaration, Zhang Weigua felt even more exhilarated. The prince's most admirable trait is his generosity. Especially when it comes to financial matters, he is exceedingly straightforward. Upon hearing the mention of money, Qing Shuang cast another lingering glance at Li Chun. Just the formation of this unit has already depleted the 200,000 taels. And now, with the promise of tripled salaries for new recruits, from where will these funds be sourced? Shall we sell salt? It has only just begun, and we have yet to see any production yield. We have not even recouped our expenditures before we are compelled to spend again. Just then, Li Qin's gaze fell upon Qing Shuang, accompanied by a smile. Sister-in-law, the issue of personnel is resolved. As for the equipment, I may need your assistance in arranging it. I will provide you with a detailed list shortly. Some raw materials can be procured from outside, but due to weapon regulations, I may need to trouble you to recruit a batch of craftsmen to expedite production. Faced with Li Qin's request, Qing Shuang felt somewhat helpless. It is evident that this only adds to her workload. She still has a plethora of tasks awaiting her completion. What can be done? What indeed? Who instructed her to be so indulgent? Who compelled her master to be both ambitious and daring? Must she not fulfill all his demands? Once the matter of supplies is settled, Li Chun turned to Mu. Sister-in-law, the establishment of the special force will likely require your oversight, particularly concerning the selection of personnel. You must exercise caution. Li Qin's intent was clear. The unit must remain untainted. On one hand, they must not be infiltrated by the fourth prince or the chancellor's men. On the other hand, they must also be free from the influence of the southern Zhao emperor. Mu Ying'er nodded in response to Li Chun. Very well. I will ensure full oversight. Within a month, all personnel will be in place at the latest. Within 3 months, I will present you with the initial formation of your special infantry. Upon hearing Mu Ying'er's commitment, Li Qin nodded, completely reassured. Personnel will be managed by the eldest sister-in-law, while equipment will be overseen by the third sister-in-law. He need only stand behind them, quietly enjoying the fruits of their labor. As the late hour approached, just as Li Chun contemplated light-hearted banter with them, an unusual rustling sound reached his ears. It was a strange sensation, one he had not previously encountered, as if something was gliding nearby. The number seemed vast, and it drew ever closer. A foul, indescribable stench began to permeate the air. The second sister-in-law also sensed the disturbance, abruptly rising from her seat. Her previously languid demeanor shifted to one of intense vigilance as she scrutinized her surroundings. Her eyes gleamed with an ominous light. This is bad. Snakes, a massive horde of snakes, as the second sister-in-law spoke, illuminated by the flickering light. Everyone beheld elongated shapes covering the window ledge. Simultaneously, an unsettling noise emanated from the door, prompting the group to turn their heads. They beheld an overwhelming swarm of snakes slithering through the gap beneath the door. Even worse, a creaking noise echoed from above, as the ceiling beams appeared unable to bear the weight, suddenly collapsing in part. Following this, a multitude of snakes cascaded down through the opening. The snakes that landed on the ground coiled around one another, flicking their long, crimson tongues at the group. At that moment, a snake fell from the ceiling onto Qing Shuang's shoulder, causing her to freeze in terror. Screaming uncontrollably, in a frenzy, she leaped into Li Qin's embrace. clinging tightly to his neck, burying her face against his chest, her eyes refusing to open. Soon, the room was inundated with a throng of snakes. Countless, to the point of inducing a chill down one's spine. Many bore triangular heads, their visages grotesque and terrifying, with vividly colored scales, unmistakably venomous, as the snakes surrounding them glared with menace, flicking their tongues. They prepared to strike. In that moment, Rong Xian's hand moved swiftly and silver needles shot forth. As glimmers of silver flashed, the snakes before the group were pinned to the ground. However, this hardly resolved the situation. The sheer number of snakes within the room was overwhelming, and they continued to pour in relentlessly. The snakes exhibited extreme agitation, encircling the few individuals within the room, their crimson eyes glaring, their bodies coiling, ready to pounce. Rong Xian's hand moved again, this time unleashing a flurry of over 100 silver needles, repelling the snakes in front of them. Yet this was still insufficient. The quantity of snakes was simply too great. Moreover, the direst predicament was that, as they had been discussing state matters, all their weapons were stored in the armory outside. At this moment, Ying'er gradually regained her composure amid the initial chaos. Casting a glance at Rong Xian, she urged, "Protect them first." With that, Ying'er executed a sweeping motion, clearing a path through the mass of snakes. Seizing the opportunity, she leaped gracefully, landing 3 meters away. Meanwhile, the ground had become infested with snakes. And as Ying'er descended from the air, the snakes below extended their crimson tongues, jaws agape, eagerly anticipating her landing. However, Ying'er did not grant them the opportunity. Just as she was about to land, she deftly propelled herself off the head of a snake, using the momentum to dash towards the weapon rack. After several repeated ascents and descents, Ying'er finally arrived before the weapon rack. With a swift motion, she seized her red tassel spear. Upon grasping the spear, a profound sense of security welled up within her, and as she surveyed her surroundings, she noticed a multitude of snakes closing in around her. At that moment, Ying'er tightened her grip on the red tassel spear and executed a powerful horizontal sweep, targeting those that approached her.